The Grand Secretary's Pampered Wife Chapter 542 to Chapter 589. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel was updated faster. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that couldn't be found on the internet. Little Jing Kong was still too inexperienced to fight with his bad brother-in-law. Xiaoheng was just teasing him. It would be a waste to throw it away since he had already picked it. Xiaoheng picked up the flower and handed it to him. Here, I'm just teasing you. It's not poisonous. Little Jing Kong looked at the little flower suspiciously and didn't reach out to take it. His bad brother-in-law had no credibility. Little Jing Kong didn't believe what he said. Thus, Xiaoheng held the flowers for him to prevent this brat from harming other flowers. Little Jing Kong observed his bad brother-in-law all the way. He looked at his hand holding the flower and then at his face. Why do you keep looking at me? Xiaoheng asked. I want to see if your glabella is black, Little Jing Kong said honestly. Xiaoheng was speechless. Little Jing Kong didn't take the flower until they entered Rinshou Palace and found that his bad brother-in-law still didn't show any signs of being poisoned. Xiaoheng was now an official in the Hanlin Academy and also worked in the Ministry of Justice. There were many people watching him, so he couldn't go in and out of Rinshou Palace as willfully as before. He could only use the excuse of sending Little Jing Kong to avoid giving others a hard time. Little Jing Kong said that he didn't want to go to the palace, but he was quite happy when he went in. Hello, Sister Feizue. Hello, Sister Zhenjiu. He greeted the little maids in Rinshou Palace one by one and then went to find his grandaunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang's condition wasn't good. Maybe she was too worried about Ningyan and her son. She looked a little haggard, especially after Huang Fuxian left. Empress Dowager Zhuang would be in a daze for a long time. That afternoon, Huang Fuxian had just come over and had something to eat before leaving. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat by the window and looked at the scenery in the courtyard. Suddenly, a small round head grew out from under the windowsill. Grandaunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyelids twitched. Why is it you again? Little Jing Kong stood on his tiptoes and handed Hua Hua in from outside the window. This beautiful Hua Hua is for my beautiful great-aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched. Even if you were to change the wording, you wouldn't be so perfunctory. Empress Dowager Zhuang calmly took the peony. You went to ruin Princess Xianxia's flowers again? Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and said seriously, I got it from my brother-in-law. He wasn't lying. He had just taken it from his bad brother-in-law, even though he was the one who plucked it. How could Empress Dowager Zhuang not understand him? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Looking at the delicate peony, she said, Why are you suddenly so kind to send me flowers? Little Jing Kong sighed. Sigh, no. My bad brother-in-law said that this flower is poisonous, so I can't give it to Jiao Jiao. Empress Dowager Zhuang was speechless. After Xiaoheng entered Rinshou Palace, he didn't hurry to find great-aunt. Instead, he went to see Eunuch Qin first. The Empress Dowager's condition. Eunuch Qin heard Xiaoheng asking about the Empress Dowager, so he didn't hide anything. It's not good to tell the truth. Princess Ningyan suffered so much in the frontier fortress for so many years. After she came back, she looked so pitiful. The most pitiful is young Master Xian'er. He suffered so much at such a young age. The more unreasonable he is, the more upset the Empress Dowager will be. After Huang Fuxian moved into the palace, he caused a lot of trouble. On the first day, he bullied Qin Shuyu. Not long after, he scared the two little commandery princesses raised by noble consort Zhuang in the palace. As for not showing respect to the empress and the imperial concubines, it was a light punishment. The point was that as long as someone complained to His Majesty, he wouldn't admit it. How did a good child become like this? In Eunuch Qin's opinion, Huang Fuxian deserved to die 1,000 times over. This child's scheming. Cough, cough. Realizing that he almost said something he shouldn't, Eunuch Qin decisively stopped. Xiaoheng pretended that he didn't hear the last sentence and said, Then I'll go and see the Empress Dowager. Xiaoheng went to Empress Dowager Zhuang's study and patted little Jing Kong's shoulder. Go and play. I'll talk to Grandaunt for a while. Oh, Grandaunt, I'm leaving. Little Jing Kong waved his little hand and turned to leave. Xiaoheng stayed in the study to talk with Empress Dowager Zhuang, while little Jing Kong went to Chankuan Palace to find Qin Chiyu. Because of the lesson last time, the two didn't go to Bixia Hall this time. Let's go and feed the fish, little Jing Kong said. There was a tay pond in the palace, and there were many koi fish in it. Each of them was fat and cute. Qin Chiyu was not in high spirits. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Little Jing Kong asked with concern. Qin Chiyu sighed as he walked on the path full of flowers. My puppy is gone. Why is it gone? Little Jing Kong was confused. Qin Chiyu said sadly, my mother said it ran around last time and caused me to run into Huang Fuxian. Huang Fuxian bullied me, so my mother won't let me keep it anymore. Little Jing Kong thought about his pets and said, actually, my chickens and birds also get into trouble. Didn't little Nine almost peck you last time? But Jiao Jiao didn't forbid him from keeping it. Jiao Jiao was great. Qin Chiyu was so pitiful. He comforted Qin Chiyu, if you like puppies, you can come to my house next time. I'll lend you little 8. I just want my dog, Qin Chiyu said sullenly. Huh? Listen. Little Jing Kong suddenly pulled him to a stop. Listen to what? Qin Chiyu asked strangely. Your dog. Little Jing Kong said crisply. Qin Chiyu looked around. Where? I heard it. Little Jing Kong pointed. Over there. The two children ran in the direction pointed out by little Jing Kong. Behind a rockery, the two of them really saw Qin Chiyu's dog. However, the scene was different from what they had imagined. Huang Fuxian was here too. Huang Fuxian sat alone in a cold wheelchair without any servants around him. His legs were covered with a thick blanket as usual, and Qin Chiyu's dog was lying on the blanket. Its entire body was covered in blood. It was obvious that it had either been thrown to the ground or abused by someone. Huang Fuxian was choking it with one hand and forcing something into its mouth with the other. The puppy whimpered in pain, but Huang Fuxian didn't show any mercy. He forced the dog's mouth open. His expression was ferocious. At that moment, he was no longer a disabled young man, but a twisted devil. Qin Chiyu had never seen such a terrifying person. He was so scared that he fell to the ground and even forgot to scream. Little Jing Kong was also shocked. He stared at the man and the dog in the wheelchair with his eyes wide open. Huang Fuxian sensed the movement from the side. He slowly turned his head, revealing a pair of malicious eyes. Ah! Qin Chiyu's hair stood on end and he finally screamed. Qin Chiyu was so young that he couldn't bear such a terrifying shock. He trembled and almost crawled forward. Help! Help! Someone is killing the puppy. He ran away. Little Jing Kong didn't run away. Huang Fuxian's malicious eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He asked sarcastically, aren't you going to run, little thing? Little Jing Kong looked at him, and then looked at the dying puppy on his leg. He didn't know if he hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he turned around and ran away. Huh! Huang Fuxian sneered disdainfully. When it was time for court, the emperor called the cabinet ministers and military officials to the imperial study to discuss the rewards for the meritorious officials at the frontier fortress. Tang Yuashan was already the grand marshal of the world. He couldn't be promoted, so the emperor planned to give him a title. Gu Chongqing, as the heir of Marquis Dingyan, was ordered to reorganize the Gu army and go north to fight the enemy. His contributions couldn't go unnoticed. The emperor planned to promote him to a 3rd-rank northern general. He was promoted 3 ranks from a 6th-rank military officer. He could be considered the fastest promoted general during the emperor's reign. Gu Qingfeng performed well in the Battle of Yuegu City, so the emperor decided to give him the position of military officer of the Yu cavalry. As for the other generals, the emperor also mentioned their rewards one by one. The ministers had no objections. Until now, the imperial study was harmonious. Then, the emperor began to reward Gu Jiao and Ning, and Gu Jiao still hadn't acknowledged her identity as the daughter of Marquis Dingyan, so the emperor planned to reward her in the name of the owner of the Miracle Hands Hall. The emperor bestowed the plaque of the number 1 divine doctor and conferred the title of Junzhu. The title was left to Hanlin Academy to decide. At this time, Su Sifu from the cabinet spoke up. Dr. Gu is only a medical woman. Even if she has performed meritorious deeds in saving the soldiers, she still can't bear the title of Junju, right? Su Sifu was one of Imperial Tutor Zhuang's people. Imperial Tutor Zhuang claimed to be ill and didn't come today. The emperor looked at Su Sifu with displeasure. Why can't she bear the title? Do you know how many people she saved? This official does not deny Dr. Gu's contributions. This official only feels that Your Majesty should give her other rewards. Your Majesty bestowing the plaque of the #1 divine doctor is already very generous. If you also give her the title of Junju, it would be inconsistent with the ancestral rules. Su Sifu cupped his hands and continued, besides, compared to Dr. Gu, this official believes that another person should be rewarded more. The emperor lightly said, Oh? Who are you referring to? Su Sifu sternly said, Princess Ning and placed righteousness above family and helped second Master Gu save the old marquis. She also helped Gu Shixi destroy the nest of the remnants of the previous dynasty. If it wasn't for Princess Ning An's wit and bravery, the Gu family's army commander might not have been able to leave the snowy mountains. Princess Ning An's contributions are great. This official proposes that Princess Ning An be conferred the title of Princess Protector. Zhao country's Princess Eldest was not a title that could be casually conferred. That was a princess with real power. Her position was the same as that of a marquis. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1089379884. HTML Genius 1 second. Remember this website address, www.zhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Princess Ning An was very popular among the people. Her action of putting righteousness before family spread all the way from the frontier fortress to the capital. The people all praised her for her loyalty and patriotism. Moreover, she had a son who had lost his legs. People couldn't help but feel pity for her under the praise. Therefore, when the conversation in the imperial study spread, the people received a lot of praise. Of course, the praise came from Princess Ning An. They all said that she deserved to be the first princess of the protector. Tang Yuashan heard the news in the barracks. His injury had healed, but he still needed to do rehabilitation every day. He was bored at home, so he came to the barracks to train with the soldiers. Today's Tiger Mountain Barracks was not the same as before. The Gu clan army was no longer in the Tiger Mountain Barracks after being reorganized. They went to the nearby Wolf Mountain Barracks, while the soldiers of the Wolf Mountain Barracks were transferred here. Tang Yuashan's archers were also there. 500 of them came back from the frontier fortress after fighting in the war. They were trapped in Yi City with the guards of the imperial court. Tang Yuashan used a trick to lure them out of Yi City. On the way, they were chased by the Qin army. It was Gu Jiao who stopped the Qin army's pursuit by herself. If it was the duty of a doctor to heal the wounded and save the dying, then it was not her duty to risk her life for the soldiers. But she still did it without hesitation. They didn't forget how she risked her life for them, and how she worked hard to treat them. She even gave them the last chance to enter the city. Now that they suddenly heard that she was going to be conferred the title of princess, the soldiers were quite happy for her. Then they heard that Princess Ning An was going to be the first princess of the protector. The soldiers were a little confused. But they could accept it. After all, she was a princess of the imperial family. The emperor and the empress dowager wanted to spoil her. They just needed to watch. But someone asked, how did she become the protector of the protector? A soldier told him the news he heard. Tang Yuashan's archers grew anxious. An archer asked, when did she work with second young Master Gu to save the old duke? It was clearly Dr. Gu and second young Master Gu who had rescued the old duke. On the way, they met the Grand Marshal and worked together with him to deal with the prince consort. After that, Dr. Gu and second young Master Gu brought the seriously injured old duke to Yuegu City while the Grand Marshal went to Yi City. "Save us." The soldier analyzed for him. The old marquis was locked up in the governor's manor. The governor's manor was heavily guarded and filled with experts. Without Princess Ningyan holding back the prince consort and diverting their attention, how could that doctor and second young Master Gu succeed? The archer said angrily, "Why can't we succeed? You don't know how amazing Dr. Gu is. Back then, she alone scared off 5,000 Qin cavalrymen." The soldier waved his hand. "Keep bragging. Do you think the Qin state's cavalry is made of paper?" The archer was furious. "You've never been there, how do you know I'm just bluffing?" The soldier chuckled. "Is there a need to go? Just think about it and you know it's impossible. Even if that Dr. Gu is extremely capable, it can't be as exaggerated as you say, right?" In fact, everyone only had a little doubt about whether Princess Ningyan was qualified to be conferred the title of First Princess Protector. They had no right to comment on it. Now that the conflict had arisen, it immediately aroused everyone's desire to win. Just like that, the two sides began to argue. As they argued, they began to fight. At first, it was just two people fighting, but as they fought, it became two rows of people fighting. One row was made up of archers who had been to the frontier fortress, while the other row was made up of soldiers who had just come from the Wolf Mountain barracks. The commotion alerted Tang Yueshan, who also found out about Princess Ningyan's conferment. Tang Yueshan was the Grand Marshal. At his current height, he naturally saw the problem from a different perspective than the soldiers below. He knew very well why things would change when they reached the capital. It was because this was the officialdom. It didn't matter whether Princess Ningyan had really made those contributions. She was the favorite of the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang, so there would be people rushing to flatter her. Wasn't that what the civil officials were best at? They talked as if they knew more about all the things that had happened in the war than the soldiers on the battlefield. Compared with a little female doctor, it was obvious that the spirit of sacrifice and national integrity of a princess was more convincing. But then again, if Tang Yueshan hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed that Gu Jiao had risked her life like that. How could anyone fight to that extent? She fought on the city tower for an entire night with her own strength, just to keep the flag of the Zhao kingdom from falling, just to protect the border fortress from being broken. Just this alone made Tang Yueshan's chest surge when he thought of it. This didn't mean that the other soldiers didn't contribute, or that whoever contributed more or less had contributed less. Every soldier had done a good job. But the claims about Princess Ningyan's contributions were indeed exaggerated. Tang Yueshan wouldn't be so surprised if Gu Chongqing had destroyed the nest of the remnants of the previous dynasty. Forget it, he was an old general. This kind of thing was commonplace. The merits of the subordinates were meant to be taken by the superiors. Besides, Gu Jiao wasn't anyone to him. He wouldn't admit that she was a henchman. He wasn't angry. He didn't care. He wouldn't stand up for her. In the afternoon, Tang Yueshan received a summons from the emperor, ordering him to go to the palace immediately. Tang Yueshan guessed that the emperor wanted to confer the title of Princess Ningyan. He was the Grand Marshal of all the troops and an important minister in the war at the frontier fortress. If he came forward to ask for the title of Princess Ningyan, he believed that the title of Protector Princess would be more justified. But the emperor also asked him to bring his Tang Bao. He couldn't figure out what the emperor wanted to do. He followed the eunuch to the palace and found that the emperor didn't summon him to the imperial study, but to a meadow near the imperial garden. Princess Ningyan was there. "Your Majesty, Princess Ningyan." He carried the Tang Bao on his back and saluted. There were tables and chairs in the meadow. The emperor and Princess Ningyan had already sat down. The emperor pointed to a chair and said to Tang Yueshan, "Minister Tang, sit down." Tang Yueshan sat down in confusion. About 5 feet in front of him, Eunuch Wei and a few guards set up 10 targets. Did the emperor want to see him shoot? "How is Minister Tang's injury?" the emperor asked in an amiable manner. Tang Yueshan belatedly realized that the emperor had changed his title to minister. She was really overwhelmed by this favor. A few months ago, he was still a thorn in the emperor's side. He said respectfully, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, your majesty." What was the emperor trying to do? Just then, Eunuch Wei strode over. He greeted Tang Yuashan with a smile. "Lord Tang, you're here." Eunuch Wei. Tang Yuashan saluted back. Eunuch Wei smiled and turned to the emperor and Princess Ningyan. "Your majesty, your highness, the targets are ready." "Bring the bow," the emperor said. "Yes." Eunuch Wei walked to the side, took a heavy bow from a guard, and personally handed it to Princess Ningyan. Tang Yuashan raised his eyebrows. Princess Ningyan grabbed the bow without saying a word. The guard immediately handed her a quiver. She took out an arrow, knocked it on the bow, took aim, and shot. She hit the bullseye. Tang Yuashan was shocked. "Good archery, your highness." Eunuch Wei praised with a smile. The emperor looked at Princess Ningyan lovingly. "You haven't lost your archery skills. In fact, you've improved a little." Tang Yuashan remembered that Princess Ningyan had learned archery from him years ago. Otherwise, why would Empress Dowager Zhuang want to marry Princess Ningyan to him? It was just his father's voice that broke the silence. He went to tell the Empress Dowager that he and Princess Ningyan seemed to be in love with each other. To be honest, he didn't have that kind of feeling for Princess Ningyan. He liked mature and gentle women, not a childish girl like Ningyan. Wait, the emperor suddenly called him here and made him watch Princess Ningyan shoot an arrow. Could it be that the emperor wanted to marry Princess Ningyan to him again? He didn't want to marry just any married woman. The emperor smiled and asked, "Minister Tang, what do you think of Ningyan's archery skills?" It was good enough that an ordinary person could shoot like this. Tang Yuashan wanted to say that, but instead, he said, "She's terrible." The emperor was stunned. So was Princess Ningyan. She didn't expect Tang Yuashan to be so sharp-tongued. Tang Yuashan broke out in cold sweat. What did he just say? Was it because he had been bickering with Gu Qingfeng in the ward for too long that he didn't know how to control his mouth? Is it terrible? Princess Ningyan asked awkwardly. At this distance, it was good enough for a woman to hit the edge of the bullseye. Unexpectedly, Tang Yuashan's head heated up and he vented the anger he had been holding in all the way. "Don't you know whether it's terrible or not? Even a blind man can shoot better than you. Fortunately, you don't have to go to war. Otherwise, you'll kill your own people before the enemy dies. And you call yourself the princess protector? Look at you. Do you deserve it? Have you ever killed an enemy or shed blood? Have you ever saved a person or cured a plague? Just because you're a princess, you think you can take all the credit? Bah, you're nothing." Digression, Little Feng Feng, 666. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. You can find all the novels you can't find online. https://www. zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/1089370087. HTML Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with deep content that can't be found online are available here. His words were simply deadly. What was worse was that Tang Yuashan actually said the last two sentences. The entire field fell silent. The sparrows in the forest stopped moving. Tang Yuashan finally realized what he had said. He felt as if a few crows were flying over his head. Tang Yuashan had never been so sharp-tongued. It wasn't that he was big-hearted or that he was a general. It was just that there weren't many generals who were sharp-tongued. He wouldn't lose a fight, and he couldn't win an argument. However, ever since he became Gu Qingfeng's roommate, he had been getting scolded from time to time. After getting scolded so many times, he had gotten used to it. Just now, he couldn't hold back and blurted out whatever was on his mind. It was all Gu Qingfeng's fault. He would never admit that he was standing up for Gu Jiao. Impossible, impossible. The atmosphere was so awkward that one could dig out a house with one's toe. Eunuch Wei looked at Princess Ningyan and then at His Majesty. Both of them looked terrible. It's over. Marshal Tang, you're finished. You could have offended anyone, but you had to offend Princess Ning, and don't you know that Princess Ning and is His Majesty's favorite? Tang Yueshan wanted to cry but had no tears. He was telling the truth, but was it too late to regret? What's going on? A cold voice came from behind them. Eunuch Wei turned around in surprise. He bowed to the newcomer and said, Miss Gu? Why are you in the palace today? I'm here to see my grandaunt, said Gu Jiao. She had been so busy taking care of Mo Xianxia that she hadn't been in the palace to see how her grandaunt was doing. She was passing by the imperial garden when she heard the general's roar. She came to see what was going on. The emperor glared at Tang Yueshan coldly. He suppressed the urge to drag him away and beat him to death. He said gently to Gu Jiao, Jiao Jiao. Your Majesty, Princess Ningyan, Grand Marshal Tang. Gu Jiao greeted them one by one. Her tone wasn't very enthusiastic, nor was it as polite as Xiao Heng's deliberate attitude after he became an official. It was just cold and cheerless, sounding as if she didn't care. If it was anyone else who said this, the emperor would be angry. But Gu Jiao's personality was like this, so the emperor didn't think she was being rude to him and Princess Ningyan. Are you shooting arrows? Gu Jiao saw a target not far away. Judging from the distance, it was about 50 steps away. Eunuch Wei smiled and said, Yes, Miss Gu, do you know how to shoot an arrow? Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Yes, I know a little, but I'm not very good at it. Eunuch Wei was a shrewd person. He quickly asked with a smile, Miss Gu, do you want to try it? Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Eunuch Wei glanced at Princess Ningyan awkwardly. He had only prepared one bow. Princess Ningyan handed the bow in her hand to Eunuch Wei. Thank you, Princess. Eunuch Wei reached out with both hands and respectfully handed the bow to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was holding the bow in her right hand and an arrow in her left hand. This made Eunuch Wei and the emperor both look askance. Gu Jiao didn't look like a left-handed person, so how could she use her left hand to draw the bow? Could it be that she wasn't very good at it, so she didn't know which hand to use to draw the bow? Gu Jiao, who wasn't very good at it, took 3 arrows from the guard's quiver, knocked them on the bowstring, took aim, and shot. 3 arrows were shot at the same time. Each arrow hit the center of the target and went through the center, directly piercing through the bullseye. The emperor was so shocked that he held on to the armrest of his chair and sat up straight. This is called not very good at it? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded and said seriously, the Tang family's archers can shoot 4 arrows at the same time, and each arrow can hit a willow tree from 100 paces away. This bullseye is so big and only 50 paces away. A Tang family archer can hit it with his eyes closed. But she still had to open her eyes. If it were 100 paces away, she wouldn't be able to hit it with such accuracy even with her eyes open. The emperor looked at the target that had been shot through by Gu Jiao, and then looked at Princess Ningyan's arrow that had only hit the edge of the bullseye. In a trance, he felt that Tang Yueshan's words, even a blind man can shoot better than you, were not offensive words, but an incomparably cruel truth. Is it really that good? The emperor asked Tang Yueshan seriously. I wouldn't dare. Although Tang Yueshan said that he didn't dare, he drew his Tang bow, knocked 4 arrows, and shot them out. He didn't seem to have hit anything. However, when Eunuch Wei brought the guards to retrieve the arrows he had shot, they found that each arrow had hit the root of a flower and nailed it firmly to the branch. This was much more difficult than shooting a willow tree from 100 paces away. At least the leaves of the willow tree were not so thin. Eunuch Wei took the flowers back. The emperor was completely speechless. Princess Ningyan said, Miss Gu and Marshal Tang look very similar when it comes to drawing a bow. Did Miss Gu learn archery from Marshal Tang? No. Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan denied it in unison. In the next second, the emperor and the others saw the two of them take out handkerchiefs to wipe the bows in their hands. Their movements were so synchronized that they even habitually flicked the handkerchiefs on the bowstrings. The emperor was speechless. Everyone was speechless. The emperor was so angry at Tang Yueshan that he almost forgot about the important matter. He only remembered it now when he saw him wiping the bow. The emperor said, Princess Ningyan admires Minister Tang's archery very much. If Minister Tang has the time, please give Princess Ningyan some pointers. Generally speaking, the emperor was a benevolent ruler. This benevolence was a double-edged sword. It allowed him to be loyal to those around him, but it also allowed him to be merciful to those who offended him verbally. If the late emperor were here today, Tang Yueshan would have been skinned alive, no matter how useful he was to the emperor. When Tang Yueshan heard the emperor's words, he knew that his life was saved. He secretly sighed in relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He cupped his hands and said, in response to your majesty's words, this humble subject is a boor and doesn't know any etiquette. I'm afraid I've offended Princess Ningyan. If Princess Ningyan really wants to learn archery, this humble subject can recommend 1 or 2 candidates. The emperor had just experienced Tang Yueshan's sharp tongue and was worried that Tang Yueshan would offend Princess Ningyan again. He looked at Princess Ningyan unexpectedly. Princess Ningyan didn't mind at all. She said, it's fine. Marshal Tang is straightforward and outspoken. He's much more comfortable with us compared to those petty people who only pretend to obey. Tang Yueshan was very unhappy. The Tang family's archery skills couldn't be taught casually. Years ago, Princess Ningyan went to the Tang family to learn some archery skills because her father drank too much. He was too embarrassed to go back on his word, but he didn't teach her for too long. A few months later, Princess Ningyan finished her apprenticeship. Is Marshal Tang not happy? Princess Ningyan asked. This was a fatal question. Tang Yueshan coughed and said, this humble subject just thinks he can't teach. Gu Jiao said, he was injured at the frontier fortress and needs to go back to the capital for rehabilitation. Archery will affect the results of his rehabilitation. The atmosphere became awkward again. Eunuch Wei's eyes wandered back and forth between his masters. Princess Ningyan was His Majesty's favorite, but the little magic doctor was also very favored. Who would His Majesty listen to? Would it be his little sister who had been doting on him since childhood, or the little magic doctor who had saved his life, just as the atmosphere was about to freeze? Little fatty Xianxia rushed over, wailing like a ghost. Father! Father! Help me! He threw himself into His Majesty's arms without a care. His chubby little hands grabbed His Majesty's clothes, and his body trembled. His behavior was too unbecoming of a prince. His Majesty frowned, but he also felt sorry for his chubby little son. What's wrong? His Majesty asked in a deep voice. Xianxia cried until he was out of breath. My dog, His Majesty frowned. Speak properly. What happened to your dog? Xianxia cried out, Huang Fuxian killed my dog. Everyone's expression changed. Huang Fuxian's strange temperament was no secret in the palace. But killing a dog, especially a prince's dog, was too much. His Majesty frowned and tried to help the chubby little fatty up from his arms. Are you mistaken? Why would your cousin kill your dog? Xianxia didn't get up from his father's arms. He buried his head in his father's arms. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it in Jingkong too. He's right there. He's right by the supreme liquid pool. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. Ningyan stood up and said, Your Majesty, I'll go and see. His Majesty said, I'll go with you. Xianxia grabbed His Majesty's clothes. Father, don't go. His Majesty said, Didn't you ask me to go? Xianxia cried, What will happen to me if you go? I'm scared. His Majesty sighed and said, Let Eunuch Wei send you back to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility. Because of this sudden change, His Majesty didn't have time to deal with Tang Yueshan teaching archery to Princess Ningyan. He went to the supreme liquid pool with Princess Ningyan. Tang Yueshan watched them leave and muttered, These delicate princesses can't be beaten or scolded when they practice archery. Whoever teaches them will be unlucky. After he said that, he suddenly saw Gu Jiao staring at the Tang bao in his hand. Her eyes were shining. Tang Yueshan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly held the Tang bao in his arms. Don't even think about it. I won't let you touch it. If you touch it, I'll be a donkey. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. You can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet. https://www.zhbqg.com/8964289642826/1089136626. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. The Emperor and Princess Ning quickly rushed in the direction of the supreme liquid pool. Sure enough, they saw Huang Fuxian covered in blood on the grass behind a rockery near the pool. The scene was unforgettable for the Emperor. Huang Fuxian's legs were not covered with a thick blanket as before. His legs were covered in blood. A pair of empty trousers fluttered in the cold wind. His hands were also covered in blood. Even his cheeks, the corners of his eyes, and his neck were all splashed with blood. A drop of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were empty and gloomy. His figure was lonely and broken. The Emperor's heart suddenly surged with an indescribable feeling. It seemed to be cold and also seemed to be horrified. A thought flashed through his mind. How could there be such a terrible child in the world? Huang Fuxian was only 13 years old, 1 year younger than Gu Shaoshun. However, the coldness he showed was not something a normal person should have. The Emperor's eyes fell on his empty trousers and his throat suddenly choked. Xian'er! What are you doing? Princess Ning roared as she ran over. She grabbed Huang Fuxian's shoulders tightly and shook his frail body. What have you done? Huang Fuxian expressionlessly allowed her to rock him back and forth in the cold wheelchair. Princess Ning said with red eyes, Speak. What have you done? Why did you do this? The Emperor came back to his senses and walked forward to pull Princess Ning away. Princess Ning covered her face and cried in the Emperor's arms. It's all my fault, it's my fault. The Emperor looked and didn't see the dog's body. He didn't know if the child threw the dog into the supreme liquid pool. Thinking that a 13-year-old child could be so cruel, the Emperor couldn't help but close his eyes and gasp. Because he was Ning'an's son, he had to endure. Ning'an had suffered too much. He couldn't let her suffer any more harm. You go back first. I will talk to him. The Emperor said to Princess Ning, and Princess Ning cried and looked at Huang Fuxian. The Emperor patted her shoulder comfortingly. I won't do anything to him. I just want to have a good talk with him. With the Emperor's words, it would be inappropriate for Princess Ning not to return. Princess Ning sobbed and said to Huang Fuxian, Don't make your uncle angry. Huang Fuxian leaned lazily against the back of the wheelchair, looking as if he didn't care about anyone. Princess Ning turned and returned to Iridescent Cloud's hall. The Emperor looked at Huang Fuxian and hesitated for a moment before taking 2 steps towards him. He stopped beside his wheelchair and sighed. Xian'er, I know you're suffering. You've lost your legs and your father. I understand your pain. Ha! Huang Fuxian sneered disdainfully. He snorted at the Emperor's words. Ever since the Emperor ascended the throne, no one except Empress Dowager Zhuang dared to speak to him like this. He didn't want to argue with a child. Yes, I didn't lose my legs. I can't understand all your pain. But I also lost my father. I understand the pain of losing a father. Huang Fuxian said sarcastically, Your Majesty's situation is different from mine. Your Majesty's father died of an illness, while mine was killed by someone. The Emperor frowned. Your father betrayed the court. Huang Fuxian said calmly, His court is the Li dynasty. The Emperor clenched his fists and gasped again. He couldn't be angry at his nephew. The Emperor looked at him and said, If you want to blame someone, blame me. Don't blame your mother. Don't do these things to make your mother angry. Huang Fuxian didn't look at the Emperor. Instead, he looked at the calm surface of the imperial liquid pool and said coldly, "She betrayed my father. I want to blame her. I will never forgive her. Of course, I won't forgive your majesty either. Your majesty better kill me as soon as possible. Otherwise, when I have the power, I may continue my father's great cause of restoring the country. I am a member of the imperial family of the Li dynasty. My father's blood flows in my body. As long as I am alive, the Li dynasty will not perish. Your majesty, your majesty, your majesty." Eunuch Wei's voice sounded from afar. The emperor's consciousness returned. He realized that he had returned to the imperial study and had been in a daze for a long time. He had almost strangled the child's neck. He had almost killed him. It was the child's appearance that was too similar to Ning An's that pulled him back to his senses. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would give an order to cut off his head. So, he left him alone. "Your Majesty, are you okay?" Eunuch Wei looked at His Majesty worriedly. The emperor wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and shook his head. "I'm fine. How is little Qi?" Eunuch Wei said embarrassedly, "I sent the seventh prince to the palace of earthly tranquility and handed him over to the empress. The empress doesn't seem to be happy." Who would be happy about this? The empress was bullied twice, and it was by the same person. Empress Xiao was not a weak person who could be bullied. The Palace of Earthly Tranquility and the Palace of Earthly Tranquility had become enemies. The emperor pinched his sore eyebrows. "Send someone to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility and tell them that I will be there for dinner tonight." This meant that he was going to appease Empress Xiao. Eunuch Wei understood. Yes. Eunuch Wei left. However, the emperor's worry did not dissipate. It was easy to appease Empress Xiao, but it was not so easy for him to get over the hurdle in his heart. His mind was full of Huang Fuxian's words. "As long as I am alive, the Li dynasty will not perish. The remnants of the previous dynasty were too good at causing trouble. They even left a terrible shadow in the emperor's heart." In fact, Huang Fuxian was only a 13-year-old cripple. How could he restore the country? However, another voice floated in the emperor's mind. He had the blood of the previous dynasty in his body. He had inherited his father's wisdom and means. He was a child without any sympathy or pity. If he grew stronger, there would be endless trouble in the future. There was a memorial on the table requesting to confer Princess Ning in the title of Elder Princess Protector. The emperor had made up his mind. No matter how the court objected, he must confer the title of Elder Princess Protector to Ningyan. But now he was not so sure. Was he really going to confer Ningyan the title of Duchess? In that case, after Ningyan passed away, her fief and dukedom would be inherited by Huang Fuxian. Would Huang Fuxian, who had real power, not become the second King Yi or the emperor's son-in-law? There were two choices in front of him. First, he could confer Ningyan the title of Elder Princess Protector, which was the same as that of Duchess. But he had to kill Huang Fuxian to prevent future trouble. Second, he could not confer Ningyan the title of Elder Princess Protector. Let Ningyan be an ordinary princess, and Huang Fuxian would be an ordinary playboy. He would never have the capital to restore the country. On the other side, Huang Fuxian pushed his wheelchair back to Iridescent Clouds Hall. Princess Ningyan was waiting for him in his room. When she saw him, she dismissed the servants. Only the mother and son were left in the room. Princess Ningyan looked at his legs darkly. "Where's your blanket?" "It's dirty, so I threw it away," Huang Fuxian said lightly. Princess Ningyan took a deep breath. Huang Fuxian smiled and interrupted her. "Don't you want to know what I said to His Majesty?" "What did you say to His Majesty?" Princess Ningyan asked. Huang Fuxian smiled. "I said, I hate you, and I hate him. You killed my father, and I will avenge my father one day. As long as I don't die, the Great Li dynasty will not perish." Slap! Princess Ningyan gave him a cold slap with the back of her hand. This slap was merciless. Huang Fuxian fell to the ground with his wheelchair. He rolled out of the wheelchair, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He looked at her with a cold smile. "Mother, is this all you've got?" Princess Ningyan's chest rose and fell violently. She angrily glared at him, and even her body was trembling. Huang Fuxian laughed so hard that he was shaking. The dried blood on his cheeks and the fresh blood on the corner of his mouth merged into one, making him look very strange. Mother, take a guess. With a son who wants to rebel, will His Majesty still let you be the elder princess? Princess Ning An's nails dug into her flesh. From today onwards, you're not allowed to take a step out of your room. After saying this, Princess Ning An turned and left. No one went into the room to help him up. Huang Fuxian lay paralyzed on the cold floor, staring blankly at the carved beams above him. The world seemed to be silent. Cold wind poured in through the cracks in the window. Huang Fuxian was so cold that he lost all feeling in his legs. He didn't move or make a sound. Suddenly, there was a squeak on the windowsill, as if a large bird had landed. Huang Fuxian didn't care. He just lay there like he was waiting for death. Then, a cute little figure climbed in from the windowsill and fell to the ground with a thud. Huang Fuxian raised his eyes. Unfortunately, he was frozen and couldn't move his eyes, so he couldn't see anything. Until that small figure ran over and came face to face with him on top of his head. Little brother. Little Jing Kong greeted him. What are you doing here? Huang Fuxian closed his eyes and asked angrily, is this a place where you can come? Little Jing Kong ignored his coldness and went to him. He asked curiously, why are you lying on the ground? Huang Fuxian said sarcastically, for fun? Oh. Little Jing Kong also lay down beside him. Huang Fuxian was speechless. Little Jing Kong lay for a while and crossed his little hands on his belly. But I feel so cold. Huang Fuxian thought, isn't that obvious? Little Jing Kong sat up and took out a small porcelain bottle from his purse. For you. Huang Fuxian asked calmly, what is it? Little Jing Kong explained, golden sore ointment. It's for healing injuries. Huang Fuxian said coldly, the dog is dead. Little Jing Kong said, it's for you. Isn't your hand injured? Huang Fuxian's eyelashes trembled slightly. His hand was indeed injured, but no one noticed it. They all thought that the blood on his hand was from the dog. Little Jing Kong saw that he didn't. Take it, so he grabbed his hand and tried to stuff the ointment into his hand. Little Jing Kong grabbed his hand and found that his hand was frighteningly cold. Your hand is so cold. You can't lie on the ground anymore. Huang Fuxian said, it's none of your business. Little Jing Kong looked around and saw that his wheelchair was overturned. He thought for a while and said, did you fall? Huang Fuxian said coldly, I said it's none of your business. Little Jing Kong got up and used all his strength to straighten the wheelchair that was bigger than him. Then he went to help Huang Fuxian up. Huang Fuxian was frozen, so it was not easy to help him up. Little Jing Kong thought for a while, then he grabbed one of Huang Fuxian's hands and began to rub it. He rubbed it and exhaled, it won't be cold anymore. It'll be warm soon. Huang Fuxian hated being close to people ever since he lost his legs. Even Princess Ning An couldn't touch him, but the little guy was rubbing his hand. Huang Fuxian was angry. Let go of me. Little Jing Kong rubbed Huang Fuxian's forehead like how Gu Jiao usually did. It'll be warm soon. Don't worry. He even rubbed his head. Huang Fuxian was about to explode. Little Jing Kong rubbed his left hand and then rubbed his right hand. Soon, his right hand was warm. Next, he was going to rub his legs. It was a taboo that he couldn't touch. It was incomplete and ugly. Even his biological father would feel disgusted and instinctively avoid it. Don't touch there. He would go crazy. Huang Fuxian stared at little Jing Kong. Fortunately, little Jing Kong didn't touch his legs. After warming his hands, little Jing Kong tried to help him sit up again. He didn't know if it was because of the excitement at that moment, but his body was not as stiff as before. He sat up. Little Jing Kong pushed the wheelchair in front of him. He grabbed the armrests of the wheelchair with both hands and gritted his teeth to sit on it. Are you in pain? Little Jing Kong asked him. This time, he was referring to his legs. Huang Fuxian's Adam's apple moved, and he said calmly, not really. Little Jing Kong bent down. Huang Fuxian thought he was going to lift up his trousers, and his face changed. Unexpectedly, little Jing Kong just stopped above his broken leg and blew gently with its little mouth. It won't hurt anymore after I blow. There was no fear or disdain in his clean eyes. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. All the novels that can't be found on the internet are available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1089062443. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels can be read for free. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. Master. Lianer pushed the door open and entered. Why are you sitting by the window alone? The wind is so strong, you'll catch a cold. Huang Fuxian stared at the scenery outside the window and didn't answer Lianer. Little Jing Kong was no longer in the room. There was no trace of him being here. Lianer quickly walked over and closed the window across the table. Don't close it, Huang Fuxian said. Lianer's hand paused in the middle of closing the window. She turned to look at her master in confusion. But it's cold. I'm not cold, Huang Fuxian said indifferently. Then, okay, I'll turn it down a little. Lianer closed the window halfway. Huang Fuxian looked out through the gap in the window. His expression was indifferent and gloomy. It wasn't Lianer's first day serving Princess Ningyan, so she wasn't surprised by Huang Fuxian's appearance. However, she still felt sorry for him. She looked at Huang Fuxian, whose blood had already dried up. She didn't ask how he did it because she had already heard that her family's young master had killed the 7th prince's dog. She said in a low voice, I'll go get some water for you to wash your face. Lianer quickly fetched hot water. It took her 2 basins of water to wash Huang Fuxian's face. When she washed Huang Fuxian's hand, she was surprised to find that the back of his hand was scratched and there was a long cut. Her face turned pale. Master, you're injured. Why didn't you say anything? This blood on your hand, don't tell me it's yours? Of course, it wasn't all Huang Fuxian's. That cut couldn't have bled that much. Huang Fuxian frowned impatiently. You're so annoying. Get out, I don't want to see you. Lianer said, I'll tell the princess to call the imperial physician. Huang Fuxian said, I don't want to see the imperial physician. Lianer said worriedly, but, Huang Fuxian said coldly, if you say any more nonsense, get out. Lianer could only shut her mouth resentfully. Perhaps it was because this wound caught Lianer's attention, she looked at Huang Fuxian again. This time, she found a few faint finger marks on Huang Fuxian's cheek. Did the princess hit you? Lianer asked weakly. Huang Fuxian ignored her. Lianer lowered her head sadly and continued to wipe Huang Fuxian's hands. Sir, can you not make the princess angry in the future? It's hard for the princess to be alone. Huang Fuxian mocked, what's so difficult about her? Is it hard to raise a useless son like me? Lianer was rendered speechless. After that, Lianer didn't dare to say another word. She wiped the blood off Huang Fuxian's face, hands, and neck and helped him change his clothes. However, she had only helped Huang Fuxian change his shirt. Huang Fuxian had changed his pants himself. Ever since his crippled leg scared a servant to the point of vomiting, he no longer allowed anyone to change his pants for him. When Princess Ningyan arrived, Huang Fuxian was already dressed and sitting quietly in the wheelchair by the window. I heard that your hand was injured. Princess Ningyan walked over and closed the window. She wasn't Lianer, who had to listen to Huang Fuxian's orders. On the contrary, Huang Fuxian was her son. He should listen to her. Let me see, she said to Huang Fuxian. Huang Fuxian didn't move. Princess Ningyan picked up his left hand. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's such a long cut. Huang Fuxian turned his face away and ignored her. Princess Ningyan opened the wound medicine she had brought. She dabbed a little with her fingertip and applied it to the wound. After that, she applied it to his swollen cheek. Huang Fuxian tilted his head slightly and avoided her hand. You still don't like others touching you. Princess Ning An's fingertip still landed on his cheek. After applying the medicine to Huang Fuxian, Princess Ning An said, I'll come and apply it again before bed. I'm going to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. Do you want to come with me? Huang Fuxian's lips curved and he sneered. Are you sure you want the Empress Dowager to see my swollen face? Princess Ning An pinched her fingers and took a deep breath. She placed the wound medicine on the table and turned to leave. Renshou Palace. Xiaoheng had official business to attend to. After visiting his grandaunt, he left the palace. When he arrived, it was only him and little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao also came later. Little Jing Kong already had Jiao Jiao. How could he still remember his bad brother-in-law? He waved his little hand and sent his bad brother-in-law away, then he began to uncover the roof tiles in Renshou Palace. As he grew older, his energy became more vigorous and his destructive power became stronger. However, Gu Jiao would basically fix it for him. When Princess Ning An walked into Renshou Palace, she happened to see Gu Jiao repairing little Jing Kong's swing. Princess Ning An had seen this swing many times. She just didn't ask about its origin. Prince Ning had 2 young princesses. Naturally, people who didn't know would think that the swing was prepared for the 2 young princesses. Jiao Jiao, is my swing ready? Little Jing Kong stood behind the swing and asked Gu Jiao cutely. Gu Jiao said, not so fast. The seat is worn and the rope needs to be reinforced. Little Jing Kong thought for a while. Then I'll go find my grandaunt first. Gu Jiao nodded. Okay. Grandaunt. I'm coming. Little Jing Kong waved his little arms and bounced away. Gu Jiao squatted down and seriously repaired little Jing Kong's swing. He didn't notice Princess Ning An at the door. Princess Ning An stopped in her tracks and stared at Gu Jiao without blinking. After entering the palace, Princess Ning An wore the gorgeous clothes of a royal princess. Occasionally, she would put on makeup. She no longer wore plain clothes and didn't wear makeup like she did in the frontier fortress. Especially today, she even put on the begonia makeup on the scar on her left cheek. At first glance, the red birthmark on Gu Jiao's cheek was similar to her begonia makeup. It was just that the begonia makeup was done by hand. It was small and delicate, and the birthmark paled in comparison. Before Princess Ning An got married, she was a lively and active princess. However, when she was quiet, Shi had a quiet and gentle side. Gu Jiao's temperament was similar to Princess Ning An's when she was quiet. However, it was more otherworldly and cold. Princess. A palace maid saw Princess Ning An and bowed respectfully to her. Gu Jiao turned her head. Princess Ning An smiled at her. Gu Jiao nodded. None of the palace servants present found it strange that Gu Jiao did not bow to Princess Ning An in the imperial palace. Actually, in front of the emperor just now, Gu Jiao did not bow and scrape, and the emperor and eunuch Wei still looked as if they were used to it. Although Princess Ning An traveled with Gu Jiao, they didn't interact much. After Gu Jiao fell asleep in the snow mountain, she was protected by Gu Chongqing on his back. When they returned to the army camp, he immediately isolated her. On the way back to the capital, Princess Ning An sat in her carriage. Gu Jiao was at the front of the group, riding side by side with the Gu brothers. The two didn't know each other well. Princess Ning An walked around the corridor and through the drooping flower gate to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. She couldn't help but look back at Gu Jiao. At that moment, a young eunuch rushed over, holding his finger. Miss Gu. Miss Gu. My finger is broken. He was a young eunuch with no rank. Let me see. Gu Jiao put down the tools in her hand and took out a clean handkerchief to hold his finger. She examined it carefully and said, "It's not broken." "How did you do it?" Hearing that, the young eunuch was relieved and whispered, "Just now. I hit a walnut." The maids who were sweeping nearby covered their mouths and snickered. The young eunuch scratched his head in embarrassment. Gu Jiao said, "Wrap it in a handkerchief and ice it. If the swelling doesn't go down tomorrow, apply it again. 2 days later, apply a hot compress." The young eunuch quickly thanked her, "Thank you, Miss Gu." I will remember. Princess Ningyan looked away and continued to walk towards Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. She didn't expect to meet the young eunuch again. The young eunuch was new and didn't know the rules. He rushed out from behind the corridor and almost bumped into Princess Ningyan. Princess Ningyan didn't say anything, but he was scared out of his wits. He knelt on the ground and said, "Princess, spare me. Spare me." Princess Ningyan said calmly, "Get up. I don't blame you." "Yes. Thank you, Princess Ningyan." The young eunuch stood up, trembling. He didn't dare to look up to peek at his master's face. Princess Ningyan said slowly, "I don't remember you being so scared in front of Dr. Gu. I don't eat people." The young eunuch said respectfully, "You are a princess. You are the Empress Dowager's favorite princess. I dare not offend you." Princess Ningyan said, "Isn't Dr. Gu the favorite of my mother?" The young eunuch said, "Of course Miss Gu is, but what?" Princess Ningyan looked at him and asked. "Miss Gu, she. The young eunuch stuttered and didn't know if he should say it. Princess Ningyan smiled faintly, "She is more approachable than me." "You like her more than me." The young eunuch trembled in fear, "I didn't mean that." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/10888965 HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that can't be found online are available here. Fortunately, Eunuch Qin came over at this time. "Little Dang, why are you still standing here? Didn't I tell you to smash walnuts?" Eunuch Qin scolded the little eunuch, then saluted Princess Ningyan with cupped hands. "Princess, did this useless servant offend you?" Princess Ningyan said gently, "No, you're called Little Dang, right? I like it very much." Little Dang was flattered. Eunuch Qin hurriedly said to Little Dang, "Quickly thank the princess for her favor." Yes. Little Dang knelt and kowtowed to Princess Ningyan. "Thank you for your favor, princess. You may leave." Princess Ningyan said. "Yes." Little Dang retreated. Eunuch Qin smiled at Princess Ningyan. "Princess, you've come a bit late today. Are there too many affairs at Iridescent Clouds Hall? If there aren't enough people to serve you, this servant can send you a few capable servants." Princess Ningyan said politely, "No need. We don't need that many servants." Eunuch Qin said, "This servant watched the princess grow up. If the princess needs anything, there's no need to be polite with this servant." Princess Ningyan faintly tugged at the corner of her lips. Princess Ningyan used to be a lively little girl who liked to laugh, but all her happiness seemed to have disappeared after returning from the frontier fortress. Eunuch Qin rarely saw her smile. Even when she did smile, there was a sense of helplessness and bitterness. Eunuch Qin sighed inwardly. What a sin. If concubine Jing hadn't used the prince consort to set up a handsome trap, Princess Ningyan wouldn't have fallen so low. Eunuch Qin. Princess Ningyan suddenly spoke. "Princess, please give me your orders." Eunuch Qin said respectfully. Princess Ningyan said bluntly, "Did you notice that Dr. Gu resembles me?" "I did. Their backs are very similar. Their temperaments are also somewhat similar." Then, Eunuch Qin smiled awkwardly. Princess Ningyan finished for him. "Then, I have a scar on my face, and I always wear begonia makeup. She has a birthmark on her face, and it's very similar to my begonia makeup." Eunuch Qin laughed dryly, "Ah, that's how it is." Actually, Eunuch Qin didn't think it was very similar. It was just that at first glance, there was something on the left side of her face. Princess Ningyan walked forward. Imperial Mother, how did you meet Dr. Gu? Eunuch Qin stepped forward to catch up. When the Empress Dowager and Miss Gu met, this old servant was in the palace and was not by the Empress Dowager's side. I'm afraid that you will have to personally ask the Empress Dowager about the situation. Eunuch Qin was indeed not by the Empress Dowager's side, but after that, Eunuch Qin had learned the ins and outs of the matter from the Empress Dowager. He didn't tell Princess Ningyan because he felt that he shouldn't be the one to tell her. Princess Ningyan said, if Dr. Gu asked Qin Gongong how Imperial Mother met me for the first time, would Qin Gongong also let Dr. Gu personally ask Imperial Mother? Eunuch Qin choked. Princess Ningyan smiled faintly. I was just joking. Ah. Eunuch Qin secretly broke into a cold sweat. He thought that her joke was a bit too much. Princess Ningyan said again, would Miss Gu pretend to be me to make Imperial Mother happy? Eunuch Qin choked again. He smiled and said, Princess, you are of noble birth. How can Miss Gu really be like you? She can't pretend to be you, and she can't pretend to be you. Princess Ningyan said softly, it seems that she can't. I thought that Imperial Mother spoiled her so much because she saw the shadow of my past in her. Eunuch Qin, Princess, don't tell this servant everything that's in your heart. This makes this servant feel very pressured. Fortunately, Princess Ningyan didn't say anything that would make Eunuch Qin speechless for the rest of the journey. Eunuch Qin sent Princess Ningyan to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedchamber. Little Jing Kong couldn't stay any longer. He didn't sit for long in his grey tant's bedchamber before he ran out of sight. At this time, the bedchamber was exceptionally quiet. Eunuch Qin pushed open the half-closed door. A little palace maid walked out quietly. She bowed to the two and whispered, Princess, Eunuch Qin, Empress Dowager Zhuang is resting. Princess Ningyan asked worriedly, so early? Is Imperial Mother not feeling well? The little palace maid shook her head. Dr. Gu just checked the Empress Dowager Zhuang's pulse. She's fine. She's just tired. Princess Ningyan's expression cleared a little. She nodded and said, then let Imperial Mother rest well. I won't disturb her. I'll come back tomorrow. The little palace maid curtsied. See you off, Princess. Princess Ningyan turned and left Rinzhou Palace. On the other side, Gu Jiao finished fixing the swing and went to the bedchamber to say goodbye to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Princess Ningyan looked back and saw Gu Jiao enter Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedchamber as if there was no one around. She didn't need to report and wasn't stopped. Eunuch Qin looked at Princess Ningyan and then looked at Gu Jiao who just entered the bedchamber. He was embarrassed. He didn't know how to explain that he didn't treat the two masters differently. It was the Empress Dowager who didn't use the palace rules to restrict Miss Gu. Miss Gu was the same here as she was in Bishui Alley. When she was with Miss Gu, Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't the powerful Empress Dowager. She was just a grandaunt in Bishui Alley. Unlike when she met Ningyan, Ningyan was the princess and she was the empress. The rules were set from the beginning. Princess Ningyan murmured, it seems that Imperial Mother really loves Dr. Gu. Eunuch Qin hurriedly said, the Empress Dowager loves you the most. You follow the rules. Dr. Gu grew up in the countryside and doesn't understand some palace rules. The Empress Dowager is old and doesn't like to argue with little girls. Princess Ningyan smiled faintly. Eunuch Qin doesn't need to rush to explain. I won't make things difficult for her. Eunuch Qin smiled. That's right, that's right. You're a princess. You're magnanimous and won't argue with a little girl. Princess Ningyan nodded. Eunuch Qin, please. Eunuch Qin bowed. Princess, take care. After Princess Ningyan disappeared into the night, Eunuch Qin returned to the small pond where he raised the tortoises. Empress Dowager Zhuang had been extremely benevolent to him. She even dug a pond for him to raise tortoises. In the palace, no one's mouth could be trusted. If he had anything on his mind, he would only tell this pond of little tortoises. He touched the little tortoise on the edge and sighed. Why do I feel that the princess is a little jealous of Miss Gu? He had a tortoise on his left hand. Miss Gu. He had a tortoise on his right hand. Princess Ning and they were all little masters that he had to be loyal to. He had to be fair and not be partial to anyone. He looked at the tortoise on his right hand. I watched you grow up. When you peed your pants, I changed your clothes for you. He looked at the tortoise on his left hand. You saved the Empress Dowager's life. The Empress Dowager doesn't have to live so tirelessly with you. You take care of everything for the Empress Dowager. He looked at the tortoise on his right hand. Since you were young, the Empress Dowager loved you the most. She didn't let you suffer any grievances. He looked at the tortoise on his left hand. Thank you for protecting the Empress Dowager so well. You let the old lady have someone to rely on. Alas, as a loyal servant, he should be more loyal to Princess Ningyin, who he had brought up single-handedly. But why did he like the tortoise on his left hand more, Jiao Jiao? On the carriage back, little Jing Kong sat beside Gu Jiao obediently and pulled Gu Jiao's hand. Aren't you sleepy? Gu Jiao held his little hand. Little Jing Kong shook his head. Gu Jiao said, That's strange. You didn't take a nap today, but you aren't sleepy. Are you scared by the little dog? No. The little dog was very pitiful, but little Jing Kong was not a child who was easily frightened. He opened his dark eyes wide, and his long eyelashes flickered. He pointed at the big trees by the roadside and said, Jiao Jiao, the branches of those trees are broken. Are they in pain? Gu Jiao thought for a while. Maybe, but their branches will grow back in spring. Then, what about Hua Hua? Little Jing Kong asked again, Can Hua Hua grow back even if it's cut off? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. Little Jing Kong stretched out his little head and shook it. What about my little head? Can it grow back too? Gu Jiao's delicate body trembled. That's not possible. Oh. Little Jing Kong sat upright again. He shook his pair of short legs. What about legs? Jiao Jiao? If there are no legs, can they grow back like branches? Gu Jiao touched his little head. It was a pity, but she had to tell him cruelly, they can't grow back. Little Jing Kong lowered his head. Oh. He had just met Huang Fuxian, and he asked such a question. Of course, he was not speaking. Without thinking. Her Jing Kong was the warmest child in the world. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head. Although they can't grow back, they can stand up again with the help of external forces. Little Jing Kong's dim eyes suddenly brightened. Really? Can he really stand up again? Gu Jiao curved her lips. Yes, as long as he works hard enough. Digression, I just took a look, and it's almost over 5,000 votes. I'm looking for a wave of monthly votes. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that you can't find online are available here, https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1088888736. HTML Genius remembered the website address in a second, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels that can't be found on the internet. This matter seems easy from her mouth, but it's very difficult to actually implement it. If a person who lost his legs wants to stand up, he must make a pair of prosthetics suitable for himself. Prosthetics are not the most difficult part. The most difficult part is the socket. At present, there is no suitable material for the socket in the small medicine box. After Xiaoheng visited Empress Dowager Zhuang, he went directly out of the palace. He didn't go back to Bishui Alley, but went to the clinic first. At this time, it was already late at night. The smell of food floated out of the clinic. The girls' school next door hasn't started yet, so it was still deserted. The business of the clinic was good, so people came and went. Xiaoheng entered the lobby and asked the second boss behind the counter, Is Xing Darren still here? Yes. The second boss said. He already knew that Xing Darren turned out to be the second-rank minister of the Ministry of Justice. He suddenly felt honored to see him. Xiaoheng was not a doctor, so he didn't know much about the treatment process. Therefore, he didn't think it was strange that Minister of the Ministry of Justice was still here. He went up to the second floor and saw Minister Xing and Dr. Song in the innermost room. Minister Xing's arm has already been reset by Dr. Song. The reason why he hasn't left yet was because Dr. Song found other problems with him. After Dr. Song carefully checked his pulse, he gave him a prescription. He asked him if he wanted to take it back or boil it into a pill. The latter cost more money, but it was less troublesome. With Minister Xing's family background, he doesn't lack money, so he asked the medicine boy to boil it. Is it serious? Xiaoheng asked Dr. Song after learning about the situation. Dr. Song said, the problem was discovered early. It's not a big problem. In the future, pay more attention to your diet and take more walks. The most important thing is, speaking of this, Dr. Song looked at Minister Xing seriously, avoid drinking. Minister Xing cleared his throat in embarrassment, can't I drink even a drop? He had such a hobby. Not even a drop. Dr. Song said without any refutation. Alas. Xianxia sighed helplessly. I've been drinking it for half my life. Isn't it too cruel to suddenly not let me drink a single drop? Xiaoheng persuaded, Song Dafu is also thinking for Darren. Minister Xing waved his hand dejectedly. Alas, all right, I won't drink it. Dr. Song looked at him and said, don't say that you don't want to drink it. Go back and drink it secretly. I will know if you drink it or not the next time I check your pulse. This was Gu Jiao's catchphrase. I would know if you did it or not. The doctors in the clinic had all learned it, and it was quite useful for patients. Minister Xing choked and thought to himself, can I not come to your clinic next time? Dr. Song saw that Xiaoheng had something to say to Xianxia. After telling him all the precautions, he said, I'll go and see how the pills are doing. Then, he turned around and went downstairs. Minister Xing pointed at the table opposite him. Lulang, pour me some water. Xiaoheng poured a cup of hot tea for Minister Xing. Minister Xing drank a large cup in one breath, again, another cup. After drinking a total of 3 cups, Minister Xing felt that his throat was not so dry. Am I the one talking, or is he the one talking? Minister Xing thought of being nagged by Dr. Song for the whole afternoon. His head hurt. Xiaoheng didn't answer this question. Minister Xing shook his head and threw Dr. Song to the back of his mind. Then, he talked to Xiaoheng about business. You went out just now, what did you find out? Xianxia House's Hua Kuei is not dead. On the way here, Xiaoheng had already thought about what information he could say and what information he couldn't say. Minister Xing was shocked. What? That girl named Xianxia is not dead? Then why did they all say? Xiaoheng speculated, the maidservants of Xianxia House should have recognized the wrong person. As for Hua Xiao, she should be acting. Minister Xing frowned, deliberately? So, the two of them are in the same group? Xiaoheng, Minister Xing slapped his thigh, I said that there is something wrong with Xianxia House. They cooperated to put on such a play, what's their purpose? To deal with me, to deal with Gu Jiao. This trap was set up for him, and it was also set up for Gu Jiao. The mastermind behind the scenes could be Immortal Music House, or it could be some other power. Xiaoheng didn't tell Minister Xing about this for the time being. Minister Xing asked, where is that Hua Kuei? Xiaoheng said, in the medical center. Medical center. Minister Xing lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Which room? Xiaoheng said, in a wing room in the backyard. She was seriously injured at that time and was picked up by the doctor in the medical center. She is an important witness, so we shouldn't alert the enemy for the time being. Minister Xing was puzzled, why was she picked up by the doctor in the medical center? Did she do it on purpose? Is there something wrong with this medical center too? As expected of someone from the Ministry of Justice, his logical reasoning was too strong. However, Xiaoheng didn't intend to tell him that Xianxia came for Gu Jiao. It wasn't that he didn't trust Minister Xing's character, but that the time wasn't right. Now was definitely not the best time to investigate Xianxia. Xiaoheng said without changing his expression, there is nothing wrong with the medical center, but it is too famous. Even you, Minister Xing, came here. Other nobles will also come here when they have a headache or fever. Maybe she is waiting for someone here. Minister Xing said thoughtfully, what you said makes sense. Or maybe she just wants to fake her death to hide her identity, so that she can act in secret. After all, who would suspect a dead person? Then I am puzzled, is the owner of Xianxia house dead or not? If he is not dead, where is he? If he is dead, who are they working for? There is also a young owner, Xiaoheng thought in his heart. Xiaoheng said, my wife also works in this medical center. I will tell her later and ask her to send someone to keep an eye on Xianxia. As long as we keep an eye on her, we can always find some clues. Minister Xing thought about it and said, okay, we will do as you say. Tell your wife to be careful. Xianxia is good at fighting. Xiaoheng nodded, I know. Minister Xing asked again, who else knows about this except you? Empress Dowager. In the bedroom of Rinzhou Palace, eunuch Jing called Empress Dowager Zhuang softly, who was sitting by the window. Empress Dowager Zhuang came back to herself and lightly pinched the 2 candied fruits on the plate. What's the matter? Little Jing Kong was good at complaining, but whenever Empress Dowager Zhuang ate candied fruits, he was always the first one to complain to Gu Jiao. However, the little guy also felt Empress Dowager Zhuang's low mood and secretly gave her 2 candied fruits. Eunuch Qin said, nothing. Before Miss Gu left, she asked me to make some ginseng soup for you. When the soup is ready, I will serve it to you. Bring it up. Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently. Eunuch Qin turned around and took the ginseng soup from the tray carried by the little eunuch. He walked over and gently put it on Empress Dowager Zhuang's table. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not move. Eunuch Qin smiled, it is not hot. Drink it while it is hot. It will be cold soon. Empress Dowager Zhuang lazily took a sip of the soup. Eunuch Qin said embarrassedly, Miss Gu asked me to reduce the salt. Will it be a bit bad? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, I have not eaten Liulong's food. I am not qualified to say it is bad. Eunuch Qin, but to be honest, it was really bad. If she had not been poisoned by Xiaoheng's cooking skills, Empress Dowager Zhuang would not drink it. Although Empress Dowager Zhuang disliked it, she still forced herself to drink it. Eunuch Qin smiled from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, no matter how bad the food was, as long as it was Miss Gu's order, the Empress Dowager would accept it. You were there when Ningyan was young, right? Empress Dowager Zhuang suddenly asked. Qin Gonggong didn't know how the topic had turned to Princess Ningyan. He stilled and replied, yes, yes. When the Empress Dowager just entered the palace, this old servant came to serve you. Princess Ningyan was only born a few years later. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked out the window at the crabapple tree covered with a layer of snow and said, do you remember Ningyan's temperament when she was young? Yes, yes. Eunuch Qin said as if he was familiar with her. She was sweet, lively, active, and couldn't calm down. Otherwise, how could she have bumped into your phoenix carriage in the imperial garden? Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, it was concubine Jing's plan. How could she have bumped into my carriage? It was a pity that I was young and did not understand the dangers of the palace. I mistook her for a friend. Eunuch Qin observed her expression and asked, do you regret it, Empress Dowager? Empress Dowager Zhuang tapped the table. Eunuch Qin's sharp eyes poured a cup of hot tea. Empress Dowager Zhuang picked up the cup, what do you regret? Do you regret befriending concubine Jing or treating her 2 children well? His Majesty was not concubine Jing's flesh and blood, but since he was under her name, he was indeed her child. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued, there is nothing to regret. The Emperor and Ningyan were indeed doted on when they were young. I lost my son, and it was thanks to them that I was able to walk out of the shadows. Rather than saying that it was concubine Jing's plan, it was better to say that we each took what we needed. Then now you. What did she mean by saying all this? Eunuch Qin was a bit confused about what Empress Dowager Zhuang was doing. He felt that something was strange. First, Princess Ningyan was strange. Now, the Empress Dowager was strange as well. Empress Dowager Zhuang took a sip of tea and said, Ningyan is a paper tiger. Usually, she relies on me to support her and is fearless. But in reality, she is very timid. She is afraid of the dark, of thunder, of pain, and of death. At the mention of this, Eunuch Qin seemed to see little Ning'an crying in front of him. He smiled and said, Princess Ning'an has to light a lamp when she sleeps. This habit is the same as His Majesty. Both siblings are afraid of the dark. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at little Jiao, who was flapping her wings and sweeping away the snow on the crabapple tree. She said, but one night, she suddenly became fearless. I remember very clearly that it was when I was banished to the cold palace by the late emperor. You were punished to do hard labor in the dungeon and weren't by my side. I was sick for a few days. That night, there was a thunderstorm, and Ning'an came to the cold palace alone to see me. There was such a thing? Eunuch Qin was surprised. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued to drink the tea in her hand and said what was in her heart. Usually, it is the two siblings together. If only one person came, it would be Hong-er. So I was very surprised at the time. I asked her why she came. She said, Mother, I came to see you. You are sick. I didn't tell anyone that I was sick. I didn't know how this child knew, so I asked her, Are you not afraid of the dark? She said, No. Eunuch Qin smiled and said, The princess is sincere to you. For you, she doesn't even care about being afraid. Little Jiao accidentally fell down while sweeping the snow. It flapped twice in the snow as if it was wronged. It flew over and squatted down by Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand. It seemed to be waiting for Empress Dowager Zhuang to touch its feathers. Empress Dowager Zhuang pushed little Jiao away with a cup with a look of disgust. Little Jiao, who was rejected, Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, I also think so. So I was really moved. I swore in my heart that I would love this child for the rest of my life. The more Eunuch Qin listened, the more confused he became. There was nothing wrong with the Empress Dowager's words, but the Empress Dowager's expression didn't seem right. Did Xiao Daren come over today and say something to the Empress Dowager? Xiao Heng sent Minister Xing to the carriage to return to the residence before heading back to Jishui Alley. The alley was filled with the sounds of little Jing Kong. Are you that excited? Xiao Heng shook his head and stepped over the threshold. When he entered the room, he found that Gu Chongqing and Gu Qingfeng had come over. Gu Chongqing came to buy hair growth medicine, and Gu Qingfeng came to see his younger brother and sister. Gu Chongqing and Gu Jiao went to the frontier fortress, leaving Gu Yan alone here. Baby Yan expressed that he was very angry, but he couldn't bear to be angry at Gu Jiao. So Gu Chongqing endured all of his little temper. Gu Chongqing took Gu Yan to ride a horse and accompanied Gu Yan to shoot arrows. Finally, he managed to coax Gu Yan. Then came Gu Xiaobao. When Gu Xiaobao was born, Gu Chongqing wasn't in the capital. After the war broke out, he rushed to the frontier without stopping. So today was the first time he met Gu Xiaobao. However, Gu Xiaobao seemed to be very afraid of him. His little body trembled in his arms. Gu Qingfeng rarely saw his big brother in a good show. He laughed mockingly. Big brother, you can't do it. Xiaobao doesn't like you. Gu Chongqing said coldly, if you can do it, then do it. I'll do it. Gu Qingfeng took Gu Xiaobao without any pressure. As expected, Gu Xiaobao stopped trembling. Gu Chongqing's face darkened. Haha. I knew it. Gu Qingfeng laughed loudly. The next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because Gu Xiaobao suddenly burrowed into his arms and opened his mouth to suck on his, Gu Qingfeng shuddered. I'm not a nanny, the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1088663343. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel was updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels were free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that couldn't be found online were all available here. For the entire night, whenever Gu Qingfeng hugged Gu Xiaobao would snuggle into his arms and drink milk. Gu Qingfeng, who had just ridiculed his eldest brother, finally understood what it meant to be a man can't be arrogant, or he'll get stabbed. The Gu brothers had dinner in Bishui Alley before returning home. Before they left, Gu Chongqing taught little Jing Kong a set of boxing techniques. Little Jing Kong learned with relish and practiced tirelessly in the backyard. He didn't even go to take a bath when Gu Chongqing asked him to. Forget it, let him play for a while. There's no school tomorrow anyway. Gu Jiao said to Yu Ya. Yu Ya said, then I'll send the hot water to Xiaoshan and Xiaoshuan's room first so that Xiaoshan can take a bath first. The order of bathing at home was from young to old. Gu Xiaobao had already taken a bath. Go ahead. Gu Jiao said. Yu Ya went to take the hot water. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to help Nanny Fong tidy up, but Nanny Fong didn't let her do it. I'm not so old that I can't move. I'm doing this and that all day long. I'm just doing nothing. This wasn't an exaggeration. Everyone in the family was lazy. Even Gu Yan, who was the laziest, knew to peel corn and water the vegetable fields. Most of the chores at home had been shared, so Nanny Fong really wasn't tired at all. Gu Jiao didn't insist on going to the kitchen. She went back to the east room to pack up. She still had to go to the medical center later, so she wanted to say goodbye to her family before she left. Everyone else saw Xiaoheng, but he was neither in the study nor in the west room. Gu Jiao said, that's strange, where did he go? Xiaoheng went next door. In fact, Gu Chongqing was there as well. It was impossible for Gu Chongqing to not be alarmed when such a big thing happened at Immortal Music House. After Gu Qingfeng got on the carriage to return to the residence, he lied to Gu Qingfeng that he was going to the military camp, but in fact, he was going next door. Lu Quan, go and guard outside. Don't let anyone hear you. The old chancellor said to Lu Quan. Yes, master. Lu Quan stood guard at the door. The three of them sat down in the study. The old chancellor said, speak, what is it? Gu Chongqing glanced at Xiaoheng and said, something happened at Immortal Music House. Is there any news from the Ministry of Justice? Yes. Xiaoheng was even more honest with Gu Chongqing than Xianxia. Other than the fact that Mo Qianxue mistook him for someone else, he almost told Gu Chongqing everything, including the young master of Immortal Music House. He didn't say that Mo Qianxue was the one who told him about young master. Gu Chongqing thought that he found out through the means of the Ministry of Justice. Gu Chongqing was silent. He really didn't expect there to be such a shocking thing. I thought it was just a rumor. What is the purpose of Immortal Music House? Xiaoheng thought seriously and said, the ultimate purpose is not clear, but Jiao Jiao seems to be blocking the path of young master of Immortal Music House. Immortal Music House made a move on Jiao Jiao. Gu Chongqing's face suddenly became cold. Xiaoheng said, however, Immortal Music House made a mistake this time. The people they sent can't make a move on Jiao Jiao. For the time being, there is no need to worry about Jiao Jiao. Gu Chongqing's eyes were still cold. Is there anything I can help with? Xiaoheng said, investigate the background of young master of Immortal Music House. All of her past, all of the people she knows, all of the things she has done. The more detailed, the better. Also, investigate in secret. Don't let anyone find out. Gu Chongqing pondered for a moment and said, I will tell His Majesty that I will leave the capital to comfort the families of the soldiers who died in the line of duty in the Gu army. The old chancellor nodded approvingly. This was a good reason. After Gu Chongqing left, the old chancellor said to Xiaoheng, is there anything you haven't said? The old chancellor knew Xiaoheng too well. Others couldn't see through Xiaoheng's emotions, but he wouldn't be so easily fooled. After all, Xiaoheng's black-bellied skills were taught by him. That group of people might be coming. That group of people? The old chancellor twisted his white brows and tried hard to think about who Xiaoheng called that group of people. After a while, he frowned. You mean, the people of Yan Kingdom? Xiaoheng nodded slowly. He didn't block the path of the young master of Immortal Music House. If he was the young master of Immortal Music House, he would definitely try to subdue him. If he couldn't subdue him, then it wouldn't be too late to kill him. The one who wanted his life must be someone else. For him to sit in his current position, there were many people who were jealous of him, but there were too few who had the guts to touch him and the strength to enter the eyes of Immortal Music House. It could be said that there were almost none in the entire Zhao country. Didn't Grand Tutor Zhuang want to touch him? But Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't have the guts to challenge Empress Dowager Zhuang's bottom line. At most, Grand Tutor Zhuang used a bit of power to suppress him. Those who weren't as strong as Grand Tutor Zhuang, Immortal Music House looked down on them. Those who were favored by Immortal Music House had no enmity with Xiaoheng. After thinking about it, there was only one last possibility left. The old chancellor heaved a long sigh. Alas, now I finally understand why Princess Xinyang would rather let you wander among the common people and ignore you than bring you back to the capital. The power of Shangguan wasn't something that ordinary people could contend against. They hid it so well, but the other party still smelled Xiaoheng's scent. The old chancellor said earnestly, Princess Xinyang isn't in the capital these days, so you have to be more careful. Xiaoheng said, for the time being, they don't have the guts to touch me in the capital. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a big scheme to lure him out of the city. There was a problem that the old chancellor couldn't figure out. The power of Shangguan wants to kill you, but they don't dare to do it too openly. What are they afraid of? Marquis Xianping? The royal family of Zhao country? The old chancellor carefully analyzed the course of events and found that those people were becoming more and more careful. At first, when they assassinated Xiaoheng's mother, they dared to sneak into Marquis Xianping's residence. More than 10 years later, when they assassinated Xiaoheng, they only dared to borrow Prince Ning's hand. As for now, they didn't even dare to act rashly in the capital. There must be some reason behind this. The old chancellor said thoughtfully, I always feel that your mother isn't a female slave. Xiaoheng didn't have this knot in his heart. Whose blood flowed in his body? To Jiaojiao and his family, he was Xiaoheng. He didn't care about his own situation and said, it's not important. What's important now is to solve the big problem of Immortal Music House. The old chancellor hesitated for a moment and asked, did you tell Zhuang Jintz about Immortal Music House? What's her attitude? Is she partial to Jiaojiao or partial to that person? The next day, at the first glimmer of dawn, Ningyan woke up early. She first went to Huang Fuxian's room. Huang Fuxian was still sleeping. She looked at the injuries on his cheek and the back of his hand and took out the golden sore medicine from the drawer to apply some on him. The golden sore medicine seemed to be different from the bottle she gave, but she didn't care too much about it. After that, she went to Rinshou Palace to pay respects to Empress Dowager Zhuang and accompanied her for breakfast. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't need to attend morning court now, so she had a lot of free time. While Empress Dowager Zhuang was washing up, Princess Ningyan quietly waited in Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. After a while, someone from the Imperial Household Department came and handed a tray covered with a silk cloth to Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin then sent the tray to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. What is this? Princess Ningyan asked softly. It's something sent by the Imperial Household Department. Eunuch Qin said. Let me see. Princess Ningyan took away the silk cloth covering it. She saw that on the tray was an imperial purple gold token, engraved with the 2 words protector of the country. Next to the token was a purple gold phoenix crown. This is the token and phoenix crown of the protector princess? Princess Ningyan was shocked speechless by this exquisite and peerless object. Not everyone could have the title of protector of the country. It could be said that no princess in this dynasty could bear this title. And now, Princess Ningyan was going to be crowned with the title of Protector Princess. How could this not make Ningyan happy? The calmness she had tempered in the frontier fortress completely disappeared at this moment. She excitedly reached out, picked up the phoenix crown, and put it on her head. Then she grabbed the token on the tray and turned to look at herself in the bronze mirror. However, before she could see her majestic appearance, a figure wearing a royal blue phoenix robe walked over with a majestic aura. The owner of the figure took off the phoenix crown on her head. Everything happened so fast that Princess Ningyan didn't have time to react. She sat in the chair, her body and hair violently pulled. The originally exquisite bun was scattered. There was no pity in Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked down at her condescendingly, a powerful aura bursting out. This is something that I Jia prepared for Jiao Jiao. Who gave you the courage to touch it? Princess Ningyan looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in disbelief. She didn't know whether to be surprised by Empress Dowager Zhuang's appearance or her words. Clearly yesterday, how come today? This attitude really caught her off guard. Ningyan looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in shock and hurt. Mother? Empress Dowager Zhuang snatched the protector of the country token from her hand and said with a cold face, "Don't call I Jia mother. You don't deserve it." The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/10886526. HTML Genius remembers this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. Ningyan wasn't the only one who was stunned by this sudden change. Even eunuch Qin, who had just cut a plate of fresh fruits, was stunned. What was going on? Why did mother and daughter suddenly turn against each other? To be exact, it was the Empress Dowager who turned against Princess Ningyan. The Empress Dowager had watched Princess Ningyan grow up, and she was no different from her own daughter. Princess Ningyan looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang as if she had been struck by lightning. Confusion, surprise, fear, and many other emotions flashed through her eyes. Just as her emotions gradually gathered and something seemed to be about to come out of her mind, her tears fell first. Imperial Mother, this son doesn't know what wrong this son has done to make Imperial Mother so angry? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her coldly. You don't know? Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Princess Ningyan's eyes flickered slightly. Empress Dowager Zhuang was unable to restrain her anger. Let me ask you, did you secretly pay respects to your mother? Princess Ningyan opened her mouth, and the flickering light in her eyes slowly settled down. She slowly relaxed her body, then stood up and took a step back. Kneeling in front of Empress Dowager Zhuang, she lowered her head and said, "Please forgive me, mother." Empress Dowager Zhuang clenched her fingers and looked at her with disappointment. So you admit it? Princess Ningyan admitted in a low voice, I did go to the nunnery, and I did remember mother there. Eunuch Qin sighed inwardly. He knew about this as well. It was the night Princess Ningyan returned to the palace. She secretly went to the nunnery where old concubine Jing used to live and stayed there for an hour before coming out. No matter what, concubine Jing was Princess Ningyan's birth mother. It was reasonable for Princess Ningyan to remember her. Didn't the Empress Dowager know about it early on? Didn't she say anything? Why did she suddenly bring up old scores today? Empress Dowager Zhuang's body seemed to tremble slightly from her suppressed anger. If I hadn't heard someone mention it last night, I wouldn't have known that you were constantly thinking about concubine Jing while calling her mother. Do you really not know how much I hate her? Ningyan cowed out and placed his hands on the cold ground, his forehead pressed against the back of his hands. This son knows his mistake. Mother, please calm down. Eunuch Qin was even more confused. Did the Empress Dowager know the night Princess Ningyan went to the nunnery? How could he tell Princess Ningyan that he had just heard about it? Empress Dowager Zhuang's tone was cold. Since you want to recognize that poisonous woman as your mother, then don't recognize me as your mother. After saying that, she flicked her sleeves and left. Eunuch Qin didn't dare to stop her. It wasn't until she was far away that Eunuch Qin stepped into the bedchamber. He placed the fruit platter on the table and helped Princess Ningyan up with his other hand. Princess Ningyan looked at Eunuch Qin, her eyes full of hesitation and guilt. Eunuch Qin, alas. Eunuch Qin sighed again. So many things have happened. Can't the princess see how deeply concubine Jing hurt the Empress Dowager? She caused the Empress Dowager to fall out with His Majesty and took away the only princess the Empress Dowager loved. You are concubine Jing's own flesh and blood. I can understand that you can't hate her, but to remember her and pay respects to her. Aren't you throwing the Empress Dowager's heart into a millstone? Princess Ningyan blamed herself. Eunuch Qin, I know I was wrong. Eunuch Qin said, forget it. The Empress Dowager was angry because she loved you too much. If it were someone else paying respects to concubine Jing, the Empress Dowager probably wouldn't care. You know the Empress Dowager's temperament. People she doesn't care about can never hurt her heart. Princess Ningyan said, what should I do to make mother forgive me? Eunuch Qin paused. The Empress Dowager is angry now. You should avoid her for now. Once she's calmed down, you can find a way to ask for her forgiveness. Princess Ningyan lowered her eyes. It seems that's the only way now. I can't be filial in front of mother. I'll have to trouble you to take care of her for me. Eunuch Qin smiled. I will. Don't worry, princess. Princess Ningyan said softly, then I'll leave first. I'll see you out. There's no need. Eunuch Qin should go serve mother. Yes, Eunuch Qin agreed. Watching Princess Ningyan's receding figure, Eunuch Qin suddenly said, Princess. Is there something else, Eunuch Qin? Princess Ningyan looked back at Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin said sincerely, the Empress Dowager deliberately used Miss Gu to anger you. Princess, please don't take it to heart. Princess Ningyan was stunned. Is that so? I thought. Imperial Mother really prepared those things for Dr. Gu? Eunuch Qin smiled and said, I serve the Empress Dowager. How can I not know who those things are made for? Princess Ningyan revealed a knowing smile. It was as if spring had returned to the earth. Eunuch Qin, thank you. Eunuch Qin smiled and bowed. Take care, princess. Princess Ningyan left Rinzhou Palace. Eunuch Qin's smile disappeared. How would I know who those things are for? But he understood that he shouldn't draw any hatred for Jiao Jiao. Eunuch Qin went to the study. Empress Dowager Zhuang was sitting calmly on a chair. In front of her was the protector's token and the purple and gold phoenix crown. Empress Dowager. Eunuch Qin honestly recounted his conversation with Princess Ningyan without missing a word. This old servant doesn't know if it's right or not. He had served the Empress Dowager for so many years. The Empress Dowager didn't inform him of everything in advance. As a capable confidant, he couldn't drag his master down under any circumstances. What should be said, what shouldn't be said, what should be dealt with, he handled it clearly. In particular, he did an excellent job of erasing Gu Jiaojiao's hatred. There was a tacit understanding between Empress Dowager Zhuang and Eunuch Qin. She knew that if she stabbed the sword, Eunuch Qin could pull it back and put it back into the scabbard. Eunuch Qin was puzzled. But Empress Dowager, why did you do this? Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, when it's time for you to know, I will tell you. Eunuch Qin replied. Yes. As the saying went, don't guess the emperor's intentions. But the cruel thing was that if you couldn't guess the emperor's intentions, you might not be able to survive in the palace. Eunuch Qin thought about it carefully. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't tell him. Was it because she didn't trust him enough, or was it because she didn't want to talk about it? He thought it was the latter. It was too painful. Every time it was mentioned, it was like 1,000 arrows piercing through the heart. Empress Dowager Zhuang could wrap herself up in cold armor, but the heart under the armor was no different from a normal person's heart. It could be hurt and hurt. But the Empress Dowager had too many burdens on her shoulders. She couldn't wallow in her pain and could only endure it and move forward. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, keep an eye on her and find out what she took from the nunnery that night. Eunuch Qin was shocked. What, Princess Ningyan took something from the nunnery? Didn't she go to pay respects to concubine Jing? Could it be that her act of paying respects to the dead was fake and taking something was real? Then it would explain why she went to the nunnery where concubine Jing lived, despite knowing that Empress Dowager Zhuang hated concubine Jing. Of course, the information revealed by this sentence wasn't as simple as Princess Ningyan going to the nunnery to take something. It also revealed why Princess Ningyan took it and why the Empress Dowager wanted to investigate. If it was an ordinary relic, the Empress Dowager didn't need to investigate. If it wasn't an ordinary relic, then it was a big deal. Eunuch Qin was someone who had followed Empress Dowager Zhuang through the wind and waves. After experiencing so many storms, his mental endurance had naturally become stronger. What could startle him? Right, but at this moment, he couldn't help but want to curse, "I've lived long enough to see it." On the other side, little Jing Kong entered the palace again. He came by himself again this time. He sat in Lu Quan's carriage. He came to find Huang Fuxian. Because of the conflict with Huang Fuxian, his grandaunt didn't allow him to go to Bisha Hall again. So he could only go there secretly. Huang Fuxian sat by the window in a daze. Lianer was tidying up his clothes in his room. Lianer looked at him strangely and thought, ever since the young master was injured that day, he liked to stare at the window in a daze. It's such a cold day. Isn't he afraid of freezing? He was obviously a person who was afraid of the cold. Young master. Lianer asked him, do you want me to close the window a little? No need. Huang Fuxian said indifferently. Then I'll pour you a cup of hot tea. Lianer put down the half-folded clothes and poured a cup of hot brown sugar ginger tea. Then she turned and walked toward Huang Fuxian. At this moment, a small round head suddenly popped out of the window. Huang Fuxian's eyes trembled. He reached out his hand and pressed the little round head down. Lianer. What's wrong, young master? Huang Fuxian said calmly, I'm hungry. Hurry up and get me something to eat. Lianer looked at the cup in her hand, then this tea. Huang Fuxian said impatiently, I don't want to drink it. Pour it out. Huang Fuxian was always so temperamental. Lianer didn't find it strange and didn't suspect anything. She put down the ginger tea and walked out of the room. After making sure that she was far away, Huang Fuxian took back his hand that was pressing down on a certain someone's head. The small mushroom head really grew out like a mushroom. Little brother. Little Jing Kong tilted his head to kill. Cute. Huang Fuxian looked away, so ugly. Little Jing Kong looked up and down and picked up little Jiu, who was playing with snow on the ground, and said regretfully, little brother said you're ugly. Little Jiu, who took the blame for no reason. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that can't be found online are available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1088433352. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels will be read for free. All the novels that can't be found on the internet are available here. The windowsill was a little high, but little Jing Kong was a smart kid. He moved a flower pot and stepped on it. He supported himself with both hands and stepped on the windowsill with one of his short legs. Then, he slid up the windowsill. Huang Fuxian looked at Little Mushroom with disgust. Little Mushroom, who didn't know that he was being despised, turned around on the windowsill. He aimed his little butt at Huang Fuxian and slid down the windowsill. It was too high. He would get hurt if he jumped down, so he had no choice but to do so. Huang Fuxian looked at the little butt that almost hit his face. It took him a lot of effort to suppress the urge to poke him out of the windowsill. After landing, little Jing Kong turned around and greeted Huang Fuxian politely again, little brother. Huang Fuxian snorted. Ordinary people would find Huang Fuxian annoying and unreasonable when they came here. However, little Jing Kong didn't feel that way at all. On the contrary, little Jing Kong felt that he was very amiable. After all, Gu Yan always gave people a hard time at home. However, Gu Yan wasn't as vicious as Huang Fuxian. Gu Yan was spoiled and had a small temper, but Huang Fuxian had always been living in the dark. His heart was very obscure. He was motionless and lifeless for the whole afternoon. Sometimes, he was no different from a corpse. No one liked him. Or more accurately, no one was not afraid of him. Children would cry out loud when they saw him. As for his father and mother, as long as he showed his legs, he would always see an unexpected expression on their faces. That was really an expression that made him want to laugh ferociously. "Little brother, are you waiting for me?" Little Jing Kong pointed at the place where he was sitting. It was very close to the window and he could see the movements in the courtyard at a glance. "What are you waiting for? Can you eat or drink?" Huang Fuxian asked angrily. "I have food. Here you go." Little Jing Kong took out a small paper bag from his purse and opened it to reveal a few shiny candied fruits. "These are candied fruits made by my granduncle. They're really, really delicious." Huang Fuxian, did this child not understand human language? Huang Fuxian hated eating such sweet and greasy things. He also hated beautiful children. Of course, he hated ugly people even more. In short, he didn't like anyone. "Little brother, here you go." Little Jing Kong stuffed a paper bag of candied fruits into his hands. The child had just played in the snow. His fingertips were cold, but his palms were sweaty and soft. It was a wonderful feeling. Little Jing Kong retracted his little hand after giving him the candied fruit. He leaned on the armrest of his wheelchair and looked at him. "Little brother, have you recovered from your injury?" "Yes," Huang Fuxian replied indifferently. "Let me have a look." Little Jing Kong was a strict kid. Seeing was believing. "Why are you so troublesome?" Huang Fuxian muttered impatiently. He wouldn't take the initiative to show his injury to others. However, when little Jing Kong stretched out his soft little hand to grab his hand again, he didn't resist. He felt the soft touch of a cat's paw again. Little Jing Kong looked carefully. After a while, he nodded seriously. "Yes, you're recovering well. The scab will fall off in a few days. Don't scratch it." Huang Fuxian snorted coldly. "I don't need you to tell me that. Little brother, your hands are so beautiful." Little Jing Kong grabbed his clean and slender hands and didn't hide the admiration in his eyes. Huang Fuxian's hands were indeed beautiful. The joints were distinct, slender, and fair. They were as delicate as jade carvings. This was the first time someone praised his good looks, even though it was only his hands. He was handicapped. Everyone who saw his legs would have a look of disbelief. He knew that his legs were ugly when he was young. Gradually, he felt that his whole body was ugly. He was an extremely ugly person. He wasn't qualified to be a disgrace. "You're really beautiful." Little Jing Kong held Huang Fuxian's hand with his two chubby hands and looked at it over and over again. It was said that children didn't know how to lie. In fact, it wasn't true. Children would even believe their own lies. However, no child would tell such an unnecessary lie to a handicapped person like him. He wouldn't be able to trick him into giving him food and toys. Little Jing Kong played with his hand. He watched as little Jing Kong played with his hand. At this moment, Lianer came back. Lianer was shocked to see the little guy who appeared out of nowhere in the room. Huang Fuxian wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Princess Ningyan was nearby. She was alerted by Lianer's cry. "What happened?" Princess Ningyan stood at the door and asked. Lianer pointed into the room. A child." Princess Ningyan stepped into the room and took a closer look. She recognized little Jing Kong. Huang Fuxian subconsciously withdrew his hand that little Jing Kong was playing with. His face returned to its usual indifference. However, no one knew a son better than his mother. The moment Princess Ningyan entered the room, she saw a different Huang Fuxian. Princess Ningyan smiled and walked over. "Are you Jing Kong? Do you know me?" "Yes. You are." Little Jing Kong had been to Rinzhou Palace before. Of course, he had seen Princess Ningyan and knew that she was Huang Fuxian's mother. He rolled his eyes and greeted her politely. "Princess Ningyan." Princess Ningyan smiled gently and raised her hand to touch his cheek. Huang Fuxian said, "Mother." Princess Ningyan's hand that was about to touch little Jing Kong paused. She turned to look at him and smiled. "What's wrong?" Huang Fuxian said coldly, "I'm tired. I want to rest." Princess Ningyan smiled helplessly and said to him, "That's your fault. Why didn't you tell me that you have a new friend? Your friend just arrived." You can play with him for a while. There's no need to hurry to rest. I'm tired. Huang Fuxian's eyelashes fluttered after he said that. He quickly added, he's not my friend. His bird flew to my courtyard. He just came in to look for his bird. Little Jiao, who was teasing Huang Fuxian on his pillow, was speechless. Princess Ningyan smiled faintly. Since you're already here, there's no harm in making friends. Jing Kong is Dr. Gu's younger brother. The Empress Dowager loves him very much. It's not wrong for you to be friends. As she spoke, she bent down slightly and looked at little Jing Kong gently. Jing Kong, are you willing to be friends with brother Xian'er? Little Jing Kong nodded. Princess Ningyan reached out to rub his little head. Little Jing Kong stepped back and held his head with his two little hands. He patted his palms gently and said, I can't let other women touch my head. Only Jiao Jiao can touch it. Princess Ningyan chuckled. Okay, I won't touch it. She turned to look outside the door. Xian'er, go get the chestnut cake from my room. Yes. Xian'er turned and left. Not long after, she came back with a plate of exquisite chestnut cake. Princess Ningyan took it and personally took a piece to little Jing Kong. This is the chestnut cake I made myself. It tastes different from the ones in the palace. Jing Kong, try it. Little Jing Kong hesitated. But Jiao Jiao said that I can't eat other people's food. Princess Ningyan smiled. I'm not other people. I'm your grandaunt's daughter. We're family. Little Jing Kong thought about it seriously. Then you and I are family too? Princess Ningyan nodded. Of course, you're family. It should be edible if it's family's food, right? Little Jing Kong swallowed his saliva and took the cake that Princess Ningyan handed to him. Unexpectedly, before he could put it into his mouth, Huang Fuxian slapped the back of his hand. He felt the pain on the back of his hand and loosened his grip, dropping the cake. Huang Fuxian said coldly, who allowed you to eat our food? I'm not giving it to you. Princess Ningyan said, Xian'er. Huang Fuxian seemed to be very angry. In a fit of pique, he knocked over the plate in Princess Ningyan's hand and all the cakes fell to the ground. Princess Ningyan's face darkened. Xian'er. Huang Fuxian roared at Princess Ningyan, you can't let other people eat my food. I hate it when you're nice to others. Little Jing Kong looked at Huang Fuxian with hurt and said sullenly. I won't steal mother from you. I have Jiao Jiao. Huang Fuxian didn't seem to hear his explanation at all. He said with a disgusted face, go away. I don't want to see you. In the future, if your bird dares to fly into my yard, I'll kill it and make a pot of eagle soup. Little Jiao, who was tearing down the house, suddenly felt that it wasn't delicious anymore. Little Jing Kong hung his head and pulled on Little Jiao's wing as he left pitifully. Little Jiao, who was sitting on the ground and being dragged around like a mop, was speechless. Princess Ningyan looked at Huang Fuxian without blinking. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became strange. Xian'er felt that a storm was about to come. However, Princess Ningyan only took a few deep breaths in the end. She slowly exhaled, turned around, and walked out. You go out too. Huang Fuxian said. Xian'er, who had just stepped over the threshold, resentfully retracted her foot. Huang Fuxian was the only one left in the big room. He looked at the quiet courtyard, as if no one had ever been there. It was as if he was the only one in the vast world from the beginning to the end. This was good. This was the best. He didn't need friends. He didn't need pity. He didn't need happiness. They approached him with pity and sympathy, but in the end, they all abandoned him with fear and disgust. He was already tired of it. Little brother. That little mushroom actually grew out from under the windowsill again. Huang Fuxian was so shocked that he staggered and rolled out of the wheelchair. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/8964289642826/1088422853. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, zhhbqg.com. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more interesting content. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with inner content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Huangfu Xian fell to the ground in a very embarrassing way. When little Jing Kong slid down from the windowsill to help him, he was rejected mercilessly. He supported himself with both hands and sat back in the wheelchair with difficulty. His cheeks were red, not knowing if it was because of anger or embarrassment. There was a strange feeling in his heart, like a surging tide. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back, tilted his head and looked at him cutely. "Little brother, are you shy?" "I'm not." Huangfu Xian's face was red and he said angrily. Little Jing Kong said, "Oh." Huangfu Xian thought, "What's with that tone of disbelief?" Huangfu Xian said coldly, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to leave?" "No, didn't the little guy leave already? Why did he come back after saying such hurtful words?" Little Clear Sky said honestly, "I did leave, but I remembered that there is something I forgot to tell you." Little Jing Kong was a child with a lot of plans. He would definitely do what he planned. Otherwise, sure you wouldn't have been troubled every day because Gu Yan didn't follow his lunch plan. "What's the matter?" Huangfu Xian said coldly. "Your leg." Little Jing Kong pointed at his stump under the blanket again. Huangfu Xian's pupil shrank. His leg was his taboo. No one could touch it, no one could look at it, and no one could mention it. Huangfu Xian's aura became cold. Little Jing Kong finished his words without being affected. "Jiao Jiao has a way to help you stand up again." Huangfu Xian's eyes moved slightly. There was a very short moment when his heart suddenly tightened, but it was only for a moment. Soon, his heart returned to the state of still water. He had heard such words too many times. There were countless witch doctors, and even legendary doctors in the frontier fortress who could cure him. It was laughable that the young him actually believed it. In the end, without exception, he was just coaxing him. In the end, he came to terms with the fact that his legs were not twigs. If they were broken in the winter, they would grow back in the spring. He would never have a pair of legs again in this lifetime, let alone the opportunity to stand up. Little Jing Kong said seriously, "Jiao Jiao said that as long as you work hard, you will definitely be able to stand up again." "Huh, hard work?" Huangfu Xian smiled coldly. Even if he could stand up, it must be in a dream. The funny thing was that he had been disabled for so long that he had even forgotten the feeling of standing up. He could not even dream of that kind of realistic feeling. Huangfu Xian did not seriously consider whether the Jiao Jiao mentioned by Little Jing Kong was a swindler or not. Perhaps he was just trying to deceive a child. He said indifferently, "Don't waste your time, little brat. I can't stand up." Little Jing Kong said confidently, "If Jiao Jiao says you can do it, then you can. Next time I will bring Jiao Jiao to see you." After saying that, he jumped over the windowsill and skipped away. Little Jing Kong returned to Rinshou Palace. Eunuch Qin went to do some errands and Empress Dowager Zhuang was alone in the bedroom. Little Jing Kong walked in energetically and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang. He put his hands on his hips and said, "Great aunt. You stole food again. I am going to tell Jiao Jiao." Empress Dowager Zhuang almost choked to death with a mouthful of candied fruit. Little Jing Kong came over and confiscated her candied fruit. Empress Dowager Zhuang grabbed the candied fruit box tightly. "I saved these candied fruits these days." Little Jing Kong said seriously, "Jiao Jiao said that candied fruits can't be saved. You can't eat what you didn't eat before either. Anyway, you can only eat 5 candied fruits a day." Great Aunt has already eaten 5 candied fruits. Empress Dowager Zhuang insisted on defending her candied fruits. Was it easy for her to save so much? "Give it to me," Empress Dowager Zhuang said majestically. "No," Little Jing Kong said without showing any weakness. The old woman and the young man each grabbed the 2 ends of the box and stared at each other. It seemed that an invisible contest had started in the bedroom. Empress Dowager, His Majesty has sent some snacks over. At the door, a little palace maid reported. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at little Jing Kong fiercely. Let go. Little Jing Kong also looked at Great Aunt fiercely. No. Empress Dowager Zhuang took a deep breath and slowly let go. Okay, I will give it to you. I will give it to you. Little Jing Kong raised his eyebrows and showed a victorious smile. Go and see what snacks are there, Empress Dowager. Zhuang said to little Jing Kong. Okay. Little Jing Kong put the box on the table and ran to the door to take the snacks. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at little Nine, who was sweeping the snow with his wings on the crabapple tree, and hid the candied fruit box. Ah! Little Nine took the candied fruits away. Little Nine, who took the blame for no reason, was speechless again. After the 15th day of the first lunar month of the Zhao nation, the imperial court would begin. For the upcoming imperial court, the emperor made meticulous preparations in the imperial study. He flipped through the memorials presented by the cabinet, as well as the various voices he had his spies gather from the people. Among them, there were many people who wanted to confer Princess Ning'an as the first princess of the protector of the state. The people praised Princess Ning'an as if she had become an indispensable force in this battle. The emperor doted on Ning'an, so he naturally wouldn't dislike the people's praise of her. However, the emperor was hesitant when he thought of the ambitious Huang Fuxian. A little eunuch came to the door. Eunuch Wei went out quietly and heard the eunuch whisper a few words. He waved his hand and let the eunuch leave. Then he turned and went into the imperial study. Your Majesty, Prince Gu wants to see you. Let him in, the emperor said. Gu Chongqing had made a great contribution, so the emperor thought highly of him now. Gu Chongqing entered in a plain brocade robe. He cupped his hands and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. The emperor said pleasantly, no need to be so polite. Do you have something to report to me? Yes. Gu Chongqing said seriously, this humble subject wants to leave the capital for a few days to visit the families of Deputy General Zhao and General Qi. They made a great contribution in this battle and could have lived, but in order to save the soldiers under their command and the people of Lingguan City, they chose to die together with the generals of the state of Chen. This humble subject wants to personally bring their military plates back. Wrapped in horse hide, traveling 1,000 miles without returning, the only thing they could bring back to their hometowns was a military plate that could prove their identity. This was originally Gu Chongqing's plan. However, because of the incident at Immortal Delight residence, this trip was brought forward. After he paid his respects to the families of the two, he wanted to investigate the background of the young master of Immortal Delight residence. The emperor couldn't refuse such a request. The emperor sighed and nodded. You can go. We will reward you when you return to the capital. Gu Chongqing cupped his hands and said, this humble subject doesn't ask for a reward. I only ask that the state of Zhao be prosperous and the people be at peace, that the government be harmonious, that the people have enough food and clothing, that the men plow and the women weave, and that they no longer have to suffer the flames of war and be homeless. How could this not be the emperor's wish? The state of Zhao was a lower country. Whether it was its economy or military strength, it was far inferior to the three upper kingdoms. Don't look at how the people in the capital lived in peace. In fact, in such a bitter and cold place like the frontier, the people had to live frugally. It was not easy to even fill their stomachs. On the other hand, the state of Yan, which also had a cold ice field, was able to achieve a prosperous and populous life. The people did not suffer the pain of hunger and cold. If he could, he really wanted to go to the state of Yan to learn. He wanted to see how the emperor of the state of Yan managed to turn a lower country into the strongest country in the 6 countries in just a few decades. After Gu Chongqing obtained the emperor's permission, he left the capital on the same day. Accompanying him were 2 generals from the Gu army. Therefore, no one suspected that he had other motives. Gu Chongqing's visit today set off a big wave in the emperor's heart. He suddenly felt that his reward was not enough. After thinking about it, the emperor called Eunuch Wei over. How is the old marquis's injury? Eunuch Wei smiled and said, I heard that there are no major problems. He can get up and walk, but he is not as nimble as before. Miss Gu said that he would be completely healed in the future. the emperor made a sound of acknowledgement and said, "Send someone to the Marquis Dingen Manor and bring the old Marquis to the imperial palace. Zhen has something to discuss with him. Remember, the carriage should move slowly. Do not jolt the old Marquis." "How about this servant go personally?" Eunuch Wei asked. "That is also fine," the emperor said. Eunuch Wei then personally went to the Marquis Dingen Manor and brought the old Marquis to the imperial palace. Although the old Marquis could get up and walk, he could not walk for too long. His 4 limbs had been broken. Although they had grown back, they still needed to be nursed back. The emperor had him sit in the palanquin all the way to the imperial study. This was a supreme honor. After he entered the imperial study, the emperor immediately gave him a seat. "Your Majesty." The old Marquis was overwhelmed by the favor and was about to stand up to reply. The emperor pressed his hand down. "Beloved official Gu, please sit. You are Zhen's right-hand official. At the border fortress, your contributions cannot go unnoticed." The emperor was very clear on the role the old Marquis had played in this battle. If it was not for him, Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng would not have gone to the border fortress. And if the two of them did not go to the border fortress, Zhao country would have lost an outstanding general. The border fortress would have lost another city. The plague would have killed countless citizens. The emperor would also have lost Ningyan, this younger sister, forever. In short, it was all thanks to Gu Chao. Moreover, Gu Chongqing and the Gu family army were so brave. How could it not have been because Gu Chao had been captured? This official does not dare. The old Marquis cupped his hands. The emperor said with emotion, "Gu Chao, Gu Chao. You are blessed. Your grandchildren are all outstanding." There was no need to mention Gu Chongqing. This child had never disappointed anyone since he was young. Gu Qingfeng and Gu Jiao were pleasantly surprised. "Your Majesty is too kind," the old Marquis said modestly. "All right, you have been my monarch for many years. There is no need for such formalities. Today, I have summoned you to the palace to discuss with you the matter of awarding your grandchildren." Although the old Marquis was a general, he was quite sensitive to numbers. But clearly, only 2 of his grandsons had gone to the border fortress. "I intend to promote your eldest grandson, Gu Chongqing, to 3rd-level Dingbei general, and your second grandson, Gu Qingfeng, to 6th-level Yuqi commandant." Hearing this, although the old Marquis felt that the reward was a bit too big, he also understood that returning from battle was a way to pacify the soldiers and boost their morale. It was also a strategy to win over the hearts of the people. However, the emperor's next words puzzled the old Marquis. "Your granddaughter is also not bad. I intend to confer her the title of Junju. The title will be decided by the Hanlin Academy." "Wait, Your Majesty, you just said this old official's granddaughter? Why is Your Majesty conferring this old official's granddaughter?" The emperor wanted to confer rewards to the Gu family's grandsons who had no merit. Shouldn't he start with Gu Qingfeng and Gu Yan? That girl was only a woman, what was the point of conferring her? The emperor smiled and said, "The little divine doctor has made great contributions to the border fortress. Of course, I want to reward her." The old Marquis was dumbfounded. "She made great contributions? That girl went to the border fortress?" The old Marquis expressed that he did not understand at all. "Yes, the people from the medical center had gone to the border fortress. She must have gone there with the medical team." What was Gu Chao's reaction? The emperor frowned slightly and said seriously, "She and Marshal Tang defended Yueqing City and waited for the Gu family's army to come to the rescue. Also, she saved you." The old Marquis said excitedly, "That was clearly my little brother's credit. It was my little brother who fought for several days and nights in Yueqing City. It was also my little brother who went to the governor's office to rescue me. That's right, even my injuries were treated by my little brother. Just because the people from her medical center changed my medicine a few times, the credit can't be given to her. Your Majesty. If you want to reward someone, you should reward my little brother." No one could steal his little brother's credit, not even his own granddaughter. Whoever made his little brother suffer, he would be angry with them. This time, it was the emperor's turn to be confused. "What little brother? Speak of the devil." Gu Jiao originally entered the palace to pick up little Jing Kong. Knowing that she was going to enter the palace, the old chancellor asked her to bring a memorial to the emperor. She was here to deliver the memorial to the emperor. Of course, Eunuch Wei would not stop her. After all, they were not talking about any important military matters. Eunuch Wei led her to the door of the imperial study. Your Majesty. The emperor turned his head and saw Gu Jiao at the door. He smiled and waved at Gu Jiao. Come in quickly. We were just talking about you. Gu Jiao stepped in. Who knew that as soon as she stepped into the threshold, she saw the old marquis sitting on a chair. She froze on the spot. The old marquis turned his head. He wanted to see who it was. At the critical moment, Gu Jiao took out a mask and put it on her face. However, Gu Jiao forgot that this was not the border fortress. She was wearing a woman's dress. Digression. I'm too sleepy. I'll get up tomorrow to write. Good night everyone. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhbqg.com/8964289642826/1088202114. HTML Genius remembered the website address in a second. www.zhbqg. Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. Strictly speaking, Gu Jiao couldn't be blamed for this. People have conditioned reflexes. Gu Jiao had spent several months with the old duke in the frontier fortress and on the way back to the capital. She was used to it and had long equated seeing the old duke with wearing a mask. It was too early to wear it. If she didn't wear it, could she still be Gu Jiao? If she wore it, she couldn't explain it clearly. Gu Jiao looked at the emperor in the room with hidden bitterness. He couldn't do anything, but he was the best at removing disguises. Why did he call her? If he didn't call her, her big brother wouldn't look back. She could still have some time to think. She was too careless. The emperor looked at Gu Jiao strangely. Gu, little brother? The old duke stood up and walked towards Gu Jiao with a blank and uncertain face. He recognized this mask. It belonged to his little brother. The feathers on the mask fell off in a battle. He personally asked someone to get 2 peacock feathers for his little brother's mask. The person's figure was similar to his little brother. The only difference was that he was wearing a woman's dress. Gu Jiao rolled her eyes and held the old duke's hand. She was in character in a second. Big brother. The old duke looked at the hands. This was how they recognized each other in the frontier fortress. He looked at Gu Jiao's eyes again. It was a familiar look. The old duke suddenly became excited. Little brother. Is it really you? Gu Jiao nodded. Big brother. The emperor was even more confused. Who can tell me what happened? Why did Gu Jiao call his granddaughter little brother? Why did the little magic doctor cast a kind look and expression at him? The emperor was in a complete mess. All right. Gu Jiao held Gu Jiao's hand tightly and asked, Little brother, why are you dressed like this? Gu Jiao rolled her eyes and pulled her hand back. She took out a small notebook that she always carried with her and scribbled, Someone is after me. I need to disguise myself so that I won't be targeted. Filled with righteous indignation, the old marquis said, Who dares to chase after my younger brother? Could it be that his little brother's military exploits were too great and he was an eyesore to some people? How about this, little brother, you move to the marquis's estate, and big brother will protect you. Gu Jiao thought to herself. That won't do. If you move to the marquis's estate, how can you still secretly stir up trouble? Gu Jiao wrote solemnly, Don't worry, big brother. Everything is under control. The old marquis thought about his brother's skills and nodded thoughtfully. In the capital, unless it was against the dragon's shadow guard, no one could hurt his little brother. Even if he couldn't win, he could still run. The emperor stared blankly at this scene of brothers reuniting with each other. The old Marquis thought of something and asked puzzledly, "That's right, little brother. Why did you enter the palace?" Gu Jiao finished writing without changing her expression and raised the small notebook. "His Majesty summons me." "The Emperor, how can you fake an imperial edict in front of me?" The old Marquis pulled Gu Jiao's hand into the imperial study and cupped his hands to the Emperor. "Your Majesty, you summoned this subject's little brother to reward him, right? This subject knows that your Majesty is a wise ruler and has always been clear about rewards and punishments. The one who brought my unfilial grandson to sneak into the governor's estate to save me was this subject's sworn little brother. The one who fought a bloody battle with Marshal Tang and defended the Zhao country's flag and the border fortress was also this subject's sworn little brother. The one who cured the plague was this subject's little brother. The one who went to destroy the nest of the remnants of the previous dynasty was also this subject's little brother. I hope that your Majesty won't wrongly give the credit to others." The Emperor, the reason why the old Marquis knew that those things were done by his little brother was mainly because he asked Gu Qingfeng every day where his little brother went. Gu Qingfeng couldn't fabricate things out of thin air, so he could only tell him about Gu Jiao's whereabouts. For example, Gu Jiao went to Lingguan City, Gu Jiao saved the plague victims, and Gu Jiao accidentally destroyed the nest of the remnants of the previous dynasty. However, Gu Qingfeng didn't use your granddaughter, but your brother. The old Marquis was seriously injured and had been lying in the ward. His information basically came from Gu Qingfeng. In addition, Tang Yuashan and Gu Chongqing didn't say anything, so Gu Jiao's little identity was tightly covered. Your Majesty, this subject has heard a little about the rumors in the cabinet and among the people. They say that Princess Ningyan made great contributions at the border fortress and should be conferred the title of Princess Protector. This subject doesn't mean to be disrespectful to Princess Ningyan, but this subject really doesn't understand where the word contribution comes from. This subject was imprisoned in the governor's residence at the time, so this subject is clear about the situation there. Princess Ningyan didn't cooperate with this subject's second grandson. It was he who fearlessly barged into the governor's residence. It was he who took this subject's second grandson out of Lingguan City. It was also he who joined forces with Marshal Tang to fight off the pursuers. This subject was able to return safely to Yuelu City all thanks to this subject's sworn little brother. The one who guarded the city and fought the enemy was my sworn brother. The one who saved the princess and me was also my sworn brother. Princess Ningyan placed righteousness before her own family. This subject has no objection if your Majesty wants to confer the title of Princess Protector. However, the title of Princess Protector is not something that anyone can bear. As the old Marquis spoke, he didn't care how dark the Emperor's face was. He lifted his hem, endured the pain, and knelt down on one knee. He cupped his hands and said seriously, "This subject requests your Majesty to confer little brother Gu the title of Princess Protector." The Emperor. What the hell is this? The Emperor spent a lot of effort to resist the urge to pull off Gu Jiao's little vest. Perhaps it was because he was old, he was more talkative. The old Marquis rambled on for a while, but it didn't deviate from the original point. He wanted to confer the title of Marquis on his sworn brother. The Emperor's mouth twitched. You guys really share blessings and bear the burden of Marquis together. After the old Marquis left, Gu Jiao remained in the imperial study, blinking her big eyes. The Emperor drank a mouthful of tea to calm the fire and glanced at her. Don't be delusional. I won't confer the title of Marquis on you. Gu Jiao, oh. The Emperor put down the teacup. I said I won't. Gu Jiao spread her hands. Oh. The Emperor took a deep breath and asked, why did you come to find me? Here. Gu Jiao took out a memorial from her arms. The Emperor saw the handwriting and knew it was written by the old Chancellor. He casually flipped through it and put the memorial on the table. Gu Jiao said goodbye and turned to walk out. The Emperor looked at her small back, clenched his fist, and gritted his teeth. I am the Emperor. My words carry weight. I won't confer the title of Marquis. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Oh. In the medical center. Xianxia was still not allowed to get out of bed. She leaned against the bed and weaved a red rope. Little Jiangli came to the medical center to work. She looked at the red rope in Xianxia's hand and said, Sister Mo, this is not how you weave a red rope. Mo Xianxia choked and said, "Why not? I think you made it up like this." Little Jiangli showed her the red rope she made. "Your middle finger has to hook this line, then your index finger has to wrap it inwards, not outwards." Mo Xianxia muttered, "Why is it so complicated?" "It was much harder than practicing martial arts," Little Jiangli said considerately. "If Sister Mo doesn't want to make this, we can do something else." Mo Xianxia said stubbornly, "No, I want this." Little Jiangli sighed. "Okay, I'll take it apart and weave it again for you to see." God knew that this was the 11th time little Jiangli had taken it apart. Mo Xianxia's hands were clearly praised by the lodge master as the god of hidden weapons, but she couldn't even weave a single rope. Mo Xianxia was angry with herself. "Sister Mo, watch carefully." Little Jiangli didn't sit on the stool anymore. Instead, she lay on the bed and raised the red rope with 2 fingers. However, as soon as she tied a knot, a hidden weapon broke through the window and shot toward little Jiangli's shoulder. Mo Xianxia's eyes trembled, and she caught the hidden weapon. Unexpectedly, there was knockout powder on the hidden weapon. Little Jiangli breathed it in and fell asleep on Mo Xianxia's body. This amount was useless to Mo Xianxia. Mo Xianxia threw the hidden weapon back out the window. There was a muffled sound. The hidden weapon hit something. Soon, the window was pulled open from the outside, and Hua Xiao rushed in. She pulled out the hidden weapon on the handle of her fan and smiled slowly. "I was just joking with you. Why are you so angry? If I really wanted to kill her, I wouldn't use knockout powder, but poison. Why are you here again?" Mo Xianxia asked coldly. Hua Xiao waved her fan and smiled charmingly. "I'm here to tell you that the 3-day deadline is up. When are you going to kill her?" Mo Xianxia's expression didn't change. "Go and tell the young master that I'll have the strength to kill her after I recover." Hua Xiao sneered. "It takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. Do you want to recover until next year? Don't tell me you're too soft-hearted to kill her. You're living a good life here. You don't have to be a courtesan, and you don't have to please those stinky men. You must be addicted to such a life, right?" Mo Xianxia said rudely, "When did I please those stinky men? Don't use your Hua Xiao's tricks on me." Hua Xiao's face darkened. "The young master asked me to tell you that the plan has changed. Within 3 days, get her out of the capital." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1088136445. HTML Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Biku Pavilion mobile version reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels can be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet here. In the medical center, Xiaoheng was chatting with the second boss in the study. Recently, Gu Jiao stayed in the medical center, so Xiaoheng came here more often. Brother Xiao, Brother Xiao." Outside the door, little Jiangli waved at Xiaoheng in a low voice. Xiaoheng looked outside the door and said to the second boss who was making tea, "Excuse me, I'll go see if Jiao Jiao is back." The second boss hurriedly said, "Go." The two of them were really loving. In the past, he and his wife were also like this. However, as time went by, he couldn't afford to pay the public anymore, so he didn't dare to get close to his wife. Xiaoheng went out of the study and went to a storeroom downstairs with little Jiangli. Little Jiangli looked outside and made sure that no one was approaching before closing the door. He whispered to Xiaoheng, "Brother Xiao, someone came to Sister Mo's room." Little Jiangli was a medicine boy of the Immortal Music House. On the surface, he was there to relieve Mo Xianxia's boredom, but in fact, he was a little spy sent by Xiaoheng. After all, Xiaoheng wasn't the person Mo Xianxia really knew, so he was a little wary of Mo Xianxia. Who was it? He asked. Little Jiangli shook his head. I didn't see her face clearly. From her voice, she was about the same age as Sister Mo, maybe a little older. Her voice wasn't as young and pleasant as Sister Mo's. Xiaoheng had seen the file of the Immortal Music House case and knew that Mo Qianxia was 17 years old this year. Xiaoheng first thought of a woman who was older than her. Hua Xiao was 19 years old and was from Fu City. Of course, birthplace could be faked, so could age. However, Minister Xing had seen Hua Xiao before, so he judged that Hua Xiao was less than 20 years old. Little Jiangli said, she drugged me as soon as she came. Xiaoheng frowned. You were drugged? Are you all right? Little Jiangli shook his head again. It felt good to be cared for. Little Jiangli patted his chest happily and said, those drugs are useless to me. What do you mean it's useless? Xiaoheng was puzzled. Little Jiangli scratched her ponytail. It's because I'm in good health and am especially resistant to drugs. That's what my brother said. I can hold my liquor well. Xiaoheng. You're only 9 years old and you can already drink? Xiaoheng said, you're still young. Don't drink in the future. Okay. Little Jiangli felt that this suggestion wasn't unacceptable. She didn't like drinking anyway. Xiaoheng said again, tell me what happened after you were drugged. Little Jiangli recalled, after I was drugged, I was a little sleepy, so I pretended to be asleep. She drugged me with knockout pills, and that's what she said too. These words were very strange. The normal explanation would be that I heard her say that she had drugged me. But little Jiangli's words clearly said that she knew it was a knockout pill, and then she got confirmation from the other party. Xiaoheng asked, you can recognize knockout pills? Little Jiangli said proudly, I've been a medicine boy for so long, of course I can recognize them. I even recognize arsenic and crane top red. Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, continue. Little Jiangli said, I heard that person say that the 3-day deadline is up. When is sister going to make a move on him? Could it be that sister's heart softened and you can't do it? Brother Xiao, who is the he she's talking about? Is it you? It's Gu Jiao. Xiaoheng's gaze turned cold. It's not me. Is there anything else? Little Jiangli said, she said, young lord wants me to tell you that there's a change in the plan. Within 3 days, we'll lure him out of the capital. Lure him out of the capital within 3 days, the simpler it was, the more information it contained. Why did the young lord of Immortal Music House suddenly give up on killing Gu Jiao? Did the young lord of Immortal Music House think that Mo Qianxia couldn't succeed, or did the other party think that Gu Jiao still had value? Killing Gu Jiao and luring Gu Jiao out of the capital were different in terms of difficulty. But if you put the whole thing into perspective, you'd find that the two were essentially the same. That was, both had to gain Gu Jiao's absolute trust. And if Mo Qianxia could do this, whether she killed Gu Jiao or lured Gu Jiao out of the capital, it would be something she could do. Inferring from this, it should be the latter, Gu Jiao's value. What did they want to do with Gu Jiao? Xiaoheng closed his eyes, connecting all the events related to Immortal Music House in his mind. Suddenly, a bold conjecture emerged. They wanted to capture Gu Jiao outside the capital and use Gu Jiao to lure him out. It was that group of people. He could almost conclude that once he fell into the hands of that group of people, the young lord of Immortal Music House would immediately give the order to kill Gu Jiao. After coming out of the imperial study, Gu Jiao went to Rinshou Palace. Little Jing Kong was playing on the swing in the front yard, and Little Nine was dismantling the birdcage that the palace servants made for him on the snowy ground nearby. Recently, for some reason, he liked to dismantle the house. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong saw Gu Jiao at first glance. He stopped playing on the swing, jumped down from the seat, and pounced on Gu Jiao. It was a snowy day, and he was sweating profusely. Gu Jiao wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and touched his neck. It was also wet with sweat. Go in and change your clothes, Gu Jiao said. Okay, Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong was especially obedient. He held Gu Jiao's hand and jumped into the inner hall. Empress Dowager Zhuang was secretly eating candied fruits in her bedchamber. When she heard little Jing Kong's small voice, she quickly hid the candied fruits. Great Aunt. Gu Jiao entered the room and greeted Empress Dowager Zhuang. N. Empress Dowager Zhuang seriously opened the booklet on the desk and pretended to read it. Although she no longer held court, some booklets would still be sent to her. It was just that recently, the number of booklets sent to her had decreased. Presumably, Grand Tutor Zhuang was slowly becoming estranged from her. Little Jing Kong had stayed in Rinshou Palace before, so his clothes were kept here. Gu Jiao found a set of clothes for him to change into. When he was changing, little Jing Kong said to Gu Jiao, "Jiao Jiao," little brother agreed. "When will you go see him?" Gu Jiao said, "Any time is fine." "Is he in Bisha Hall now?" "Yes, yes." After little Jing Kong finished speaking, he was suddenly a little stunned. "Eh? Jiao Jiao, how do you know that little brother is in Bisha Hall?" Gu Jiao curved her lips and pointed at his shiny forehead with her fingertips, "Because I have a spell that can see the thoughts in your head." Little Jing Kong hugged his little head. "I didn't want to play truant." "No, no, no." Gu Jiao couldn't help but laugh. Gu Jiao rarely laughed, and the time when she laughed out loud was even rarer. Her funny point was always very strange. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't laugh when she heard little Jing Kong's words. Instead, she couldn't help but laugh when she saw Gu Jiao laughing. When Gu Jiao was done laughing, little Jing Kong's face was also completely red. "I really didn't want to play truant," he said guiltily. After learning that Gu Jiao wanted to treat Huang Fuxian's legs, Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't object. She asked Eunuch Qin to go to Bisha Hall. After a while, Eunuch Qin came back and reported with a look of embarrassment, "Young Master Xian'er didn't want to come. He said, he didn't want to be treated." Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "He said it himself?" "Could it be that Princess Ning'an had spoken on his behalf?" Eunuch Qin said, "Yes, he said it himself. He was very determined." Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed, "Then let him be. If he didn't want to, they couldn't kidnap him. It wasn't a minor illness. They could just force a bowl of medicine down his throat. If he didn't cooperate, the doctor couldn't treat him. They couldn't use the Empress Dowager's imperial edict to pressure him. That child was obviously someone who would resist the edict." "Serve the meal," Empress Dowager Zhuang said to Eunuch Qin. Little Jing Kong was disappointed. On the carriage back, little Jing Kong didn't say a word. He was in low spirits. Gu Jiao didn't know how to comfort him. She touched his little mushroom head and whispered, "Do you want a hug?" Little Jing Kong turned around and threw himself into Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao held his soft little body and stroked his little back. "Why don't you want to treat your legs?" Maybe he was desperate about life, he couldn't find the motivation to live. He didn't care whether he had legs or not. He didn't care whether he was standing or sitting. He even didn't care whether he was kneeling or crawling. Little Jing Kong was sad and fell asleep in Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao took him back to Bishui Alley. When she was about to get off the carriage with little Jing Kong, Xiaoheng walked out of the courtyard first and reached out his hand. "Let me." "Okay." Gu Jiao handed the sleeping little Jing Kong to Xiaoheng. When he left Gu Jiao, little Jing Kong struggled for a moment, but when he fell into Xiaoheng's arms, he rested his head on Xiaoheng's arm and continued to sleep. Xiaoheng put the little guy back in the west room, took off his coat and shoes, and pulled the quilt over him. Gu Jiao was about to go to the clinic when Xiaoheng came out and stopped her. "Jiao Jiao, I have something to tell you." The two went to the east room. Gu Jiao lit an oil lamp. Xiaoheng adjusted the wick to the brightest and lit another oil lamp. Gu Jiao actually liked a brighter room, but she didn't tell anyone. Gu Jiao sat on the chair and looked at Xiaoheng, who was adjusting the wick seriously. She suddenly felt warm in her heart. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1087988537. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of the book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Gu Jiao also noticed that there was a charcoal brazier in her room. It must have been lit early, as the room was very warm. She had been staying in the medical center for the past few days, and if she wasn't mistaken, she would stay here tonight as well. Did he specially light the charcoal brazier just because she wanted to talk to him in this room? Was he worried that she would be cold? Although Gu Jiao's body wasn't afraid of the cold, she still couldn't help but smile. Xiaoheng finished adjusting the wick and turned around. He was caught off guard by her infatuated look with her hands on her cheeks. Xiaoheng calmly sat down opposite Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked at him openly. What do you want to talk to me about? Xiaoheng automatically ignored her burning gaze and said seriously, it's about Xianxia. Gu Jiao nodded. How do you know about Xianxia? She didn't remember introducing Xianxia to him. Xiaoheng said lightly, how can I not care about a patient who is staying in my wife's room? Gu Jiao blinked and rested her cheeks on her hands. Are you jealous? No. Xiaoheng flatly denied. Sleeping with you every day, Gu Jiao smiled and stood up. She leaned across the table and put her face in front of him. At this distance, she could see his thick and long eyelashes trembling slightly. She could also hear his nervous breathing because of her sudden proximity. Xiaoheng was very thick-skinned in the yamen, but in front of people close to him, especially Gu Jiao, he was easily shy. He lowered his eyes to avoid her gaze, but he couldn't avoid her seductive breath. She didn't do anything, but she could still seduce him. Kiss, Gu Jiao kissed him on the cheek. Xiaoheng's body stiffened, and he instinctively looked at Gu Jiao. He met her burning gaze. His heart skipped a beat as if it had been struck by something. You look so good when you're jealous. After saying that, she sat back down with a slight smile. Xiaoheng's cheeks were burning, and the places she had kissed felt like they were on fire. They were husband and wife in name, and had done more intimate things than this. However, for some reason, this unexpected kiss still teased him to the point where he almost lost control. He almost forgot what he was talking about. Xiaoheng took a deep breath and forcibly got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. He calmed himself down and said, Xianxia is a member of Immortal Music House. Yes, I know. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiaoheng wasn't surprised. If it was a normal patient, she wouldn't have brought her back to her courtyard. It was very likely that she already knew Xianxia. Xiaoheng continued, her injuries were intentional. Her goal was to get close to you and gain your trust. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. Oh, no wonder. Xianxia's injury wasn't that big of a flaw. It was indeed the kind of injury that could have killed her. The strange thing was that Xianxia had collapsed on her way back from Immortal Music House. It wasn't that she didn't suspect anything, but she didn't feel any malice from Xianxia, so she didn't take it to heart. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, if Xianxia really wanted to kill me, she should have had many opportunities to do so. But she didn't. How did you two meet? You met on the street? She refused to admit that she had visited a brothel. Xiaoheng, forget it. Even a fool would be able to guess that this lass had been to Celestial Music Abode before, probably when she was investigating Grand Concubine Jing. Women weren't allowed to enter Immortal Music House. Was this girl dressed in men's clothes? Then Xianxia. Xiaoheng suddenly felt that he was being cheated on. Gu Jiao's instinct was to protect her. She blinked and said sincerely, husband, you're so handsome. You're the most handsome. Very good. She was guilty. Xiaoheng made a mental note. He decided that he would deal with her later. Right now, he had to deal with the young master of Immortal Music House. After the 15th day of the first lunar month, it snowed again in the capital. The emperor went to court, and the matter of awarding meritorious officials was a hot topic. Almost no one objected to the awarding of Tang Yueshan and Gu Chongqing. However, the awarding of Princess Ningyan was met with many different opinions. The officials in court were divided into two factions. One faction was led by Su Sifu, who wanted to reward Princess Ningyan with the title of Protector of the State. The other faction was led by the Minister of War, who objected to awarding Princess Ningyan with the title of Protector of the State. The Minister of War, Su Yuan, was the father of Su Kangji. Su Sifu's argument for awarding Princess Ning'an was that Princess Ning'an had made great contributions in the frontier fortress. Su Yuan's objection was that Princess Ning'an was the widow of the previous dynasty and she had a son with the royal family of the previous dynasty. She didn't know the right person and led the wolf into the house. She also gave birth to the child of the previous dynasty. She was not qualified to be conferred the title of protector of the state. The emperor's subordinates suppressed the memorial presented by the old chancellor. The memorial said that someone might make an issue of Huang Fuxian's identity and asked the emperor not to fall out with the officials in court. The people had always sympathized with Princess Ning'an, not Huang Fuxian. If the emperor fell out with the officials because of Huang Fuxian, the people's hearts that he had worked so hard to accumulate would be in vain. The emperor had no choice but to withdraw from court. But he loved Ning'an. The more people objected, the more he felt sorry for Ning'an. Why did everyone in the world bully his Ning'an? What did his Ning'an do wrong? Wasn't it the fault of the previous dynasty? His Ning'an was also a victim. Why couldn't she be compensated? On the way back to Pure Flower's palace, the emperor almost had the impulse to insist on conferring Ning'an even if all the civil and military officials opposed it. But when he thought of Huang Fuxian's child, he endured it. The night before the deadline of 3 days, Hua Xiao came to the medical center again. Mo Xianxia could already walk a little. She sat by the window and looked at Hua Xiao with disgust. Can you not always come here? You will expose me. Hua Xiao waved the round fan and said with a smile, I just came to remind elder sister that tomorrow is really the deadline. Has elder sister thought about how to lure her out of the city? Mo Xianxia said indifferently, if I don't lure her out, what will happen? Hua Xiao said with a smile, then elder sister will die. Mo Xianxia said coldly, can you kill me? Hua Xiao's lips curved. I can't kill you, but there will always be someone who can. Elder sister should know the consequences of betraying the young master. Mo Xianxia turned her face. Do you still have poison? Hua Xiao asked with a smile, what kind of poison is elder sister talking about? Mo Xianxia said coldly, like the kind of cartilage powder. Hua Xiao covered her face with the round fan and smiled. 7 days drunk. Yes, I brought it. I was afraid that elder sister would not ask me for it. 7 days drunk, as the name said, one pill could make one drunk for 7 days and 7 nights. Mo Xianxia paused and asked, she is a good drinker. Will it be ineffective? Hua Xiao handed the bottle to Mo Xianxia, then patted the bottle with the round fan and said, no, it will be my poison. Elder sister, don't worry. I am the best drinker in the capital, but I will be drunk after 1 pill. Just in case, there are 3 pills in here. Elder sister, take your time. At night, Gu Jiao came over and checked Mo Xianxia's physical condition as usual. You are healing well, Gu Jiao said. Mo Xianxia nodded absent-mindedly, poured a cup of flower tea and handed it to Gu Jiao. Drink some water. Look, your lips are dry. Really? Gu Jiao touched her lips, took the teacup, and drank all the water in the cup. Mo Xianxia looked at her nervously. Gu Jiao did not respond at first. When she was packing the small medicine box, she fell down with a thud. At dawn, a carriage sped out of the city. The coachman was from Xianlu House. Mo Xianxia was sitting in the carriage. No one in the clinic noticed that she left. When they found out, they would not be able to catch up with her. Hurry up. Mo Xianxia urged the coachman. But miss, where are we going? The coachman asked. I don't know. Hua Xiao did not tell her where to take Gu Jiao, only that they were going out of the city. She was already out of the city. Did the young master's people find her? There is a post house in front, the coachman said. Mo Xianxia said, don't worry about it, just go straight. Yes. The coachman waved his whip, and the carriage went away on the cold road. Just as they were about to reach the relay station, a group of experts dressed in gray suddenly rushed out from the side path on their horses. They lined up in a row on the official road, instantly blocking Mo Xianxia's path. The coachman hurriedly stopped the carriage. Miss? There is nothing for you to do here. Go quickly. Mo Xianxia ordered, go to the post house in front. Go quickly. Yes. The coachman got out of the carriage in confusion. He always felt that the aura of that group of people was too scary. When he walked past them, he did not even dare to raise his head. Fortunately, that group of people did not stop him. He quickened his pace and rushed into the post house. Xianxia waited until he had gone in before she parted the curtain slightly. Who are you? The leading man in gray said, the young master asked us to pick you up. Did you bring the person? Xianxia lifted the curtain slightly, revealing the unconscious person inside. I brought him. He said, give her to us. Wait. Xianxia pulled out a dagger and pressed it against Gu Jiao's neck. He frowned. What are you doing? Xianxia said, I think, I might not be able to keep my life. To prevent you from killing the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness, I need to go to a safe place first. The leading man in gray narrowed his eyes dangerously. Xianxia said coldly, the young master needs her life. If she dies now, you will not be able to answer to the young master. As for me, it is my own business that I escaped. The young master will hunt me down in the future. It will not be your fault. The leading man in gray tightened his grip on the reins. Okay, where are you going? Xianxia said, Feng County. It is 30 miles from here. An hour should be enough. The leading man in gray gestured to his subordinates. They surrounded the carriage. One of them jumped off the horse and became Xianxia's coachman. They rushed to Feng County at top speed. Halfway there, Xianxia suddenly shouted, wait. Stop. She is going to vomit. She is poisoned by the 7 days of intoxication. It will be troublesome if she chokes. Those who practiced martial arts naturally understood that vomiting while unconscious was very dangerous. They had no choice but to stop the carriage. The leading man in gray rode on the horse and said to his coachman, see what is going on. The coachman turned around and lifted the curtain. A silver needle glittering with cold light flew out with a whoosh. The distance was too close and the speed was too fast. He wanted to dodge it, but it was already too late. He screamed and fell from the carriage. It's a trap. The leading man in gray drew his saber. Another row of silver needles shot out. The coachman blocked them with their sabers. Xianxia quickly cut off the reins on the carriage and rode away on a fine horse. The leading man in gray was about to order his men to stop her when the carriage suddenly burst into flames. Hostage! The leading man in gray flew up, split the carriage with his saber, and carried the unconscious hostage to the snow not far away. He faintly felt that something was wrong. He pulled down the veil on the face of the hostage, but it was not the hostage, but Hua Xiao. Yes, Xianxia knocked Hua Xiao out and made her drink the 7 days of intoxication the night she came to find her. The reason why she also made Gu Jiao drunk was so that she could leave. She betrayed the young master. She could not escape the fate of death. But she did not want to die in front of her. Xianxia raised her speed to the extreme. However, she did not escape far before an arrow hit her horse. The horse screamed and fell forward. She also fell into the snow. She was in severe pain all over, including her chest. She turned sideways and spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia. The leading man in gray got off the horse and came to her with a saber in his hand. Xianxia raised her hand to use the silver needle, but he kicked her acupoint. She instantly froze in the snow. The leading man in gray squatted down, grabbed Xianxia's clothes, and pulled her in front of him. He was so angry that he had nowhere to vent the anger in his chest. His gaze fell on Xianxia's slender white neck, and a trace of wickedness appeared in his eyes. Immortal Music House's #1 courtesan, it is said that no man has taken her virginity. Why don't you submit to us brothers today, and let you have a good time before you die? Xianxia could not speak, and could not move. She could only stare at him fiercely. The leading man in gray tore Xianxia's clothes, and a large area of snow-white skin was exposed to the cold air. The leading man in gray originally just wanted to humiliate and intimidate her. He did not really want to do anything to her, but this body was too seductive. Perhaps even a eunuch would be able to act like a real man if he saw her. The leading man in gray tore off Xianxia's skirt, Tears of humiliation and despair fell from the corners of her eyes in big drops. She trembled, desperate, but could not help but think. Fortunately, it was me. Fortunately, it was me. The moment Xianxia closed her eyes, an eagle's cry suddenly came from above her head. Immediately after, a cold and threatening red tasseled spear pierced through the air. With the force of thunder, it shot from the side of the leading man in gray, piercing through his head from his temple. Digression. Oh, are there any more monthly tickets? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1087977781. HTML Genius memorized this website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all available here. The man in the gray robe who had his head pierced fell sideways into the snow, his brain and blood splattering all over the ground. This scene was too terrifying. Being shot in the head by an arrow was enough to make one tremble in fear, not to mention a long and heavy red tasseled spear. All the gray-robed men felt as if their heads had been pierced as well. Their heads felt cold and their bodies froze. They had killed countless people, but they had never seen such a method of murder. It was too cruel and too horrifying. How much killing intent did one have to possess to be able to shoot such a spear? Who was it? Who did it? Everyone sensed that the situation was not good. The snow-covered official road was suddenly filled with tension and fear. Another man in the gray robe took over from the previous man and began to give orders. "Draw your swords. Draw your swords." He shouted loudly. Everyone was pulled back to reality by his voice, and they all drew the scimitars at their waists. At the same time, the sound of horse hooves that seemed to be able to break through mountains and rivers came from afar, and the snow seemed to be trembling. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a young man in green riding a vigorous horse galloping towards them. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the few people. With a leap, he flew over their heads. The moment the horse's hooves landed on the ground, the young man reached out his hand and pulled out the red tasseled spear that had pierced through the man's head. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he took off his cloak and used it to cover Xianxia's body. Xianxia lay in the cold snow, watching the young man galloping towards her. He was not wearing a mask, and his eyebrows were cold. The eye-catching birthmark on the left side of his face was not ugly, but had a hint of coldness and evil. The young man was full of killing intent, but he covered her body with a cloak. Gu Jiao's horse did not stop. She pulled out her red tasseled spear and immediately attacked the remaining 5 people. This group of people was not weak. Together, they were as strong as Sky Wolf. However, Gu Jiao was not the Gu Jiao from 2 months ago. Her strength had recovered a little. Even if she fought Sky Wolf again, she would be invincible. Gu Jiao dismounted, and the two sides began to fight fiercely. One of the gray-robed men suddenly thought of something and pointed at Gu Jiao. Her. She is the hostage we want. Gu Jiao clenched her red tasseled spear and said coldly, "Come and catch me if you have the ability." The 5 of them attacked Gu Jiao with all their might. What was surprising was that Gu Jiao's power was not as described in the letter. Logically speaking, the strength of the 5 of them should be enough to control him, but to be on the safe side, they added one more master. However, they were completely unable to gain an advantage over her. Gu Jiao hated trouble, and she also hated fancy attacks. Shadows were bloodthirsty. Her killer move was her most powerful move. The gray-robed masters fell one after another. With Gu Jiao's last stab, the last gray-robed master fell into a pool of blood. However, she did not kill this one. She left him alive. Gu Jiao stabbed her red tasseled spear into the snow and bent down to wrap Xianxia in her cloak. Her arms went around Xianxia's back and knees, and she picked up her cold and stiff body. At this moment, the Ministry of Justice's carriage arrived. Xiaoheng lifted the curtain and glanced at Gu Jiao and Mo Qianxue. He glanced at the scene and understood what had happened. He hurriedly got off the carriage and called the coachman to the side. Gu Jiao carried Mo Qianxue into the carriage. Xiaoheng asked through the curtain, "Are you all right?" Gu Jiao looked at Mo Qianxue. Mo Qianxue's face was pale as she shook her head, indicating to Gu Jiao that she was fine. Gu Jiao replied, "I'm fine. Your face is covered in blood." "It's not my blood." Xiaoheng's expression relaxed. Mo Qianxue's body was shivering. The cloak was clearly not enough to keep her warm. Gu Jiao took off her winter coat and gave it to Mo Qianxue. There was no charcoal in the carriage. It was as cold as ice. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Then, a slender hand handed in an official's robe and winter coat. It was Xiaoheng's. There was only one carriage from the Ministry of Justice. Xiaoheng could not get on the carriage with Mo Qianxue in her current state. This meant that he had to ride back. In a world of ice and snow, how could a civil official like him withstand it? Moreover, he was going to enter the city later. How could he, the secretary of the Ministry of Justice, walk around in his underwear? Gu Jiao did not reject all of them, but also did not accept all of them. She only took the winter coat and let Xiaoheng put on the official's robe. Gu Jiao got off the carriage and took the red-tasseled spear back to the carriage. She said to Xiaoheng, "Oh right, I left one alive. See if you can get anything out of him." "That one?" Xiaoheng pointed at the expert in gray who was lying alone on the side. That expert was pretending to be dead. Unfortunately, he could not fool Xiaoheng's eyes. "Okay, you guys go back first. Leave the rest to me." Gu Jiao got on the carriage. The coachman received Xiaoheng's orders and sat on the outside seat. He turned the carriage around and headed back to the capital. In the carriage, Mo Qianxue leaned against the wall. She gradually regained her body temperature and consciousness. She looked at Gu Jiao, who seemed to be resting with her eyes closed. She whispered, "Are you asleep?" "No." Gu Jiao opened her eyes and looked at her calmly. "How do you feel?" Mo Qianxue lowered her eyes and whispered, "It's like a nightmare." Gu Jiao reached out to her. Mo Qianxue understood what she meant. She slowly raised her hand and handed her wrist to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao felt her pulse. From the pulse, she could see that she had suffered a little internal injury and her vitality was greatly damaged. "Are you hurt?" Gu Jiao asked. "No." Mo Qianxue said. "That person did not manage to reach the last step." "Why are you here?" Mo Qianxue asked. "Xiaojiu brought me here. Otherwise, she would not have been able to find her way." Mo Qianxue opened her mouth. "I mean, weren't you drugged by me? How can you still wake up? Is your alcohol tolerance better than Hua Xiao's?" Hua Xiao was the best drinker in the Immortal Music House. So far, no one could drink more than her. 7 days of intoxication was her unique knockout drug that could even knock her out. Mo Qianxue realized something and stared at her with her almond-shaped eyes. "You didn't drink it, did you?" "Yes." Gu Jiao admitted generously. That night, Xiaoheng told her about the Immortal Music House and mentioned Mo Qianxue's purpose and the young master's order. When Mo Qianxue handed her the glass of water, she drank it on the surface but did not swallow it. She wanted to see what Mo Qianxue would do next. Mo Qianxue first put her on the bed and then dragged out a person from under the bed. It was Hua Xiao. Mo Qianxue changed Hua Xiao into her clothes and put on a veil. At this point, Gu Jiao could almost guess what Mo Qianxue would do. The reason why she did not immediately stop Mo Qianxue was that Mo Qianxue's drug was really too strong. Even if she did not swallow it, she still absorbed some of it after holding it in her mouth for a long time. She slept for an hour. Fortunately, Mo Qianxue did not walk too fast. Otherwise, when she arrived, the tragedy would have already happened. Killing the man would not help. Mo Qianxue did not ask Gu Jiao when she began to suspect her. She was too embarrassed to ask and there was no need to ask. She approached her for another purpose. Now that the matter was exposed, she still came to save her. "Next time, take me with you." Gu Jiao said, "Don't do stupid things alone." Xianxia stared at her. After a long while, she lowered her head and answered in a low voice, "Yes." Gu Jiao took Xianxia back to the medical center. On the other side, Xiaoheng and the bailiffs of the Ministry of Justice brought the survivor back to the Ministry of Justice, together with Hua Xiao, who fainted nearby. Hua Xiao was drugged with 7 days of intoxication and would not wake up for 7 days and 7 nights. Xiaoheng temporarily put her in a separate cell. The man in the grey robe was taken to the torture room. There was a poison sac in his mouth, which was found by Xiaoheng and taken out. After that, he tried to commit suicide by biting his tongue several times. Xiaoheng simply gave him a little bone-softening powder. Xiaoheng was the head of the Ministry of Justice, so interrogating prisoners was not within his authority. However, when he personally applied to Minister Xing to be interrogated by him, Minister Xing readily agreed. The man in the grey robe sat weakly on the iron chair in the center of the torture room. Behind him was a scaffold for holding the prisoner, and on the walls on both sides were hung all kinds of torture instruments used for torture. The torture room was dim and there was no candlelight. There was only a stove half the height of a person on the right side of the door. On the stove was a red-hot iron. Xiaoheng sat opposite the man in the grey robe. The stove was only a few steps away from him. The light of the fire reflected on the right side of his handsome face, making half of his face look dark and half of the fire. For no reason, there was a sense of gloominess and coldness. "You leave first," Xiaoheng said to the 2 bailiffs in the torture room. "Yes, Lord Xiao." The bailiffs were under Minister Xing's orders. They listened to Xiaoheng's orders. Xiaoheng changed his image of a good official. His expression was cold and even carried a trace of ruthlessness. He looked at the man in the grey robe and said, "Who ordered you?" The man in the grey robe was someone who had seen many storms and could be considered calm. He lay weakly on the chair, his head tilted, and his body unable to move. When he heard Xiaoheng's words, he laughed coldly. "When your yamen investigates a case, don't you start by asking the identity of the prisoner? Won't you ask who I am?" Xiaoheng looked at him indifferently. "Your name is Bai Kuan, from Fu City. You are 25 years old this year. Your parents passed away 3 years ago. You have no brothers or sisters and no family. When you were young, you studied at Mr. Lu's private school in Fu City for 2 years. Because of your naughty nature, you were expelled from the school. Later, your parents sent you to a blacksmith shop as an apprentice. After 2 years of studying, you were expelled by the blacksmith shop owner for stealing. You moved from place to place and finally caught the eye of a martial arts teacher. Your talent was not bad. In just a few years, you were able to practice martial arts. When you were 22 years old, your parents passed away one after another. After you buried them, you left Fu City. Since then, there has been no news of you." The man in the grey robe looked at Xiaoheng with a face full of shock. Xiaoheng walked step by step in front of him. That excessively handsome face had a pair of sinister eyes. "How is it? Am I right?" "No. No. I am not Bai Kuan." The man in the grey robe shook his head with all his might. However, the effect of the bone-softening powder made him unable to move at all. Xiaoheng bent down slightly and looked at him closer. He said indifferently, "Is it important that you are Bai Kuan?" The man in the grey robe was shocked again. Xiaoheng took out a confession letter from the wide sleeve of his official's robe. He also took out a box of cinnabar ink. The man in the grey robe suddenly had an ominous premonition. What do you want to do?" Xiaoheng flicked the confession letter. His slender fingers opened the box of ink and then grabbed the man in the grey robe's hand. The man in the grey robe tried to struggle, but he had been drugged with the bone-softening powder. How could he have any strength? His eyes were as big as copper bells. He roared, "You are an official of the imperial court. If you do this, you will be beheaded." Xiaoheng said, "Oh, is that so?" The man in the grey robe said, "You are crazy. I want to see your official. I want to see the Minister of Justice. You can't beat me into a confession." Xiaoheng said, "I didn't beat you. I don't confess. I didn't confess. I didn't confess. It wasn't me. You. The man in the gray robe was so flustered that he spoke incoherently. Xiaoheng ignored his struggle and complaints. He was not the kind of person who was cold on the outside but soft on the inside. His heart was black. However, there was no need for him to disguise himself in a place where Gu Jiao couldn't see. Xiaoheng expressionlessly grabbed his hand. He first pressed the ink, then pressed a bright red handprint on the confession letter. The torture chamber was a place where important criminals were tortured. Ordinary criminals would not be sent here, and those who were sent here would basically have a layer of their skin peeled off. In order to isolate the screams of the criminals, the door of the torture chamber was made to be extremely soundproof. The yamen runners in the corridor did not hear the commotion inside. About an hour later, Xiaoheng came out of the torture chamber with a tired face. His forehead and neck were covered in sticky sweat. His chest rose and fell slightly, and his breathing was short. He pretended to be calm, but there seemed to be a trace of reluctance in his eyes. When the yamen runners saw this, they hurriedly went to inform Minister Xing. Minister Xing hurriedly rushed over. "Lu Ling, what happened to you?" Xiaoheng looked at Minister Xing with a complicated expression. "I'm fine. However, the criminal committed suicide out of fear of punishment." Minister Xing was stunned. He was somewhat surprised that the other party would commit suicide out of fear of punishment. "Then did he confess?" Minister Xing asked. Xiaoheng presented the document in his hand as if relieved of a heavy burden. "Fortunately, I did not fail my mission. Baikuan confessed. This is Baikuan's confession letter." Minister Xing hurriedly took the confession letter and carefully read it from top to bottom, from right to left. The more he read, the more dignified his expression became. This person was indeed related to Immortal Music House. At the end of the confession letter, the young master of Immortal Music House was mentioned. It was written in black and white: Immortal Music House's young master, Zhao Country's princess, calls the present emperor elder brother. Minister Xing felt as if he was struck by lightning. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/896428964286/1087776668. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels can be read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found online can be found here. Minister Xing had absolute trust in Xiao Lulang. Firstly, Xiao Lulang was just a weak scholar. He couldn't kill a vicious criminal to silence him. Secondly, Xiao Lulang had always given people the impression that he stood aloof from worldly affairs and was honest and upright. Anyone could fake a crime, but Xiao Lulang wouldn't. Minister Xing wasn't worried that Xiao Lulang would fake a crime. Instead, he was worried that Xiao Lulang would feel guilty if he saw a living person die in front of him. That would leave a shadow in his heart and prevent him from solving the case. Minister Xing didn't remember that Xiaoheng used to be a coroner. He had even dissected corpses before. Why would he be afraid of a dead person? The main reason was that Xiaoheng looked like he had suffered a blow. If I had used a heavier dose, he wouldn't have been able to recover his strength so quickly and commit suicide out of fear of punishment. I would have been able to get more information out of him. That's right. That person only told him about the imperial princess, but didn't say which princess it was. This was where Xiaoheng was smart. Sometimes, it was this little bit of regret and incompleteness that made things seem more logical. Minister Xing patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "You've already done very well. If it were someone else, they might not have been able to get any clues. I'm just trying to reason with him." Xiaoheng was halfway through his sentence when a hint of hesitation flashed across his face. Minister Xing said to the two bailiffs, "You two go in and clean up. Lulang, come with me." "Yes." Xiaoheng followed Minister Xing to his duty room. Do you have something to say? Minister Xing asked. Xiaoheng said, Bai Kuan didn't commit suicide out of fear of punishment. He didn't dare to say who the mastermind was, so he bit his tongue and committed suicide. Minister Xing looked strangely at the document that had just been placed on the table. Then this confession, Xiaoheng nodded. The confession is true. I used some acupuncture on him, but that's all he dared to say. He was very secretive about that person's name and refused to say it no matter what. This was more reasonable. Minister Xing was puzzled just now. Why would an assassin commit suicide for fear of punishment? If he had such awareness, would he still be an assassin? Minister Xing said thoughtfully. It seems like that person's methods are impressive. That's why the assassin didn't dare to say her name. But who could it be? Since she called Jin Shang imperial brother, she must be Jin Shang's younger sister. The previous emperor had many children and 7 princesses, but only 4 were younger than the emperor. They were Princess Ningyan, Princess Xinyang, Princess Diqing, and Princess Huiqing. Among them, Princess Diqing died of illness 2 years ago. Princess Huiqing's birth mother was the previous emperor's cousin and was given the title of Ling Jiaoyi. Ling Jiaoyi was favored in her early years, but after giving birth to Princess Huiqing, she was a fool. Later, both mother and daughter lost favor. So, was this young master of Xianxia house a fool for Princess Huiqing, Princess Xinyang, or Princess Ningyan? I'll go to the imperial palace. In addition, Bai Kuan committed suicide for fear of punishment. Yes. Torture easily made people think of torture. In order to not bring unnecessary trouble to Xiaoheng, Minister Xing decided to punish Bai Kuan in the name of committing suicide for fear of punishment. As for whether he could convince others, it was up to Minister Xing's ability. Minister Xing reminded, His Majesty may summon you. You only need to remember that you didn't use torture. You used reason and emotion to persuade him to confess. Yes. Xiaoheng said, Darren, there's one more thing I forgot to say. Minister Xing asked, What is it? Xiaoheng said seriously, Hua Xiao is in cahoots with them. She is also an important witness. I think she should know something. Regarding what happened before returning to the Ministry of Justice, Xiaoheng also wrote a letter explaining the details. In the letter, he said that Mo Qianxue was still alive and approached Gu Jiao as a patient. However, he omitted the fact that the two knew each other. He only said that Gu Jiao didn't know that she was a courtesan of Xianxia house and thought that she was just an ordinary patient. As a benevolent doctor, she picked her up halfway and brought her back to the medical center for treatment. During this time, the assassins of Xianxia house came to assassinate Mo Qianxue once. In fact, they wanted to confuse her and let Mo Qianxue take the opportunity to kill Gu Jiao. However, Gu Jiao, who didn't know the truth, risked her life to protect Mo Qianxue and even got injured. Mo Qianxue was moved by Gu Jiao's actions and gave up the idea of assassinating Gu Jiao. 3 days ago, Hua Xiao of Xianxia house found Mo Qianxue and urged her to lure Gu Jiao out of the capital. Mo Qianxue knew that Gu Jiao would be in danger this time, so she couldn't do it. Therefore, Mo Qianxue thought of a way. She drugged Gu Jiao and Hua Xiao and let Hua Xiao disguise herself as Gu Jiao and abscond in the name of sending Gu Jiao out of the capital. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng had their eyes on her and chased her out of the city. After that, they killed the masters and captured Hua Xiao and took them back to the Ministry of Justice. Minister Xing knew about Gu Jiao. She was the miraculous doctor of the medical center and Xiaoheng's wife. The mastermind behind the scenes seemed to have a grudge against Gu Jiao or had a conflict of interest with Gu Jiao. Princess Huiqing could be ruled out. Putting aside the fact that she was a fool, she didn't live in the capital and had never seen Gu Jiao. She had no interest with Gu Jiao. Then, only Princess Xinyang and Princess Ningyan, who had returned to the capital in the past year, were left. Sir, there's something I don't know if I should say. Lu Ling, go ahead. The prince consort was killed by the Gu siblings. Minister Xing was stunned in the duty room for a long time. This was a serious matter that involved the royal family. Minister Xing had to report to His Majesty first. Xiaoheng knew that Minister Xing would go to His Majesty. With concubine Jing's example, Xiaoheng wouldn't leave the decision to His Majesty alone. He wanted the whole world to know and all the officials to know. It was best if His Majesty wanted to find out who was the mastermind behind the scenes. If he didn't, then let the whole world force him to do it. Minister Xing's carriage ran into Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage halfway. His official rank was lower than Grand Secretary Yuan's, so he naturally had to get off the carriage and salute him. He didn't expect the old chancellor to be in Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage. In terms of official rank, Minister Xing was 1.5 ranks higher than the chancellor of the Imperial College. However, everyone knew that the old chancellor was an important official of 2 dynasties and His Majesty's trusted aide. He was someone who could compete with Grand Secretary Yuan in seniority. Both sides greeted each other politely. Grand Secretary Yuan gave him a look and asked, "Minister Xing, you look like you're in a hurry. Did something happen?" This. It wasn't convenient for Minister Xing to divulge the details of the case, so he only said, "It's the case of Immortal Music House. There's a bit of progress, so this humble official is planning to report to His Majesty." The old chancellor asked with a puzzled expression, "What kind of progress needs to alarm His Majesty? Could this case be related to His Majesty?" Minister Xing smiled in embarrassment. This humble official can't say too much. I hope Grand Secretary Yuan and Chancellor Hua can forgive me. It's fine. Grand Secretary Yuan nodded in a reasonable manner and raised his hand to indicate for him to return to his carriage. Minister Xing cupped his hands in salute. Then, this humble official will take his leave. The moment he turned around, the old chancellor suddenly cried out in pain and fell out of Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage. His fall was too technical, perfectly avoiding the coachman's hand to catch him. Minister Xing's expression changed, and he hurriedly reached out to catch him. Although he did catch him, his sleeves were also torn, and 2 documents fell out in a voluminous manner. "Let me pick them up, let me pick them up." The old chancellor didn't wait for himself to stabilize his body and bent down to pick up a confession letter as well as the case file Xiaoheng wrote. He pretended to look at the documents in his hands carelessly. How could this be? Minister Xing hurriedly took the documents and folded them before stuffing them back into his other sleeve. He said with a flustered expression, "Farewell." The old chancellor returned to Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage. Grand Secretary Yuan looked at him with a solemn expression. The old chancellor looked as if he was struck by lightning as he said in a daze, "Old Yuan, guess what I saw?" Grand Secretary Yuan frowned. "Am I that familiar with you? Why did you call old Yuan?" Even though Grand Secretary Yuan and the old chancellor had both served the imperial court for many years, their relationship wasn't that close. The only relationship was that the 2 of them were friends with Elder Feng at the same time. It was just that Elder Feng and the old chancellor were closer. The reason why the old chancellor was in Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage today was because Grand Secretary Yuan had met the old chancellor whose carriage had broken down. The old chancellor had asked him shamelessly if he could give him a ride. Could this Grand Secretary Yuan refuse? Even if he was unwilling, he had to let him get on the carriage. This was what happened after that. The old chancellor said with a terrified expression, "I saw the confession letter from the Ministry of Justice. It said that the young master of Immortal Music House was actually the princess of Zhao country's imperial family, His Majesty's younger sister. Was the confession letter what you were holding there?" Grand Secretary Yuan exposed him in a second. "Old Chancellor, Grand Secretary Yuan, also, you purposely fell down and tore Lord Xing's sleeve. Do you think I'm blind?" Old Chancellor, the Master of Tea Arts had finally met his match. "Old Chancellor, anyway, I saw it. I also told you that when news about this case appeared in the capital, I will say that it came from your Yuan family. The highest realm of a Master of Tea Arts was flipping the teacup and spilling the tea. Then there was no need to pretend anymore." The corner of Grand Secretary Yuan's mouth twitched. "Can you still be a little more shameless?" The old chancellor stretched his legs and lazily leaned against the wall of the carriage. "I can't." Grand Secretary Yuan, how did the late emperor accept such a shameless thing? The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1087762110. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. Minister Xing entered the palace to see the emperor. The emperor was reviewing memorials in the imperial study. Hearing eunuch Wei's report, he let someone bring him in. This humble subject kowtows in salute to your majesty. Minister Xing respectfully saluted. The emperor sat behind the desk and put down a memorial that he had reviewed. He picked up another one and asked, why did Minister Xing suddenly enter the palace? Minister Xing hesitated and said, this subject has something to report. The emperor opened the memorial. What matter can't wait until the morning court? Minister Xing thought, it can wait until the morning court, but I'm afraid you won't be happy if I say it in front of the civil and military officials. Speaking of which, I met the old chancellor and Grand Secretary Yuan on the way. The old chancellor shouldn't have seen the contents of the document clearly, right? He only glanced at it. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have seen it clearly. Even if he saw it clearly, as an old subject, he wouldn't publicize it. Thinking of this, Minister Xing secretly felt relieved. Minister Xing cupped his hands and said respectfully, it's a case. This humble subject can't decide whether to say it in the court or not. The emperor asked, what case? Minister Xing answered truthfully, the case of Immortal Music House. Immortal Music House? The emperor frowned, the most famous brothel in the capital? Your Majesty also knows about it. Minister Xing was surprised. No wonder he was so surprised. Immortal Music House's reputation seemed great, but in the end, it was just a brothel. The imperial city had a clear hierarchy. Crossing the hierarchy barrier was harder than ascending to heaven. As long as the emperor wasn't interested in visiting a brothel, he wouldn't pay attention to it. I've only heard of it. The emperor didn't care much. Does a brothel case need to be mentioned in the court? Minister Xing said with a complicated expression, this case involves a lot of people and is related to the imperial family. The emperor said indifferently, which prince went to the brothel and had an accident? It's fine if it's a prince, but I'm afraid you won't be so embarrassed. Minister Xing understood that if he stuck out his head, he would still be stabbed. He had to say it even if he didn't want to. The courtesan of Immortal Music House died on the 7th day of the new year. The emperor had an impression of the 7th day of the new year. That was the day the army returned, and it was also the day he saw Ning'an again. Why did something happen on such a good day? The emperor frowned. At first, Minister Xing thought it was just a civilian murder case. There was no need to alarm the emperor, so he didn't mention it in court. Minister Xing continued, but after this humble subject investigated, I unexpectedly discovered that the courtesan of Xianxia house was actually not dead. She had faked her death and found a substitute to escape. Her real purpose was to get close to Dr. Gu of the medical hall. The emperor did not have much interest in the affairs of a courtesan in a brothel. When he heard this, his expression changed. Which clinic is Dr. Gu from? The clinic next to the girls' school is called Miracle Hands Hall. Minister Xing was not clear about the relationship between the emperor and Gu Jiao. In order to attract the emperor's attention, he added, Dr. Gu is Xiao Liulang's wife. Xiao Liulang was the new top scorer personally appointed by the emperor. The emperor should have some care for him. In fact, Gu Jiao was also the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. It was just that Gu Jiao herself had never admitted it. The emperor's eyes carried a bit of coldness. Why would a courtesan from a brothel approach a doctor from a medical hall? Minister of Justice, assassination. Assassination. Little godly doctor? The emperor's expression became doubtful and dignified. You just said that Xianxia house's case was related to the imperial family. Could it be that the imperial family ordered the courtesan to harm Dr. Gu? Minister Xing did not directly answer. Instead, he took out the confession and case file from the wide sleeve that he had sewn on the way. The emperor took the confession and case file. He recognized that it was Xiao Liulang's handwriting. Xiao Liulang held the position of Minister of Justice. In Gu Jiao's words, he was Minister Xing's secretary and spokesperson. If he did well, he could become the Secretary General of the Ministry of Justice. It was normal for him to write the case file and confession. Of course, not all confessions were written by officials of the Ministry of Justice. A portion of the confessions were personally written by criminals. The confession clearly stated that Bai Kuan was illiterate. Therefore, Minister of Justice Xiao Liulang wrote it on his behalf. After the emperor finished reading it, he slapped the confession on the table. Preposterous! Who interrogated the criminal? Minister Xing, in order to avoid new problems, simply said to the emperor, it was this official who personally interrogated him. Xiao Liulang temporarily wrote on the side. The position of Minister of Justice's official was usually filled by the Yamen's litigation master. However, if the litigation master was not in the Yamen, Shi could be appointed by the Minister of Justice. Xiao Liulang came from Hanlin Academy. It was not to the extent that he did not even have the qualifications to be an official. If it was someone else who was trying the case, the emperor was afraid that he would re-examine the case. However, Minister Xing and Xiao Liulang were officials that the emperor had personally promoted. The emperor still trusted the two of them. The emperor did not know much about Xiao Liulang's ability to solve cases. If it was only Xiao Liulang trying the case alone, the emperor was afraid that he might have been deceived. However, Minister Xing was a veteran at solving cases. He would not be fooled by a thief. Could it be that it was really done by a princess of the imperial family? But wasn't this very absurd? She called the present emperor older brother. In other words, the young master behind the scenes of Immortal Music House was his younger sister. He only had 3 younger sisters, Ningyan, Xianxia, and Huaiqing. Of these 3, no matter which one, it did not seem like they were suspicious. There was no need to mention Ningyan. She was such a kind and pure person. How could she associate herself with the power of a brothel and do something that would harm the little godly doctor? Huaiqing was a fool. She did not have this ability. It could not be Xianxia. Xianxia was indeed a powerful character. Among so many princesses, she did not have the protection of her mother, nor did she have the special favor of her father, but she had never suffered at the hands of anyone. She had also received the great marriage that her father had prepared for her before he passed away. She was indeed a woman with skill. But she had no reason to frame the little godly doctor. Minister Xing ventured to ask, "Does your majesty have any clues?" The emperor unhappily said, "What clues do I have? Are you sure you have not been deceived by the murderer?" Although the emperor trusted Minister Xing's ability, he would rather suspect that Minister Xing's judgment was wrong if he had to suspect his own sister. Now that things had progressed to this point, Minister Xing had a guess in his heart. It was just that there was no conclusive evidence at the moment. Xiao Liulang could tell him that the prince consort was killed by the Gu siblings. This was the internal investigation of the case by the Ministry of Justice, providing effective clues to speculate on the motive of the real murderer behind the scenes. But he could not say this to the emperor. Just as Minister Xing was thinking about how to speak to the emperor, Eunuch Wei's voice came from outside the imperial study. "Princess Ningyan, why are you here?" "I stewed some ginseng soup for my royal brother." "Is he inside?" He was inside, but she did not know if it was convenient. "Ningyan, come in," the emperor said. Eunuch Wei smiled and stepped aside. "Princess, please." Princess Ningyan carried the food box in one hand and slightly lifted her skirt with the other as she stepped into the imperial study. Minister Xing turned and bowed to Princess Ningyan. "This is..." Princess Ningyan looked at Minister Xing in astonishment. The emperor introduced, "This is the minister of the Ministry of Justice. His surname is Xing, so it is Lord Xing." Princess Ningyan nodded. "Sorry for the lack of manners." Minister Xing bowed with his hands clasped in front. "I do not dare." Princess Ningyan said embarrassedly, "It seems that I have come at a bad time. If I had known that my royal brother was discussing official business with the ministers, I would have come later." The emperor said, "It does not matter. It is just a groundless case. Since you are here, you can take a look. As the emperor spoke, he handed the confession and the file to Princess Ning, and Princess Ning placed the food box on the table and took the file to read. While she was reading the document, Minister Xing was secretly looking at her. The more Princess Ning read, the more surprised she became. In the end, she frowned. It was actually someone from the imperial family who tried to kill Dr. Gu? But why? Minister Xing's heart flashed with a trace of doubt. Princess Ning did not look guilty at all. Could it be that they had guessed wrong? Logically speaking, it was not enough to just have a motive. They also needed the time and evidence of the crime, commonly known as witnesses and material evidence. The emperor snorted. You also think it is absurd, don't you? Ning suddenly lowered her eyes and smiled bitterly. His Majesty only has 3 younger sisters, and among the 3 of them, only I have interacted with Dr. Gu the most. The prince consort died at the hands of her and Gu Shixi, so it seems that I am the most suspicious. The emperor's face darkened. Nonsense. How could you do that? In my opinion, it is obvious that someone has bad intentions and wants to slander the imperial family. Princess Ning sighed, but didn't the murderer confess? The emperor coldly said, the murderer is not necessarily lying. Or, he didn't lie, but someone pretended to be a princess and approached him. Princess Ning slowly turned her head and looked at Minister Xing. Does Minister Xing think that there are these 2 possibilities? Minister Xing opened his mouth and weakly sucked in a breath of cold air. Before the truth is out, all hypotheses are possible. By the way, there are 2 other witnesses mentioned above. One is the courtesan of Xianxia house who faked her death, and the other is also a girl from Xianxia house, called Princess Ning didn't seem to remember the name. She looked at the document and said, Hua Xiao. As she spoke, her eyes fell on Minister Xing's face again. Minister Xing, where are these 2 witnesses now? Can they testify in court? Based on the one-sided statement of an assassin, it is somewhat arbitrary to conclude that Xianxia house colluded with the imperial family. What do you think, Minister Xing? Princess Ning's eyes were very gentle, but for some reason, Minister Xing's forehead was a little cold. He composed himself and said, Princess Ning is very right, but these 2 witnesses can't testify in court now. Why? Princess Ning asked softly. Minister Xing said, Hua Xiao was drugged and will wake up in 6 or 7 days. The other girl called Xianxia was seriously injured and is being treated in the medical hall. According to Minister Xiao, her condition is not good. Otherwise, according to the normal procedure, Xianxia would be taken back to the Ministry of Justice for detention. Princess Ning sighed thoughtfully. One was drugged and the other was injured. What a coincidence. Minister Xing, they are important witnesses in this case. You must protect them well. Don't let them be killed, or the truth of this case will never see the light of day. Minister Xing subconsciously glanced at Princess Ning when he heard this. Princess Ning smiled at him frankly. Minister Xing lowered his eyes, frowned, and saluted. Princess is right, I will definitely send more people to protect them. After leaving the palace, Minister Xing returned to the Ministry of Justice. Xiaoheng's room was behind Minister Xing's. Hearing the noise, Xiaoheng put down the pen in his hand and went to Minister Xing's room. Minister Xing fell into a chair tiredly and told Xiaoheng about the conversation in the imperial study. It really is flawless. Did we suspect the wrong person? Is the murderer actually Princess Huiqing or Princess Xinyang? Xiaoheng was not surprised by this development. If the other party didn't even have this kind of method, they wouldn't have gotten to where they were today. He was very glad that he didn't put his chips on the emperor. Xiaoheng said, It's not Princess Xinyang. Minister Xing looked at him strangely. How do you know? I often go to the medical hall. Xiaoheng said, Princess Xinyang contracted a heart disease a few years ago, and only Dr. Gu can treat her illness. She hasn't recovered yet and is still taking the medicine Dr. Gu gave her. She won't kill Dr. Gu at this time. Minister Xing had heard that Princess Xinyang had suffered from a heart attack due to the loss of her beloved son. Back then, he had heard that she had listened to the imperial physician's advice and left the sad capital to recuperate at Fengdu Mountain. Princess Huiqing? Minister Xing shook his head decisively. Someone couldn't have used the name of an imperial princess, right? Xiaoheng suddenly said, actually, it's fine if she didn't warn you. Minister Xing didn't understand. What do you mean? Xiaoheng smiled faintly and said, Minister, Princess Ningyan is right. You have to send more people to keep a close watch on the medical hall and the Ministry of Justice's prison. Don't let anyone have a chance to silence them. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1087521994. HTML Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here, in the Imperial Study. Princess Ningyan sat next to the Emperor with a gloomy expression. The Emperor patted the back of her hand and said, Don't take it to heart. The truth of the case will come out one day. Princess Ningyan whispered, I occasionally wonder if I shouldn't have come back. That year, I was blind and didn't listen to my brother and mother's advice. I insisted on marrying to the frontier fortress. As a result, I entrusted it to the wrong person and caused hundreds of thousands of people to suffer from war. I also caused so many soldiers to lose their lives. When your Majesty proposed to confer me the title of Princess Protector, I actually understood that I was not qualified. The Emperor looked at her. Ningyan, Princess Ningyan met his gaze. Imperial brother, let me finish. The Emperor nodded helplessly. Okay, you say it. Princess Ningyan said with self-blame, I was accepted by the royal family because of my brother's great kindness. Please don't mention the matter of conferring me. The Emperor said earnestly, This is not your fault. With or without you, the remnants of the previous dynasty will stir up trouble in Zhao country. You are just a pitiful person who was used by them. Even if it wasn't you, it would be someone else. Don't blame yourself anymore. Your words have reminded us. Could it be that we have doted on you too much, causing some people to be jealous? That's why they were dissatisfied and caused so much trouble. Princess Ningyan didn't say anything. The Emperor comforted her, I have my own ideas about this matter. I will not let you be wronged. Just pretend that you didn't hear anything today. I will find out the truth. Princess Ningyan's eyes were a little red. When the Emperor saw her like this, he couldn't help but think of when she was young. Ningyan was a lively and active child. She wouldn't cry like a normal little girl. When she was wronged, she would find a place where no one was around and sit there quietly, trying her best to hold back her tears. Every time he found Ningyan and made her happy. Thinking of the past, the Emperor felt even more sorry for Ningyan. He didn't know how many times she hid in a corner and secretly felt sad when she was alone in the frontier fortress. Did anyone find her? Did anyone feel sorry for her? The Emperor called Eunuch Wei. Go to the Ministry of Justice and tell Minister Xing to keep his mouth shut and not reveal any information about this case for the time being. Yes. Eunuch Wei accepted the order and left. However, it was too late. On the way to the Ministry of Justice, Eunuch Wei heard people discussing this matter. Two little brothers, what were you talking about just now? Eunuch Wei lifted the curtain of the carriage and called out to the two young men by the roadside in a good-natured manner. Since it was a secret, his identity could not be easily revealed. He was wearing the clothes of an ordinary master. The two of them thought that he was a rich old man from the capital, so they told him about the news they heard in the tea house. I heard that a mortal music house colluded with the royal family and killed the soldiers who returned from the frontier fortress. Is there such a thing? Old Chancellor was well aware that the speed of rumor spreading was completely dependent on how ridiculous the rumor was. It didn't matter if it was exaggerated or not, as long as it was widely spread, it was fine. Who did you kill? Young Master Gu Jejun. Gu Chongqing. Cough, cough. Eunuch Wei almost choked himself to death. How was it related to Gu Chongqing? Wasn't it said that the person who was assassinated was Miss Gu? Moreover, it was an attempted assassination. Is there a mistake? Young Master Gu went to visit the families of the soldiers. They were killed on the way out of the city. That place was not far from Feng County. Someone came out from the nearby relay station and saw that the snow was full of corpses and bloodstains. It was obviously Miss Gu who fought with the assassins from Immortal Music House. The people who died were all from Immortal Music House. Who made this up? Too tragic, too tragic. Young Master Gu was bravely killing the enemy at the frontier fortress, but when he returned, he was plotted against by the royal family. They were afraid that young Master Gu's meritorious service would overshadow the master, so they wanted to get rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness. He didn't die in the hands of the enemy, but died in the hands of his own people. This is really chilling. It seems that he didn't die and escaped. Then young Master Gu will have to hide from now on? This was the first version that Eunuch Wei heard. There was also a second one. The contents of the first two stories were similar. They were all about how Gu Chongqing was attacked when he left the city and how Immortal Music House colluded with the imperial family. However, it wasn't the imperial family that killed the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. Instead, it was the imperial family's princess who fancied Gu Chongqing and wanted to recruit him as her prince consort. Gu Chongqing didn't agree and angered the princess. Thus, he suffered from the other party's crazy revenge. What kind of nonsense is this? Eunuch Wei felt a headache coming on. The third story was the one that gave Eunuch Wei the most headache. The victim was still Gu Chongqing and not Gu Jiao. I heard that it was the remnants of the previous dynasty. Weren't the remnants of the previous dynasty all exterminated? It seems that some of them escaped the net and infiltrated the capital. They colluded with Immortal Music House to take revenge on young Master Gu and the Gu Jejun. It's a pity that young Master Gu is seriously injured and his life is uncertain. And I also heard that the imperial family has a spy. The remnants of the previous dynasty is hiding in the imperial palace. Hey, I've heard of something here. When the prince consort was killed by young Master Gu, Princess Ning'an pleaded with young Master Gu to let the prince consort fend for himself in the snowy mountains. However, young Master Gu ignored Princess Ning'an's opposition and took the prince consort's life on the spot. Could it be? Eunuch Wei helplessly looked at the sky. It's over, it's all over now. Once the news was spread out, it wouldn't be easy to take it back. Moreover, there was a good saying, it's better to let it out than to block it. The more the emperor forbade the people from talking about this matter, the more heated the discussion became. If the emperor was a tyrant, then it would be fine. If he killed hundreds of people, then no one would dare to talk nonsense. But he wasn't. This led to the matter continuing to ferment. By the evening of the second day, almost the entire capital had heard that Immortal Music House colluded with the imperial family to assassinate Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing wasn't in the capital right now. Even if the emperor wanted to call him out to clarify the truth, he couldn't. The emperor could choose to have Gu Jiao stand out and say that the person who was assassinated was her. But that would mean that the case of Immortal Music House's assassination was confirmed. Moreover, was there a big difference between assassinating Gu Jiao and assassinating Gu Chongqing? The only difference was the speed at which it spread. As the young master of the Gu family army and the heir of Marquis Ding'an, Gu Chongqing's reputation was even greater in the capital. Gu Jiao was too low-key. Her name wasn't enough to attract attention. But the essence of the matter was the same. Moreover, this matter wasn't a matter of whether the victim was Gu Jiao or Gu Chongqing. Rather, it was a matter of which member of the imperial family was the mastermind behind the scenes. Princess, the tea spilled out. Inside the warm room of Baixia Hall, Liana reminded. Princess Ning'an looked at the tea spilled all over the table. She put down the teapot that had been filled for an unknown amount of time and said, "Wipe it off." Yes. Liana brought over a cloth and wiped away the water stains on the table. Princess, you have been restless these past 2 days. Did something happen? No, it's nothing. Princess Ning'an said. Baixia Hall was well protected by the emperor. She hadn't heard any random rumors. Lianer only thought that her master was upset because of Huang Fuxian. She comforted, "Don't worry about Gongzi. He's just throwing a tantrum. When he grows up and becomes more sensible, he'll know how to be filial to you." Princess Ningyan said, "Lianer, if one day you are taken away, will you betray me?" Lianer solemnly said, "Of course not." Lianer's life was saved by Princess. Without Princess, there would be no Lianer. Lianer will not betray Princess. That's right. My life is mine. How could I betray me? Princess Ningyan recovered her usual vigor. She smiled and said, "Go to the small kitchen and see how the soup for Imperial Mother is coming along." Lianer went to the small kitchen. When she returned, she had a food box in her hands. "I've packed it for you." Princess Ningyan took the food box and went to Rinshou Palace. She never thought that Xiaoheng would also be there. Princess Ningyan looked at Xiaoheng in Empress Dowager Zhuang's study. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "He's the Lulang that I Jia mentioned to you." Ningyan hasn't seen Lulang yet, right? Princess Ningyan was stunned and smiled slightly. "Ah, yes, I haven't seen him." Xiaoheng stood up and saluted. Princess Ningyan nodded in return. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed to Princess Ningyan, "Didn't I tell you not to cook?" Princess Ningyan smiled and put the food box on the table. "This is the soup made by Xia Hall's chef." Empress Dowager Zhuang motioned for eunuch Qin to take over. "This servant will do it." Eunuch Qin opened the food box from Princess Ningyan's hands and took out the soup inside. Princess Ningyan smiled, "Then I'll leave first. I'll come to pay respects to Imperial Mother tomorrow." Princess Ningyan left the study and heard Empress Dowager Zhuang say to Xiaoheng, "Continue." Xiaoheng said, "No, that's all the rumors I heard from the people." Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "To quell the rumors, the only way is to let the witness speak." "Did the witness wake up?" Xiaoheng, "She woke up." Empress Dowager Zhuang, "Wasn't she drunk for 7 days? Why did she wake up so soon?" Xiaoheng, Jiao has a hangover medicine in her hand. She woke up in the morning, but she could only speak in the afternoon. Empress Dowager Zhuang, "Did she confess the mastermind behind the scenes?" Xiaoheng shook his head, "Not yet," she refused to say. "Did you use torture?" "Yes, all the punishments that can be used have been used." "Her mouth is very tight." Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, "If the hard method doesn't work, then use the soft method. If the soft method doesn't work, then use rape. I don't believe that Xianle house is full of tough bones. You go and bribe someone, let her poison Hua Xiao in the name of visiting Hua Xiao. Say that it's a snack given to her by the young master. Hua Xiao won't not understand. Princess, your handkerchief." In the courtyard, a little palace maid looked at the lost and thought Princess Ning and looked down at the torn handkerchief in her hand and smiled warmly. It was scratched by the branches. "I'm thinking about what to do." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1087511721. HTML Genius remembers this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. After Princess Ningyan left the courtyard, Xiaoheng completely pushed open the window that had a small crack that couldn't be seen if one didn't look carefully. He watched her disappear at the entrance of the palace and said softly, "Thank you, great aunt." After leaving Rinshou Palace, Princess Ningyan didn't immediately return to Bixia Hall. Instead, she went to the imperial study. "Ningyan, you're here. Come and sit." The emperor put down the memorials in his hand. After many days of absence, a lot of work had piled up. Plus, the reward for Ningyan and the murder case of Xianxia house made him a bit overwhelmed. Princess Ningyan came to the emperor's side. Eunuch Wei brought a small stool and placed it next to the emperor. Ningyan sat down gracefully and looked at the emperor with a gentle gaze. Am I disturbing you, imperial brother? The emperor smiled and said, No, take a seat. I said that you can come whenever you want. You will never disturb me. Princess Ningyan recalled. I remember when I was young, you often said the same thing. You're a prince and have a lot of homework. Every time I went to find you, you were studying. The emperor sighed. I'm not favored by my father. If I don't work hard to leave an impression on him, he'll probably forget that I'm his son. Princess Ningyan turned to look at him with reverence. But in the end, it was you who stabilized the throne. That's all thanks to my mother. Speaking of Empress Dowager Zhuang, the emperor felt a bit more emotional. You probably don't know what happened to me and my mother in the years you weren't here. Although the emperor hated concubine Jing, he still cared about Ningyan and didn't tell Ningyan all about how she had instigated him and Empress Dowager Zhuang. But now that it was brought forward, he couldn't help but say it. We were drugged and were at odds with Imperial Mother. We did too many things that let Imperial Mother down. Now that we think about it, Imperial Mother was the one who personally made us the emperor, yet we treated her like this. She must be very sad. Princess Ningyan said softly, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, you don't have to blame yourself for the past. The emperor said in shame, I've always blamed my mother for controlling the court. If not for that, the country would have long fallen into the hands of concubine Jing and the remnants of the previous dynasty. Princess Ningyan lowered her head. The emperor said sincerely, Ningyan, that woman is not fit to be your mother. You can only have Imperial Mother in your heart. Imperial Mother is the one who truly loves and protects you. Princess Ningyan smiled. Ningyan knows. Ningyan will be filial to Imperial Mother. Ningyan will also be filial to Imperial Brother. The emperor smiled in relief. Princess Ningyan's eyes flickered as she said, By the way, brother, I just saw Lord Xiao in my mother's palace. The emperor thought for a moment. Lulang? There were not many men who could enter Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. The only one surnamed Xiao was Xiao Lulang. Princess Ningyan nodded. Yes, Imperial Mother calls him Lulang. Lord Xiao seemed to be here for the Ministry of Justice's case, but I didn't hear what he said. The emperor remembered something and said, there was indeed such a thing. He just came to the imperial study and said that the suspect in Xianxia house had woken up. Did she really wake up? Princess Ningyan asked. The emperor looked at Princess Ningyan strangely. This matter concerns the reputation of the imperial family, so I'm particularly concerned. Did I overstep? The emperor smiled. How could that be? That's good. Princess Ningyan smiled in relief. I saw in the file that she was drugged with a drug called 7 days of intoxication. It is said that she will be in a coma for 7 days. The emperor smiled at the mention of this. With the little magic doctor here, this is not difficult. Princess Ningyan looked at the memorial on the table and asked in a relaxed tone, did she confess? The emperor said, they are still interrogating her. Princess Ningyan touched the tip of her nose with a handkerchief. Imperial brother, do you want to send someone to take a look? The emperor thought for a moment. Okay. The emperor sent Eunuch this time. Eunuch didn't expose himself in front of old concubine Jing, but the emperor didn't hide anything in front of Princess Ningyan. Besides the hardships Princess Ningyan suffered in the frontier fortress, it increased his trust and affection for her. Eunuch came back quickly. Princess Ningyan was still in the imperial study. He reported, Your Majesty, the suspect named Hua Xiao did wake up. Minister Xing personally interrogated her, but she refused to say anything. She didn't eat or drink. It seemed that she was going to go on a hunger strike. Does Xianxia house know that she is awake? It was Princess Ningyan who asked. She seemed to be particularly concerned about this case. But considering that she was also the emperor's sister and one of the suspects behind the case, her concern was reasonable. If Princess Xianxia were here, she would be more concerned about the progress of the case. As Eunuch thought so, he answered her question respectfully, I know. Ever since the case of Immortal Music House became the talk of the town, it's hard to conceal the actions of the Ministry of Justice. There are always people trying to find out something from the Ministry of Justice. Xianxia House is no exception. A maid of Xianxia House came to visit the suspect with some snacks. Princess Ningyan asked, "What is her name?" Eunuch looked at Princess Ningyan in confusion and then looked at the emperor. The emperor was happy to spoil Princess Ningyan, so Eunuch couldn't not give face to the princess. Eunuch said, "I think her name is Ling-er? Or Ling-er? That's probably her name." Ling-er was Hua Xiao's personal maid. Princess Ningyan asked again, "What did they talk about?" Eunuch said, "I don't know." The maid begged to speak with Hua Xiao alone, and Minister Xing agreed. There was a solitary cell at the end of the prison of the Ministry of Justice. It was different from a normal cell. It was more like a solitary secret room. Not only was there an extra iron door, but it was also guarded by 2 strong yamen runners. There were burning braziers hanging on the walls on both sides of the corridor. The flickering flames shone on the expressionless faces of the yamen runners, making them look more dignified and cold. The door of the cell was locked. Everything seemed to be calm, but no one knew that the suspects had already caused a ruckus in the cell. Hua Xiao was tied to a chair, and her hands and feet were bound by ropes. Xiaoheng didn't lie. Hua Xiao did wake up, and Ling-er's maid came to Xianxia House. She gave Hua Xiao a bowl of last meal. Hua Xiao sneered, "Do you think that by casually bribing a maid to pretend to be the young lord to poison me, I will suspect the young lord?" Naive. Xiaoheng didn't comment. He looked at her and said, "You believe in your young lord, but I don't know if your young lord has the same confidence in you." Hua Xiao laughed until her body trembled slightly. "Xiao Darren, Xiao Shuang Yuan, I don't know how to call you. Do you really think the young lord will be fooled? You underestimate the young lord too much. You are too arrogant. From the moment you used Bai Kuan's identity to write the confession, the young lord already knew that you were setting a trap for her. Because, the young lord doesn't have a person named Bai Kuan. You can only fool the people of the capital, but as long as I don't say the identity of the young lord, you can't convict the young lord." Xiaoheng's expression didn't change in the slightest because of her words. "Bai Kuan is fake, but you, Hua Xiao, are real." Hua Xiao's smile disappeared, and she said coldly, "So what? I won't confess. I won't betray the young lord." Xiaoheng asked, "Does it matter if you confess or not? If there can be a Bai Kuan in this world, there can be a second one." Hua Xiao frowned, "What do you mean?" Xiaoheng stopped, flicked his wide sleeves, pressed the mechanism at hand, and the stone door slowly opened. He took out a confession letter from his arms. "Come, this is Hua Xiao's confession letter." Hua Xiao's face changed. "You?" Xiaoheng said, "Personally written." Hua Xiao trembled with anger. "You are trying to frame me again. Can't you be a little more creative, Xiao Darren? Is this all you have left? It doesn't matter if the method is old or not, as long as it is practical." Xiaoheng handed the confession letter to the yamen runner beside him. "Send it to the imperial palace to His Majesty and say that Hua Xiao confessed." Hua Xiao scolded, "Despicable. If you have the ability, kill me. Otherwise, once His Majesty interrogates me, I will say that the confession letter was written by you. Then let's make a bet, you won't live until the moment His Majesty interrogates you." Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows and looked at her. His eyes gradually became cold. "The murderer is not me." The yamen runner was Xianxia's confidant. After receiving Xiaoheng's instructions, he immediately went to the imperial palace. The yamen runner didn't have a token to enter the imperial palace. After reporting to the emperor, he could only be let in. The yamen runner cupped his hands and said, "Please go and report to His Majesty. I am here to deliver the confession letter." The prisoner of Immortal Music House confessed. This case was very big. Xiaoheng and Xianxia had entered the imperial palace several times. Even a fool could see that His Majesty attached great importance to the case. The imperial guards guarding the city didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly sent someone to the imperial study to pass the message. The little eunuch in the imperial study also reported to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei bowed and entered the imperial study, reporting, "Your Majesty, the prisoner of Immortal Music House confessed." The emperor was very excited. "Really? Eunuch Wei said, yes, the people of the Ministry of Justice sent the confession letter. It is at the gate of the imperial palace. They said that it was written by Hua Xiao. Princess Ningyan, it can't be fake, right? Eunuch Wei said, it can't be fake. When Hua Xiao faked her death in Immortal Music House, as a suspect, she went to the Ministry of Justice to make a statement. Her handwriting is there. Princess Ningyan squeezed her handkerchief tightly. The emperor was very excited. What are you doing? Quickly announce it. Eunuch Wei was also very excited. He smiled and said, yes. This slave will go personally. Princess Ningyan's eyes moved slightly. She put down the half-drunk tea and said to the emperor, since imperial brother has something important to do, I will leave first. The emperor patted her hand and said dotingly, you don't have to leave. Let's listen to the case together. Princess Ningyan's eyelashes trembled slightly. This isn't very good. The emperor said, what's not good about it? You are Zhen's sister, the princess of Zhao country. Since this case is related to the princess of Zhao country, you have the right to listen. If Xianxia was here, even if Zhen chased her away, she wouldn't leave. Xianxia was a person whose means and ambition were written on her face. If she wanted to interfere in the imperial court, she would interfere in the imperial court. Fortunately, her ambition didn't lie here. After interfering in the imperial court several times, she felt that it was meaningless, so she went home to take care of her son. There was a bit of distance from the imperial study to the gate of the imperial palace. Eunuch Wei's footsteps were not fast. If he took a small path, he would definitely be able to rob the confession letter before Eunuch Wei. Princess Ningyan used her handkerchief to wipe the thin sweat on her forehead. She looked at the gradually darkening sky and said, at this time, Xian'er should be looking for me. He's not a 3-year-old child. Does he still need to look for his mother at night? The emperor didn't like that little remnant of the previous dynasty, but for Princess Ningyan's sake, he didn't make his dislike of Huangfu Xian too obvious. Zhen will go with you to see Xian'er in a moment. Sit in Zhen's imperial carriage. It'll be quick. On such a cold day, how could he be at ease letting Ningyan walk back alone? Princess Ningyan began to frequently switch her hands to drink from the quilt. Are you this thirsty? A little. After drinking 3 full cups, Princess Ningyan said to the emperor, Your Majesty, I want to. Before he could finish his sentence, Eunuch Wei brought him in with a face full of joy. Your Majesty. She's here. The emperor said seriously, come in. Eunuch Wei led the bailiff into the room. The bailiff presented the confession letter with both hands. Eunuch Wei reached out to take it. I'll do it. Princess Ningyan stood up and walked around the desk to take the letter from the bailiff. The capital in the first month was still cold. There were 2 braziers burning in the imperial study, one of which was not far from the emperor. As Princess Ningyan walked towards the emperor with the confession letter in hand, she suddenly tripped. Her beautiful face paled as she let out a cry and fell forward. The confession letter in her hand also flew out and flew right into the brazier. Between the confession letter and Princess Ningyan, the emperor would of course choose to protect Ningyan. How could he bear to let Ningyan fall and injure herself? The emperor stood up and caught Ningyan with his strong right arm. The moment Ningyan was caught, she let out a long sigh of relief. She leaned into the emperor's arms and panted slightly. She said guiltily, I'm sorry, brother. I lost the confession letter. The emperor raised his eyebrows and smiled at her. Look. Ningyan turned her head and was instantly struck by lightning. She saw the emperor's left hand accurately grab the confession letter. Emperor, fortunately, I often play cards with Imperial Mother. I can grab cards with my left hand. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that you can't find online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1087295990. HTML Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all available here. Mingyan, are you okay? Why is your face so pale? Did you bump into something? The emperor looked at Princess Ningyan, who seemed to be nervous in his arms, and asked. Princess Ningyan whispered, I'm fine. It was a close call. Fortunately, brother caught me in time. Otherwise, I would have been hurt. The emperor looked at the chair behind him and said with fear, yes, your head almost hit the chair. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Princess Ningyan vaguely hummed. The emperor helped her sit down on the stool. The confession had been in the emperor's hands, so it was impossible to let it have a second accident. After the emperor sat back in the chair, he glanced at Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei had served the emperor for many years. If he couldn't understand this look, he would have been a chief steward for many years. He hurriedly called 2 little eunuchs to carry the brazier away to ensure that even if the emperor fell 8 or 10 times, the confession would not fall into the brazier. The emperor couldn't wait to open the confession letter. This confession letter had a total of 10 pages, which was 9 pages more than Baikuan's confession letter. It recorded in detail Hua Xiao's birth, her first few years of wandering, and how she came to Immortal Music House. Hua Xiao was originally a young lady of an official's family. Her grandfather was the governor of South City. Because of a corruption case, he was sent to Zhao prison. Her grandfather was beheaded, and the rest of the family was sentenced to exile. Hua Xiao was only 2 years old. She was not deeply moved by the changes in her family. Every day, she could not eat enough and wear warm clothes. From time to time, she saw her family being beaten. It took a long time for her to understand what happened to her family. At that time, she was already 7 years old. She was a clever and beautiful little girl. She was bought by a brothel's madam. She planned to educate her for a few years and become the brothel's money tree. However, Hua Xiao's life in the brothel was not smooth. She was often bullied by older children. One cold night, she ran away. How long could a 7-year-old girl walk? In the middle of the night, she fainted in a dirty alley. When she came, she was lying in a carriage going somewhere. The carriage was very well decorated. It was clean and spacious, and it exuded a fragrance that was different from ordinary cosmetics. It was in this carriage that Hua Xiao met the most important person in her life. Her real name was not Hua Xiao, and her surname had been forcibly erased when she was sold to the brothel. She was called Laner in the brothel, and she hated this name. The gentlewoman in front of her was given a new name. The woman looked at the setting sun outside the window and said to her, "You will be called Hua Xiao." The obedient little girl nodded in a daze. The emperor was a little moved to tears. It was clearly a confession letter, so why did it have to be so touching? Was Hua Xiao really the daughter of the Guan family? That's right. Was she really sold to a brothel? That was not the case. As for Hua Xiao's background, Mo Qianxue only said, it seems that her grandfather used to be an official somewhere. Later, he committed a crime and was confiscated. The latter part was all made up by the old chancellor. He was not afraid that the emperor would send people to investigate. Anyway, there were so many officials who were confiscated that a bundle of sacks couldn't hold them all. Hua Xiao came to the Immortal Music House 2 years earlier than Mo Qianxue. This was obvious to all, so there was no need to make it up. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was the woman who adopted Hua Xiao. She trained Hua Xiao into a woman with both talent and beauty and excellent martial arts. She sent her to the Immortal Music House in the capital and became her second confidant. The first confidant was Mo Qianxue. Mo Qianxue came to the woman's side later than Hua Xiao, and Mo Qianxue had been secretly trained by the woman. However, they had never met before entering the Immortal Music House. In the confession letter, Hua Xiao's analysis was that the woman was worried that they would grow up together and develop feelings for each other. They were not allowed to rely on and have feelings for people other than their master. This was actually the personal analysis of the old chancellor. This part was true. When the emperor saw this, a strong disgust rose from the bottom of his heart. Who was so perverted and vicious? He looked dignified as he finished reading the confession letter. The confession letter not only explained Xiao's personal experience, but also explained the secret deployment of Immortal Music House in the capital these years. For example, Immortal Music House once came to make trouble in the name of the Empress Dowager. The emperor was even angrier. She actually used his mother. Very good. The behind-the-scenes owner of Immortal Music House was really bold. The second half of the confession letter focused on the case against Gu Jiao, which was similar to what Bai Kuan said. Mo Qianxia faked her death and got close to Gu Jiao. Hua Xiao conveyed the young master's order several times, asking Mo Qianxia to take action against Gu Jiao. The last time she went to find Mo Qianxia, she was knocked out and drugged by Mo Qianxia. When she woke up, she was in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. The confession letter also explained that Hua Xiao didn't intend to betray the young master, but the young master sent someone to poison her. She really fed her loyalty to the dogs. Since the young master did it, then don't blame her for doing it 15 times. In fact, you also know the young master. She is indeed the princess of the imperial family, and she does call your majesty brother. Her name is. The 9th page ended here. There was only one name on the 10th page. When the emperor saw the name, he suddenly gasped and looked at Ningyan in horror. Bisha Hall. Huang Fuxian was in a daze in front of the window again. Lian helplessly walked into the room with the dry clothes, put them on the bed, and came to Huang Fuxian's side. A cold wind blew, and Lian shivered. Lian sighed, "Young master, why are you sitting here in the cold wind again? Let me push you over to the fire to warm you up." I thought only the frontier was cold, but I didn't expect the capital to be so cold. As she spoke, she pushed Huang Fuxian's wheelchair to the fire basin. Huang Fuxian didn't object because he was frozen and couldn't speak. Lian turned back and closed the window. Huang Fuxian sat by the fire basin to warm himself, while Lian folded the clothes one by one and put them back in the wardrobe. She looked at the neat clothes in the wardrobe, then looked at her own clothes that were not folded properly. She cleared her throat and said, "Why did you fold them so well? Don't you have to wear them?" The rules in the palace were strict. Those who could be assigned to serve in Iridescent Cloud's hall were the most outstanding palace maids. Lian had not received such strict training in the princess's residence at the frontier fortress, so the palace maids did not take her seriously. However, she was Princess Ning An's confidant, so the palace maids didn't dare to say anything to her face. They could only fold the clothes she had folded again after she left. Really? Lian's self-esteem was hurt again. She put her ugly clothes on top of a pile of clothes that were so neat that it was unreal, and went out sullenly. Not long after she went out, Huang Fuxian, who had recovered his body temperature and was no longer stiff, pushed his wheelchair to the window and propped it up with a pole. The window was not short, and he didn't have legs, so he couldn't stand, so this action was actually very difficult for him. When he reached the pole, he almost fell off the wheelchair. Fortunately, it was a close call. He felt the biting cold wind and looked at the empty courtyard. His hands and feet were frozen stiff again. The sky was dark. He looked down and curled his lips in self-mockery. "Little brother." Little Mushroom appeared with his voice again. Huang Fuxian's eyelashes fluttered quickly, and his stiff body became even stiffer, but his expression didn't change at all. Little Jing Kong was small, so the windowsill was too high for him. Even if he used a stone as a cushion to climb up, it was still difficult for him. However, little Jing Kong was surprised to find that the stone had grown taller today. He climbed up the stone first, then easily flipped over the windowsill. "Little brother." After he slid down, he turned around and looked at Huang Fuxian cutely. There was snow on his sleeves and pants, but there was no snow on his head or shoulders. "Did you fall?" Huang Fuxian asked coldly. "Yes." Little Jing Kong nodded honestly, "I only fell twice." What did he mean by only fell twice? 2 falls were not enough. Little Jing Kong hadn't fallen for a long time, but his instincts were still there. He hugged his little head in time, so it didn't hurt. Huang Fuxian glanced at him indifferently, then reached out his hands expressionlessly. He supported the wheelchair with one hand and reached for the pole with the other. He had done this many times before, but now he was embarrassed in front of little Jing Kong. He successfully fell off the wheelchair. "Little brother, are you okay?" Little Jing Kong squatted down to help him up. Go away. Huang Fuxian said angrily. Little Jing Kong looked at him, thought seriously, and said, you don't have to be embarrassed, I often fall too. You're a kid, it's natural for you to fall. You won't fall anymore when you grow up, but I'm a cripple, I'll fall my whole life. I'll be a good-for-nothing for the rest of my life. Huang Fuxian refused little Jing Kong's help. He used his hands, which were full of veins, to drag his injured body back to the wheelchair with difficulty. His leg started to hurt again. It was the place where his leg was amputated. Every once in a while, his bone would pop out. Every time this happened, he had to endure the pain and grind his bone. Every time he had to grind his bone, he had to go to hell. He almost couldn't save himself several times. He didn't want to experience the pain of grinding his bone again, or he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to survive this time. But it was strange, wasn't it? Didn't he want to die long ago? What was he afraid of now? Little brother, what's wrong? Is it painful? Little Jing Kong looked at Huang Fuxian, who didn't look right, and asked with concern. No, Huang Fuxian said indifferently, grabbing a blanket to cover his injured leg. Little Jing Kong wasn't a person who liked to stare at other people's injured parts. In fact, no one taught him this on purpose. He just observed how Xiaojiao did it and did it accordingly. His gaze quickly turned to Huang Fuxian's face. Little brother, why is your face swollen? It was swollen last time, but it wasn't this serious. It seemed that he had been exposed to too much cold wind for the past 2 days, and the swollen part was frostbitten. Huang Fuxian looked at him calmly. Are you curious? Yes. Little Jing Kong nodded. Huang Fuxian curled his lips slightly and said playfully, my mother hit me. Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and leaned forward. He looked confused. Why did your mother hit you? Huang Fuxian sneered, because I'm disabled? Little Jing Kong clenched his fists and said seriously, she can't hit him. Bad brother-in-law is a cripple, and Xiaojiao didn't hit him. Huang Fuxian was speechless. Why is he a bad brother-in-law? Huang Fuxian asked. He's a bad brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong curled his lips and said. How bad? Huang Fuxian's eyes had a trace of true coldness. Very, very bad. Little Jing Kong said. Huang Fuxian knew very well how bad an adult could be to a child. Do you want me to help you teach him a lesson? He asked. That's not necessary. Little Jing Kong coughed softly. I can teach him a lesson myself. Little Mushroom's face was red, and his eyes were flickering. Obviously, he didn't really hate that bad brother-in-law. Huang Fuxian's mood became worse. He couldn't explain why. Little Nine fluttered his wings and flew to Huang Fuxian's pillow. After tearing down so many things, he found that his favorite was Huang Fuxian's pillow. Little Nine, don't tear down the house, Little Jing Kong said helplessly. Little Nine didn't listen and kept tearing down the pillow. Soon, the cotton in Huang Fuxian's pillow was packed out. Little Jing Kong sighed like an old man. It's all because of little Ada Brother Yan's bad influence. Huang Fuxian asked, who's Brother Yan? Little Jing Kong said, he's my brother at home. Huang Fuxian frowned, you have other brothers? Little Jing Kong stretched out 2 little fingers. Yes, I have 2. Brother Yan and Brother Xiaoshun. Huang Fuxian asked with a dark face, do you like them? Little Jing Kong nodded without hesitation. Yes, I like them. Huang Fuxian's face became even darker. You have so many brothers, why do you still come to me? To take you out to play. Humph. Huang Fuxian turned his face away coldly. Little Jing Kong stretched out his chubby little hand and grabbed his fingers. The soft touch reminded him of a kitten's paw pad. Little brother, I'll take you to my house. Little Jing Kong had just finished speaking when a little eunuch's hurried footsteps and panicked screams came from outside the door. Oh no. Something happened to Princess Ningyan. Digression, it's almost the end of the month, please give me a wave of monthly votes. He bowed to express his gratitude. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that can't be found on the internet are available here. https://www ZHHBQG. com/89642896428226/1087288884. HTML Genius memorized the website address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, zhhbqg.com. The latest chapter isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Little brother, something happened to your mother. Little Jing Kong looked at Huang Fuxian worriedly. Don't be sad. I'm not sad, Huang Fuxian said calmly. Little Jing Kong scratched his head in confusion. How could he not be sad? If something happened to Jiao Jiao, he would be very, very sad. Huang Fuxian slowly withdrew his hand from the little guy's grasp. Maybe they heard wrong. Nothing happened to my mother. You should go back first. Little Jing Kong, oh. This time, something did happen to Princess Ningyan. The incident happened in the imperial study. Once the news spread, the entire harem was alarmed. Empress Xiao, noble consort Shuang, consort Shu, and the others all went to the imperial study, only to find that it was surrounded by imperial guards. No one could enter. I can't enter either? Empress Xiao asked coldly. The commander of the imperial guards was surnamed Fu. He cupped his fists in salute and said, "We're searching for assassins inside. For the safety of the empress and the other imperial concubines, please wait here for a moment." How is His Majesty? Consort Shu asked anxiously. Commander Fu said, His Majesty retreated from the back door and returned to Pure Flowers Palace. Noble consort Shuang rolled her eyes. Why didn't you say so earlier? Did they come here to catch assassins? Empress Xiao and the others hurried to Pure Flowers Palace, which was also surrounded by imperial guards. Fortunately, there were no assassins here, so no one stopped Empress Xiao. Noble consort Zhuang and consort Shu saw that she was going, so they also followed. Empress Xiao's position was stable. Her son was the crown prince, and her brother, Marquis Xianping, was fighting in the South Island. Noble consort Zhuang lost favor for a while because of Prince Ning, but she was backed by the Empress Dowager and the Zhuang family. As long as the Empress Dowager didn't punish her and the Zhuang family didn't dislike her, she would always have a place in the harem. Consort Shu was the same. Her two nephews had just made great contributions at the frontier fortress, so she also rose in status. Who would dare to block her path? The fourth concubine to enter Pure Flowers Palace was Consort Yu, Rui Wang's birth mother. Last year, Consort Rui Wang gave birth to Xiao Junju in the 10th month of the previous year, which could be considered a meritorious service for the imperial family. The other concubines were not so lucky. All of the palace servants in Pure Flowers Palace knelt on the ground with their heads bowed. The entire palace hall was filled with a cold and solemn atmosphere. For some reason, Empress Xiao had an ominous feeling in her heart. When she passed through the Chuehua gate, she suddenly stopped and looked at a little maid kneeling on the ground. She asked, "Did your majesty come back alone?" The palace maid said nervously, "Empress, Princess Ningyan came back with her." Empress Xiao frowned. Ever since Qin Chuyu was bullied by Huang Fuxian again and again, Empress Xiao didn't like Princess Ningyan. It was just that the emperor would come to comfort her from time to time, so she did not find fault with Ningyan. But in the end, he was still unhappy. The emperor and Princess Ningyan came to the bedchamber in the imperial carriage. The palace maids and eunuchs didn't know the emperor's condition. They only heard that Princess Ningyan was injured and covered in blood. Empress Xiao didn't ask any more questions and quickly walked towards the bedchamber. At the entrance of the bedchamber, the palace maids and eunuchs were kneeling on the ground and wiping the mottled bloodstains. Empress Xiao's heart tightened. As she stepped in, a strong smell of blood mixed with the smell of golden sore ointment assailed her nostrils. Empress Xiao's scalp went numb. "Your Majesty." Noble consort Zhuang passed by her and ran straight towards the dragon bed. Consort Shu and Consort Yu glanced at Empress Xiao and restrained themselves. No matter how worried they were about His Majesty's health, they didn't have the courage to run ahead of Empress Xiao like noble consort Zhuang. Princess Ningyan was sitting on a chair beside the bed. Her forehead was injured, her face was covered in blood, and her right arm was injured. An imperial physician was treating her injuries. 2 other imperial physicians were gathered in front of the dragon bed to check on the emperor's injuries. Eunuch Wei was anxiously wiping his tears beside the dragon bed. "Your Majesty, this concubine has come to see you." Noble consort Shuang couldn't wait to come to the bed, only to find that the emperor's forehead was wrapped in thick gauze. His face was pale and he seemed to have fallen into a coma. Noble consort Shuang's beautiful face turned pale as she asked, "What's wrong with His Majesty?" After imperial physician Liang finished examining the emperor's right arm, he began to examine his left arm. Hearing this, he bowed to noble consort Shuang and said, "His Majesty's head is injured. As for other injuries, we are carefully diagnosing." Empress Xiao stopped in the middle of the bedchamber and said with dignity, "Noble consort, come here. Don't disturb the imperial physicians who are treating His Majesty." "I don't want to. I want to protect His Majesty." "Someone come." At Empress Xiao's command, Eunuch Su, along with 2 powerful eunuchs, stepped forward and grabbed the shouting noble consort Shuang. Empress Xiao's gaze swept over noble consort Shuang, consort Shu, and consort Yu. "All of you wait outside." Eunuch Su came in front of the 3 imperial concubines and said, "3 imperial concubines, please." Noble consort Shuang didn't want to go out, but she also knew that the situation was better than her. After Prince Ning's accident, her imperial mother no longer spoiled her. She had no capital to challenge Empress Xiao. Noble consort Shuang angrily left the bedchamber. Since she had gone out, consort Shu and consort Yu also couldn't stay in the same place and had to leave together. Princess Ning came to greet Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao looked at her injury and asked, "What did the imperial physician say?" Princess Ning looked haggard. "It's just a superficial injury. It's not a big deal." Empress Xiao asked, "What happened in the imperial study?" "I heard that an assassin came." Princess Ning lowered her head and choked with sobs. "Yes, an assassin tried to assassinate imperial brother. I couldn't stop it and let imperial brother get injured." Empress Xiao sternly said, "You go back to Bixia Hall to recuperate. I will deal with the assassin." Princess Ning reluctantly looked back at the unconscious emperor. She also glanced at Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei quickly lowered his eyes. Princess Ning turned her face and bowed to Empress Xiao. "Yes." After she left, Empress Xiao called Eunuch Wei over and asked with a dignified look, "What's the matter with the assassin? Why would an assassin sneak into the imperial study? Doesn't His Majesty have an imperial expert around him?" Eunuch Wei looked embarrassed. "There is, but," Empress Xiao frowned. "But what?" Eunuch Wei said with a pained heart, "It just happened too quickly. No one expected this to happen. If Princess Ning had not stepped forward bravely and blocked the blade for His Majesty, I'm afraid His Majesty would have been dead by now." Seeing that the first move failed, the assassin grabbed the inkstone on the table and smashed it on His Majesty's head. Empress Xiao's eyes were cold. "Who is the assassin?" Eunuch Wei lowered his eyes and said, "A yamen runner from the Ministry of Justice." After interrogating Eunuch Wei, Empress Xiao finally figured out the ins and outs of the emperor's assassination. It turned out that His Majesty had recently been investigating a case related to the royal family. Today, the prisoner in the prison of the Ministry of Justice pleaded guilty. The yamen runner named Sun Ping came to deliver the prisoner's confession to His Majesty. Minister Xing was the emperor's trusted aide. Naturally, the emperor would not suspect the person he sent. Sun Ping took advantage of the fact that the emperor was flipping through the confession letter to suddenly pull out the soft knife hidden in his belt and stab towards the emperor. Eunuch Wei was at the door. He was far away and didn't see what Sun Ping was doing. Princess Ning reacted first. She rushed over and blocked the knife. Her right arm was seriously injured. When she fell down, she accidentally hit her forehead on the stool. When Eunuch Wei found something wrong and called someone to protect His Majesty, it was too late. Sun Ping was too close to His Majesty. His Majesty was hit by the inkstone Sun Ping grabbed. When Sun Ping wanted to hit Princess Ning a second time, Princess Ning rushed over, pulled out the remaining knife in her right arm and stabbed Sun Ping's heart. At that time, there were only His Majesty, Princess Ning and Eunuch Wei in the imperial study. There was no fourth witness. Empress Xiao asked the guards at the city gate and confirmed that Sun Ping did enter the palace in the name of delivering the confession. Of course, Empress Xiao also sent Eunuch Su to the Ministry of Justice. The news he received was consistent with what Eunuch Wei said. Sun Ping was here to deliver the confession. However, the Ministry of Justice didn't expect Sun Ping to assassinate His Majesty. Sun Ping and Sun Jian were cousins. One was in his early 20s and the other was 23. The two of them worked under Minister Xing. Their positions weren't high, but they were always around Minister Xing. Minister Xing thought highly of him. When they heard that Sun Ping had done such a rebellious thing, everyone's first reaction was disbelief. If it was Sun Jian who did it, they would think twice. Sun Jian was more cunning than Sun Ping. Occasionally, he would bully others. However, Sun Ping had always been honest. Eunuch Su, where is Sun Ping? Minister Xing asked. He's already dead, Eunuch Su said coldly. Minister Xing sucked in a breath of cold air. Eunuch Su asked in an arrogant tone, who let Sun Ping enter the palace? Xiaoheng took a step forward. Minister Xing pulled him back and said to Eunuch Su, it was me. Eunuch Su raised his chin and harumphed coldly. Then Minister Xing, please follow me into the palace. Also, this matter concerns His Majesty. This assassination case will be handed over to the Supreme Court and the censorate will handle it. Minister Xing said politely, Eunuch Su, please wait for a moment. Allow me to tidy my attire so as to avoid being disrespectful in front of the palace. Amen, Eunuch Su replied indifferently. Then, he led the palace servants out of Minister Xing's room. Minister Xing lowered his voice and said to Xiaoheng, I don't believe that Sun Ping would assassinate His Majesty. Lu Lang, investigate the truth. Xiaoheng nodded solemnly. As soon as Minister Xing left, Xiaoheng wrote a letter to Empress Xiao. The letter stated that Sun Ping was sent by him and the confession was obtained by him. It had nothing to do with Minister Xing. There was something else going on with Sun Ping. However, he hesitated and didn't send the letter out in the end. Minister Xing was brought to a side hall of Pure Flowers Palace. Empress Xiao sat on the main seat and looked coldly at Minister Xing who was kneeling on the ground. She said, Minister Xing, do you have anything to say now? Were you the one who sent Sun Ping? Minister Xing said, Empress, Sun Ping was indeed sent by this humble subject. However, this humble subject doesn't believe that he would assassinate His Majesty. Empress Xiao said, do you not believe me, or do you want to distance yourself from this matter? Minister Xing said, Sun Ping was this humble subject's bailiff. He died for no reason. This humble subject should do his best to investigate the truth and seek justice for him. Why would this humble subject be in a hurry to distance myself from this matter? Empress Xiao narrowed her eyes. So you're saying that this empress is wrongly accusing you? Minister Xing said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, this humble subject doesn't dare. Empress Xiao said indifferently, this empress also wants to believe you, but the evidence is conclusive. Minister Xing looked up at her. May I ask what the empress is referring to as evidence? Empress Xiao said seriously, witnesses and material evidence. We have both. Eunuch Su walked over with a tray. On the tray was a piece of brocade cloth. On the brocade cloth, there was a bloody soft knife and a blood-stained ink slab. These are Sun Ping's murder weapons. Eunuch Su told the empress the whole story of the emperor's assassination. Princess Ning'an and Eunuch Wei said the same thing. Princess Ning'an's biggest backer was the emperor. Everyone in the imperial court was debating whether to confer her the title of Princess Royal or not. The emperor wanted her to be conferred the title. The emperor's death was a great loss to her. Therefore, from this perspective, she had no motive to commit the crime. As for Eunuch Wei, he had been serving the emperor for a long time. Who would doubt his loyalty? At this point, Minister Xing realized how weak his inference was in front of these two powerful witnesses. Empress Xiao asked, what else do you have to say? Minister Xing said, this humble subject has nothing to say. Empress Xiao said coldly, guards, escort Minister Xing to the Supreme Court. Minister Xing knelt on the ground with his back straight. He slowly took off his official hat and carefully handed it to the palace guards who came to detain him. Empress Xiao called the officials of the Supreme Court over and took them to the crime scene to collect evidence. The palace guards who had been interrogated before were also interrogated one by one. Empress Xiao was busy until late at night. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and fell asleep on the back of the chair in the side chamber. It was late at night. The candlelight in the bedchamber flickered. Eunuch Wei knelt on the foot of the dragon bed, silently wiping his tears. A ghost-like beautiful figure quietly entered the room. The gorgeous train of her dress swept across the smooth floor. Eunuch Wei was crying when he suddenly saw a huge shadow on the dragon bed. He was so scared that he shivered. When he was about to turn around, a white hand gently pressed on his shoulder. Eunuch Wei's whole body tensed up. "Eunuch Wei, are you cold?" the person behind him asked gently. Eunuch Wei swallowed and suppressed the fear in his heart. He whispered, "Princess, I'm not cold." "If you're not cold, then why are you shivering?" she asked. Eunuch Wei forced himself to stop shivering. "Is my royal brother awake?" She lifted the bright yellow curtain and hung it with a hook. Then she sat down on the edge of the bed. Eunuch Wei looked at her uneasily and said, "Not yet." She raised her hand and gently touched the emperor's cheek. "My royal brother has suffered a lot." Eunuch Wei lowered his head and didn't say anything. "Eunuch Wei, who do you think caused my royal brother to be like this?" Sun Ping." Sun Ping? She was stunned and then laughed. She laughed so hard that she leaned forward and back. The sinister laughter echoed in the bedchamber. Eunuch Wei shuddered. He quietly turned his head to look at the palace guards kneeling in the bedchamber and found that they all fell asleep on the ground without exception. Eunuch Wei shuddered even more. She laughed enough and wiped the tears with her fingertips. "Eunuch Wei, isn't it me? Didn't I kill myself to prove my innocence, but my royal brother didn't believe me, so I accidentally harmed my royal brother?" Eunuch Wei didn't know how to respond. If he said the wrong thing, he was afraid that she would go crazy. If he said the right thing, he was afraid that she would go crazy. She said, "Eunuch Wei, you really are a person. I let you work for me and you really betrayed my royal brother. Are all of you rootless people so cowardly?" At the end of her sentence, she gritted her teeth and kicked Eunuch Wei to the ground. Eunuch Wei wasn't as old as Eunuch Qin, but he wasn't young either. This fall almost broke all the bones in his body. Was this still the princess he knew? She was clearly a violent madwoman. Whoever was with her really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. She gave a mocking laugh. "Royal brother, open your eyes and look. This is the eunuch you trust. Their bodies are broken and their hearts are broken. They have no loyalty to speak of. Royal brother, I originally didn't plan on making a move against you so quickly, but why don't you believe me? Haven't you always trusted me the most? Is it because I didn't drug you that you are not as loyal to me as you are to Mu Fei? But I gave it to you now," Princess Ning'an said as she took out a small porcelain bottle from her chest. Eunuch Wei's expression suddenly changed. He wanted to stop her, but she could even beat the dragon's shadow guard. If he rushed over, wouldn't he be sending himself to death? He didn't realize before that this princess had so deeply. Princess Ning'an saw Eunuch Wei's struggle. She didn't care about the suspicion and disgust of an aunt. She only found it funny. She laughed a few more times before turning to look at the emperor on the dragon bed. "Don't worry, it's not a drug to control your mind. You've taken too much of that drug. If you take more, you'll become a fool. How could I bear to? I still hope that Imperial Brother will be able to witness everything I do with a clear mind." Princess Ning'an pried open the emperor's mouth and poured the medicine in. Not long after, the emperor's eyelids began to tremble slightly. This was a sign that his consciousness was recovering. But although his consciousness had recovered, his body was even more unable to move. He would know everything that Ning'an had done. In a state of incomparable clarity, he would bear all the betrayal that Ning'an had brought him. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, his lungs burned like fire, but there was nothing he could do. Digression, I regret it, I really, really regret it. I regret it as much as the emperor when he woke up. This chapter of mine is like sitting on a rocket, the progress is so fast. A few lines of dialogue have brought the green tea tricks over. In fact, if I started writing, it wouldn't be too much to write 20,000 words. Veteran readers are very clear on this point. I am determined to be a good writer with a conscience, who doesn't abuse the reader, who doesn't drag the plot. Do you know how long I regretted it after the Empress Dowager recovered her memories? 1 month. An entire month. Isn't it good if I drag it out for 300,000 words? Isn't it beautiful if I add more words? I also need money to eat, I wrote in my notebook with a bold highlighter. If I dare to progress so fast, I will. That word can't be said. But as many times as old Tang is a donkey, I will be a donkey. Whether you admit it or not, the progress of this novel is so fast that every time I release a new chapter, I feel distressed. But even so, there are still people who jump out and scold me for dragging it out. I feel a bit sullen, wondering if I should just accuse them of dragging it out. That way, I won't be scolded for nothing. But after thinking about it, those people are in the minority, it's not worth it to be angry with them. Okay, I'm going to sleep. If you want to live without worries, you have to occasionally complain. Today's complaints are over, good night. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/10870745 HTML Genius remembers this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Little Jing Kong sat in Lu Quan's carriage and returned to Bai Shui Alley at night. The secret guard on the roof of the carriage who was responsible for protecting him also flew into the house. Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. The first thing little Jing Kong did when he entered the house was to shout Jiao Jiao, regardless of whether Gu Jiao was there or not. Fortunately, Gu Jiao was really at home today. She came to treat Master Zhao next door. In the evening, Master Zhao's eldest grandson suddenly ran to the clinic and said that Master Zhao fell and couldn't get up. Gu Jiao quickly put down her work and rushed back. Uncle Zhao's fall was an accident. His right wrist and right ankle were sprained, and the pain was unbearable, so he couldn't get up. When Gu Jiao checked Uncle Zhao's injuries, she also checked other things and found that Uncle Zhao had high blood pressure. It wasn't serious, so Master Zhao didn't feel much. But if he really felt unbearable discomfort, the situation would be very serious. After Gu Jiao treated Master Zhao's injuries, she prescribed some medicine to lower his blood pressure. When she returned to the east room, she heard little Jing Kong's voice. Gu Jiao put down the medicine box and walked out. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong threw himself into Gu Jiao's arms. The 5-year-old boy could no longer hug Gu Jiao's thigh when he first came here. Now, he could barely reach Gu Jiao's waist when he stood on his tiptoes. Gu Jiao would usually bend down and let little Jing Kong throw himself into her arms. When she did this action, she did not have the same motherly gentleness as Yao Shi. In truth, she was a little stiff, and her expression was a little too calm, but in the instant that she wrapped her arms around little Jing Kong, the sense of security that came from being blocked behind her was something that no hug could compare to. Little Jing Kong breathed in Gu Jiao's scent with peace of mind. He closed his eyes and calmed down. Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head. You went to the palace? Gu Jiao had heard about it from Yao Shi. Okay. Little Jing Kong nodded. I'm going to visit Great Aunt and my brother. Gu Jiao took his little hand and walked to the backyard. How are Grand Aunt and little brother? Little Jing Kong said happily, good, it's all good. No, that's not right. Little brother isn't very well. What's wrong? Gu Jiao asked. Little Jing Kong sighed. Something seems to have happened to his mother. I don't know what happened. I'm worried about him. Something happened to Princess Ningyan? Gu Jiao paused. Then I'll ask around for you. Okay. The two came to the well, and Gu Jiao fetched a bucket of water for him to wash his hands. Fortunately, little Jing Kong was a child who could withstand the cold and was not delicate at all. If it were Qin Chuyu, he would have been screaming from the cold. Gu Jiao felt that the well water in winter was really warm, and she could take a bath directly. But her family didn't let her. After washing his hands, little Jing Kong went to practice the set of boxing that Gu Chongqing taught him. He practiced it every day, at least once, at most 3 or 4 times, without stopping. Gu Jiao felt that once a day was enough to strengthen his body. There was no need to work so hard. Little Jing Kong didn't just want to strengthen his body. He wanted to protect Jiao Jiao and his chickens. There was no harm in practicing more boxing, so Gu Jiao let him be. At night, Gu Jiao learned that the emperor was assassinated and was in a coma. In the study of the old chancellor next door, Gu Jiao, Xianxia, and the old chancellor sat on a cushion beside a short table. I knew she would do it, but I didn't expect her to be so ruthless. The old chancellor sighed. They publicized the case of Immortal Music House, forcing the emperor to investigate the case and give the people an explanation. Then, they got Hua Xiao's confession. Their original intention was to force her to do it. After all, a person would only reveal their flaws when she did it. The old chancellor said thoughtfully, I thought she would use the trick of injuring herself to make the emperor soften. Or she would destroy the confession before the emperor saw it, and then send someone to assassinate Hua Xiao. But why did she stab the emperor? She smashed it. Xiaoheng corrected. It's all the same. The old chancellor cleared his throat, the emperor is so pitiful. Xiaoheng, your expression clearly doesn't show that. Gu Jiao was thirsty and went to drink tea. Xiaoheng took her cold tea without a trace and gave her the cup of hot tea that he hadn't touched. His eyes didn't fall on Gu Jiao, and his expression was very indifferent, as if it was just a casual movement. He said, the emperor should have seen the confession and chose not to believe her. He might even want to detain her, so she took the risk to attack the emperor. There are 2 doubts. First, why didn't the emperor believe her? Second, there was a dragon shadow guard beside the emperor. How did she get past the dragon shadow guard and attack the emperor? Empress Xiao hadn't seen the power of the dragon shadow guard, so she couldn't imagine how fast they were. No one could easily hurt the emperor under the eyes of the dragon shadow guard. Even if the emperor was hurt, it was impossible to escape unscathed. I'm very confused about the first point, Xiaoheng said. Gu Jiao nodded. So was she. The emperor doted on Princess Ning and so much that it didn't seem right to suspect her based on a confession. Unless something else happened in the imperial study that shattered the emperor's familial filter for Princess Ning. The old chancellor stroked his white beard and said, back then, old concubine Jing fell from the horse too quickly. I always felt that there was something between her and the emperor that we overlooked. Xiaoheng said, as for the second doubt, I have a guess in my heart. The old chancellor looked at him, say it. Xiaoheng analyzed, it's impossible for her to get past the dragon shadow guard and attack the emperor. She either lured the dragon shadow guard away or defeated the dragon shadow guard. She didn't know that Sun Ping would come to deliver the letter, so it's unlikely that the dragon shadow guard was lured away in advance. So she can defeat the dragon shadow guard? The old chancellor looked at Gu Jiao, Jiao, does she know martial arts? Gu Jiao took a sip of the hot tea that her husband handed over. Her stomach felt warm. She shook her head, I didn't notice. The old chancellor frowned, could it be that she's an expert like old concubine Jing, who used medicine to change her pulse and hid the fact that she knows martial arts? Gu Jiao said, if that's the case, her body will show signs of weakness. She doesn't have this kind of situation. Xiaoheng said, you don't have to know martial arts to deal with the dragon shadow guard. Everything in the world reinforces and restrains each other. The dragon shadow guard came from the Yan kingdom. I think that the Yan kingdom must have a way to deal with the dragon shadow guard. The few of them coincidentally thought of the power behind the collusion with Immortal Music House. Could it be that they were really afraid of a young lord of Immortal Music House? With Empress Dowager Zhuang's ability, was it difficult to issue an edict to depose the princess? The reason why she had to lower herself to play mind games was largely to test the power of the Yan kingdom hidden in the dark. Xiaoheng paused and said, Hua Xiao can't continue to stay in the Ministry of Justice. The emperor couldn't tell whether the confession letter was real or fake, but the young master of Immortal Music House could see the flaw at a glance. After all, what was written in the confession letter wasn't Hua Xiao's real experience at all. The narrative tone was also wrong. The only similarity was the handwriting. However, in the case that the first 2 points were fake, it wasn't difficult to guess that the handwriting was also fake. The young master of Immortal Music House understood that Hua Xiao hadn't betrayed her so far. However, things were different now. She had made such a big move, and the risk she had to take was much greater than before. Hua Xiao's existence was always a threat to her. Xiaoheng didn't care about Hua Xiao's life, but Hua Xiao was always one of the important witnesses to bring down the young master of Immortal Music House. After several people's discussion, Hua Xiao was secretly sent to the medical center that night and became neighbors with Mo Qianxue. Hua Xiao, Mo Qianxue, Gu Jiao planned to transfer secret guard A to watch Hua Xiao, but Mo Qianxue snorted and said, "No need to be so troublesome. I can keep an eye on her. Use more bone-softening powder." Hua Xiao. After settling Hua Xiao, they assessed the risk of the other related people. From the youngest to the oldest, it was Empress Xiao, the emperor, and Minister Xing. Empress Xiao was investigating this case. The less she knew, the safer she would be. As long as her direction was wrong, it was what Princess Ningyan wanted. Once she realized who the real murderer was, the situation would become dangerous. This was also why Xiaoheng decided not to tell her the inside story for the time being. The emperor was now in the hands of Princess Ningyan, and his personal safety was difficult to guarantee. But if he died at this time, Ningyan's interests would stop here. Before squeezing the emperor's value, Ningyan would not touch him. She just didn't know how long she could squeeze this value out of him. The first one to be executed might be Minister Xing. The next day, the Supreme Court began to investigate Sun Ping's assassination of the emperor. Minister Xing firmly claimed that Sun Ping was wronged and hoped that the Supreme Court could give Sun Ping justice. Minister Xing was, after all, a second-rank official. Unless His Majesty personally issued a decree to torture him, the Supreme Court really couldn't torture him. But it was not a good idea to waste time like this. Just when the Supreme Court could not find conclusive evidence for the case, a Yamen runner from the Ministry of Justice came to the Supreme Court and claimed that a suspect detained by the Ministry of Justice had evidence of the case. The Supreme Court hurriedly called the person to the interrogation room. Minister Xing was also there. Minister Xing never expected that the person who came would be Assistant Minister Li. Assistant Minister Li was set up because he was investigating the case of Xianxia House and took a life. There was not enough evidence to reverse the case for him, so he was temporarily detained in the Ministry of Justice. Minister Xing had a plan in mind. When Xianxia House was overthrown, he would release Assistant Minister Li 2 lords. Assistant Minister Li saluted the two of them. The Minister of the Supreme Court said, "No need to be so polite. I heard that Assistant Minister Li has clues of the case." "That's right." Assistant Minister Li looked straight at the ground in front of him and said, "Actually, this official knows who the mastermind behind this is." "Oh? Sun Ping is only a sharp blade. The real murderer is someone else." "He is." Assistant Minister Li suddenly paused. Minister Xing's heart surged with an ominous premonition. Assistant Minister Li steeled his heart and said, "Lord Xing, I'm sorry. I've let down your years of cultivation, but this official really can't hide it for you anymore." Minister Xing looked at him in disbelief. Assistant Minister Li. Assistant Minister Li did not look at him. He only took out a few letters and handed them to the Minister of the Supreme Court. "These are the evidence of Lord Xing and Sun Ping's private dealings. Sun Ping's cousin, Sun Jian, used to be a street thug. Once, Lord Xing met a few robbers on a trip. Sun Jian had a grudge against them, so he beat them up. Unexpectedly, this incident caught Lord Xing's eye. Lord Xing brought the two brothers into the Ministry of Justice to become Yamen runners. Sun Ping can be considered honest, but Sun Jian's bad habits did not change. Lord Xing had helped him pay off his gambling debts several times. These are all Sun Jian's promissory notes and letters of remorse. Not long ago, Lord Xing gave Sun Ping a large sum of silver and asked Sun Ping to do something important for him. This official accidentally overheard it outside the watchroom. Lord Xing told him that this matter was of great importance and that he must keep his mouth shut about Sun Jian. This official also heard Sun Ping say that if I don't come back, please take care of my cousin for me. Although my cousin likes to gamble, he has been changing and has been changing for a long time. The minister of the Supreme Court asked, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Assistant Minister Li said bitterly, "We are the Ministry of Justice and often have to investigate some confidential cases. I thought that Sun Ping had been sent out to investigate a major case that could lead to his death. That is not something I should ask, so I didn't think too much about it. It was only this morning that I heard the Yamen runners outside the prison say that His Majesty was assassinated and that the murderer was Sun Ping that I thought of this matter. The most hurtful thing was never the enemy's sword or spear, but the cold arrows of one's comrades." "Why did you do this?" "Lord, is what I said not true?" It was true, but it was not the entire truth. Minister Xing had indeed asked Sun Ping to do something for him and gave him a few banknotes, but he was only taking care of the family of a Yamen runner who had passed away. That Yamen runner had been killed by the murderer while investigating a murder case. Minister Xing had always felt guilty, feeling that he had not protected his subordinate well. Who would have thought that something like this would happen before Sun Ping could give out the banknotes? As expected, when one was unlucky, even water would be stuck between one's teeth. The minister of the Supreme Court looked at Minister Xing with a complicated expression and said to Assistant Minister Li, "So, the mastermind who ordered Sun Ping to assassinate His Majesty was Minister Xing?" Assistant Minister Li said, "The person who ordered Sun Ping was Minister Xing, but the mastermind behind the assassination of His Majesty was not him. Minister Xing was only acting on behalf of someone else." With these words, not only was Minister Xing stunned, even the Minister of the Supreme Court was stunned. The Minister of the Supreme Court said seriously, "Is there something else? Who is the mastermind behind the scenes?" Assistant Minister Li closed his eyes with a pained expression as if he had made a huge decision. He said, "It was the Empress Dowager." Minister Xing punched Assistant Minister Li to the ground. Assistant Minister Li handed over a portion of the letters that Empress Dowager Zhuang had written to Minister Xing. They were not personally written by Empress Dowager Zhuang, but this was easy to understand. Afraid of leaving something behind, how could such a clever person like the Empress Dowager have her own handwriting? She did not even know how to use the handwriting of the people around her. However, if each letter was burned with candlelight, Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix seal would appear on the paper. The contents of the letters confirmed that Minister Xing had been secretly plotting between the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang over the years. The last letter was from 7 days ago. Empress Dowager Zhuang said that she had endured the Emperor for a long time. The Emperor had been at odds with her for many years and found that he could not win against her by force, so he began to use filial piety to confuse her. She thought that the Emperor had truly buried the hatchet with her and even gave away the power of court that she had controlled for many years for the Emperor. Who would have thought that the Emperor had been secretly plotting to get rid of her? The Emperor was heartless, so he could not blame her for being unjust. She wanted the Emperor's life. All of this was made up with a nose and eyes. If Minister Xing did not know that this was a trap set for him, he would have believed it himself. These letters were all written by Empress Dowager Zhuang and there was no reply from Minister Xing. This was understandable. Minister Xing's reply must be in Empress Dowager Zhuang's hands. If it could not be found in Empress Dowager Zhuang's hands, there was an explanation. With Empress Dowager Zhuang's shrewdness, she would not leave any evidence. She must have burned it after reading it. Then why should I keep the evidence? Am I not afraid that it will be exposed? Minister Xing questioned Assistant Minister Li. Assistant Minister Li covered his swollen face and replied calmly, "That is because you understand that being the Empress Dowager's puppet is like asking a tiger for its skin. If one day the Empress Dowager kills the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness, at least you still have a trump card to threaten the Empress Dowager in order to protect yourself." This reason was impeccable. Minister Xing should be angry, but his first reaction was to give a thumbs up in his heart. It was a perfect crime. Empress Dowager Zhuang was once the most powerful woman in Zhao country. Before the previous emperor passed away, he had appointed her as regent. It was the previous emperor who had rightfully handed over the power to her. So what if she held court behind the curtain? As long as she didn't rebel, no one could do anything to her. But now that the regicide had happened, everything was different. Empress Xiao was usually very afraid of Empress Dowager Zhuang. But even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Empress Dowager Zhuang had committed regicide. How could she continue to swallow her anger? At worst, I'll die. If I die, my brother will avenge me when he comes back. Commander Fu of the Imperial Guards was a confidant of Marquis Xianping. Empress Xiao took the token left by Marquis Xianping to her and ordered Commander Fu to lead the troops to put Empress Dowager Zhuang under house arrest in Rinshou Palace. Empress Xiao had no right to punish Empress Dowager Zhuang. She could only wait for the emperor to wake up and then make a decision. Therefore, after putting Empress Dowager Zhuang under house arrest, Empress Xiao returned to Qianquan Palace to deal with official business. After the emperor was assassinated, everyone in the imperial palace was in a state of panic. In the past, when it was time to eat, the gates of each palace would be bustling with activity. But today, it was especially solemn. The palace servants came out of the imperial kitchen with food boxes. When they saw each other, they didn't greet each other with laughter. They silently saluted when they should and treated those who didn't need to. Inside Pure Flower's palace, a young eunuch also brought in the emperor's food. You can all withdraw. I'll do it, Eunuch Wei instructed the palace servants. Yes. Everyone left in a single file. Eunuch Wei looked around and confirmed that there was no third person in the bedchamber. Then he came to the side of the emperor's bed and softly called out, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The emperor didn't respond. Your Majesty, this servant has offended you. Eunuch Wei took out a raw fish bladder. He had soaked this fish bladder with medicine to get rid of the fishy smell. He cut a small hole in the fish bladder and forced the emperor's mouth open. Then he used his finger to shove the fish bladder in. Just as he finished doing this, an indifferent voice came from behind him. Eunuch Wei, what are you doing? Eunuch Wei trembled and almost stabbed the fish bladder into the emperor's throat. He forced himself to calm down and turned around with a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. So it was the princess. I thought the empress had come. Princess Ningyan walked forward and looked at him suspiciously. Why are you feeling guilty when the empress is here? Eunuch Wei used the action of tidying the emperor's bedding to discreetly stuff the fish bladder into the emperor's pants. Eunuch Wei's eyes flashed and he said embarrassedly, This servant is now yours. It's inevitable that I feel a bit guilty when I see the empress. Princess Ningyan smiled coldly. That's true. If the empress finds out that you betrayed his majesty, this princess won't be able to keep your life. So you have to be careful. Don't let this princess not take your life, but the empress will. Eunuch Wei agreed. Fawningly, yes, yes. How is his majesty? Princess Ningyan asked haughtily. Eunuch Wei thought to himself, you really have shed all pretenses. You don't even bother to pretend. Where is the affection between siblings? Even Princess Xinyang treats his majesty better than you, Eunuch Wei replied, he still seems to be unconscious. Princess Ningyan took out a bottle of medicine from her wide sleeve. This servant will do it. Eunuch Wei said politely. You? Princess Ningyan looked at him suspiciously. Eunuch Wei said, His Majesty hasn't washed in 2 days and is a bit disheveled. The princess is precious. It's better for this servant to do it. You can watch from the side. If this servant doesn't feed him properly, you can remind this servant. Princess Ningyan looked at the slovenly emperor and pursed her lips. She handed the bottle to Eunuch Wei. Okay, you do it. Eunuch Wei took it and pulled out the cork. He carefully and nervously reached out to grab the emperor's chin. His hand couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was obvious that he was very nervous. However, this nervousness wouldn't arouse suspicion. After all, this was the first time someone had offended the emperor's body. Anyone would be afraid. Princess Ningyan stared unblinkingly at Eunuch Wei as he carefully poured the medicine into the emperor's mouth. She smiled faintly. You poured it better than me. Not a single drop spilled. Eunuch Wei smiled but didn't say anything. He looked scared and servile. Princess Ningyan was successfully pleased. She couldn't help but laugh. That's enough. Your head is firmly on your neck. Even if you spill it, I won't kill you. If Empress Xiao wants to kill you, I will protect you. Do you know why? Eunuch Wei naturally wouldn't say that it was because the princess was kind and benevolent. Wouldn't that be hitting the horse's hoof? Eunuch Wei smiled mockingly. It's because this servant is His Majesty's steward. There are some things that His Majesty needs this servant to convey. This servant is still somewhat useful to the princess. Princess Ningyan sneered. You're smart. Eunuch Wei said, that's right. Princess, shouldn't you avoid coming to Pure Flower's palace in the future? If the Empress finds out, Princess Ningyan said carelessly, if she finds out, just say that I'm here to visit Imperial Brother. Imperial Brother and I have a close sibling relationship. Why would the Empress suspect me? Eunuch Wei said sincerely, that's because you came openly. The Empress won't suspect you. If you keep coming here secretly and get caught by the Empress isn't stupid. Why did Princess Ningyan come here secretly? Wasn't it to drug the Emperor while avoiding everyone? There weren't many people at this time. When she thought of this, Princess Ningyan realized that the palace servants weren't here tonight. Where did they all go? She asked in confusion. I sent them away because I did something bad. Eunuch Wei broke out in a cold sweat, but his expression didn't change as he said, I calculated that the princess might come at this time, so I sent them away in advance. Princess Ningyan looked at Eunuch Wei and laughed. No wonder Imperial Brother thinks so highly of you. Eunuch Wei, you're truly meticulous. Eunuch Wei said with a sincere expression, it's this servant's duty to share the master's worries. If this servant wants to live, I naturally have to show the princess my abilities. Princess Ningyan smiled. Good. After this matter is done, whether or not you can live will depend on how much this princess likes you. Eunuch Wei said, this servant will be willing to sacrifice my life for the princess. Princess Ningyan coldly hooked the corners of her lips. Alright, you go guard outside. I have something to say to Imperial Brother. Remember, don't let anyone in. Yes. Ah, right. Princess, please give your orders. Where is my Imperial Brother's Imperial Jade Seal? Eunuch Wei froze. Princess Ningyan looked at him with a faint smile. Just now you said that you would sacrifice your life for me. Now you're not willing to give me the Imperial Jade Seal? Eunuch Wei braced himself and went to the small study in the bedchamber. He opened a secret compartment, took out the Imperial Jade Seal, and handed it to Princess Ningyan with both hands. Princess Ningyan smiled proudly. Go out. Eunuch Wei looked back at the unconscious His Majesty, then turned and left the bedchamber. Princess. Ningyan took the Imperial Jade Seal and sat down next to the Emperor. Her other hand took out a bright yellow Imperial Edict from her wide sleeve. In Zhao country, the Emperor's Imperial Edict was mostly dictated by the Emperor. Hanlin officials wrote the edict with a little rhetoric. Finally, it was presented to the Emperor to be stamped. But there were also special cases. For example, the Emperor wrote his own edict, or appointed someone to write the edict. Imperial Brother, you must want to know what happened today. Why don't I tell you? There's progress in the case of Sun Ping's assassination of Imperial Brother. You can't imagine who the mastermind behind Sun Ping is. It's Imperial Mother. I didn't expect it either. Imperial Mother loves you so much. How could she let someone kill you? But there are witnesses and evidence. Imperial Mother can't overturn the case this time. Who is investigating the case? It's the Minister of the Supreme Court and the Empress's sister-in-law. Imperial Brother knows the temper of the Empress sister-in-law. Hearing that Imperial Mother had done such a terrible thing, the Empress sister-in-law made a prompt decision and ordered the Imperial Guards to put Imperial Mother under house arrest in Rinshou Palace. The Empress sister-in-law also told me to ask Imperial Brother how to deal with Imperial Mother. What? Imperial Brother wants to kill Imperial Mother? That's not appropriate. Imperial Mother raised Imperial Brother for a while. How could Imperial Brother kill his mother? Ah, I forgot. Imperial Brother has already done it. Wasn't Imperial Mother killed by Imperial Brother? Thinking about it, Imperial Brother won't even bat an eyelid if he kills Imperial Mother, right? Princess Ningyan's smile made people shiver. It was as if she was possessed. But in the next moment, her smile disappeared. She said coldly, Imperial Mother was killed by you all. You have the face to ask me if I have any resentment? Imperial brother, how about I kill your imperial mother and then ask you if you have any resentment? The unconscious emperor's body suddenly began to tremble slightly. His hands and eyes under his eyelids seemed to be violently struggling and shaking. He was like a beast trying to break free of its shackles and cages, even if the price was his own flesh and blood. Huh. Princess Ningyin held him down with one hand. She said mockingly, killing her is too easy for her. It is better to let her become a nun and taste the pain my imperial mother suffered. Then let her watch as her son dies tragically in front of her. Let her watch as the country she protected falls bit by bit into the hands of others. Isn't this worse than death? The emperor's entire body trembled violently. There was no pity in Princess Ningyan's eyes. She withdrew her hand from the emperor and stood up. Taking the imperial edict, she left the bedchamber. She threw another bottle of medicine to Eunuch Wei. Give him another dose at night. Eunuch Wei looked at the imperial edict in her hand. His pupils contracted. He didn't dare ask more. He lowered his head and took it with both hands. Yes. Princess Ningyin raised her chin and said, His Majesty just woke up. This is the imperial edict he asked me to write for him. Empress Dowager Zhuang killed the emperor and rebelled. She is disgraceful and will go to Taiping Temple to become a nun. She is not allowed to return to the palace without being summoned. Eunuch Wei, come with me to Rinzhou Palace to issue the imperial edict now. Eunuch Wei's expression changed. Princess Ningyin looked at him coldly. Go, or die? Eunuch Wei trembled as he took the imperial edict. He didn't believe that His Majesty would do anything to Empress Dowager Zhuang. The mother and son had already buried the hatchet. His Majesty would rather die than hurt the Empress Dowager. This was clearly, Princess Ningyin said coldly, don't challenge my patience. If you don't go, you can change to someone else. Eunuch Wei's chest rolled. I can't die. I can't die. If I die and she changes to someone else to His Majesty's side, His Majesty will be even more doomed. Eunuch Wei's eyes were red. He said in a trembling voice, Go. I will go to Rinzhou Palace to issue the edict now. Eunuch Wei followed Princess Ningyin to Rinzhou Palace. Empress Xiao ordered that no one could enter Rinzhou Palace to visit Empress Dowager Zhuang. However, seeing the imperial edict was like seeing His Majesty. Therefore, Eunuch Wei and Princess Ningyin were not among those who were stopped. The imperial edict has arrived, Eunuch Wei sang. There was no response from Rinzhou Palace. Eunuch Wei sang again, the imperial edict has arrived, only the palace people came out. Princess Ningyin looked at the closed bedroom. Mother, His Majesty has an imperial edict. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't seem to want to pay attention to people. Since ancient times, no emperor had ever given an imperial edict to the Empress Dowager. This was the first time since the beginning of time. It was reasonable for Empress Dowager Zhuang to ignore it. Eunuch Wei shouted the imperial edict again. Princess Ningyin frowned. She walked forward and pushed open the red hollow door. She saw an empty bedroom. Where was Empress Dowager Zhuang? Digression, Great Aunt, Aya, I can finally play cards all night. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1086684223. HTML Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Eunuch Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Princess Ningyin, who was frozen in place, was not so happy. Her eyes turned cold. Eunuch Wei. I'm here. Eunuch Wei collected his emotions and immediately turned into a lackey. Princess, what orders do you have? Princess Ningyan ordered faintly, go and find my mother. Yes. Eunuch Wei responded and searched Rinshou Palace 3 times with the imperial guards. The rest of the palace people were all there, except for Empress Dowager Zhuang and Eunuch Qin. Go and ask those palace people. Princess Ningyan said. I asked, but they don't know. Eunuch Wei said. Princess Ningyan looked at him coldly. Eunuch Wei blocked the view of the imperial guards and whispered, Princess, we can't use torture in Rinshou Palace. It's too conspicuous. Besides, it's the Empress's job to organize the harem. If she oversteps her authority, it'll be easy for others to use against her. Princess Ningyan took a deep breath and slowly suppressed her anger. Go and call Commander Fu. Yes. After Commander Fu came, Princess Ningyan asked him, how did you guard Rinshou Palace? My mother suddenly disappeared. Didn't you notice? I don't know if something happened to my mother and she was taken away by thieves. This? Commander Fu was at a loss. To be honest, he really didn't know. He saw Empress Dowager Zhuang taking a walk in the courtyard in the afternoon. How did she disappear after dinner? When was the last time you saw my mother? Princess Ningyan asked. Commander Fu said truthfully, it was in the afternoon, around 5 o'clock. The Empress Dowager was taking a walk in the courtyard and then she went back to her bedroom. I was only responsible for guarding and couldn't disturb her. In other words, the imperial guards could only surround Rinshou Palace and couldn't watch Empress Dowager Zhuang closely. But then again, they were guarding so tightly. How did the Empress Dowager disappear? The moon was dark and the wind was strong. A figure swept onto the roof where the cold wind was whistling and nimbly jumped on the eaves and walls in the dark night. Not long after, the figure entered Jadewater Alley and landed in Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng's home. It was not early now, so Yaoshi and the children had all gone to bed. Only Gu Jiao, Xiaoheng, and the old chancellor were still sitting in the central room. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Gu Jiao stood up. Xiaoheng walked over before her and opened the door. Gu Qingfeng carried a person on his back as he entered, looking travel-worn. Panting heavily, he said, I'm so tired, so tired. It's too far from the palace. Xiaoheng looked in the direction of the courtyard and closed the door behind Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng carefully placed Empress Dowager Zhuang on the chair. Be careful. The old chancellor stretched out his hand to support him. Are you freezing? Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored him. He took a closer look, and his expression changed. Gu Qingfeng turned around and pulled at his collar while looking at the unconscious Empress Dowager Zhuang. Is the Empress Dowager asleep? Could it be that she was knocked out by him? Well, he was indeed a bit fast just now. Zhuang Jints, Zhuang Jints, Zhuang Jints. The old chancellor called a few times, and his heart tightened. Could it be that something happened? Gu Jiao bent down and approached her grandaunt. Grandaunt, we need one more. Empress Dowager Zhuang instantly woke up, opened her eyes, and sat up. Where? Then she really went to play the Yi card. Everyone looked at her vigorous figure with her sleeves rolled up, ready to fight for 300 rounds, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Gu Qingfeng. Has she been looking forward to playing cards for a long time? Princess Ningyan took Eunuch Wei to Qianquan Palace to report to her about the imperial edict and Rinshou Palace. Empress Xiao put down the half-read account book in her hand and said to Princess Ningyan indifferently, if there is such a thing in the future, you better inform me first. Princess Ningyan bowed. Yes, sister-in-law. Eunuch Wei broke out in a cold sweat for Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao called Eunuch Su. You go and tell Commander Fu that no matter if Empress Dowager left by herself or was kidnapped, he must find her, both in the palace and outside the palace. Yes. Eunuch Su responded. Empress Xiao glanced at the two indifferently and said, Princess Ningyan, you go back first. Eunuch Wei, stay. Ningyan, please excuse me. Princess Ningyan bowed, took a few steps back, and brushed past Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei looked straight ahead and maintained the posture of bowing. Princess Ningyan also didn't have the slightest change and left Qianquan Palace. Empress Xiao looked at the imperial edict in her hand and looked at Eunuch Wei seriously. I ask you, did His Majesty really wake up just now? Eunuch Wei said, yes. Empress Xiao suspiciously said, when His Majesty was issuing the imperial edict, you were always there? Eunuch Wei nodded. Yes, I served him with the brush and ink. After finishing the edict, His Majesty exhausted his vitality and fell asleep again. Empress Xiao frowned. She could be suspicious of anyone, but she could still trust Eunuch Wei. Empress Xiao sighed. I understand. Keep the imperial edict well and take good care of His Majesty. The next time His Majesty wakes up, remember to send someone to inform me first. I will remember. After leaving Qianquan Palace, Eunuch Wei headed in the direction of Pure Flower's palace. He hadn't taken a few steps when he saw a beautiful figure under a large tree. He jumped in fright. Princess? Princess Ning'an turned around with a smile that wasn't a smile. Eunuch Wei blinked and bowed. Princess, the Empress just asked, there's no need to tell me. I don't think you have the guts to betray me in front of the Empress. Yes, yes. Eunuch Wei smiled embarrassedly. Then the princess is waiting for me here, this. Princess Ning'an tossed him a porcelain bottle. Tomorrow's medicine. Give it to His Majesty at dinner time. Eunuch Wei's eyes flashed. Ah, yes, this servant will definitely do as instructed. Princess Ning'an chuckled. If you can't, Eunuch Wei shook his head like a rattledrum. I don't dare, I don't dare. This servant's life is in the princess's hands. If the princess tells this servant to go east, this servant doesn't dare to go west. Princess Ning'an's lips hooked coldly. It's good that you know. All right, hurry and go serve imperial brother. This medicine isn't foolproof. If he really wakes up, Eunuch Wei hurriedly said, this servant won't let anyone discover that His Majesty is awake. This servant will immediately notify the princess. It's good that you know. After saying this, Princess Ning'an calmly returned to Jade Cloud's hall. After confirming that she was far away, Eunuch Wei let out a long sigh of relief and quickly returned to Pure Flower's palace. It's been so long. I wonder how the swim bladder in His Majesty's mouth is doing. Did he sprinkle the medicine? Did he swallow it? Eunuch Wei arrived in front of the dragon bed and sent the palace servants away. He then pried open the emperor's mouth and slowly took out the swim bladder. The medicine inside was still there. Eunuch Wei's heart relaxed. I have to quickly take care of it. Eunuch Wei took the swim bladder and walked out. He vaguely felt like he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember what it was. The immobile emperor, our underpants. There's something in our underpants, there was no wall in the world that didn't have a crack. The news of Empress Dowager Zhuang colluding with Minister Xing to murder the emperor quickly spread through the capital. The civil and military officials and the citizens of the capital never expected that the mastermind behind the scenes would be Empress Dowager Zhuang. But if one carefully thought back to the years when Empress Dowager Zhuang controlled the court and suppressed the emperor, it wasn't hard to accept the fact that she was the mastermind. The people began to voice a crusade against Empress Dowager Zhuang, but the Zhuang family actually remained silent at such a critical moment. Grand Tutor Zhuang also claimed that he was sick and didn't attend court. This caused Empress Dowager Zhuang's reputation and situation to worsen. Grandfather. Royal Prince angrily rushed to Grand Tutor Zhuang's courtyard. The guards at the door couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. Grand Tutor Zhuang was practicing calligraphy in the study. When he heard his grandson's voice, he didn't even lift his eyelids. He dipped the tip of his brush in ink and said, "Shouldn't you be on duty in the inner court at this time?" Royal Prince did go to the inner court, but he immediately returned after hearing some things. Thanks to his status, no one in the inner court dared to stop him. He came to the desk and looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang, who was concentrating on practicing calligraphy. He understood that he wasn't really sick these days. He just didn't attend court on purpose. "Grandfather, have you heard about Grandaunt?" he asked. Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't look at him. He wrote the character for Shan. "This isn't something you should worry about." Royal Prince looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang with burning eyes. "This isn't something I should worry about." "Then what about grandfather?" "Grandfather, aren't you worried? Something so serious happened to the Empress Dowager. Shouldn't grandfather come out to protect her reputation and go to the Supreme Court and Ministry of Justice to find evidence of her being slandered?" Grand Tutor Zhuang's brush paused. He glanced at him. how do you know it's slander? Royal Prince said seriously, the Empress Dowager wouldn't do such a thing. If she wanted His Majesty's life, she wouldn't have waited until now. Grandfather knows the Empress Dowager's methods better than I do. Grand Tutor Zhuang asked, so what? Royal Prince looked deeply at Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grandfather, are you planning to stand by and watch? Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't admit or deny it. I'm doing this for the Zhuang family. Royal Prince sneered. For the Zhuang family? What for the Zhuang family? Without the Empress Dowager's protection, can the Zhuang family still be the Zhuang family of the past? Grand Tutor Zhuang slammed the brush on the table. Then do you think the Empress Dowager is still the Empress Dowager of the past? She drew a clear line between her and the Zhuang family long ago. Royal Prince clenched his fists and said bitterly, so grandfather just watched and didn't save her? She's your younger sister. After her biological father sold his daughter and sent her to that man-eating palace, after she lost her only flesh and blood, after she had licked her wounds and racked her brains for the Zhuang family for so many years, her grandfather had abandoned her just like that. Grandfather only remembers the year she drew a clear line between her and the Zhuang family, but he doesn't remember the decades when the Zhuang family ate her flesh and blood. Grand Tutor Zhuang said angrily, enough. Royal Prince wasn't intimidated by Grand Tutor Zhuang's anger. He looked disappointedly at Grand Tutor Zhuang, whom he had respected for so many years. Grandfather, when I was 8 years old, you sent me to Qin country as a hostage. The Empress Dowager tried her best to stop you. She said that it was enough for the Zhuang family to have her and that there was no need to sacrifice more people. What did grandfather tell me? Grandfather, you said that it was too hard for the Empress Dowager to support the Zhuang family alone. She couldn't bear everything alone. So I went. I was humiliated all those years in Qin country, but I never regretted it. But now, I regret it. Grandfather, you didn't do it for the Empress Dowager or the Zhuang family. You only did it for yourself. These words were harsh, but Grand Tutor Zhuang was past the age to argue with the younger generation. He suppressed his anger and continued to write a few words. He said, you're my most outstanding grandson and the future heir of the Zhuang family. I hope you can understand your identity. Identity. Royal Prince laughed at himself and didn't say anything else to Grand Tutor Zhuang. He had already understood his grandfather's meaning. It was useless to say more. It was better to save his energy. Grand Tutor Zhuang called out to him, where are you going? Royal Prince turned around and said coldly, grandfather doesn't care about the Empress Dowager. Then I can only save the Empress Dowager myself. I'm going to reverse the verdict for the Empress Dowager. Grand Tutor Zhuang threatened, if you dare to take a step out of the Zhuang family, don't come back to see me again. Royal Prince clenched his fingers and stepped over the threshold. Grand Tutor Zhuang said in a low voice, I mean what I say. Zhuang Yuhing, your identity was given by me. Your power and status were also given by me. Without me, without the identity of the Zhuang family's legitimate grandson, you, Zhuang Yuhing, are nothing in the capital. Think carefully. It's not hard for you to walk out of the manor today, but it won't be so easy for you to come back in the future. Royal Prince heard this and retracted his foot. Grand Tutor Zhuang raised his eyebrows in satisfaction. Don't go to the cabinet these few days. Stay at home. Before he could say the words rest, Royal Prince lifted the hem of his robe and knelt on the ground. He put his hands on the ground and kowtowed heavily. With just one kowtow, his forehead turned red. Thank you, grandfather, for teaching me. Grand Tutor Zhuang was stunned. Royal Prince's eyes turned red. He kowtowed for the second time. Thank you, grandfather, for teaching me. Blood seeped out of his forehead and his eyes were watery. Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression changed. He shouted, Zhuang Yuhing. Royal Prince didn't stop. He kowtowed for the third time. His hot tears fell onto the cold floor. Thank you, grandfather, for your love. Yuhing is unfilial. After he finished speaking, he stood up with his forehead full of blood. He turned around with a choked voice and ran into the night without looking back. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www. zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1086624552. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Princeton regretted it after he came out for a stroll. It was so cold and the road was so dark. He should have brought some money and warm clothes before leaving home. Now, he was penniless, without a carriage, and even his trusted secret guard Wu Yang had been detained by his grandfather. Wu Yang was the person who went to Chen with him. He was 7 years older than him. He was both his secret guard and his playmate. He always thought that Wu Yang was completely loyal to him after going through so many hardships. Reality gave him a cruel blow. Unknowingly, he had wandered around the capital for several hours and fell several times. There were still many people on the street. However, for the first time in his life, he felt that the bustle had nothing to do with him. He walked through the busy streets and came to a small courtyard where he used to live. However, he was stopped by the servant inside when he was about to enter. The servant said awkwardly, "Prince, I just received orders from the Zhuang family. You are not allowed to enter the house." Very good. Very good. He couldn't even stay in the courtyard. If he couldn't stay here, there were other places. Princeton went to 3 residences under the Zhuang family's name in a row. Without exception, he was rejected. Princeton couldn't even enter the restaurants and inns where he was treated as a guest. First, he didn't have money. This wasn't the main point. In the past, he didn't have money and could do whatever he wanted in the capital. There were many people fighting to pay him. The second point was the main point. Grand Tutor Zhuang ordered people to send messages to the restaurants and inns he went to. How did Grand Tutor Zhuang know his past like the back of his hand? Thank you, Wu Yang. After being rejected countless times, Princeton looked at the quiet sky and laughed until his shoulders trembled. His grandfather was right. Without the identity of the Zhuang family's grandson, he was nothing. Grand Tutor Zhuang probably wanted to use this method to force Royal Princeton back. Royal Princeton had been a sensible and obedient child since he was young. He had suffered and suffered, but he had not faced all of this alone. He had Wu Yang and many masters by his side. He had the Empress Dowager and Grand Tutor Zhuang behind him. Now, he had nothing left. He couldn't even find a place to stay. It was sad and laughable. However, there was one thing that he was very thankful for, and that was that Gu Jiao had cured his eyes. He was no longer night blind. Otherwise, it would be an extravagant hope for him to even walk on the streets. The biting cold wind cut his face like a knife. At first, he could still feel the pain, but gradually, he became numb. After walking for a while, even his mind was numb. He had no idea where he was. When he realized where he was, his eyebrows twitched, and he turned around to leave. Unfortunately, it was too late. A small mushroom head poked out from the door. "Are you looking for someone?" Royal Princeton opened his mouth. The courtyard door was pushed open by the little bean, and the candlelight in the courtyard came in. The little bean saw his face clearly and said, "You're the big brother who came to my house. We've met in the countryside. Do you still remember me, brother?" Royal Princeton was speechless. When Gu Jiao's family was still in the countryside, he went to their house. In order to meet the Empress Dowager, he went there more than once. But, how long had it been? How could the little bean still remember him? Then, before Royal Princeton passed by and didn't disturb them, the little bean rushed into the courtyard and shouted, "Brother-in-law! There's a guest at home." Royal Princeton was shocked. Xiaoheng came over and said to little Jing Kong, "Do you want to sneak out to play again?" Little Jing Kong blinked guiltily, "I didn't." After saying that, he ran away. Xiaoheng looked at Royal Princeton, who was trying his best to stay calm but was actually at a loss. He didn't know what to say. Royal Princeton also felt guilty. Although he wasn't an adult according to the customs of the Zhao kingdom, he was going to get married and the ceremony would be brought forward. Soon, he would be a real man. Men were all prideful, especially in front of love rivals and rivals. Royal Princeton made up his mind not to let Xiaoheng see that he was a stray dog. He straightened his back and said with a strong aura, "I'm just passing by. I'm not here to be a guest. I'll leave first." Xiaoheng looked at him deeply and said, "Come in and sit." Royal Princeton was stunned. Were they close? He was just passing by. Xiao Lulang actually invited him to sit in the room. "Fine, I'll sit, who's afraid of who?" Royal Princeton nodded without changing his expression and entered the room with Xiaoheng with a cold face. At this time, the young men were running around in the courtyard. The front and back doors of the central room were open and there was no fire. Xiaoheng invited Royal Princeton to sit on the chair by the table and poured a cup of hot tea for him. Royal Princeton had been wandering the streets for the whole afternoon and half the night. He was cold and thirsty. He took the teacup and slowly took a sip. His stomach instantly warmed up. Xiaoheng sat opposite him. "You haven't eaten yet, right?" "I've eaten," Royal Princeton said stubbornly. Gulp, he growled alone. Royal Princeton's face turned red. Xiaoheng called Yuya over and had her go to the kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles. Yuya looked back at Royal Princeton a few times. Royal Princeton thought, "Even if I'm handsome, you don't have to keep looking at me, right?" "Xiao Lulang, your servant girl doesn't know the rules." Grandaunt went to Auntie Lu's house to play cards. Old Chancellor went to serve tea and his private savings. They were not at home. Yaoshe carried Gu Xiaobao to watch Grandaunt play cards. Gu Xiaobao was excited when he saw the cards. Yaoshe didn't know why. Royal Princeton drank his tea and looked around. "Jiao Jiao is not here." Xiaoheng exposed him. Gu Jiao went to the clinic. Indeed, she was not here. Royal Princeton drank his tea to hide his awkwardness. Yuya cooked a bowl of noodles with smoked bamboo shoots and bacon. It was accompanied by a small dish of pickled vegetables. Royal Princeton was the legitimate grandson of the Zhuang family. He usually ate all kinds of delicacies. However, he didn't know why, but he felt that this was the best noodles he had ever eaten. After a bowl of noodles, Royal Princeton felt comfortable all over. Even his frozen toes were warm. He didn't leave a single drop of soup. He also finished all the pickled vegetables. He drank the tea and ate the noodles. If he stayed any longer, Royal Princeton would feel embarrassed. Just as he was about to leave, little Jing Kong's frantic voice came from the room. This kind of voice usually only happened when Gu Jiao was out. When Gu Jiao was at home, he was very obedient. "Sit for a while. I'll go take a look." Xiaoheng got up and went to the west room. Little Jing Kong couldn't find anything again. He rummaged through his little treasure chest. His toys were scattered all over the floor. "What are you looking for?" Xiaoheng asked. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his waist and stomped his feet. "Xiao Jin. My Xiao Jin is missing. It's being naughty again." Xiaoheng got down and found the golden abacus under the bed. Then, he pulled little Jing Kong to clean up the things on the floor. Royal Princeton didn't mean to peek. It was just that he was facing the west room. It was hard not to see him. He didn't expect that an official from the imperial court would do something that only the servants would do at home. "Wasn't there a maid?" "It's late. You should take a bath." "I don't want to take a bath." Sure enough, when Gu Jiao wasn't here, he wasn't a good baby who liked to take a bath. Xiaoheng didn't want to spoil him. Xiaoheng came out to get water. He pointed to the study room and said to Royal Princeton, "I'll give Jing Kong a bath first. Why don't you sit in the study room? It's warm there." Forget it. It was hard to refuse such kindness. He would just sit there for a while. When Xiao Lulang finished his work, he would bid him farewell. Thinking of this, Commandery Princeton entered Xiaoheng's study. Before Royal Princeton came, Xiaoheng had been in the study room. Therefore, he lit a brazier and it was burning brightly. Xiaoheng went to the kitchen to get hot water. He carried it back and forth a few times. He also chopped some firewood and threw it into the stove. Royal Princeton was baffled. He worked in 2 yamens during the day and had to work at home. Why didn't he hire more servants? Wasn't he good at earning money? When he was in the Imperial College, he helped people recite poems and compose essays. Soon, Royal Princeton found that Xiaoheng was doing far more than that. There were a few homework books on the desk. Most of them were about little Jing Kong. The other half were about Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun. So Xiao Lulang had to tutor his 3 brothers-in-law. Beside the homework was a thick stack of paper. The ink on the top few pages was still wet. It was obvious that they were written tonight. Royal Princeton glanced at it and was surprised to find that he didn't recognize the words on it. He didn't say that he was proficient in the 6 languages, but he knew a little. These weren't the words of the lower 3 kingdoms or the upper 3 kingdoms. Could it be Sanskrit? Royal Princeton didn't know Sanskrit, but he had seen Sanskrit Buddhist scriptures before. They didn't look like this. Amidst the screams and howls, Xiaoheng forcefully bathed the little boy. He put on his clothes and threw him into the bed. Xiaoheng took the bathwater out and cleaned up the room before returning to the study. Royal Princeton looked at the paper in his hand and said embarrassedly, "I just looked at it casually." "It's fine. Take a look." Xiaoheng entered the room. Royal Princeton pointed to the room next door. Is he like this every day?" Xiaoheng nodded. "He's like this when Jiao Jiao isn't here." Taking a bath was like fighting a war. Royal Princeton thought about how he was annoyed by the noise next door. It was hard to imagine how Xiao Lulang survived every day. Thinking about it this way, Xiao Lulang didn't have it easy either. "Oh right, what are these?" Royal Princeton looked at the stack of papers on the table and asked. "Calculation," Xiaoheng said. "Calculation?" Royal Princeton frowned strangely. Xiaoheng looked at the paper in his hand. "The one you're looking at is for calculating the ancestral rate." Royal Princeton's expression became even more strange. "Isn't ancestral rate calculated using the circle cutting method?" He knew about the circle cutting method, but this obviously wasn't. Xiaoheng explained, "This is another method." Royal Princeton was still confused. Using these strange patterns? Xiaoheng thought seriously for a moment. Strictly speaking, they should be another language. Royal Princeton, another language? Outside of the 6 states? Tujue language? Xiaoheng, no, the Tujue uses the Jin language. There are some differences, but it's more or less the same. The reason had to be explained from the ancestors of the Tujue and the Jin. At that time, it wasn't the Jin, but the previous dynasty of the Jin. It was rumored that it was originally part of the Tujue, but later on, the tribe became independent. However, it was also said that the Tujue was part of the previous dynasty of the Jin. This saying was recorded in the history books, but history belonged to the victors. Who could say that the previous dynasty of the Jin didn't let the historians change the history books? Royal Princeton was suddenly interested. He lowered his status and asked Xiaoheng for advice. If it was in the past, he definitely wouldn't be able to lower his face. Tonight. Who knew what was wrong with him tonight? Xiaoheng never hid anything. As long as someone sincerely asked for advice, he would tell them everything he knew. He was willing to teach them everything. He started with simple numbers and slowly talked about the basic formulas. Royal Princeton didn't know that arithmetic could be so interesting. He seemed to have opened the door to a new world and fell into it. Moreover, he seemed to understand why the students of the Imperial College and the Hanlin Academy were willing to ask Xiao Lulang for advice. Xiao Lulang never showed off his literary talent when teaching. What he taught was real knowledge that people could understand. Until now, he finally realized that Xiao Lulang didn't rely on connections to get to where he was today. Everything he had was obtained with his own ability. "What are you laughing at?" Xiaoheng asked. Royal Princeton smiled. "When you became the new top scholar, I wasn't convinced by you." Xiaoheng looked at him. "Are you convinced by me now?" Royal Princeton opened his mouth and nodded. "You can say that." Xiaoheng put down the paper in his hand and saw through the appearance. He hit the nail on the head. "You can stay overnight. 1 tael of silver per night." Royal Princeton choked. Talking about money hurts feelings. Xiaoheng said calmly, on credit, 30% interest. There was interest? Wait, how did you know I wanted to pay on credit? Royal Princeton coughed softly. In which room? Xiaoheng raised his finger, next door. Royal Prince An's face darkened. He couldn't lose face in front of Xiao Lulang. Let's make it clear first. I'm not homeless. It's just that I can't refuse your kindness. I'll reluctantly stay for one night. As he spoke, he went to the old chancellor's side like a proud peacock. The big rooms were all full. There was only one small room left. Until he crossed the threshold, he maintained the pride and nobility that a royal prince should have. After Xiaoheng left and closed the door for him, he subconsciously looked at himself in the bronze mirror. In the middle of the night, there was a series of screams that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Ah ah ah, this beggar with messy hair, a straw stuck in his head, a face full of dirt, his clothes torn open, and his sleeves torn 3 times was not him. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1086614458. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all the novels that can't be found on the internet here. After Prince An died on the spot for a full 3 seconds, Xiaoheng asked Juya to send a bottle of medicine. Prince An wanted to die even more. Gu Jiao treated Mo Qianxia and Hua Xiao's injuries in the medical center and returned to Bishui Alley with a small medicine box. Hua Xiao was originally next door to Mo Qianxia, but in order to better monitor Hua Xiao, Mo Qianxia directly asked Gu Jiao to put the 2 of them in the same room. It was not Gu Jiao's room. Mo Qianxia didn't want others to live in Gu Jiao's room. Hua Xiao lay on the small bed. After using the bone-softening powder, she felt uncomfortable all over. She could only stare coldly at Mo Qianxia on the big bed. Mo Qianxia, you traitor! Mo Qianxia didn't speak. She sat at the head of the bed, back against the soft pillow, silently weaving the red rope she learned from little Zhongli. Hua Xiao laughed and said, "What? You dare to do but don't dare to admit it? Master shouldn't have trusted you so much. It was the lodge master who picked you up. In the end, you betrayed young master." Mo Qianxia stopped weaving the red rope in her hand and glanced at her. "Hua Xiao, what do you know?" Hua Xiao said coldly, "Then tell me, what don't I know? Or did I say something wrong?" Mo Qianxia paused. "You didn't say anything wrong." "Yes, I betrayed young master." Some things were relieved when she admitted it. She didn't want to accept the fact that she betrayed young master in the past, but when it really came to this point, there was nothing to argue about. She didn't carry out young master's order. In everyone's eyes, she betrayed young master. No one thought that she could actually jump out and testify against young master. She didn't do so. She couldn't kill Gu Jiao. She chose to escape or die, but she couldn't push young master to the death table. After all, young master was her master. Mo Qianxia said softly, "Hua Xiao, do you know? I almost died that night. In order to gain Gu Jiao's trust, young master ordered his men to be ruthless. I almost lost my life." Hua Xiao sneered, "Aren't you fine now? Young master is certain that the miracle hands Hall can cure you." Mo Qianxia shook her head. "You don't understand. If she hadn't given me her blood, she wouldn't have been able to do anything." Hua Xiao said indifferently, "It's just a matter of sacrificing a few drops of blood." Hua Xiao was not a doctor. She didn't understand that not everyone's blood type could be transfused with each other. Obviously, the young master of Immortal Music House didn't know, so the young master really didn't care about her life or death. Mo Xianxia said indifferently, I can't be bothered to talk to you. Women were generally like this. It would be fine if they had a good quarrel, but this kind of quarrel halfway through was like punching a few balls of cotton. Hua Xiao said angrily, Humph, our lives are young masters, even if we die for young master, so what? You're just greedy for life and afraid of death. Mo Xianxia took a deep breath, got rid of the distracting thoughts, and continued to weave the red rope in her hand. Gu Jiao knew that she was an important witness, but Gu Jiao never forced her to testify against the young master. She didn't even mention this request. If the young master knew that she had the opportunity to testify against Gu Jiao, would the young master have scruples about whether she was willing or not, and whether she was embarrassed? Definitely not. She used to be like Hua Xiao, thinking that the whole meaning of life was to contribute to the master. She was not an independent individual, she was just a vassal of the master. Until she met Gu Jiao. How could Hua Xiao understand? She didn't get what she didn't want others to get, and she didn't believe that others could get it. No matter how Hua Xiao angered Mo Xianxia's words went in one ear and out the other, making Hua Xiao faint. Recently, there were a lot of cases in the capital, and they were reversed again and again. First, Xianlu House colluded with the imperial princess, and then it was revealed that the mastermind behind the scenes was the Empress Dowager. The emperor wanted to punish the Empress Dowager, but who knew that the Empress Dowager disappeared? Minister Xing, as the Empress Dowager's henchman, was locked up in the Supreme Court. Assistant Minister Li made a meritorious report and temporarily replaced Minister Xing's position. To officially become Minister Xing, the emperor had to personally close the case, issue an edict, and a series of other procedures. The imperial court was in turmoil, and the people were uneasy. Grand Tutor Zhuang claimed that he was ill. The memorials to the imperial court were piled up like a mountain, and the pressure of the cabinet was all piled up on Grand Secretary Yuan's shoulders. The two assistants were both Grand Tutor Zhuang's confidants. This time, when something happened, the two of them were very negative. Fortunately, Grand Secretary Yuan was able to control them. It was just that it was a bit tiring, and for the first time, Grand Secretary Yuan had the idea of appointing a junior assistant. Under normal circumstances, the cabinet didn't appoint a junior assistant. After the Grand Secretary stepped down, one of the two assistants would be chosen to become the new Grand Secretary. Only when the two assistants weren't enough would the position of junior assistant be added. The interests of the junior assistant conflicted with those of the assistants, as well as the powerful chain of interests behind the assistants, because it would often encounter strong opposition from the cabinet ministers. However, it was indeed a type of revolutionary new method, and as a result, it received the emperor's support. The monarch and his ministers competed with each other, and in the end, they reached a clever balance, agreeing to establish a junior assistant. However, the position of junior assistant had many restrictions. First, the age couldn't exceed 20. Second, one had to be a scholar of 2 lists. Third, one had to have made great contributions to the court, or at least 2 years of experience as a Hanlin official. These conditions were too harsh, to the extent where no one had ever met them. No, it wasn't that there hadn't been anyone. The Zhuang family was Zhuang Yuheng, 20 years of age, a scholar of 2 lists, second place in the new imperial examination. He had previously taken the crown prince's place as a hostage in Qin country, making great contributions. However, on one hand, he was a member of the Zhuang family. On the other hand, Grand Secretary Yuan actually had another candidate he favored. Unfortunately, the conditions weren't met. Grand Secretary Yuan sighed regretfully. The two matters that gave Empress Xiao the most headaches recently were the emperor's illness and Empress Dowager Zhuang's whereabouts. The emperor's head was injured, and the imperial doctors couldn't say when the emperor would wake up. As for Empress Dowager Zhuang's whereabouts, there was no progress either. There were checkpoints at the city gates. How high were the city walls? How high were the walls of Rinzhou Palace? Empress Xiao didn't believe that Empress Dowager Zhuang had the ability to fly out of the imperial city, so Empress Dowager Zhuang was definitely still in the city. Empress Xiao ordered Commander Fu to increase the search efforts. In the past few days, Princess Ningyan either stayed at Pure Flowers Palace to accompany the emperor or went to Cunning Palace to pay respects to Empress Xiao. No one found her action strange. One of her 2 backers in the imperial palace was gone, and the only remaining emperor was unconscious. If she didn't curry favor with Empress Xiao, how could she establish herself in the imperial palace in the future? In addition, her son Huangfu Xian didn't come out to cause trouble these days. She really was someone who understood the situation. In the afternoon, Princess Ningyan went to Empress Xiao's cunning palace again. Empress Xiao was checking on Qin Chuyu's homework in the warm room. Qin Chuyu was stuttering and absent-minded, giving Empress Xiao a headache. Can you focus a bit more? I want to see Imperial Father. Qin Chuyu said pitifully. Didn't I already take you to see him? Qin Chuyu was the Emperor's son. How could Empress Xiao not take him to see the Emperor? She also took the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was an adult. No matter how sad he was, he could only cry secretly. Qin Chuyu, on the other hand, would cry like a ghost and howl like a wolf when he pounced on the Emperor. Those who didn't know would think that his imperial father had already passed away and he was mourning for his imperial father. Empress Xiao didn't dare to take him there anymore. A young eunuch stuck his head in at the door. Eunuch Su walked over and asked him a few questions. When he came back, he reported, Empress, Princess Ningyan is here. Empress Xiao frowned. Take the 7th prince to the study and let him carry him properly. I'll check on him later. Yes. Eunuch Su took Qin Chuyu's hand and led him to the study. Princess Ningyan walked in. After returning to the imperial palace to recuperate, she lived a life of luxury. It was no longer as hard as it was at the border. Princess Ningyan's face had turned pale and her hands were much more tender. How are your injuries? Empress Xiao asked. She winked at the young maid. The young maid brought a stool and placed it next to Empress Xiao. Princess Ningyan looked at her right arm and said with a smile, It's fine. Thank you for your concern. Sit down. Empress Xiao said. Princess Ningyan sat down slowly. The young maid served hot tea. Princess Ningyan took the teacup with her left hand and took a sip. She pretended to ask casually, Sister-in-law, is there any news about my imperial mother? Princess Ningyan and Empress Xiao used to have a good relationship. It was just that they hadn't seen each other for many years and Huangfu Xian always bullied Qin Chuyu. That was why Empress Xiao was dissatisfied with Princess Ningyan. Now Princess Ningyan had saved the emperor and treated her respectfully. Moreover, Princess Ningyan was on the emperor's side. This made Empress Xiao and Princess Ningyan less unhappy. Empress Xiao shook her head. Not yet. Princess Ningyan paused and said, Sister-in-law, I don't know if I should say something. Empress Xiao said, Go ahead. Princess Ningyan said in a low voice, A few days before the incident, I saw Lord Xiao in my imperial mother's study. He came for the case of Xian Luju. Empress Xiao frowned. Princess Ningyan continued, I don't mean to suspect Lord Xiao. It's just that my imperial mother has a good relationship with Lord Xiao. Could it be? Empress Xiao's eyes darkened. Could it be what? Are you suspecting that Xiao Lulang has something to do with the assassination of the emperor, or that Xiao Lulang is harboring Empress Dowager Zhuang? Princess Ningyan's eyes flashed with astonishment. Empress Xiao's good impression of Princess Ningyan disappeared. Xiao Lulang is the new top scholar promoted by the emperor. He is loyal to the emperor. It's impossible for him to collude with the Empress Dowager to harm the emperor. Are you kidding? His Majesty is Ahang's uncle, her uncle. Ahang will harm anyone but the emperor. Princess Ningyan lowered her eyes. Sister-in-law, don't be agitated. I am too worried about my brother. I hope to find my imperial mother one day. After all, she cares for me. I hope to persuade her to repent and be saved. Empress Xiao said coldly, in short, this matter has nothing to do with Xiao Lulang. I won't allow anyone to slander her by insinuations. Don't mention this again in the future. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Princess Ningyan looked at the tea in the teacup. Her tone was weak, but her eyes were calm. Ningyan will remember. Empress Xiao pressed her aching temples and reached out to pick up the tea on the table. Serve the tea and send the guest off. Princess Ningyan was very sensible and handed the tea to the little palace maid. She got up and bowed to Empress Xiao, saying, Sister-in-law, Ningyan will go to visit my brother first. I will come to pay my respects to you tomorrow. Empress Xiao responded faintly. Princess Ningyan was about to turn around when she thought of something. She said, "By the way, sister-in-law, the servants who served Xianxia at the border have arrived." At the time, the army left in a hurry. They had to say goodbye to their families, so they set off a few days later. "Can they continue to serve Xianxia?" Empress Xiao said carelessly. "You can arrange it yourself. They were just servants." She could go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to register them. She wouldn't make things difficult for the mother and son over such a small matter. Princess Ningyan glanced at the high and mighty Empress Xiao, but the latter didn't look at her directly. Princess Ningyan looked down, bowed, and left Kunming Palace. Unexpectedly, on her way to Pure Flowers Palace, she ran into Qin Chuyu, who had snuck out. Because he had snuck out, only Qin Chuyu was there. Princess Ningyan looked at him with narrowed eyes. Empress Zhao's arrogant attitude flashed through her mind. She coldly curled her lips and walked toward Qin Chuyu. "Little Qi, what are you doing?" "Auntie Ningyan," Qin Chuyu greeted her. Although Huangfu Xian was annoying, Ningyan had never bullied Qin Chuyu. Princess Ningyan smiled and said, "Did you sneak out?" Qin Chuyu felt wronged. "Yes, they didn't allow me to see Imperial Father." Princess Ningyan asked again, "Did anyone see you on the way?" Qin Chuyu shook his head like a rattledrum. "No. I was very careful." Princess Ningyan's smile deepened. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Qin Chuyu nodded. He was very sure. Princess Ningyan raised her hand and gently patted Qin Chuyu's head. She said gently, "Little Qi is really an amazing prince. You didn't even get discovered. It seems like no one knows that you came here." Qin Chuyu looked at her smile and for some reason, he felt scared. "Aunt, why is your smile so strange?" "I'm so scared." Princess Ningyan pinched his chubby little face. "Don't be scared. I'll take you to a place." Qin Chuyu decisively refused. "I'm not going. I want to see Imperial Father." Princess Ningyan said gently, "We're on the way to see your Imperial Father." Qin Chuyu thought for a moment. "Okay, then." Princess Ningyan took Qin Chuyu's chubby little hand and expressionlessly pulled him to the pond. The pond in the Imperial Palace wasn't as deep as the Imperial Liquid Pond, but it could still drown people. Qin Chuyu became more and more confused. "This isn't the way to the Imperial Palace. This is a shortcut." Princess Ningyan stopped at the edge of the pond. "Do you see what's over there?" "What?" Qin Chuyu took a step forward. Princess Ningyan stared at his back without blinking. She reached out her hand coldly and gave him a hard shove. "Mother!" A demonic voice suddenly sounded not far away. Qin Chuyu would recognize the owner of this voice even if he turned into ashes. It was Huangfu Xian, that annoying little cousin. Ah, Qin Chuyu's hair stood on end. The fear of being bullied flooded his heart. Almost instinctively, he used his own unique secret, the peerless running technique. Whoosh, Qin Chuyu ran away. Princess Ningyan didn't expect the little chubby in front of her to run away. She wanted to pull back her hand, but it was too late. Her push missed and her body fell forward into the cold pond with a splash. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. https://www. zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1086408846. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. The lake water in the first month was bone-chilling. Even though Princess Ningyan could swim, she was still frozen to the point of almost losing consciousness. Coupled with the heavy winter clothes, she couldn't swim at all. By the time Princess Ningyan finally managed to swim ashore, she was already half dead. The little fatty who caused her to fall into the water was long gone. Huang Fuxian didn't run away. He just sat in a wheelchair by the shore. Princess Ningyan lay in the grass, trembling and gasping for breath. After a long while, she finally had the strength to speak. Who allowed you to come out? Princess Ningyan had already grounded Huang Fuxian. Huang Fuxian said, I came out of my own accord. They couldn't stop me. Huang Fuxian did whatever he wanted and threatened to kill her. Who in the palace could stop him? The injuries on Princess Ningyan's right arm and forehead were real. The injury on her forehead was lighter and had already healed. However, her right arm had been stabbed by a knife and needed several stitches. Just now, when she flopped in the water, the wound split open again. Blood seeped into her wet sleeves and dyed a large patch red. Princess Ningyan endured the piercing pain and gritted her teeth to get up. She walked shakily to Huang Fuxian and gasped. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Huang Fuxian met her cold gaze and said fearlessly, I just saw Mother and wanted to say hello. Princess Ningyan raised her hand to slap Huang Fuxian. Unfortunately, she didn't have much strength left. Before the slap landed on Huang Fuxian's face, she fell to the ground first. When Lian came out to find Huang Fuxian and found this place, Princess Ningyan had already fainted. Princess Ningyan slept for 4 hours before waking up. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to teach Huang Fuxian a lesson. Princess. Princess. You should at least put on some clothes. Lian took the cloak and chased after her. Don't come in. Princess Ningyan locked Lian outside the door. She ignored the pain from her wound and came to the bed aggressively. Just as she was about to vent her anger, she found that something was wrong. Huang Fuxian's condition was not very good. To be exact, it was very bad. His entire face was as pale as paper, and his forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. His consciousness seemed to be drifting. Princess Ningyan suddenly panicked. She changed her terrifying aura and sat down by the bed. She held Huang Fuxian's hand and touched his forehead. Xian, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Huang Fuxian was tortured half to death by the pain of his broken limbs, but he did not say a word. He just silently endured the pain of his flesh being pierced by the bones. Princess Ningyan choked and said, Xian, talk to your mother. Don't sleep. I don't want you to leave Mother too. Mother cannot lose you. What's wrong with you? Huh? What's wrong with you? As she spoke, she turned around and shouted towards the door, Imperial Physician. Summon the Imperial Physician. Huang Fuxian finally opened his eyes and looked at her. He used most of his willpower to endure the pain and said weakly, Stop, Mother. Princess Ningyan's emotions stopped abruptly. What did you say? Huang Fuxian's breath was drifting. I will be filial to you, for the rest of my life. I will be filial to you. I will not be angry with you. I will not make you angry. I will be your good son. Let's leave here, go far away, to a place where no one knows, just like, when I was young, when I liked you. Princess Ningyan expressionlessly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. They killed your father, killed your grandmother, and destroyed the great cause that should have belonged to you. I don't want those. Huang Fuxian grabbed her hand. The pain was eating away at him. His eyes were red. I only want you, let's leave here, okay? No. Princess Ningyan coldly withdrew her hand. She stood up and looked down at the pale Huang Fuxian. Live well. When you grow up, leave an heir for your father. Then she turned and left the room. Lian came over with the Imperial Physician. She looked at her mistress strangely. Princess? What's wrong? Princess Ningyan didn't answer her. Instead, she said, let the Imperial Physician take a look. Yes. Lian brought the Imperial Physician into the room. Princess Ningyan returned to her room. Not long after, Lian anxiously reported, Princess, the young master is not cooperating. The Imperial Physician is not allowed to treat him. Princess Ningyan said indifferently, I see that he has so much strength. He should be fine for a while. I won't treat him. Just let him be in pain. Lian opened her mouth. Princess. Princess Ning An's eyes flickered. Send an imperial physician to guard him. I. Princess Ning An's expression was extremely cold. She quietly stood in front of the window and looked at the courtyard that was as still as snow. Then she looked up at the crescent moon in the sky. Suddenly, she seemed to have made a decision. She turned and walked in the direction of Pure Flower's palace. Pure Flower's palace. Eunuch Wei had just finished wiping His Majesty's body and was about to go to the small kitchen to find something to eat. Just as he walked into the garden, a figure suddenly appeared and covered his mouth. He was so shocked that he started whimpering. It's me. The other person said in a small voice. Eunuch Wei was stunned. The other person removed his hand. Eunuch Wei turned around and said in surprise, Eunuch Qin? Shoo. Eunuch Qin made a shushing gesture and pulled him behind a large tree. Eunuch Wei was puzzled. Didn't you escape? Why are you still in the palace? Eunuch Qin said, I originally planned to leave that day, but I was still worried and decided to stay. Eunuch Wei clicked his tongue and said, Aren't you afraid of being caught? Eunuch Qin said, I've worked in the palace for so many years. It's not hard to find a place to hide. Eunuch Wei glared at him. Even so, you shouldn't have come here. It's too dangerous. I'll keep an eye on the palace people for you. Hurry and leave. Don't come here again. If Eunuch Wei could still say this, it meant that he hadn't betrayed him. Eunuch Qin inwardly sighed in relief. To be honest, he had gathered a great deal of courage to come find Eunuch Wei. He was worried that if Eunuch Wei really did betray him, then his appearance would spell his death. Eunuch Qin looked around and lowered his voice. Tell me, what exactly happened in the imperial study that day? How did His Majesty become like this? Also, what's up with His Majesty's shadow dragon guards? Who's there? When Princess Ning passed by the small garden of Pure Flower's palace, she saw a sneaky figure behind a large tree. Eunuch Wei awkwardly walked out from behind the large tree. Princess. Princess Ning asked suspiciously, What are you doing sneaking around there? Eunuch Wei smiled and said, This one lost the key and was looking around. Did you find it? Princess Ning asked. No, Eunuch Wei said regretfully. Princess Ning coldly hooked her lips and walked towards Eunuch Wei. A trace of unconcealable panic flitted across Eunuch Wei's face. Princess Ning walked closer and saw the other figure on the ground. Her eyes turned cold. Hurry and get out here. That figure timidly walked out. Princess Ning frowned. You are. Eunuch Wei hurriedly blocked the person behind him and begged, Princess, this servant didn't do it on purpose. This servant won't dare to do it again, this servant. Princess Ning looked at Eunuch Wei's hand grabbing the other person's wrist and realized something. She burst out laughing. So Eunuch Wei is also into food. The palace really does prohibit it, but this princess is kind-hearted and didn't see anything tonight. Eunuch Wei pulled the palace maid behind him to kneel. Many thanks, princess. Many thanks, princess. Eunuch Qin only walked out from behind the large tree after Princess Ning and went to the emperor's sleeping quarters. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. This person can be trusted, right? Eunuch Qin was referring to the palace maid that had been pulled in at the last minute to put on a show. She can be trusted, don't worry, Eunuch Wei said. Who didn't have a few trusted subordinates? She was the one who had reported that Princess Ning had entered Pure Flower's palace. Eunuch Wei. Princess Ning's indifferent voice came from inside the sleeping quarters. Coming. Eunuch Wei hurriedly gestured to Eunuch Qin to leave quickly. Eunuch Qin looked at the emperor's sleeping quarters, then walked out of Pure Flower's palace with a dark expression. Princess. Eunuch Wei cheerfully walked up to Princess Ning sat on the emperor's chair and put down the finished imperial edict. She said to Eunuch Qin, All right, use the imperial jade seal to stamp it. This? Eunuch Wei stared at the imperial edict and his eyes widened. Princess. Princess Ning smiled. What? Did I write something wrong? His Majesty's body is not well and he can't personally govern. The Empress Dowager also colluded to plot against His Majesty. The country can't go a day without a ruler. Is there anything wrong with letting the Crown Prince handle court affairs in His Majesty's place? Isn't this the rule set by the old ancestor? This is the rule set by the old ancestor, but your last sentence is against the rules. How can you go to court to supervise the country? Eunuch Wei tried his best to dissuade her. The Empress probably won't admit it so easily. Princess Ningyan sneered. She'll either admit to everything written on the imperial edict or not. I bet she'll let her son personally govern the country. Of course Empress Xiao would let the crown prince personally govern, even if the price was another Princess Ningyan to supervise the country. Empress Xiao probably didn't care about this widowed princess who had been acting subservient in front of her recently. If she was going to supervise the country, then so be it. If she was unhappy one day, she could have the crown prince remove Ning An's authority at any time. But would things really go so smoothly? Ning An wasn't a sheep, she was a wolf. It was hard to say whether it was the crown prince who removed Ning An's authority or if it was Ning An who removed the crown prince. Back then, Empress Dowager Zhuang had used her authority to supervise the country step by step to cover the sky in court. Eunuch Wei wanted to cry. It's over, it's really, really over now. At night, an eagle circled above the imperial palace. It let out a cold cry and flew into the night sky. The next morning, Empress Xiao received news that she was to head to Pure Flower's palace. Eunuch Wei was going to read the imperial edict. Empress Xiao washed up and dressed neatly before heading to Pure Flower's palace with a complicated expression. Eunuch Wei was already waiting in the main hall of Pure Flower's palace. Empress Xiao walked over angrily and said in a low voice, "Did His Majesty wake up again last night? Didn't this Empress tell you to immediately report to this Empress as soon as His Majesty woke up? Are you treating this Empress's words like the wind?" Eunuch Wei thought, "It's not that I want to treat your words like the wind, but Princess Ningyan didn't give me any time to prepare. By the time I entered, she had already finished drafting the imperial edict. If you rushed over, the result would have been the same." Eunuch Wei said embarrassedly, "This was His Majesty's will. This servant can't do anything about it. Please forgive this servant, Empress." Empress Xiao glared at him coldly. "Wei Quan, you're very daring." Eunuch Wei felt bitter inside, but he didn't say anything. Not long later, the crown prince also came over in confusion. Imperial mother? Imperial son? Empress Xiao frowned. Why was the crown prince also here? Could it be that the imperial edict was related to the crown prince? Empress Xiao looked indifferently at Eunuch Wei. This empress and the crown prince are both here. You can announce the edict. Eunuch Wei laughed dryly. This is an important matter. His Majesty wants to announce the edict in front of the Empress and all the imperial concubines. Those who could bear the title of imperial concubine were at least standard third-rank noble concubines or above. Soon, noble consort Zhuang, noble consort Xu, noble consort Yu, and all the imperial concubines arrived at Pure Flower's palace one after another. Princess Ningyan also came. There were enough people here, so everyone thought she was also called here to listen to the imperial edict and didn't pay too much attention to her. Seeing that everyone was here, Eunuch Wei unfolded the imperial edict in his hand. Everyone, hear the edict. Everyone led by Empress Xiao knelt on the ground. By the will of the heavens, the Emperor decrees that we have ascended the throne for 21 years. Although we have worked tirelessly day and night, we have bowed to the Emperor. Today, we are bedridden and our dragon body is lacking in health. The Crown Prince is of noble character and deeply respects us. From today onwards, the Crown Prince will take over the court and temporarily govern the country. Hearing this, Empress Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, this was an imperial edict to help the Crown Prince ascend the throne. The other imperial concubines were also very shocked when they heard the contents of the imperial edict. However, they weren't shocked that the Crown Prince would temporarily govern the country, but rather that the Emperor would hand over his authority. This meant that the Emperor was too ill. It was even possible that he would fall sick forever. Back then, the previous Emperor had been like this, also. Eunuch Wei cleared his throat. Everyone was shocked. Also? The Crown Prince is still young and has just started governing the country. We are also worried and have specially appointed him as regent. Eunuch Wei opened his mouth, a trace of extreme fear flashing through his eyes. What do you mean? The Crown Prince asked. Princess Ning An's lips curved imperceptibly. Eunuch Wei broke out in a cold sweat. After a while, he steeled his heart and read out the words on the imperial edict: Princess Xianxia will be regent. Princess Ningyan was struck by a bolt from the blue. Digression, it's the end of the month. Are there still monthly tickets? The newest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/896428964286/1086400090. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in a second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are available here. The rest of the people didn't have as big of a reaction as Princess Ningyan, but they were also very strange. His Majesty. Why did he let a princess govern the country? The one who asked was noble consort Zhuang. If it was revealed today that Princess Ningyan would govern the country, she would also ask the same question. Since Empress Dowager Zhuang was the Empress Dowager, she had set a precedent for a woman to govern the country. However, Empress Dowager Zhuang was the empress, and Princess Xianxia was only a princess. Moreover, she didn't hear that His Majesty loved this princess very much. The relationship between the emperor and Princess Xianxia was indeed not very close. The marriage between Princess Xianxia and Marquis Xianping was arranged by the emperor. Most people didn't know that the emperor was actually following the will of the late emperor, so the husband and wife didn't get along well. It was inevitable that people would think that the emperor randomly matched them. Princess Xianxia probably had complaints about the emperor in her heart. Everyone thought so. So why did the emperor let her govern the country? This imperial edict isn't fake, is it? Noble consort Zhuang's mouth really didn't have a lock. She dared to say anything. Empress Xiao was the first to have a black face. She stood up and looked coldly at noble consort Zhuang. Noble consort, what do you mean? The imperial edict is clearly written in black and white and is stamped with the imperial seal of the Zhao country. Do you not believe in the imperial seal of the Zhao country, or His Majesty's decree? The imperial edict had the part where the crown prince was the regent. If she said it was fake, wouldn't she also deny the crown prince? Empress Xiao didn't care who was the regent. In short, the crown prince had to replace His Majesty in the imperial court. Noble consort Zhuang laughed and said, "Who knows if someone stole His Majesty's imperial seal while he was unconscious and then wrote an imperial edict. Isn't that right? Eunuch Wei?" Eunuch Wei's temple suddenly jumped. Noble consort Zhuang, oh noble consort Zhuang, you're usually so stupid. How come you're smart today? That's right, that's the truth. But unfortunately, I can't admit it, Empress Xiao said seriously. Eunuch Wei, tell us about the whole process of His Majesty's imperial edict. This. Eunuch Wei looked at the imperial edict that was obviously still in Princess Ningyan's handwriting and braced himself to say, when His Majesty woke up, Princess Ningyan was also there. His Majesty had Princess Ningyan draft the imperial edict on his behalf and had this old servant bring the imperial jade seal to stamp it. Noble consort Zhuang sneered, let Princess Ningyan write the imperial edict? Why is it that every time His Majesty wakes up, Princess Ningyan is there? When we go to visit His Majesty never wakes up. This was referring to the matter of the emperor asking Princess Ningyan to draft an imperial edict to punish the Empress Dowager. Empress Xiao said coldly, that's because you can't wake His Majesty up. Don't you know whether His Majesty wants to see you or not? Wasn't that right? These women in the harem added together were not as important as Princess Ningyan. Noble consort Zhuang was completely choked and had no words to refute. Princess Ningyan, is this the imperial edict you wrote last night? Empress Xiao asked Eunuch Wei to pass the imperial edict to Princess Ningyan. Princess Ningyan took it and looked at it carefully. It was her handwriting without any flaws. But she would never confuse her own title with Xianxia's. So the imperial edict had been swapped. But even if she told the truth at this time, no one would believe her. Not to mention, it was not a tenable truth. Princess Ningyin held the imperial edict so tightly that the veins on her hands bulged. Eunuch Wei was frightened. Princess Ningyin wouldn't think that he did it, right? In all honesty, he hadn't touched the imperial edict after putting it in the brocade box last night. Who the hell knew how Ningyin had turned into Xianxia? Princess Ningyin took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, replying to sister-in-law, yes. Empress Xiao raised her eyebrows. Princess Ningyin and Eunuch Wei are loyal to His Majesty. You should believe their words. Moreover, the crime of deceiving the emperor is punishable by beheading. Who would dare to pass a false imperial edict? Eunuch Wei thought, there are many people who pass false imperial edicts. Would you believe that there is only one in front of you? Princess Ningyin said, it seems that Princess Xianxia hasn't returned to the capital yet. If she hadn't returned to the capital, there was still room for negotiation. If they could draft an imperial edict, they could draft a second one, a third one, or even find a reason to remove her title of regent. It wasn't difficult at all. But before she could finish speaking, she heard the young eunuch at the door rush over, panting, Princess Xianxia has arrived. Princess Ningyin. Everyone stood up and looked towards the entrance of Pure Flowers Palace. Under the golden light of dawn, Princess Xianxia, dressed in a light golden muslin palace robe and a bamboo hat, slowly walked over with the support of a young maidservant. Princess Xianxia's beauty was well known throughout the world. Even though she had passed the most beautiful years of her life, she was still unbelievably beautiful. But today, she wore a bamboo hat with a muslin veil, hiding her devastatingly beautiful face. Even so, her every movement still had the bearing of a member of the imperial family that made it hard for people to look away. There were 3,000 beauties in the imperial harem, but it had to be said that no man would look at Princess Xianxia when she appeared. Princess Xianxia gracefully walked towards Empress Xiao. Just as she was about to greet her, she accidentally stepped on her skirt and fell in front of Empress Xiao, prostrating herself on the ground. Empress Xiao. There's no need for that. Why aren't you helping your master up? Eunuch Su scolded the young maidservant. The young maidservant pursed her lips and bent down to pick up Princess Xianxia. That's right, she was picking her up. Her movements were rough, and there was even a trace of disdain in her eyes. Eunuch Su, Princess Xianxia straightened her clothes and said to Empress Xiao, greetings to the Empress. Empress Xiao nodded. The crown prince came over and bowed to Princess Xianxia. Aunt. Empress Xiao said to Princess Xianxia, you came back just in time. There is an imperial edict to announce to you, but, why are you wearing this? A few days ago, I ate something wrong and had an allergic reaction, so I have a lot of rashes. It's hard to see people. As she spoke, Princess Xianxia lifted her veil, revealing her chin covered in rashes. Empress Xiao only took one look and felt scared. She quickly waved her hand and wiped the tip of her nose with a handkerchief. Okay, be careful when you eat. Receive the imperial edict. The person accompanying Princess Xianxia wasn't her personal maid, Yujin, but an unfamiliar maidservant. However, Empress Xiao didn't care about Princess Xianxia's affairs, so she didn't bother to ask. Eunuch Wei read the imperial edict to Princess Xianxia alone. Princess Xianxia knelt, but the young maidservant didn't. No one at the scene realized that something was wrong. By the time everyone reacted, Princess Xianxia had already received the imperial edict. Xianxia receives the imperial edict. Long live the emperor. Then she turned her head and handed her noble, jade-like hand to the young maidservant behind her. She said in a tone of voice, help this princess up. The young maidservant pulled her up. With a look of disgust, almost ripping her arm off. Princess Xianxia's veil was mesh-like. The inside couldn't be seen from the outside, but the outside could be seen from the inside. She looked at Princess Ningyin and asked in confusion, I am Ningyin, Princess Ningyin said to her calmly. Princess Xianxia nodded. So it's little sister Ningyin. You've changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you. Ningyin curtsied. Princess Xianxia nodded in return. Empress Xiao said to everyone, okay, there's nothing else here. You can all leave. Princess Xianxia said, I'll go in and see His Majesty. Okay, Empress Xiao agreed. Princess Xianxia had returned from outside the city. It was reasonable for her to pay respects to the emperor. The crown prince would go to court tomorrow. Empress Xiao had too many things to take care of, so she left with the crown prince. Noble consort Zhuang and the others naturally had to leave as well. When Princess Ningyan turned to return to Bixia Hall, she was stopped by Princess Xinyang. Princess Ningyan stopped and looked at her. Sister Xinyang, do you have any other orders? Princess Xinyang said in a concerned tone, you don't look well. Are you sick? Princess Ningyan pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Eunuch Wei hurriedly explained, Princess Xinyang, you don't know. Not long ago, His Majesty was attacked by an assassin. It was Princess Ningyan who took the blow for His Majesty. Princess Ningyan must have not recovered from her injuries. Princess Xinyang said, I see. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen in less than a month after I left the capital. Little sister Ningyan placed righteousness before family and risked her life to protect His Majesty. It's truly admirable. If little sister Ningyan doesn't mind, why don't you come with me to see His Majesty? We sisters haven't seen each other in many years. It's a good opportunity to catch up. Eunuch Wei looked at Princess Xinyang strangely. When did Princess Xinyang become so enthusiastic? His gaze instinctively swept over Princess Xinyang's body. When his gaze landed on Princess Xinyang's slender hand that held the imperial edict, his temples twitched violently. What was going on? Princess Xinyang had a hand. Princess Ningyan hesitated. Just as she was about to refuse, Princess Xinyang grabbed her wrist through her sleeve. Little sister Ningyan, you're not going to refuse me, are you? Naturally, she couldn't refuse in public. Princess Ningyan's backers in the palace fell one after another. Of course, she couldn't refuse Princess Xinyang, who had just been appointed regent. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in line with her image of trying to please Empress Xiao. Princess Ningyan said, how could I? Let's go in. Princess Xinyang held Princess Ningyan's hand and stepped into the bedchamber. Eunuch Wei looked at Princess Xinyang's back and rubbed his eyes hard. Was he seeing things? What woman would have hand hair? A cold wind blew, blowing up Princess Xinyang's veil. She just happened to turn her head. Eunuch Wei took a closer look and almost fell to the ground. Princess Xinyang not only had hand hair, she also had an Adam's apple? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1086193223. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. The three of them entered the bedchamber. During this time, Princess Ningyan also looked at Princess Xinyang strangely several times. Obviously, she also felt that Princess Xinyang was strange. However, Princess Ningyan and Princess Xinyang weren't close before they got married. After they got married, they were at different ends of the world. Not familiar with each other meant that there was no reason to suspect. There were many palace servants on duty in the bedchamber. Princess Xinyang called Eunuch Wei in and said, take them away first. I want to be alone with Imperial Brother and Princess Ningyan. Ah, yes. Eunuch Wei suppressed the fear in his heart and secretly glanced at Princess Xinyang's hand. Oh my, it really is there. He pretended to drop the token on the ground and used the time he squatted down to pick it up to look at Princess Xinyang's Adam's apple under her bamboo hat. Oh my, she really does have an Adam's apple. He hadn't carefully looked at Princess Xinyang before. Today was such a coincidence that he saw everything he shouldn't see. He suddenly felt a little sorry for Marquis Xianping. Eunuch Wei took the palace servants away. Only the sleeping emperor and the two princesses were left in the room. Ah, I'm so tired. Princess Xinyang let go of Princess Ningyan's hand and found a chair to sit down. Then she ordered arrogantly, Xiao Yuer, pour me some tea. The servant girl called Xiaoyu ignored her and walked to the dragon bed and grabbed the emperor's wrist. What are you doing? Princess Ning grabbed the servant girl's wrist. Princess Xianxia's expression changed and she stood up. You dare grab her wrist? Aren't you afraid she'll send you flying with a slap? The servant girl looked indifferently at Princess Ning's hand. For some reason, Princess Ning felt this gaze was inexplicably familiar and made her shudder. Okay, Xiaoyu, there's nothing else for you to do here. Go make me some tea. Princess Xianxia unobtrusively separated the two people's hands and shielded the servant girl behind her. She waved her hand behind her back. The servant girl slapped the back of her hand. It was a little painful. Princess Xianxia smiled and once again took Princess Ning's hand, wrist. She whispered, let's go sit over there and talk. Princess Ning asked, you're not here to see Imperial brother? Princess Xianxia chuckled and said, of course. What I meant was that you go sit over there and wait for me. After I'm done with my brother, I'll go and chat with you. Princess Ning glanced at Princess Xianxia suspiciously. After all, she wasn't familiar with Princess Xianxia and wasn't sure if Princess Xianxia had been like this all these years. She didn't say anything and went to sit down on a chair. The young maidservant who was ordered to make tea also found a chair and sat down. Princess Ning, didn't you want to make tea? Oh, my poor His Majesty, how did he get hurt so badly? Princess Xianxia took out her handkerchief and reached into her veil to wipe away two non-existent tears. She then beckoned to the young maidservant, Xiaoyu, come and watch over His Majesty. If His Majesty wakes up, call me. I want to have a few intimate words with Sister Ning, and the young maidservant gave her a sidelong glance. She had gone overboard. The young maidservant came to the bedside. Princess Xianxia choked out, watch over His Majesty carefully. Young maidservant, Princess Xianxia came to Princess Ning's side and asked sadly, Sister Ning, quickly tell me, what happened these past few days? Princess Ning looked in the direction of the dragon bed. Princess Xianxia blocked her with her broad body. Sister, tell me. I'm listening. Princess Ning frowned, but still told her what had happened. It was nothing more than an assassin trying to assassinate His Majesty, and His Majesty was smashed in the head and fell into a coma. It's getting late. I should go back and take care of Xianxia, Princess Ning said as she stood up. I'll see you out, Princess Xianxia said. No need, Princess Ning declined. Princess Xianxia insisted on seeing her out. As they tugged and tugged, Princess Ning's skirt was stepped on by Princess Xianxia, and she fell forward. Princess Xianxia, who had been behind her, somehow flashed in front of her and caught her steadily. Are you all right? Sister. I'm fine. Princess Ning straightened up. Thank you, sister. Princess Xianxia said apologetically, I'm sorry, I stepped on your skirt. Princess Ning said, it's fine. Princess Xianxia sighed, I won't cause you any more trouble. You should hurry back and take care of Xianxia. I'll come see you when I have time. Okay. Princess Ning turned to leave. She had already crossed the threshold when she turned back to look at Princess Xianxia, her eyes filled with confusion. After confirming that Princess Ning was far away, only then did Princess Xianxia take off her bamboo hat, revealing an unfamiliar face covered in rashes. But how was it? Xianxia, it was Gu Qingfeng. I can finally stand up straight. Gu Qingfeng stood up straight, and his skirt instantly shortened by a large chunk. He was taller than Princess Xianxia, and in order not to expose himself, he kept his legs bent. His calf Achilles tendons were sore. How is it? The young maidservant turned to ask her. The young maidservant was naturally not a young maidservant, but Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was wearing a mask made of human skin. She couldn't make too much of an expression, or the mask would fall off. Gu Qingfeng didn't wear it because he had to speak and make a lot of expressions. If a piece of his face fell off, the scene would be quite frightening. The rashes on his face were drawn on. Have I ever made a mistake? Look at what this is. He raised his eyebrows proudly, reached out, and opened his palm to reveal a bronze key. This was the item he had stolen from Princess Ning earlier. There was another important reason why eunuch Qin didn't leave the palace with Empress Dowager Zhuang. He wanted to stay behind to investigate what Empress Dowager Zhuang had told him. After Princess Ning returned to the palace, she went to the nunnery. At first, Empress Dowager Zhuang thought she was missing her late mother and didn't think much of it. Later, she guessed that old concubine Jing had left something for Princess Ningyan before she died. Eunuch Qin searched until his head went bald. Finally, he found a clue. It seems to be a key, Eunuch Qin said in the letter. Along with the letter, Little Nine brought back the imperial edict for Princess Ningyan to be a regent. Thus, they came up with the plan of having Princess Xianxia be regent. Xiaoheng also thought of removing the regent position, but with Princess Ningyan's personality, she would probably make another imperial edict for herself. Thus, she still had to take the regent position. Why Princess Xianxia? First, Gu Qingfeng had seen her and heard her speak, so he didn't feel any pressure acting as her. Second, she had the golden whip bestowed by the late emperor. If anyone doubted it, Gu Qingfeng could take the whip to the throne room. Gu Qingfeng looked at the key and said, "Say, what kind of key do you think this is?" Old concubine Jing must have left something important for her daughter. Could it be a treasury for her daughter? Or was it a treasure trove? The kind that could rival a country's wealth. Or, it could be an armory. Men and women had different hobbies. Women liked jewelry, while men liked weapons. In Gu Qingfeng's eyes, an armory was something that excited him more than gold and silver. Gu Jiao said, "Make a guess." It didn't cost any money anyway. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand. "Forget it, I won't guess. Hurry up and think of a way to make a copy. We still have to send it back to her later." Gu Jiao took out a piece of dough wrapped in cloth from her sleeve, pressed the key into it, and removed the mold. Then, she handed it to him. "Okay, you can return it to her now." Gu Qingfeng put away the key. "Is His Majesty all right?" Gu Jiao put the dough back into her sleeve. His head was severely injured, and he was fed medicine again. His condition isn't too good. Can he still wake up? Gu Qingfeng asked. "I don't know," Gu Jiao said. Gu Qingfeng sighed. "Although it's not appropriate to say this, why do I feel like His Majesty deserves it?" The emperor, who couldn't wake up but could hear everything clearly, was speechless. Gu Qingfeng continued to complain, who told him not to spoil the person he should have and not trust the person he should have. What a waste of his eyes. Gu Jiao was measuring the emperor's blood pressure when she felt the changes on the blood pressure gauge. Gu Qingfeng said with a strong aura, "If it were up to me, Ning An's inkstone was too light." She should have stabbed him a dozen more times so that he couldn't get out of bed for 7 or 8 years. Let's see if he still remembers. The emperor's blood pressure soared. Gu Jiao turned around and looked at Gu Qingfeng sympathetically. Gu Qingfeng grabbed a fruit and took a big bite. Then, he crossed his legs and looked at Gu Jiao. "Why are you looking at me?" Gu Jiao retracted her gaze and looked at the blood pressure gauge that was about to explode. She put it away without batting an eyelid. Then, she came to Gu Qingfeng's side, patted his shoulder, and put the bamboo hat on his head. "After we're done with this, find a place to hide. Also." She looked down at his collar. "Here, it's crooked." When Eunuch Wei entered the bedchamber with a pot of brewed tea, he saw Princess Xianxia with her head lowered and her hands constantly rubbing her chest. Eunuch Wei was petrified on the spot. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/1086159885. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Gu Qingfeng used to have a fake voice, but today was his first time cross-dressing. It was really hard for a straight man like him. Gu Qingfeng took a long time to make the two little fellows symmetrical. Oh, not bad. he was quite satisfied. Eunuch Wei, so you're this kind of Princess Xianxia. Gu Jiao gave the emperor acupuncture to alleviate his condition, but the specific effects would have to be observed later. Let's go, Gu Jiao said to Gu Qingfeng. N. Gu Qingfeng switched to Princess Xianxia's voice in a second. He stood up and bent his knees, letting his gorgeous skirt drag on the ground. Then he elegantly reached out a hand. Xiao Yuer, support this princess. Gu Jiao didn't even look at that hand and walked past him. Gu Qingfeng, who was ignored, Gu Qingfeng forcefully recovered his dignity and said, Xiao Yuer is still so anxious to open the way for this princess. Alright, you can open the door. Gu Jiao looked at him with a dark expression. Can you not be so dramatic? The two left Pure Flower's palace. Gu Qingfeng said, I want to return the key to her. Wait for me outside Jade Cloud's hall. Gu Jiao glanced at him. Is it convenient for you to wear this? It was indeed a bit inconvenient. A woman's clothes were actually so troublesome. They were layered and bound from head to toe. He couldn't even move his legs. Gu Jiao reached out a hand. I'll go. You wait for me in the Imperial Garden. Gu Qingfeng thought about it for a while. His clothes really hindered his movements. He handed the key to her and said, then be careful. Eunuch Qin said that there were more than 10 servants coming from the frontier fortress. They said that they used to serve Huang Fuxian. Does that little cripple need so many people to serve him? I think there's something fishy going on. Understood. Gu Jiao took the key and went to Jade Cloud's hall. Gu Jiao had never been to Baixia Hall, but it did not affect Eunuch Qin from drawing a picture of Baixia Hall for her. She easily found Princess Ning An's bedroom. Princess Ning An's key was originally placed in her purse. Along the way, she had not opened the purse, so there was no possibility of it falling out. In order not to be discovered, she had to put it back in its original place. Gu Jiao's luck was good. Princess Ning An had just put down the purse on the dressing table and then went to the side room. Gu Jiao put on her gloves, gently opened the pouch, and put the key inside. When Princess Ning An came out of the side room, Gu Jiao had already jumped out of the window. Gu Jiao planned to meet up with Gu Qingfeng, but when she passed by a room, she heard a muffled groan from inside. There's a patient. Gu Jiao took a few steps back and looked through the narrow gap in the window lattice. She saw an empty wheelchair. She could almost guess whose room it was. There was an imperial doctor on duty in the room, but now he went to the outhouse. Gu Jiao opened the window lattice and jumped in. She came to the bed. Huang Fuxian's situation was very bad. His breathing was short, his pulse was unstable, and his forehead and body were constantly sweating. It seemed that he was enduring great pain. Does it hurt anywhere? Gu Jiao frowned strangely. She checked Huang Fuxian's upper body. Except for a few abrasions on his palms that had already healed, she did not see any injuries that could cause such intense pain. She then gently pulled Huang Fuxian's quilt. She pulled up Huang Fuxian's trousers and finally understood the problem. His bones grew out of his skin and flesh. Bones grew faster than skin and flesh. Therefore, many patients with amputations at a young age would undergo more than one bone-grinding operation during their growth. This kind of operation was a kind of torture for the patient's body and mind. His situation had already caused slight inflammation. He had to undergo the bone-grinding operation as soon as possible. No matter how bad it was, he had to quickly treat the wound to stop the inflammation. Gu Jiao did not bring a small medicine box, but she carried a palm-sized emergency medicine bag. She took out disinfectant and gauze, did a simple cleaning of the inflamed area, and took 2 anti-inflammatory pills to feed him. Huang Fuxian was in a daze. He felt that he had fallen into a cold embrace. He wanted to open his eyes, but he did not even have the strength to look up. Drink it. He heard someone talking to him in his ear. He was a rebellious teenager. No one could order him to do things. Gu Jiao said, if you don't drink it, I'll take off your pants. Huang Fuxian drank the medicine aggrievedly. He was in great pain. Gu Jiao gave him a special painkiller from the research institute. This kind of painkiller had little side effects and could be taken by children. However, under normal circumstances, Gu Jiao still would not give it to children. But wasn't this an emergency? She could not care so much. Gu Jiao laid him down and pulled the quilt over him. At this time, the imperial doctor also came back. Gu Jiao jumped out of the window. Why were you gone for so long? Did something happen? In the imperial garden, Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Jiao, who had arrived late, and asked. Gu Jiao looked around and said, nothing, I went to see Huang Fuxian. Gu Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you went to investigate the situation of those people from the frontier fortress. They are not in Bixia Hall. Gu Jiao did not feel the aura of any masters. Either they also used drugs to self-destruct their bodies to suppress their skills, or they were not there at all. Gu Qingfeng was puzzled. Not in Bixia Hall? Then where did they go? Gu Jiao said, maybe they went to the Imperial Household Department. Didn't eunuch Qin say that those who move into the palace from the outside must go to the Imperial Household Department to register? Ah, there is such a thing. Gu Qingfeng suddenly understood and thought of something. He smiled wickedly. Why did you go see Huang Fuxian? Do you want to capture him to threaten Ningyan? Gu Jiao gave him a speechless look. The next second, her ears twitched. She grabbed Gu Qingfeng and hid in the grass behind her. On a small path not far away, Princess Ningyan hurried past with Lian and a few men dressed as guards. It looked like they were about to leave the palace. Gu Qingfeng asked in a low voice, I've always had a question. Why can a man outside live in the palace? Huang Fuxian is still young and is the princess's son. This is another matter, but those guards. Gu Jiao said, the masters in the palace are all eunuchs. What do you think? So they are eunuchs too? Gu Qingfeng felt that his little melon was a bit cold. Gu Jiao nodded. Should be. If they weren't eunuchs, Empress Xiao wouldn't let them in. Even though Xiaoheng was so loved by her grandaunt, who even left a room for him, he had never really stayed overnight in the palace. This was the palace's rule. Follow them, Gu Jiao said. The two of them followed at a distance. They heard Princess Ningyan get into the carriage that the emperor had bestowed upon her as she approached the palace gates. The guards on duty stopped the carriage. Princess Ningyan said, I'm going out to buy something. I've already told the empress. Lian took out a travel card given to her by Cunning Palace. The guards hurriedly let her go. Princess Xianxia didn't need to show the card when she left the palace. She didn't live in the palace in the first place. The guards were just a bit confused. Why did another princess come after they had just sent off one princess? Since they were both going out, why not go together? Princess Ningyan's carriage stopped at the entrance of a silk shop. Lian alighted from the carriage. It was unknown what Princess Ningyan said to her, but Lian entered the shop while Princess Ningyan continued her journey in the carriage. The four guards and the driver also followed. Gu Qingfeng looked over from the carriage and snorted. Sure enough, buying something is just a cover. He turned his head and found Gu Jiao deep in thought. He couldn't help but ask, why are you in a daze? Gu Jiao said indifferently, who's in a daze? Gu Qingfeng asked, then why aren't you saying anything? What are you thinking about? Gu Jiao said, I'm thinking about what happened in the imperial study that day. Gu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. Didn't eunuch Qin say that nothing happened in the letter? Even if His Majesty saw Hua Xia's confession, Princess Ningyan didn't hesitate to commit suicide by hitting a pillar to prove her innocence. Who would have thought that she would do it for nothing? His Majesty didn't believe her at all. After that, she knocked His Majesty unconscious. The dragon's shadow guard made a move, but with a wave of her hand, the dragon's shadow guard fell. After that, she killed Lu Ping and stabbed and smashed herself, pretending that the guard was injured. This is what Eunuch Wei saw, but perhaps there are some things that he didn't see. As Gu Jiao spoke, she made a waving motion with her hand. With this, the dragon's shadow guard was knocked down. Gu Qingfeng took off his bamboo hat and said, did she use some kind of hidden weapon? But what kind of hidden weapon can make a dragon's shadow guard fall down in an instant? The kind with poison? Gu Jiao didn't say anything. Gu Qingfeng didn't understand. Speaking of which, where did the injured dragon's shadow guard go? Eunuch Wei said that he escaped, but where could he escape to? And isn't the dragon's shadow guard loyal and devoted? Why did he abandon His Majesty and escape? Gu Jiao muttered, yes, why? Hey, their carriage stopped. Gu Qingfeng said. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and said to the coachman, stop for a moment. Their carriage stopped in an alley about 10 steps away, while Princess Ning An's carriage stopped in front of a gambling house. When Princess Ning An got out of the carriage, she was no longer dressed as she was in the palace. Instead, she was wearing a black cloak, and the hood of the cloak covered her head. Gu Qingfeng chuckled. Sneaking around, it's obviously not a good thing. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1085949933. HTML Genius remembered this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg.com. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more interesting content. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. Gu Jiao looked at Princess Ning An's cloak and couldn't help but think that concubine Jing also had a similar cloak. They were indeed mother and daughter. This was a gambling house where crooks mixed in with honest folk. One could see all kinds of people inside. Princess Ning An seemed to be very familiar with this place. Soon, she entered a room at the end of the corner on the first floor that was guarded by guards. Gu Jiao tried to enter, but was told that it wasn't a place where ordinary people were allowed to enter. So she had to keep an eye on them from somewhere else. Here. In a shabby courtyard next to the casino, Gu Qingfeng waved at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao walked over. This was a house that hadn't been inhabited for a long time. The wall in the backyard was only one wall away from the room in the casino. The two put their ears to the wall and could faintly hear the conversation in the room. Didn't I lead them out? Are you blaming me for the failure of your own men? It was Princess Ning An's voice. Gu Qingfeng asked Gu Jiao silently, what do you mean? It should be the time when Xiaoheng was lured out of the capital by Assistant Minister Li's case. Minister Xing was also there. The two of them were almost killed by a group of men in black. It was only because of the black fire pearl that they managed to escape. From these words, it was almost certain that the other party was from the Yan Kingdom. There was a dangerous aura in it that even Gu Jiao was wary of. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes, a little excitement surging in her heart. Princess Ning An spoke again. Speaking of which, who is he? Why do you want to kill him? That's not something you should ask. It was a man's voice. It seemed that Ning An didn't know Xiao Liulang's true identity. She might not even know that Xiao Lulang was Xiaoheng. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to sow discord in front of Empress Xiao and ended up asking for a snub. Eunuch Qin's informant in the Palace of Earthly Tranquility brought out the news of sowing discord. Eunuch Qin told Gu Jiao and the others about it in a letter. It wasn't strange that Princess Ning An didn't know. First of all, she hadn't seen Xiaoheng before, so it was difficult to connect the two just by looking at their faces. Secondly, this group of people probably didn't want Immortal Music House to inquire about Xiaoheng's identity. Princess Ning An said, fine, I won't meddle in your business. However, I've already done what I promised you. You haven't fulfilled your promise to me even once. The man said, lure him out again. Princess Ning An asked, why must we lure him out? Can't I just find a random place in the capital to make a move? He goes to the Hanlin Academy and the Ministry of Justice every day. He can always find an opportunity to make a move on the way back and forth, right? The man said, there are too many witnesses. We can't take this risk. Princess Ning An said, then tonight should be fine, right? Or you can just sneak into his house. Can't you do that? The man said, unless we kill everyone in the alley and leave no witnesses. But even so, there would still be traces of the crime. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they didn't want to make a move in the capital. Princess Ning An said sarcastically, it seems that there's no room for discussion between us. The man said, if you want your things back, you'd better do as we say. Princess Ningyan sneered, "Why go through so much trouble? Why don't I help you kill him?" The man said, "If you can really kill him, that's fine. Bring his head here and we'll give it to you." After that, the room fell into a strange silence. No one knew what Princess Ningyan was thinking, but it wasn't difficult to judge that Princess Ningyan was very angry from the sound of the table being hit and the cup being thrown. In the end, the man seemed to have given Princess Ningyan a gift, which temporarily calmed her down. Gu Qingfeng whispered, "That group of people is the power of the Yan kingdom. What did they take from Princess Ningyan to force Princess Ningyan to work for them? Could it have something to do with the key?" "She's gone," Gu Jiao said. Gu Qingfeng said, "Then should we follow her, or follow that group of people?" Gu Jiao said, "That group of people." They had cast such a long line and finally caught the fish. Naturally, they would chase after the fish and bite it. But no one expected that Gu Qingfeng's nose would suddenly itch. He couldn't hold it in and sneezed loudly. "Who's there?" the man asked coldly. Gu Qingfeng hated his nose. Why didn't he sneeze earlier or later? Why did he have to sneeze now? This was great, they were exposed. Gu Jiao whistled at the sky, then grabbed Gu Qingfeng and flew out of the courtyard. Princess Ning and's bodyguard used Qinggong to chase after them. Gu Qingfeng lifted the veil of his bamboo hat and grabbed the heavy skirt with both hands. He stepped on his splayed feet and ran forward. A woman's skirt really affected his speed. In a moment of carelessness, the two were caught by the 4 bodyguards. The two sides fiercely exchanged blows. Gu Jiao didn't bring any weapons and fought with her bare hands. She held back 3 bodyguards by herself, but one of them still ran towards Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng's heavy palace attire really made it impossible for him to run away or fight. The other side slashed down with a cold sword. Gu Qingfeng dodged, "I'll dodge." The other side slashed at empty air and swung his sword again. "I'll dodge again." The other side slashed a few times but didn't hit and was completely enraged. He suddenly gave up on the sword and changed to a dagger at his waist. With lightning speed, he stabbed towards Gu Qingfeng's heart. This move was too strong and too fast. Gu Qingfeng didn't have time to dodge. With a loud bang, Gu Qingfeng's chest exploded. The guard was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Did he blow up a woman's thing? Gu Qingfeng wanted to disguise as a man, so her figure had to be similar. Their first choice was steamed buns. However, light steamed buns were too small and big steamed buns were too heavy. In the end, Gu Jiao took out 2 small buns from the small medicine box and let Gu Qingfeng blow on them. They could be as big as he wanted. They were light and didn't fall off easily. Perfect. Gu Qingfeng thought it was quite fun. He asked Gu Jiao if she had any extra. He would give 1 each to his brother and Gu Qinglin so they could blow on them when they had nothing to do. In the end, Gu Jiao said she didn't have any. There were only these 2 left and this guy exploded one of them. Gu Qingfeng was enraged. He picked up his pair of large palms and slapped the other party. Gu Jiao took care of the 3 people, but Gu Qingfeng was still slapping them with righteous indignation. "Okay, let's go. Don't stop me. I want to beat him. I want to beat him." Gu Jiao grabbed the angry Gu Qingfeng and dragged him out of the alley. When Princess Ningyan and the man rushed to the alley, Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng were long gone. Princess Ningyan lost 4 bodyguards, but she didn't come out empty-handed. She found a section of golden muslin that had been cut off at the seam. She had seen this type of golden muslin on a person this morning. Before the 4th bodyguard died, he revealed 2 important pieces of information. It exploded. He was wearing women's clothes, but he spoke with a man's voice. Princess Ningyan measured the footprints on the ground. There were 2 pairs of female footprints. One was a normal size, but the other was bigger than the bodyguard's feet. "Huh." Princess Ningyan laughed softly, her shoulders shaking. "Xianxia, oh Xianxia, so you're a fake." After Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng got into the carriage, they had the coachman quickly drive the carriage to a crowded area. Gu Qingfeng was still feeling the pain of losing his treasure. "Why are we running so fast?" Gu Jiao said, "They have a master. I can't beat them if you're with me." Gu Qingfeng snorted. "What do you mean? Are my martial arts bad?" "Huh. When you broke into the marshal's residence at night, I wonder who saved you from the Tang army's arrows. Gu Jiao glanced at him. You know it was back then. Gu Qingfeng was speechless. Gu Qingfeng cleared his throat. They can't do anything in the capital, right? Gu Jiao said, they can't do anything easily, but there will always be a time when they have no other choice. Gu Qingfeng sighed regretfully. So we lost them just like that? Gu Jiao smiled and said, I won't. In the clear blue sky, a mighty gerfalcon flapped its wings and flew past. The next day, just after 3 in the morning, Empress Xiao took eunuch Su to the Eastern Palace. Today was the Crown Prince's first day in court. Empress Xiao was worried that her son would miss something, so she came over to explain everything again. Empress Xiao tidied up her son's clothes and said, your uncle is not in court. If you can't make up your mind, don't agree on the spot. Don't worry, I've already arranged everything. Your uncle's subordinates will help you. The Crown Prince said, I know. Mother, you've told me many times. That's because no one has reminded you. Empress Xiao paused in the middle of her words. Then she changed the topic and said, I'll choose a few concubines for you. When the time is right, you can choose one you like to be your wife. I'll listen to mother's orders. The Crown Prince whispered. Empress Xiao stroked her son's shoulder. Although he was still upset, he was not as stubborn as his father. The Crown Prince said, Mother, I'm going to court. Empress Xiao was still worried. Although I don't get along with Princess Xianxia, she's still your aunt. She won't harm you. Listen to what she says. Don't argue with her in court. If someone wants to drive a wedge between you two, you're not allowed to listen. The Crown Prince muttered, if I bully her, my uncle will beat me when he comes back. My uncle loves my aunt. Empress Xiao rolled her eyes. Humph, your uncle doesn't love her. He's just a man who cares about his face. Eunuch Su hurriedly walked in. Empress. Your Highness. Something happened. Empress Xiao frowned and looked at him. What happened? Eunuch Su couldn't hide his panic. Princess Xianxia and Princess Ningyan quarreled outside the throne room. Empress Xiao was puzzled. What are they quarreling about? Why did Ningyan go to the throne room? Eunuch Su said, Princess. Ningyan seemed to have gone to find Princess Xianxia. She said, Empress Xiao asked, what did she say? Eunuch Su braced himself and said, she said. Princess Xianxia is a fake. You said I'm a fake? What evidence do you have? Outside the throne room, Princess Xianxia, who was wearing a bamboo hat and veil, stood on the highest step. She looked down at Princess Ningyan, who was several steps shorter than her. If there's no evidence, then it's just slander. The doctor from the Imperial Censorate said, that's right. How could Princess Xianxia be a fake? Her voice is clearly the same. Princess Ningyan looked at everyone sincerely. I guess that you wouldn't believe me, but I really did see this person pretending to be Princess Xianxia on the street yesterday. I asked the old nannies in the palace. Princess Xianxia is accompanied by a female official called Yujin. No matter where Princess Xianxia goes, Yujin follows her everywhere. Then why is it that on such an important day as the court, Yujin is nowhere to be seen? This? The doctor from the Imperial Censorate choked. Yujin has been with Princess Xianxia for more than 10 years. Indeed, Yujin follows her every time she enters the palace. Princess Ningyan's gaze fell on the young maid beside Princess Xianxia. This was the same maid from yesterday, but she had already guessed her identity. Princess Ningyan pointed at the young maid and said, this maid is wearing a human skin mask. She's also in disguise. What? Everyone was shocked. Not only was the princess a fake, but even the maid was a fake. For a moment, no one thought of the imperial edict conferring Princess Xianxia the regent of the country. However, if they knew that this master and servant were the Gu siblings in disguise, then the Gu family would not be able to escape the crime of rebellion. The crime of rebellion was punishable by the execution of the entire family. Xiao Lulang was the son-in-law of the Gu family. He would also die under the guillotine. This was what it meant to be given a pillow when one was sleepy. She was just worrying about how to kill Xiao Lulang. Everyone looked at the expressionless young maid, and then at Princess Xianxia, who was wearing a bamboo hat and didn't dare to reveal her true appearance. Princess Xianxia's fingers were slightly clenched. It wasn't hard to see that she was nervous. The young maid gently patted the back of Princess Xianxia's hand and shook her head slightly. This action seemed unintentional, but everyone still caught it. Princess Xianxia took a deep breath and slowly said, "Sister Ningyan, I've never done anything wrong to you. Why are you slandering me like this?" Princess Ningyan said, "I'm not slandering you. I just don't want you to use the identity of Princess Xianxia to swindle others. Yesterday, you went to see His Majesty. I don't know if you did anything, but I heard that His Majesty's condition is getting worse." Everyone's eyes darkened. They looked at Princess Xianxia with suspicion and coldness. Princess Ningyan stared straight at her. "If you were Princess Xianxia, would you dare take off your bamboo hat?" Princess Xianxia clenched her handkerchief and said calmly, "I have a rash. My appearance is unsightly. It's inconvenient for me to meet people." Princess Ningyan walked up the steps step by step. "Do you have a rash, or are you not?" Princess Xianxia said indifferently, "What if I am?" Princess Ningyan suddenly looked behind Princess Xianxia. "Brother?" Princess Xianxia turned around. Princess Ningyan took advantage of the unprepared situation and took off her bamboo hat. A face covered in rashes was exposed in front of everyone. What was surprising was that this was indeed Princess Xianxia's face. Princess Ningyan was shocked. "Impossible. You must be wearing a mask." She reached out to tear off the human skin mask on Princess Xianxia's face, but was slapped by Princess Xianxia. "Impudent." Princess Xianxia's eyes were cold, and her aura was completely released. Princess Ningyan was hit and rolled down the steps. The imperial experts behind her swarmed forward to capture Princess Xianxia. Who would have thought that suddenly, a dragon-like figure would descend from the sky and block in front of Princess Xianxia? Digression, Long E, Lu, Request, Lu, Month, Lu, Vote. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/8964289642826/1085942991. HTML Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all here. Those imperial experts who were originally rushing towards Princess Xianxia were almost instantly blown away by a terrifying internal force. No one saw how this man who had suddenly appeared made his move. By the time everyone reacted, they had already fallen beside Princess Ningyan. It should be known that they were all experts brought from the frontier fortress. Although they weren't as powerful as the dragon shadow guards, they were definitely not ordinary people. Unexpectedly, they were so easily defeated by the other party. Princess Ningyan was so shocked that she couldn't speak. In a flash, she recognized the dragon shadow guard mask on the other party's face. But this was very strange, wasn't it? She had seen all 4 of the Emperor's dragon shadow guards, but none of them were so tall and swift. Moreover, one of the 4 dragon shadow guards was already dead, and the other 3 were still healing. It was impossible for them to move. So where did this dragon shadow guard come from? Not many ministers of the imperial court had actually seen the dragon shadow guard. For a moment, no one recognized the rumored dragon shadow guard, and only thought that he was a shadow guard at Princess Xianxia's side. The ministers didn't know much about the martial strength of experts, but seeing him easily defeat 4, they couldn't help but feel that he was very powerful. So powerful, is he a shadow guard given by Marquis Xianping? Should be. The ministers began to whisper among themselves. Because of their fear of Long Yi, no one dared to step forward and help the injured Princess Ningyan up. Princess Xianxia walked down the steps step by step. Her face was covered with red rashes, but her aura didn't decrease in the slightest. Princess Xianxia stopped at a step in front of Princess Ningyan and looked down at her. "You say I'm fake. Open your eyes wide and see, am I fake?" Princess Ning An's gaze firmly fell on Princess Xianxia's face. After looking for a long time, she shifted her gaze to the little maid. Princess Xianxia raised her hand and beckoned with her finger. The little maid understood and silently came to Princess Xianxia's side. Princess Xianxia indifferently said, "You suspect my maid is wearing a human skin mask, then I'll find someone to take it off for you to see." Finished speaking, she looked at a nearby eunuch. "You, come here." The eunuch quickly walked over. "Do it." "Yes." The eunuch walked in front of the young maidservant and said politely, "Excuse me." He reached out to touch the young servant girl's face and behind her ears, then carefully examined the young servant girl's face. He turned to Princess Xianxia and Princess Ning An and said, in response to the two princesses, "This is her own face." Princess Ning An's expression changed. Impossible. Yesterday, it was this servant girl who had been with the impostor Princess Xianxia. This servant girl's actions were strange, and she had even taken the emperor's pulse. It was clearly Gu Jiao. Princess Xianxia ordered, "You go over yourself and show Princess Ning in your face." "Yes." The servant girl called Yu walked up to Princess Ning An, squatted down, and put her face close to Princess Ning An. Princess Ning An raised her hand and touched her face. It was indeed his face. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Princess Xianxia coldly asked, "Ning An, why did you do this?" Princess Ning An looked at the officials with complicated expressions and explained, It's because someone saw Princess Xianxia and this servant girl causing trouble on the street and exposed the fact that she wasn't Princess Xianxia, so Princess Xianxia coldly snorted, "That's why you didn't go to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility to report to the Empress or the Eastern Palace to report to the Crown Prince, and you didn't even go to my residence to ask my retainers for confirmation. You just brought me to justice in public like this. Have you gone crazy from wanting to gain merit? Or are you deliberately trying to stop me from regenting the country?" Princess Ning An gritted her teeth and avoided the sharp words, trying to focus on the main point. "If I wasn't sure you were fake, would I have come to expose you? You're the one who set me up." Princess Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. "Even if I set you up, you have to be willing to fall into it. You're overstepping your authority. The Empress and the Crown Prince are both here, so when did you have the right to come to the throne room to expose the fake princess?" "That was because Empress Xiao was protecting Xiao Lulang. If she knew that one of the impostors was Xiao Liulang's wife, Gu Jiao, she might have suppressed this matter. But if it was brought to the throne room, there would be no turning back." "What happened?" "Empress Xiao and the Crown Prince arrived, and the one who asked was Empress Xiao." Princess Xianxia told the Empress what had just happened. "The Empress saw my face yesterday and knows how serious it was. If it wasn't for my face recovering quickly, I'm afraid no one would recognize me today. She might say, 'If you're innocent, won't the truth be revealed after a few days when your rash subsides?' The problem is, while I'm in prison waiting for the rash to subside, won't I be plotted against?" These words were too perfect. Even Empress Xiao felt that this method of framing someone was feasible. If Princess Ning An's goal was to kill Xianxia in prison, then her actions in the throne room today could be explained. Princess Ning An was very angry. She didn't think that a person could make up such a flawless lie. "But aren't you forgetting something? I have no reason to harm you." She indeed had no reason to frame Xianxia. Now she wanted to see how Xianxia would make up another story. Princess Xianxia's lips curled mockingly. "Do you really think that His Majesty didn't tell me anything?" Princess Ning An's brows furrowed. She didn't understand what Princess Xianxia was saying, but she instinctively felt that something was wrong. Princess Xianxia said, "There are some things that His Majesty didn't say because he wanted to save your face, and I didn't plan to expose it. But if you won't cry until you see the coffin, then don't blame me for announcing your and your mother's crimes to the world." Princess Ning An's temples suddenly throbbed. She knew what Princess Xianxia wanted to say, but her reaction was too late. It was too late to shut Princess Xianxia's mouth. Princess Xianxia angrily looked at Princess Ning An. "When my son was 5 years old, he was poisoned near Rinshou Palace. The culprit behind the scenes was your mother, Jing Shirtai. Not only did she poison my son to frame the Empress Dowager, she also drugged His Majesty and sowed discord between His Majesty and the Empress Dowager. She even found people to assassinate His Majesty and kidnap the Empress Dowager. Her crimes, one after another, are too numerous to list." Such a vicious and sinister person should be destroyed by the heavens and earth. It's funny that you actually think that we colluded to force her to death. Princess Ningyan, you. Princess Xianxia coldly said, what about me? What did I say wrong? Or is there nothing wrong? You're so guilty that you can only glare at me? Princess Ningyan couldn't say a word for a long time. It was also at this moment that she truly realized that she had been crushed. Whether it was the truth or a lie, she had been completely crushed by Xianxia. Nonsense. I didn't. Sister-in-law. Believe me. Princess Ningyan couldn't outtalk Princess Xianxia, so she could only turn her head and place her hopes on Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao and Princess Xianxia had always been at odds. If you asked Empress Xiao which princess she hated the most, it would be none other than Xianxia. However, most people only saw Empress Xiao throwing a tantrum at Princess Xianxia, but they didn't know that it was all trivial matters. If Empress Xiao really wanted to scheme against someone, she wouldn't show her emotions on her face. Empress Xiao sternly said, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Men, take Princess Ningyan away. Without my orders, she is not allowed to leave Iridescent Cloud's hall. This meant that she was going to put Princess Ningyan under house arrest. Yes. Eunuch Su complied and called for 2 capable eunuchs to drag the bruised and battered Princess Ningyan away. Go to court, Empress Xiao said to Princess Xianxia. Princess. Xianxia nodded and reminded, don't let her get close to His Majesty again. Empress Xiao was stunned. Princess Xianxia didn't say anything else. She put on the bamboo hat handed to her by the servant girl and turned to walk towards the throne room. Everyone, including Empress Xiao, was stunned for a long time. Concubine Jing really did those things, cough. A doctor from the censorate muttered in a low voice, but he was elbowed by the Minister of War. Minister Su from the Minister of War lightly coughed, hinting his old friend to shut up. Mother. Crown Prince looked at Empress Xiao worriedly. Mother is fine. You can go to court. Empress Xiao was greatly shocked. She didn't feel sorry for Concubine Jing. She actually knew a little about Concubine Jing, but she didn't know everything. She also didn't feel sorry for Princess Ningyan. She just couldn't come back to her senses. Empress Xiao patted her son's shoulder, go quickly. Don't delay the court. Mother still has other things to do. Crown Prince, oh. Empress Xiao closed her eyes. Although she was very unwilling, she still warned, listen to your Aunt Xianxia. He doesn't dare to disobey. Long Yi, beat him. Princess Xianxia didn't look back. Long Yi heard, ha 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 ha, beat him. Long Yi flashed in front of Crown Prince. Crown Prince's hair stood on end. Hey, hey, hey. Why do I have to be beaten when I'm obedient? Digression, I just took a look. It's only 5 votes away from 1,000. Let's break it. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/1085726770. HTML genius will remember this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. Long Yi took the Crown Prince to a deserted place and spanked him. He didn't hit him too hard, but it was enough for the Crown Prince to suffer. After returning to Cunning Palace, Empress Xiao called for Xiaoheng to enter the palace. It was inconvenient for Xiaoheng to enter Cunning Palace as a male, so Empress Xiao met him in the side hall of Pure Flowers Palace. Ever since she came from the throne room, Empress Xiao's mind was filled with doubts. From the moment Xiaoheng received the summons, he knew that there was no way to hide the truth. Some things would come back sooner or later. Moreover, at this point, there was no need to hide anything from Empress Xiao. Xiaoheng first told her everything about old concubine Jing. There were some things that Princess Xianxia didn't mention, such as the fact that she was ordered to die by the emperor. Empress Xiao had been waiting for Xiaoheng for a while, so when she heard that the emperor had ordered the death of her most beloved and respected old concubine Jing, there weren't many ripples in her heart. She just sighed. Everyone said that the imperial family was heartless, but Empress Xiao knew that the emperor was a very sentimental person. The crown prince had perfectly inherited his sentiments, so he was deeply in love with Wen Linlang. Then, what about Princess Ningyan? What's the matter with her? Compared to old concubine Jing, who had been dealt with long ago, Empress Xiao cared more about the living princess in front of her. Ningyan. Did she really want to harm Xianxia? Xiaoheng shook his head. That's not it. Princess Ningyan came back for revenge, but the target of her revenge wasn't Princess Xianxia. His Majesty, Grand Aunt, Gu Jiao, and the Gu family were her ultimate targets of revenge. In Ningyan's opinion, His Majesty and Empress Dowager killed old concubine Jing, and Gu Jiao and Gu Chongqing killed the emperor's son-in-law. Empress Xiao frowned. What does it have to do with the girl of the Gu family? She could understand the other three, but wasn't her husband killed by Gu Chongqing? Xiaoheng said. At the frontier fortress, the remnants of the previous dynasty found plague patients and tried to use them to poison the Gu army. Jiao Jiao was treating a patient and unfortunately got infected. The Jiao Jiao didn't know about it and fainted during an operation. After that, he was captured by the prince consort. The prince consort is also infected. Jiao Jiao didn't give him any medicine. Empress Xiao said angrily, "Of course I can't give this bastard medicine." So, she blamed this on the Gu family's girl? But weren't they the ones who caused the plague? Being infected could only be said to be a consequence of one's own actions. What does this have to do with the Gu family's girl? Xiaoheng said calmly, "Some people are unreasonable. If they are reasonable, they won't become that kind of person." Empress Xiao sighed. You're right. So, it seems that she didn't really give up the prince consort because she had no other choice. Xiaoheng continued, "I heard from Jiao Jiao that her relationship with the prince consort had been strained since before the prince consort was diagnosed with the plague. Now that I think about it, she might have thought about every step of the way from the beginning. Even the prince consort couldn't understand her thoughts and only thought that she was really estranged from him. This person's thoughts are too deep. Why didn't I find out that she was so scheming before?" Empress Xiao frowned. The bright smile of the girl Ningyan flashed in her mind. For a moment, she couldn't believe it. Next, Xiaoheng told Empress Xiao about the case of Xianlu House, as well as how Princess Ningyan killed Lu Ping, persecuted the emperor, and bribed Assistant Minister Li to slander Minister Xing and Empress Dowager Zhuang. Of course, there was also the matter of Princess Ningyan forging 2 imperial edicts. Empress Xiao was so angry that her face turned green. Outrageous. Preposterous. She was so angry that her teeth itched. After a while, she suppressed her anger and asked Xiaoheng, "Is the Empress Dowager all right?" Xiaoheng said, "She's fine. The Empress Dowager is living in Bai Shui Alley. She's very safe." That's good. Empress Xiao was secretly relieved. You have to be careful. Xiaoheng nodded. We will. Empress Xiao looked at him again with a complicated expression. Speaking of which, you guys are too bold. Not only did you copy Ningyan and forge imperial edicts, but you also found someone to pretend to be Princess Xianxia. She was wondering why Princess Xianxia was so strange yesterday. She spoke in a strange tone and even fell down in front of her. The whole harem saw it. If Xianxia found out about this, he would skin them alive. Empress Xiao felt sorry for them. Empress Xiao said, "Also, if your mother didn't come back in time, how would you deal with the situation in the throne room this morning?" Xiaoheng had really thought about this. Yesterday, after Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng followed Princess Ningyan back, they found that Gu Qingfeng's skirt had been scraped a little. At that time, they guessed that their identity might have been exposed. Princess Ningyan would definitely expose them as soon as possible. And the best time to do so would be the first court appearance of Princess Xianxia. Just as they were thinking about countermeasures, Princess Xianxia returned. She came back quietly without alerting anyone. It was worth mentioning that Gu Jiao's identity was not fabricated. There was a servant girl named Yuer in the house on Vermilion Bird Avenue. The human skin mask Gu Jiao wore was made according to her face. She was a Hanlin official who had passed 2 imperial exams. She still had this degree of rigor. Princess Ning An's act in front of the court officials today could be considered a complete failure. Princess Xianxia was not someone to be trifled with. Just because she didn't scheme didn't mean she didn't know how. She just disdained it. Empress Xiao lamented that these guys were really newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers. They had committed all the capital crimes and even killed their master with their fists. She didn't know if they were lucky or Ning An was unlucky. Empress Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What do you plan to do next? Xiaoheng said, there's still another force in the dark. Next, we'll wipe them out in one fell swoop. Empress Xiao pondered for a moment and asked, where did that force come from? Xiaoheng paused. The Yan Kingdom. Empress Xiao sucked in a cold breath. Xiaoheng had confessed everything he could. The only thing he didn't mention was his identity. It wasn't that he didn't dare to tell Empress Xiao. Whether or not he was Princess Xinyang's son, he was still Marquis Swamping's son. Empress Xiao was still his aunt. He just didn't know how to say it. At first, he didn't want to mention his identity to the people around him because it was hard for him to say it. But now, he was afraid. He was afraid that one day, he would leave Princess Xinyang's side and search for the truth that he shouldn't search for. He only had one mother, Princess Xinyang. Jade Water Alley. Gu Jiao sat listlessly in the central room, peeling corn. Last night, Longy had pulled her charcoal pencil all night. Now, she was sleepy and tired. Her little head kept pecking at the rice. Gu Qingfeng walked over and sat down in front of her. He waved his hand. Hey, girl. Gu Jiao ignored him and continued to peck at the rice like a little chicken. She almost pecked the table. Gu Qingfeng hurriedly stretched out the back of his hand to support her forehead. Gu Jiao closed her eyes. Your hand is so hard. Gu Qingfeng, I'm your cushion and you still dislike it. Is the back of my hand or the table hard? Gu Jiao sat up straight. Gu Qingfeng looked at her strangely. What's wrong with you? I didn't sleep well. Gu Jiao yawned. My hand is so sore in the morning. Gu Qingfeng clicked his tongue and took the corn cob that Gu Jiao had peeled. Why are you women's hands sore? You're not a man. Gu Jiao asked, why can't a woman's hands be sore? Woman. Gu Qingfeng spoke halfway and realized what he had just said. He suddenly choked and cleared his throat. I'm so hungry. Let's go and see if there's anything to eat. After saying that, he slipped away like a wisp of smoke, even forgetting to put the corn cob back. When Xiaoheng returned from the imperial palace, Gu Jiao had already fallen asleep on the table. She was drooling. Everyone in the family had gone out. Even Gu Xiaobao and Yaoshi were not there. Unsurprisingly, they had gone to watch their grandaunt play cards again. Xiaoheng came behind Gu Jiao and gently carried Gu Jiao back to the east room. He took off her outer clothes and shoes and covered her with a quilt. Gu Jiao turned over towards him. He was in the process of tidying up Gu Jiao's hair. His hand was suddenly pressed under Gu Jiao's cheek. He felt a soft and delicate touch on his palm. His heart seemed to have been rubbed by something. He sat down by the bed and did not pull his hand away. He looked at her and the corners of his lips unconsciously curled up slightly. Gu Jiao slept very soundly. There was a charcoal brazier in the room, so it was very warm. Not long after, her whole body heated up and her cheeks became red. Xiaoheng felt the heat from his palm. He looked at her face and unconsciously reached out his other hand to brush away the hair on her face. Then, he slowly lowered his head. But the moment he was about to kiss her, he suddenly felt something. He turned his head and saw a masked face in front of him. A pair of innocent and grave eyes were staring at him with confusion. Xiaoheng sat up straight, Long Yi also sat up straight. Xiaoheng was sitting on the bed and Long Yi was sitting on a small stool in little Jing Kong. Xiaoheng's eyelashes trembled. Thinking about the matter of Long Yi looking at him just now, his ears slightly reddened and he said sternly, you can't do that. Long Yi understood. Xiaoheng said again, other people can't do that to her. Long Yi looked at the sky and thought for a bit. He probably understood. Digression, Beauty Xiao, you can't look for Jiao Jiao again in the future. Long Yi heard, Lu, look for Jiao Jiao to look for Jiao Jiao. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/896428964286/10857095. HTML Genius remembered this site's address in a second. www.zhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. Gu Jiao slept until the afternoon. Long Yi had already been taken out by Xiaoheng, so only Gu Jiao was left in the room. Gu Jiao sat up, looked at the bed she was on, and pondered for a while. Oh, did I sleep up here? Today, both the Imperial College and Xianxia Academy had classes, but Gu Qingfeng was busy helping Gu Jiao punish evil recently, so he asked for leave from the Imperial College on the grounds that he was not feeling well. Originally, he only asked for 1 day, but he changed it to 2 days without authorization. When Gu Jiao came out of the east room, he was chopping firewood in the backyard. When he saw Gu Jiao, he stopped chopping firewood and waved at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao walked over indifferently. What's the matter? Gu Qingfeng looked around and lowered his voice. Come here, I have something to tell you. What? Gu Jiao didn't go over. Gu Qingfeng clicked his tongue, put down the axe, and skillfully wiped his hands with a rag. Then, he got close to Gu Jiao's ear and whispered to Gu Jiao, "It's..." Before he could finish his words, a tall figure descended from the sky, grabbed him by the collar, and threw him out. Gu Qingfeng, who was thrown to the tree branch, was dumbfounded. What? Gu Jiao was puzzled. How did this guy offend Long Yi? Not long after, little Jing Kong came back from the Imperial College. Jiao. I have an exam today. Little Jing Kong ran to the backyard, took out his exam paper, and handed it to Gu Jiao. Unsurprisingly, it was another big A. Gu Jiao rubbed Jing Kong's little head. Jing Kong is great. Little Jing Kong lowered his head, touched his fingers, and said shyly, Jiao, I want to kiss you. Then, he was carried away by Long Yi. Gu Jiao looked at the back of the two people and touched her chin strangely. At this moment, Xiaoheng came back with a basket of eggs, and handed it to Gu Jiao without any change in his expression. Granny Zhou, she said to thank you for curing her grandson's cold last time. Gu Jiao looked at him deeply. Is that so? Ah, yes. Xiaoheng took the basket back. I'll put it in the kitchen. He walked past Gu Jiao's eyes. Gu Jiao turned around and chased after him. Narrowing her eyes, she followed him and asked, Did you say something to Long Yi? What did I say? Xiaoheng calmly put the basket on the stove, opened the small jar of eggs, and put the eggs one by one. Gu Jiao asked, Why didn't Long Yi let people come close to me? Xiaoheng put the eggs with his back facing Gu Jiao, and his lips unconsciously curled. He turned his head, and his face became expressionless again. Did he? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded her head. Xiaoheng said with a straight face, maybe Long Yi was playing with them. Gu Jiao thought for a while. Oh. After Xiaoheng finished putting the last egg, he turned his head to look at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was leaning against the stove, thinking about something. The setting sun slanted through the door, fell on her perfect face, and shone on her long eyelashes. Xiaoheng's eyes moved. That, N? Gu Jiao confusedly looked at him. Here. Xiaoheng pointed at her temple. Gu Jiao raised her hand to touch it, but she didn't feel anything. Xiaoheng walked over, stretched out his left hand, and plucked a small leaf that had fallen on Gu Jiao's temple. Two people were very close to each other, and their breaths intertwined with each other in the quiet room. Xiaoheng lowered his head, and almost kissed her forehead. What is it? Gu Jiao looked up at him. Xiaoheng looked at her face in a daze, and with his heart beating like a drum, he tilted his head and gently pressed down on her. In the next second, a shadow flashed, and Xiaoheng was also taken away by Long Yi. Xiaoheng? Xiaoheng's other people, other than me, all other people. Long Yi's other people, all other people. Gu Jiao went to the blacksmith shop in the afternoon, took a blueprint, and handed it to the blacksmith. The blacksmith looked at the strange blueprint and said with difficulty, we have never made this kind of thing before. Gu Jiao asked, can you make it? The blacksmith said, I can make it, but it may not look as good as the one on your blueprint. Gu Jiao said, let's make it first. Okay. Gu Jiao came out of the blacksmith shop and went to the medical center. She opened the small medicine box, looked at the full emergency medicine, and frowned. There are still no materials to make the socket. Do I really have to go and get resin? Just as she was mumbling to herself, the second master rushed into her courtyard in a hurry. Little Gu. Something big happened. Gu Jiao walked out of the room. What happened? The second master trembled with fear. I don't know. A patient treated in our medical center just now turned out to be an official of the Imperial Guards. Then his subordinate reported that something happened in the palace, and the Empress asked him to go to the palace immediately. In the Bixia Hall of the Imperial Palace, Princess Ningyan, who had been slapped down the stairs by Princess Xianxia the day before, was now holding Qin Qiyu hostage with a dagger. Beside her and behind her, there were a total of 10 experts on standby to prevent anyone from snatching Qin Qiyu away from her. A large number of Imperial Guards were lying in ambush outside the Bixia Hall, and the archers were also on standby. Princess Ningyan looked at Empress Xiao and said fearlessly, don't act rashly. It's okay if you kill me, but no one can guarantee that I won't slip and cut your son's throat when I fall down. Empress Xiao never expected that Princess Ningyan would fight to the death with them so soon. She couldn't hide it anymore, so she didn't even bother to pretend to be fearless. Empress Xiao had to admit that ordinary people couldn't be as decisive as Ningyan. She was really a bold woman. After Princess Ningyan was put under house arrest in the Bixia Hall, she began to secretly evaluate the possibility of a comeback. Princess Xianxia showed her undeniable strength in the throne room. The emperor doted on her, but Xianxia wouldn't let her be. It was only a matter of time before she was exposed. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to take the initiative and catch them off guard. Mother, I'm scared. Boo-hoo, Qin Qiyu was so scared that he cried loudly. Empress Zhao's heart was broken. She wanted to tear this woman, who wouldn't even let her son go, into pieces. What would his brother do if he was here? His brother would definitely say, stop crying. Don't you feel ashamed when a man pees? Stop crying. Empress Xiao took a deep breath and said seriously, you're a prince. Hold back your tears. Qin Qiyu was stunned at first, and then he cried even harder, I can't hold it back. Boo-hoo, Empress Xiao was angry and heartbroken. She held back her emotions and looked coldly at Princess Ningyan. What do you want? Princess Ningyan said coldly, get the carriage ready and send us out of the city. Don't let anyone follow us, or I'll die with your son. Eunuch Su looked at Empress Xiao worriedly. Empress Xiao clenched her fists. Get the carriage ready. Princess Ningyan said lightly, Lian take Xian'er out. Lian was stunned by this scene. She looked at Princess Ningyan with red eyes as if it was the first day she met her. Princess Ningyan said angrily, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Lian's body shook, and a bean-sized tear fell down. Yes, yes. She went back to the room in a daze and came to the bed, choking with sobs. Young master, she called several times, but Huang Fuxian didn't respond. She reached out and touched Huang Fuxian's forehead, and her expression changed. Princess. Young master is sick. His head is burning. Hurry up and get the imperial doctor for him. Empress Xiao comforted her. Ningyan, calm down. The child's health is more important. I'll get the imperial doctor for you first. Let Xian'er treat him. No need. Princess Ningyan looked coldly at a master beside her. Go and help. The master entered and quickly wrapped Huang Fuxian in a blanket and carried him to the wheelchair. The pale-faced Huang Fuxian was pushed out. Carriage. Princess Ningyan's dagger was pressed against Qin Qiyu's neck. Ah! Qin Qiyu screamed and cried, Empress Zhao's heart trembled. She gritted her teeth and said, Su Qian, prepare a carriage for Princess Ningyan. The kind that Xian'er can sit on. Eunuch Su went to prepare a special carriage. The master carried Huangfu Xian and the wheelchair onto the carriage. Princess Ningyan also got onto the carriage with Qin Chuyu. Lian-er. Come up, she said. Lian-er sat on the carriage with tears in her eyes. Ningyan lifted the curtain and said to Empress Xiao, don't let anyone follow. I'll cut off one of his fingers every time I see him. The seventh prince was kidnapped? Which city gate did he go out from? Xiaoheng asked Eunuch Qin, who came to report. Eunuch Qin said, according to the city guards, he went out from the West City Gate. The West City Gate. Xiaoheng got up and searched. Gu Jiao tacitly gave him a map. Xiaoheng nodded. Thank you. He spread out the map and pointed at the official road outside the West City Gate. Greenback Path, Greenback Mountain, Phoenix Pavilion. Their horses should be tired when they reach Phoenix Pavilion. There's a relay station near Phoenix Pavilion. If they want to change horses, they might stop here. Gu Jiao asked, what if they don't change horses? Xiaoheng frowned. If they don't change horses, it will be troublesome. It wasn't difficult to deal with Ningyan. However, she was a crazy woman. If she was forced into a corner, she would really hurt Qin Chuyu. Besides, Huangfu Xian was injured. If they really fought, it would be difficult to guarantee the safety of the two children. It was very dangerous to fight on the road. If they stopped, it would be easier to find flaws. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. A carriage was crazily galloping on the official road outside the West City Gate. There were 9 experts riding fast horses in front and behind the carriage. The expert driving the carriage said, Princess, we've entered Greenback Mountain. 5 miles ahead is Phoenix Pavilion Relay Station. That's the only relay station in this area. The horses can't run anymore. Should we go to the relay station and change horses? Qin Chuyu had cried himself to sleep and was held in Lianer's arms. Princess Ningyan said, no change horses. Keep going. Someone is waiting for us in front. This meant that they wouldn't stop even if the horses died. Yes. The expert driving the carriage responded. Cough cough cough. Huangfu Xian coughed and slowly opened his eyes. My stomach hurts. I want to go to the toilet. Endure it for a while. I can't endure it. I vomit. Huangfu Xian said and suddenly spat out something. Princess Ningyan frowned and looked at the filth on the ground with disgust. She said impatiently, go to the relay station. The carriage stopped at the relay station. Lian-er. Princess Ningyan gave Lian-er a look. Lian-er understood and pushed Huangfu Xian out of the back door of the carriage. The carriage was dirty and had to be cleaned up. Princess Ningyan woke Qin Chuyu up. Qin Chuyu wanted to cry when he woke up. However, his voice was hoarse from crying and he couldn't cry. They got off the carriage. Princess Ningyan said to Qin Chuyu, you go to the washroom too. There won't be a place for you to pee on the way. Qin Chuyu had peed several times on the way. Each time, he would use a water bottle to catch it. Princess Ningyan was almost suffocated. Princess Ningyan asked an expert to go with the 3 of them. Young master, I'll help you. The expert said. The washroom outside didn't have any special facilities. Huangfu Xian couldn't use the toilet by himself. Okay. Huangfu Xian didn't refuse. The expert carried Huangfu Xian into the washroom. Lian-er and Qin Chuyu stood guard in the cold wind. It was unknown whether it was because of the cold or because of fear. Soon, Huangfu Xian's fierce voice came from the washroom. Don't touch me. Don't touch me again. I'll kill you. The experts nearby all shook their heads. Their young master's temperament was so unpredictable. What everyone didn't know was that the fierce shout covered the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground and a painful groan. The expert had already collapsed in the washroom. Huangfu Xian lay on top of him, his face covered in blood. Lian-er, come in. He said calmly. Hey. Lian-er brought Qin Chuyu in. Seeing the scene inside, Lian-er's eyes widened. Qin Chuyu was dumbfounded and screamed, ah. Fortunately, his throat was already hoarse, so he couldn't make a sound. Young master, what's wrong? Lian quickly squatted down and looked worriedly at Huang Fuxian, whose face and hands were covered in blood. Huang Fuxian grabbed Lian Er's hand tightly and said weakly, Lian Er, take him away. Lian Er shook her head in fear. I can't take him away. I don't know the way. I can't outrun them. I can't. Huang Fuxian tried to hold back the dizziness in his head. You can do it, Lian Er. The people from the palace will be here soon. If you run east, the people from the imperial court will chase after you and you don't want to be discovered, you'll take that path. I'll tell them that you killed this person and that you took Xianxia west. They'll chase after you. So, you have to be quick. What about you, young master? I'm her son. I'll be fine. Hurry up. It'll be too late. Lian Er's tears fell. She gritted her teeth and carried Huang Fuxian on her back. We'll leave together. Huang Fuxian closed his eyes. Leave together. We can't leave. Xianxia ran out with a whoosh. Lian Er was horrified. She was about to chase after Xianxia when she saw him push the wheelchair in. His legs were shaking, and so were his hands that were pushing the wheelchair. Huang Fuxian sneered weakly. You're so scared of me. You still want to take me away. Aren't you afraid that I'll eat you on the way? Xianxia's teeth chattered as he cried hoarsely. If you really want to eat me, just take a small bite. Don't eat too much. I'm scared of pain. What took you so long? In the carriage that had been cleaned up, Princess Ning pressed her aching forehead. Go and see what happened. An expert went to the washroom in the backyard. The wheelchair was still there. The curtain of the washroom was tightly shut. The expert shouted inside, Are you guys done? No one responded. The expert frowned and walked over with large strides. He lifted the curtain. Princess, they're gone. On the bumpy mountain road, Lian Er carried Huang Fuxian on her back and walked with difficulty. Xianxia followed behind them, panting heavily. Go forward, to the left, to the right, go forward. Huang Fuxian weakly pointed the way for Lian Er. He couldn't hold on any longer. Lian Er asked anxiously, Young master, where should we go now? Go, east, young master. Young master. There. Princess Ning and's experts caught up. Let's go. Lian Er carried Xianxia and randomly chose a mountain road. She ran forward with all her strength. But how could they be a match for those people? When they passed by a wooden bridge, those people used qinggong to block their way. The way they came was also blocked by a few people. The river under the wooden bridge was turbulent. If they accidentally fell, they would be instantly swept away by the river. An expert shouted sternly, Lian Er, how dare you kidnap the young master? Lian Er looked at the experts on both sides in horror and pretended to be calm. Don't come over. Otherwise, I'll jump down with the young master. How dare you? The expert raised his saber and rushed over to Lian Er. Lian Er was so scared that she didn't dare to move. At the critical moment, a figure so fast that only an afterimage was left in the night. It suddenly appeared behind the expert and kicked him down. He fell into the water and was swept away by the rapid waves without even struggling. These 8 experts were left to Long Yi. Gu Jiao walked towards Lian Er and the other 2 people in the middle of the wooden bridge. Lian Er's eyes became hot. Dr. Gu. She carried Huang Fuxian on her back and ran towards Gu Jiao with Xianxia. Who knew that there was ice in the gully of the wooden bridge? She accidentally stepped on it and slipped. Her whole body fell out. Gu Jiao reached out to grab her, but she only caught her. Huang Fuxian on her back fell out. Gu Jiao almost didn't think. She jumped and tightly hugged Huang Fuxian before falling into the turbulent river. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that you can't find online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1085494338 HTML genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all available here. Huangfu Xian woke up to the sound of saliva dripping from his mouth. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying in an unfamiliar room. The ceiling was simple and crude, and the walls were neither like a palace nor a farmhouse. At the end of the room was a large wardrobe, and next to the wardrobe was a desk. On the opposite side of the bed was a window, through which bright sunlight shone. Perhaps people have a tendency to attract light, so Huangfu Xian subconsciously looked in the direction of the light. It was so bright that he had to close his eyes for a moment. Squeak squeak. The sound of saliva came again. Huangfu Xian paused for a moment and let himself adapt to the light. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a cradle near the window. The cradle was originally higher than the bed, but the guardrail around it was hollow, so Huangfu Xian could clearly see the baby in the cradle. He was eating his fingers. The squeak-squeak sound came from his mouth. In a strange environment, in a quiet room, because of this little life that didn't cry or make noise, there was a different kind of intimacy and vitality. Suddenly, a young figure stepped in. He looked at Huangfu Xian on the bed, who turned his head to look at the cradle. Then, he followed Huangfu Xian's gaze and looked at Gu Xiaobao in the cradle. He smiled and walked over to pinch Gu Xiaobao's face. Xiaobao woke up. Gu Xiaobao gave him a small look, then continued to eat his fingers. "Why are you so obedient? You don't cry when there's no one around," he said with a smile, then turned to look at Huangfu Xian. His expression was a bit more serious. "You're awake too?" Huangfu Xian's gaze fell on his face. "Song Dafu." Song Dafu was surprised. "You know me?" Huangfu Xian was still very weak. He nodded his head lightly and said, "We came back from the frontier together. I heard someone call you that on the road." Song Dafu suddenly understood. He smiled and said, "Ah, so that's the case. You have a good memory." "I don't remember anyone calling me that." "I'm in the carriage," Huangfu Xian said. Even though they were in a carriage, there were more than 100 people in the medical team. To be able to remember a person's cries just by hearing them, it was enough to show that Huangfu Xian's memory was not ordinary. "Maybe it's because I'm more handsome, Huangfu Xian, your square face is easy to recognize." Dr. Song cleared his throat. "How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Huangfu Xian shook his head slightly. Only then did he realize that he wasn't feeling too uncomfortable. The wound still hurt slightly, but it was much better than before. Dr. Song seemed to be aware of his doubts, so he pointed his finger to his leg and explained, "Our boss has operated on you. The bone was abraded and the wound was stitched up." "Then why don't I feel anything?" Ever since he was young, Huangfu Xian had gone through bone grinding countless times. Every time, he was in excruciating pain. Not only was it physical torture, but it was also a mental humiliation. Therefore, this time, he would rather die than suffer such pain. Dr. Song smiled and said, "I gave you anesthesia, so of course, you don't feel anything. Does your wound still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt too much." Huangfu Xian shook his head slightly. Because he was too shocked, he forgot to say, "Who asked you to treat me?" "I don't want to be treated." "That's good. Our boss said that if you wake up, you should take the medicine." Dr. Song poured a glass of water and handed him a few anti-inflammatory and hemostatic pills. Huangfu Xian was so confused that he ate it in a daze. After eating, he remembered and asked, "Where is this place?" Dr. Song said, "Blue Water Alley, our boss's house." "You know our boss, he is Dr. Gu." Huangfu Xian suddenly remembered that Lianer had fallen. He seemed to have fallen off the bridge. He thought he was dead for sure, but in his daze, he vaguely saw a slender figure jump down and pounce on him. With a plop, they fell into the water. He didn't remember what happened after that. He fainted. Huangfu Xian asked, "Was it Dr. Gu who brought me back?" Dr. Song said, "Yes. Speaking of which, you are really lucky. I heard that the river was very turbulent that night. When you fell in, you were washed away by the waves. Fortunately, our boss is a good swimmer. Huang Fuxian lowered his eyes and asked, "Where is she?" Dr. Song sighed. "After she saved you," Huang Fuxian's eyelashes trembled and he looked at him. Dr. Song continued, "She went to the clinic. There was a fight in the capital. 7 or 8 people were injured. She was so busy that her feet didn't touch the ground, so she asked me to come and take care of you." "Oh." Huang Fuxian's expression loosened slightly. "Little brother. You woke up." Little Mushroom came. Dr. Song smiled and said to little Jing Kong, "Jing Kong is here? You talk to your little brother for a while, I will take Xiaobao out first." N. Little Jing Kong nodded. Dr. Song took Gu Xiaobao, who was eating his finger, out. Little Jing Kong came to the bedside and looked at Huang Fuxian with a pair of big black eyes. "Little brother, you have slept for 2 days. How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Huang Fuxian, do all the people here ask the same questions? No. Huang Fuxian said carelessly. Little Jing Kong lay on the edge of the bed and looked at him. "Then are you hungry?" Huang Fuxian said, "No. You are amazing. You haven't eaten for 2 days and you are not hungry." Little Jing Kong pointed to the bed under him and said, "You are sleeping on my bed. Is it comfortable?" Huang Fuxian said, "Your bed is so hard." Huang Fuxian liked soft beds. Little Jing Kong was used to sleeping on hard beds in the temple. Coincidentally, Xiaoheng also slept on hard beds in the past few years when he was wandering among the common people. Little Jing Kong's small body lay on the bed and his little feet kicked the ground. "Jiao Jiao's bed is very soft, but I can't let you sleep on it. Only I can sleep on Jiao Jiao's bed." Huang Fuxian glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and muttered angrily, "Who wants to sleep on it?" Little Jing Kong suddenly took out a piece of custard from his pouch. "Little brother, do you want to eat this?" Huang Fuxian turned his face. "I don't eat this kind of thing." Little Jing Kong stuffed the custard into his mouth. A mouthful of rich milky fragrance spread between his lips and teeth, accompanied by a light sweetness. Huang Fuxian was suddenly stunned. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and asked, "Is it delicious?" "Jiao Jiao made it." Huang Fuxian didn't say anything and just vaguely said, "Yes." On the other side, Gu Jiao finally finished treating the last patient. She didn't have time to rest and went back to the courtyard to change into night clothes. She was about to go out when she was blocked by Princess Xinyang's carriage at the door. Yujin opened the curtain for Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang looked at Gu Jiao indifferently and asked, "Where are you going with this outfit?" Ahem. A man's cough came from the carriage. "Shut up." Princess Xinyang turned her head and said. Xiaoheng shut his mouth. "Come in," Princess Xinyang said to Gu Jiao. "Oh." Gu Jiao took the red-tasseled spear and got into the carriage. Yujin pursed her lips and smiled, "I'll go get some tea." Then she got out of the carriage. Only Princess Xinyang, Xiaoheng, and Gu Jiao were left in the carriage. Xiaoheng was dressed in casual clothes and was caught by Princess Xinyang halfway. Then Princess Xinyang came to catch Gu Jiao. Princess Xinyang looked at the red-tasseled spear in Gu Jiao's hand with a sullen face. "What? Are you going to destroy that group of people's nest?" Xiaoheng opened his mouth. "Princess Xinyang, I'm not asking you." Xiaoheng shut himself up again. Gu Jiao blinked. "Didn't Princess Ningyan run away? I'll go catch her." "I'm not here anymore, right? Do I need you to catch her? You're so young, yet you worry so much." Princess Xinyang said coldly and reached out to take the red-tasseled spear from Gu Jiao's hand. She tried to grab it, but it didn't budge. She looked embarrassed. I'll do it." Xiaoheng held the red-tasseled spear wrapped in cloth with both hands and took it from his wife and mother. Hiss, it was really heavy, he almost didn't catch it. But he couldn't show his fear in front of his wife and mother. Xiaoheng's expression didn't change as he slowly placed the red-tasseled spear on his lap. "Is it heavy?" Princess Xinyang chuckled. Xiaoheng nonchalantly said, "It's not heavy at all. This carriage is too small. Otherwise, I could show you a few moves." Princess Xianxia snorted coldly and said, I let her go on purpose that night. I know who I let go. I can't help much in the war, but I'm more than enough to deal with a few remnants. You just wait at home. Gu Jiao said, the people of Yen seem to have a way to deal with the dragon shadow guards. Princess Xianxia grunted, I know, don't worry. Xiaoheng didn't move. Since he didn't move, Gu Jiao also didn't move. Princess Xianxia said to Xiaoheng, what are you standing there for? Why aren't you getting off? Xiaoheng smiled, I just want to spend more time with you. Princess Xianxia said to Gu Jiao, he can't carry it anymore. Xiaoheng. How could she expose her son like this? Gu Jiao curved her lips and got off the carriage with the red-tasseled spear. After Princess Xianxia left, Gu Jiao asked Xiaoheng, I really don't need to go? Xiaoheng shook his head, no, she has 4 dragon shadow guards in addition to Long Yi. That's enough to catch Ning, and Princess Xianxia didn't let Ning go because she wanted to know the whereabouts of the people of Yen. Little Nine had already tracked them down. Princess Xianxia wanted to know what other cards Ning had. Princess Xianxia sent 2 dragon shadow guards and a secret guard from the princess mansion to keep an eye on Ning and was very vigilant. She circled around the mountain forest for a day and a night before entering a seemingly unremarkable cave. After that, she arrived at a secret camp that looked like a peach forest. There were a total of 100 experts in the camp. This should be the nest that Imperial concubine Jing left for Ning, and Princess Xianxia took Long Yi, 4 dragon shadow guards, and a group of secret guards from the princess mansion to kill their way into the camp and capture Ning. In addition, they found a small box in the secret room. Open it, Princess Xianxia said to Ning sneered, open it yourself. Princess Xianxia looked at the wooden box on the table, you think I can't break it open? Ning provoked, go ahead. It seems you can't break it open casually, Princess Xianxia said to the secret guard, take the box back and open it with the key. Princess Ning's expression changed. Princess Xianxia laughed, your key has been remade. Are you surprised? Princess Ning's eyes were full of surprise, you. Princess Xianxia said, take her back. Don't put her under house arrest. Just throw her into prison. Ning threatened, you dare. I'm a princess. What a coincidence, so am I. Princess Xianxia looked down at Ning, who was kneeling on the ground by the dragon shadow guards. You better not try to escape this time, or I'll break your legs. What Long Yi heard was, ha ha ha, I'll break your legs. Long Yi rushed over and broke Ning's legs. Ning. Princess Xianxia. This time, Princess Xianxia didn't take her back to the palace. Instead, she locked her up in the Supreme Court's prison. Afterwards, she took the small box to Jadewater Alley. The key that Gu Jiao had made from the mold had been completed. It could really open the box. After opening it, they found that this seemingly simple wooden box actually had a very complicated mechanism. If they forcefully broke it open or pried it open, the mechanism would destroy the contents of the box. Let's see what Imperial concubine Jing left for Ning, Gu Jiao said. Okay. Xiaoheng took out the contents of the box. There were several account books, which recorded Imperial concubine Jing's dealings with some of the court officials over the years. These officials are the contacts Imperial concubine Jing left for Ning. Princess Xianxia paused, then continued, these account books are very important. With them, we can threaten those officials. Xiaoheng flipped down and said, there's also a treasure map. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise, there's really a treasure map? Xiaoheng looked at Gu Jiao in amusement. It's a lie. It's banknotes. Roughly calculating, there's a few 100,000 taels. Gu Jiao's eyes lit up. Princess Xianxia took in all of Gu Jiao's little eyes and helplessly rubbed her forehead. Minister Xing and the others can overturn the verdict. Xiaoheng nodded. That's right. We've already gotten what we wanted. There's no need to worry about anything else. Princess Xianxia stood up. It's time for Ning's crimes to be announced to the world. Princess. Yujin came to the door and reported, His Majesty is awake. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www. zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/1085285002. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that cannot be found online are all available here. Marquis Ding and Fu. Gu Qingfeng had just finished bathing and was covered in sweat. It was reasonable to say that he should be very hot, but he inexplicably shivered. "What's wrong?" Gu Qinglin asked him. Gu Qingfeng scratched his head strangely. "I don't know. I suddenly felt a chill down my spine." The emperor was awake, so Princess Xianxia naturally had to enter the palace to see him. Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao also stood up. Princess Xianxia looked at the two and indifferently said, "You two don't need to go. Stay at home and wait for news." After doing so many things and even forging an imperial edict, who knew what the emperor was thinking? Would he vent his anger on them? Princess Xianxia decided to take the lead and wait until she was certain that the front was safe before calling the two little ones into the palace. Princess Xianxia took Eugene and sat in the carriage. Xiaoheng accompanied her to the door and asked, "You're not bringing Long Yi?" Princess Xianxia indifferently said, "I'm not bringing him. I always listen half the time." The emperor had been unconscious for a few days and his face was very pale. When Princess Xianxia arrived at Pure Flower's palace, Empress Xiao had just fed the emperor some porridge. The emperor said to Empress Xiao, "Zhen is fine here. Go take care of little Qi. Zhen has something to say to Xianxia. Xianxia will withdraw." Empress Xiao put down the bowl of porridge and walked out. Princess Xianxia slightly bowed to Empress Xiao. The emperor's entire body was sore and weak. He didn't even have the strength to raise his arm. He sighed and ordered Eunuch Wei and the others, "All of you withdraw." "Yes." Eunuch Wei secretly glanced at Princess Xianxia. Strange, did she shave her hand hair today? He couldn't see her Adam's apple. The rash on her face had completely disappeared, Eunuch Wei secretly muttered as he swept his gaze over Princess Xianxia's clothes. Eugene's eyes darkened. "Eunuch Wei." Eunuch Wei acted as if he had been hit in the head and quickly rolled out. "What's wrong?" Princess Xianxia asked. Eugene wanted to speak but hesitated. It was mainly because she found it difficult to speak. Eugene said softly, "Forget it, I'll tell Princess later." "Princess, please see His Majesty first." Princess Xianxia came before the dragon bed and bowed slightly. "Your Majesty." This was the difference between Princess Xianxia and Princess Ningyan. Princess Xianxia would never call him imperial brother. Even when he was a prince, Princess Xianxia would always call him sixth prince. The emperor glanced at the stool beside him and said, "Sit down." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Princess Xianxia sat down. Eugen stood guard behind her. Even the emperor had dismissed the palace servants. Logically speaking, Princess Xianxia should have dismissed Eugen as well. Princess Xianxia did not do so because she was not used to being alone with a man, except for Xiaoheng and Long Yi. The emperor did not know her habits, but he did not care about her and kept Eugene. Princess Xianxia said, "The imperial physician said that His Majesty would be unconscious for a few more days. I didn't expect him to wake up so soon." The emperor gritted his teeth. "It's all thanks to that Gu brat." "What?" Princess Xianxia didn't understand. "Nothing." The emperor coughed lightly and said, "I know almost everything that has happened in the palace recently. The empress also told me about Lu Lang." Princess Xianxia looked at the emperor. "Since Your Majesty knows, what do you plan to do?" The emperor sighed with a complicated expression and said, "I won't pursue the matter of the forged imperial edict." Princess Xianxia frowned. "Won't pursue the matter?" The emperor nodded and said earnestly, "That's right, I won't pursue the matter. I won't pursue the matter of her scheming. After all, no matter what, she is still my—" "Your Majesty, what is that?" Princess. Xianxia interrupted him and pointed behind the emperor. The emperor turned his head to look. Princess Xianxia suddenly grabbed the jade pillow on the dragon bed and knocked the emperor unconscious. Yujin was shocked. Princess. Why did you knock His Majesty unconscious? Princess Xianxia said angrily, if I didn't knock His Majesty unconscious, would I be waiting for His Majesty to pardon that woman? She did so many crazy things, and His Majesty actually didn't pursue the matter? Why don't I deal with her first? Kill first and report later. After that, His Majesty can do whatever he wants with her. Princess, what do you want to say? Princess Xianxia asked. Yujin said embarrassedly, I think His Majesty wasn't talking about her, but him. Yujin took her hand and wrote his name on her palm. Princess Xianxia said strangely, him? Yujin said, yes. Think about it, before you asked His Majesty what he planned to do, what did he say? Princess Xianxia recalled, he pretty much knows everything that has happened in the palace recently. The Empress also told him about Lu Lang. Yujin said, what else could it be about Lu Lang? The young duke's background. The forged imperial edict that His Majesty was talking about was that the young duke forged an imperial edict for you to govern the country, and had someone pretend to be you to enter the palace, as well as secretly plotting some actions. His Majesty said that he wouldn't pursue the young duke's actions. Princess Xianxia was afraid of ropes after being bitten once. The emperor was bewitched by that pair of mother and daughter. She had already lost her basic confidence in His Majesty, so she thought he said he wouldn't pursue Ning, and Princess Xianxia looked at the emperor, who had fainted from her pillow, and her teeth ached. I was too careless. The prison was a place to imprison felons. It was heavily guarded and filled with traps. In the most heavily guarded cell, Ningyan, whose legs had been broken, grabbed onto a dirty wooden board and screamed at the top of her lungs, let me out. I want to see His Majesty. I want to see the Empress Dowager. I'm His Majesty's most beloved sister. If His Majesty and the Empress Dowager find out, they'll definitely sentence you to death. The jailers were as cold as iron. Not a single one moved. She grabbed a steamed bun that was brought in and threw it at one of the jailers. The steamed bun had long turned into stone. It hit the jailer's back, but he didn't move. Are you all dead? I'm Princess Ningyan. I want to see His Majesty. I want to see His Majesty. His Majesty won't come to see you. Give up. A majestic and domineering voice slowly sounded from the other end of the corridor. The narrow cell was instantly filled with an aura that made people submit. The jailers bowed in unison. Princess Ningyan stared blankly at Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was dressed in a black and gold phoenix robe, walking towards her with a cold expression. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her, who was covered in blood. There was no trace of pity in her eyes. Princess Ningyan's heart thumped. Mother, Empress Dowager Zhuang said expressionlessly, I said before, don't call me mother. Ningyan felt wronged. Mother. I'm your Ningyan. If I don't call you mother, what should I call you? Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, forget it. If you want to call me that, then call me that. You won't be able to call me that for long anyway. Ningyan raised her head with tears in her eyes. Mother, what do you mean by that? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked down at her. You're so smart. How could you not understand what I mean? Ningyan cried, Imperial Mother. Xianxia harmed me. They all harmed me. Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, what did they do to you? Did they cause you to betray the prince consort and return to the capital for revenge? Did they cause you to take over concubine Jing's power and collude with the people of Yen to harm the meritorious officials of Zhao? Or did they cause you to assassinate His Majesty and frame me for it? A trace of panic flashed through Ningyan's eyes. Mother, don't believe them. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her coldly. You don't have to pretend to be innocent. I didn't come here to hear you admit the truth. I don't care whether you admit it or not. If I say you're guilty, then you're guilty. Ningyan gritted her teeth and complained in a choked voice, Mother, you're biased. Mother wasn't like this before. Mother used to love Ningyan the most. Since that girl appeared. Mother doesn't care about Ningyan anymore. Empress Dowager Zhuang said seriously, so what if I'm biased? Do I need your permission? Ningyan's mouth trembled. She never expected Empress Dowager Zhuang to be so direct, so magnanimous, and so merciless. Ningyan's tears fell down. But mother. I'm your Ningyan. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her coldly and asked word by word, are you really Ningyan? Princess Ningyan's pupils shrank. Gu Jiao didn't need to go to the palace. After coming out of the medical center, she went back to Jadewater Alley with Xiaoheng. Huang Fuxian woke up and was sitting in a wheelchair in the west room in a daze. Little Jing Kong secretly glanced at him several times. What's wrong with him? Gu Jiao stood in the front yard and looked at Huang Fuxian through the half-open window. Little Jing Kong sighed like a little adult. Little brother misses his mother. His mother doesn't treat him well and even hit him. But he's still worried about his mother. I just thought that if Jiao Jiao hit me, I'd still like Jiao Jiao. If Ningyan was convicted, Huang Fuxian would be the one who would suffer the most. I'll go and see him. Xiaoheng said. Forget it. I'll go and see his injury. Gu Jiao handed little Jing Kong to Xiaoheng and stepped into the west room. The sun had already set and the west room was dark. Gu Jiao took out a match. Don't light the lamp. Huang Fuxian said. Digression, asking for a guaranteed monthly ticket for little Xianxia. While the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg. com/896428964286/1085274440. HTML Genius memorized the website address www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Gu Jiao put away the torch and slowly came to Huang Fuxian's side. At this moment, Huang Fuxian seemed to be sitting there calmly. Little did he know that he had gone through a hair-raising rescue. His broken limbs were already injured, and after soaking in the river, a large area of the wound had festered. Jing Kong said that he had slept for 2 days, but that was because Jing Kong had only seen him sleep for 2 days after he moved here. Before that, it took 3 days to rescue him in the clinic and wait for him to pass the critical period. Does it still hurt? Gu Jiao asked. You're wound. Huang Fuxian paused. He wanted to say that it didn't hurt, but he hesitated and said truthfully, a little. There was a slightly choked nasal sound. Gu Jiao pretended that she didn't hear it. Let me see. It was dark now, and there was no light in the room, so she couldn't see anything. Huang Fuxian didn't refuse. Gu Jiao pulled up his trousers. Huang Fuxian was not used to it, but he tried his best to resist. Anyway, he couldn't see. That was what he thought. Unexpectedly, Gu Jiao took out a small flashlight from a small medicine box from her pocket and turned it on. Huang Fuxian's expression changed. Didn't I tell you not to use the light? Gu Jiao said, this is not an oil lamp, it's a flashlight. This is called turning on the flashlight. Huang Fuxian was speechless. Huang Fuxian wanted to say that she was cheating, but then he was attracted by the little thing that could shine. Where did this luminous pearl come from? Huang Fuxian had seen things that could shine other than fire and luminous pearls, but they were not as bright as this. Do you want to know? Gu Jiao asked. No. Huang Fuxian stubbornly turned his face away. Gu Jiao smiled and knelt down on one knee. She held the flashlight with one hand and unwrapped his gauze with the other. Huang Fuxian suddenly grabbed her hand and said while holding his breath, very ugly. Gu Jiao looked up and stared into his eyes. Her gaze was as pure and clean as little Jing Kong's, without a trace of disdain. However, compared to the naivety of little Jing Kong, there was a hint of convincing calmness in her eyes. Huang Fuxian's eyelashes fluttered as he slowly released his grip. Gu Jiao removed the layers of gauze, revealing the wound that she had stitched up. The recovery is pretty good. There is no postoperative infection, but you still need to take your medicine on time. After Gu Jiao finished speaking, she went back to the east room to get a small medicine box and carefully changed the medicine for him. You're not in too much pain, so I won't give you painkillers. Huang Fuxian replied gloomily. Gu Jiao finished bandaging him and started to clean up the medical supplies. What happened to that little fatty? Huang Fuxian suddenly spoke. Gu Jiao said, are you talking about Qin Chuyu? He went back to the palace. Lianer is also there. The empress has something to ask her, so she won't make things difficult for her. What happened that night was dangerous. After she and Huang Fuxian fell into the water, she stabbed the dagger into a rock in the middle of the river. Long Yi killed those men in black in a few seconds and flew down to pull her and Huang Fuxian out of the water. After that, they went back to the capital together. Huang Fuxian turned his head and his gaze fell on her chin. He didn't see it when she was squatting. Now that she stood up, the stitched wound was exposed to Huang Fuxian's sight. Huang Fuxian was stunned. Your chin, Gu Jiao didn't care and said, I scraped it. The wound was on the inside of her chin and was very hidden. Huang Fuxian had sharp eyes, otherwise, he wouldn't have seen it. Huang Fuxian looked down and pinched his trousers with his fingertips. Did you hit it underwater? Gu Jiao faintly replied, the water splashed in the night and she couldn't see clearly. Only when her chin was scraped did Gu Jiao realize that there was a rock there. Huang Fuxian said, it's not worth it for someone like me. Gu Jiao didn't say anything and continued to busy herself with the work at hand. The room was very quiet. From time to time, the sound of fireworks could be heard coming from next door and the front yard. Xiao Ba was gnawing on Gu Yan's shoes again. Xiao Jiu was with it. The other 7 chickens obediently returned to their cages. Next door, Uncle Zhao was scolding his youngest son. In the alley, Aunt Lu was chasing geese. Granny Zhou's family was frying smelly mandarin fish again. The stench drifted here. Huang Fuxian looked at Gu Jiao's busy little figure again. He didn't know why, but he suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. When I was young, she was very good to me. When Gu Jiao finished cleaning, Huang Fuxian spoke again. She always took me out to play. She would cook good food for me. She would also carry me on her back when she went to help the victims. In my memory, the most I did was lie on her back with her, giving porridge and herding goats with her. Is life at the frontier so hard? Gu Jiao had been to the frontier before. Naturally, she knew that the people there were very poor. She also heard that Princess Ning An didn't have any royal baggage and suffered with the people. But didn't this expose Ning An's true colors? It couldn't help but make people suspect that the so-called suffering was just a show. I don't think it's hard, Huang Fuxian said. That's true, Gu Jiao said. When they were so poor in the countryside, Jing Kong never complained about the hardships at home. Sometimes, what a child wanted was very simple. Huang Fuxian looked at the obscure and boundless night sky. But then everything changed. Gu Jiao looked at him. Huang Fuxian's eyes were fixed on the brightest star in the night sky, as if he was reminiscing some distant memory. Since my legs were broken, she seemed to be a different person. She didn't dare to get close to me anymore. She didn't like to carry me, hug me, or let me sleep with her. She said that she was afraid of pressing on my wounds. I was only 5 years old at the time. I didn't understand. As I grew older, I realized that she wasn't afraid. She was disgusted. She hated my broken body. She hated that I could no longer be a normal child. She didn't even want to be with me. Every time I was grinding my bones, I hoped that she could be by my side. She didn't need to hug me. She just needed to hold my hand. But she didn't. Not even once. Gu Jiao seemed to understand. A large part of Huang Fuxian's disgust for himself came from his parents, especially Princess Ning An's disgust. It destroyed all his self-esteem and confidence. Compared to taking away his legs, Princess Ning An's various kinds of violence caused a devastating blow to him. Why didn't his mother love him? Was it because he didn't have legs? Then what was the meaning of his life? Gu Jiao looked at him and said, she treated you like this. Do you still feel sad for her? Huang Fuxian was silent for a moment before he said in a low voice, she is my mother. In the dark prison, Empress Dowager Zhuang stood in the corridor with a calm expression. She didn't take a step closer. Eunuch Qin had already taken the bailiffs to another place, leaving only a few trusted subordinates to guard. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "Tell me, when did you become Ningyan?" Most people in the world couldn't tear down their face and break the window paper. But Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't like this. She didn't have a trace of indecisiveness. If she wanted to say something, she would say it directly. Ningyan lay on the ground, raised her head, and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang with a faint smile. "I am Ningyan, mother." Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, "At this point, you still won't admit it." Ningyan looked surprised. "What do I have to admit? I am Ningyan. Ningyan is me." Has mother become muddle-headed? You don't even remember the daughter you raised? If mother has changed your mind, just say it. If you don't love Ningyan, just say it. Why do you have to use this method to humiliate Ningyan? Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't angered by her. She just looked at her condescendingly, as if she was looking at the last struggle of an ant. Ningyan laughed under Empress Dowager Zhuang's gaze. She laughed until her shoulders trembled. "Mother, your ability to frame people hasn't changed at all. You framed my mother like this, and now you're framing me." Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't argue with her. She just let her laugh and talk to herself. Ningyan's every punch seemed to hit cotton. She grabbed the wooden board of the cell and squeezed her cheek tightly in the gap between the boards. "Mother said I'm not Ningyan. Do you have evidence?" "Mother, look at my face. Isn't it Ningyan's face?" "Pa." Empress Dowager Zhuang threw a stack of letters on the corridor in front of Ningyan. Ningyan's gaze moved down. She slowly reached out and took the letters through the gap of the cell door. Using the dim light in the corridor, she carefully read them. Every time she read a page, her face changed a bit. Halfway through, she suddenly tore up the letters like crazy. "Nonsense. Nonsense. It's all nonsense. I am Ningyan. I am Ningyan." She was so emotional that the veins on her forehead popped out. Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at her and said neither quickly nor slowly, "Well, why don't I tell you a story? Where should I start? Why don't I start with the experience of a daughter of an aristocratic family? This daughter of an aristocratic family was intelligent and courageous since she was young. She was also born with a good appearance. However, her birth mother wasn't favored. She was also repeatedly bullied by her concubine-born sisters at home. Once, on the way to the temple to burn incense, she happened to meet a master. The master and she felt like old friends at first sight. After a few exchanges, they became close friends. After a year of contact, the master successfully convinced her friend to join a civil organization called the Red Lotus Society. The Red Lotus Society was actually another identity of the remnants of the previous dynasty. This daughter unsurprisingly became a death warrior of the remnants of the previous dynasty. She was ordered to enter the palace to get close to the emperor. Her initial goal was to become the empress or the most favored concubine of the emperor. She wanted to give birth to the emperor's son, support him as the crown prince, and then take the emperor's life. In this way, the country fell into the hands of the remnants of the previous dynasty. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. She didn't become the empress or the favored concubine. Even the emperor didn't like her very much. She could only cling to the empress's thigh. The empress painfully lost a daughter. It was also a coincidence that she was pregnant only 1 month later than the empress. Thus, she had a plan and secretly prepared a medicine to induce labor so that the child would be born prematurely and on the same day as the empress child. However, no one knew that in her stomach, there was another child. They were only separated by 2 hours, but they were born 2 days after each other. 2 children never cry together. After the elder sister cries, the younger sister cries. After the younger sister cries, the elder sister cries. To outsiders, it sounds like there was only one child crying. The midwife who delivered the babies was her trusted aide. To be exact, she was a trusted aide arranged by that expert. The fate of these 2 children was determined from the moment they were born. One stayed in the palace, and the other was carried out. They would be 2 perfect chess pieces, even more perfect than the empress. However, who stayed in the palace to be the princess, and who was carried out to be the death warrior. The empress kept the elder sister, who was born first, because the child was already lying in her arms and had her first sip of milk. She couldn't let go of the child. She didn't even look at the other child and cruelly had someone carry her out. Ningyan covered her ears. Don't say it, don't say it. Everyone said that the empress loved the little princess because she was born on the same day as her daughter, as if her daughter was reincarnated. However, the empress loved her because she was indeed a beautiful and cute child. It had nothing to do with the so-called birthday. That child was lively and active. She seemed to be fearless, but in fact, she was afraid of this and that. She was simply a paper tiger. She was afraid of the dark, very, very afraid. However, sometimes, she didn't seem to be afraid. She liked to eat chestnuts, but occasionally she would hate them. The empress only thought that she was a child and didn't take it to heart. The empress loved the child, but do you know when the empress truly decided to live up to the child for the rest of her life? Ningyan subconsciously pricked up her ears. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, it was one night when the empress was banished to the cold palace. The empress fell ill and no imperial doctor dared to come and treat her. That night, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The empress lay alone on the bed in the cold palace and felt that she might die like this. However, at this time a thin figure climbed over the wall of the cold palace and came in. She pushed open the door and the thunder and lightning chased after her. Her thin figure could be blown down by the wind at any time, but she was not afraid. She rushed into the room and threw herself into the empress's arms. She said to the empress, "Mother, I've come to see you. Mother, don't be afraid. Ningyan will be with you." Ningyan's body suddenly stopped. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes flashed with memories. It was at that time that the child ran for her in the thunder and lightning. The child's hand was pierced when she climbed over the wall, the child fell many times on the road and the child's knees were bruised. The empress said to herself that she would love her for a lifetime. Ningyan's eyes widened in disbelief. That child, even if it's just once, tell the empress, she is not Ningyan, she is Ningyan's sister. Empress Dowager Zhuang choked and clenched her fingers under her wide sleeves. Ningyan's eyes gradually filled with tears as she stared blankly at Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang took a deep breath, raised her head, turned around, and looked at the dim corridor. The empress will save her and love her. She will never have to live in Ningyan's shadow. Mother! Ningyan's tears burst out of her eyes as she rushed over and grabbed the corner of Empress Dowager Zhuang's clothes. Empress Dowager Zhuang walked to the exit expressionlessly. A drop of hot tear fell, but she did not turn back once. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/1085063363. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that cannot be found on the internet here. Mother! 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 Mother, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Please give me another chance. Mother! I gave you a chance. From the day you came back, I knew you were not Ningyan. Aijiao also knows that Aijiao's Ningyan will most likely not come back. Aijiao's tear was for Ningyan. That night, you went to the nunnery. I only thought that you went to remember your mother. You are her flesh and blood. It is understandable that you miss her. I have no objection. You once gave me warmth when I needed it the most. I feel that as long as you did not kill Ningyan, as long as you sincerely came back to be a princess, then I can accept you. But why did you do this to my Jiao Jiao? Why did you collude with the people of Yen? Why did you hurt Lulang? Why did you do so many unforgivable things? Empress Dowager Zhuang sat in the carriage to go back. Eunuch Qin was originally sitting outside. Seeing that Empress Dowager Zhuang was not in a good mood, he thought about it and boldly sat inside. Eunuch Qin looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang pinched her sore eyebrows. What do you want to say? Nothing. Eunuch Qin instinctively denied. To be honest, he was still digesting it. Those letters were sent back to the capital by Guchang Qing on an 800-mile express official plate. They had just arrived this morning. When they arrived, he did not read them. It was the Empress Dowager who sorted them out herself. So, it was actually the first time he heard such a shocking truth. That. I feel that my brain is not enough. Eunuch Qin said embarrassedly. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, if you want to ask, ask. Don't be so wishy-washy. Yes. Eunuch Qin laughed dryly. When Princess Ning'an was young, she was afraid of the dark for a while and then not. Are they two different people? Empress Dowager Zhuang closed her eyes. Yes. Eunuch Qin sucked in a breath of cold air weakly. She has already left the palace. How did she get in? Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, her mother is an imperial concubine. Is it difficult to get a child in? It's not like she's living in the palace all year round. She just comes over occasionally to let them reunite. That's true. Eunuch Qin suddenly understood. Does Princess Ning'an know about this? Empress Dowager Zhuang pondered for a moment and shook her head. I don't think so. With Ning'an's personality, she would not be able to hide it. At least, she would not hide it from her and the emperor. What was the child thinking at that time? Seeing the carefree Ning'an, she made a request to concubine Jing, Mother, I want to be a princess too. Thus, old concubine Jing changed her into Ning'an's clothes and had her pretend to be Ning'an. She wanted her to be the princess for a day, half a day, or even 2 hours. After that, she returned to her own place. Eunuch Qin sighed. Now that you think about it, she is quite pitiful. Just because she was born 2 hours later than her sister, the difference between them is like heaven and earth. This servant is not a death warrior, so I don't know what kind of life a death warrior has, but I don't think she enjoys as much as a princess. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, compared to a princess? She's far worse than a commoner. The hardships of a death warrior were not something that ordinary people could bear. That's even worse. Eunuch Qin sighed and said, then the one who married to the frontier fortress was the real Princess Ning'an, right? Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. It was her. Perhaps it was then that they began to plan for her sister to replace Ning'an. It was hard to say whether old concubine Jing had feelings for Ning'an. Perhaps she did, but it was just that she was selfish. The carriage began to move slowly. Empress Dowager Zhuang leaned against the wall of the carriage, and Eunuch Qin quickly put a pillow for her. Empress Dowager Zhuang recalled, after old concubine Jing died, I once interrogated Nanny Kai, and Nanny Kai said something to me. Eunuch Qin asked, what did she say? Empress Dowager Zhuang said, after the emperor and old concubine Jing fell out, old concubine Jing planned to take out the imperial edict and die with me. Nanny Kai begged her not to be impulsive and asked her to think for Ning'an. She said that she had Ning'an as well as His Majesty. Her expression was not right at that time, and her words were also strange. She replied to Nanny Kai, Ning'an will never come back in this lifetime. She will never come back. I thought the same as Nanny Kai. I thought that old concubine Jing said that Ning'an would never come back because of what I said to Ning'an in a fit of anger. I said that if Ning'an dared to marry to the frontier fortress, she would never be allowed to come back in this lifetime. Eunuch Qin hurriedly nodded. This old servant remembers that you did say that. This old servant even tried to persuade you at that time. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed again. So, I didn't suspect anything at that time. Nanny Kai never had any contact with that child, so she naturally didn't suspect anything. Eunuch Qin clicked his tongue and said, no one would suspect anything. Who would have thought that old concubine Jing gave birth to Ning'an and hid another one? Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. How could she be willing to give up her own flesh and blood to become a suicide soldier? Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, there are all kinds of people in this world. Eunuch Qin nodded. That's true. Empress Dowager Zhuang said regretfully, that child didn't appear in the palace many times. After she turned 10, she never appeared in front of me again. If she appears a few more times, perhaps I'll be able to discover something. Pure Flowers Palace. The emperor, who had been knocked unconscious by Princess Xianxia's pillow, finally woke up again. When he opened his eyes, he saw Princess Xianxia standing guard by his bedside. His first reaction was to quickly cover his head with his hands. Princess Xianxia had knocked the emperor unconscious, so there was no way she could escape. Unless she killed the emperor, he would definitely pursue her crimes. But killing him would be troublesome. First, it would be difficult to dispose of the corpse. Second, she was currently in the position of regent. Now that the emperor had passed away and the crown prince had ascended the throne, she was worried that she would continue to be regent. This was very annoying. The emperor looked at the conflicted Princess Xianxia. Why did he feel so uneasy? Ahem. The emperor cleared his throat and calmly put down his hands, pretending that the cowardly scene just now had never happened. Princess Xianxia stood up. The emperor once again covered his head with his hands. Princess Xianxia, then, I'll kneel and admit my wrongs. After the emperor reacted, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and sternly shouted, sit down. Don't move. Fine, I'll sit down. It was you who didn't allow me to kneel. Princess Xianxia sat down on a stool. Princess Xianxia didn't know martial arts, but after being together with Long Yi for a long time, honestly speaking, she had a murderous aura. Not to mention, she originally had the aura of an imperial sister. That pillow directly left a deep shadow in the depths of the emperor's heart. Eugene had already been dismissed. The emperor composed himself and sat up straight. He sternly said, Wei Quan. Get in here. Yes. Eunuch Wei hurriedly walked in. What happened to your face? The emperor looked strangely at the bruised and swollen face of Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei lowered his head and said, I fell. He was beaten by Eugene. When the emperor was unconscious, he came in once. He sized up Princess Xianxia's Adam's apple, the hair on her hands, and other places. When he left, he was beaten by Eugene for being a pervert. Xianxia is guilty. Your Majesty, please punish me. Princess Xianxia took the initiative to admit her wrongs. You've got guts. The emperor slapped the jade pillow. His entire hand was numb. At your disposal, Your Majesty. Please immediately remove me from the position of regent. The emperor unhappily said, I haven't thought of how to deal with you yet. Leave it for now. Oh. Princess Xianxia looked disappointed. The emperor was speechless. The emperor coldly said, Why did you knock me out? I thought you wanted to kill the emperor. Princess Xianxia truthfully said, I misunderstood Your Majesty. I thought Your Majesty wanted to protect Ning and I want to protect her? The emperor was furious. When did he say he wanted to protect Ning'an? The emperor coldly glared at Princess Xianxia. Normally, she always acted like an imperial sister. It was rare for her to act like one. This feeling was quite good. The emperor cleared his throat. Did you enter the palace today to ask me something? I didn't. Princess Xianxia glanced at the emperor whose forehead was swollen like a pig's head. Forget it, I can have it. Princess Xianxia racked her brain for a moment and asked, Why did Princess Ning'an want to assassinate Your Majesty? The emperor said, I saw the confession letter and knew that she was the one behind the incident at Immortal Music House. Princess Xianxia gave the emperor a meaningful look. Your Majesty believed it? The emperor lightly coughed and said, I didn't believe it at first, but she suddenly killed herself by hitting a pillar to prove her innocence. That scene reminded me of something that had long been forgotten. That was many years ago. You and Ning'an had not yet married. The previous emperor was seriously ill. I went to visit the previous emperor and found that there were two Ning'ans there. One Ning'an pushed the other Ning'an, causing her forehead to be seriously injured. She bled a lot, just like that day in the imperial study. Two Ning'ans? Princess Xianxia frowned. The emperor's expression became complicated. That was the first time I saw tuning ans. I was scared out of my wits and thought I had seen a ghost. It was then that Concubine Jing appeared. Concubine Jing brought me back to my chambers and told me not to tell anyone what I saw. I asked Concubine Jing what was going on and why there were tuning ans. If she didn't tell me the truth, I would go find Imperial Father. Concubine Jing told me that Ningyan had a younger sister. Unfortunately, she was born without any breath. She thought it was a stillborn and was worried that Imperial Father would be unhappy, so she had the midwife secretly take the child out of the palace and bury it. But on the way out of the palace, the child came back to life. It was already announced that there was only one child. If she brought the child back, it would be revealed that she took out the stillborn and buried it. Imperial Father would definitely be angry, so she could only secretly raise the child outside the palace. Your Majesty didn't believe it, did you? It was obvious that this story was fake. The Emperor fiercely said, of course, I don't believe it. Princess Xianxia curled her lips. You do believe it? The Ningyan who pushed her is the younger sister? Princess Xianxia asked. How do you know everything? The Emperor looked at Princess Xianxia in surprise. Princess Xianxia didn't say that even an idiot could guess. If there was a kind Ningyan and a demon Ningyan in this world, then the one who grew up with them would definitely be the kind Ningyan and then? Princess Xianxia looked at the Emperor. After that, Concubine Jing begged me to keep it a secret. The Emperor paused. Princess Xianxia continued, but Your Majesty was close to the Empress Dowager, as if they were mother and son. Your Majesty would definitely tell the Empress Dowager. The Emperor didn't deny it. He knew his personality well. Even if he promised Concubine Jing that he wouldn't tell anyone, he would definitely tell Imperial Mother afterward. The Empress Dowager definitely wouldn't believe the story Concubine Jing made up. She would have sensed that something was wrong. Princess Xianxia combined what had happened and said, so. Concubine Jing wanted Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager to break off their relationship. But she was afraid that the break wouldn't be thorough enough, so she gave Your Majesty medicine so that Your Majesty would listen to her. Under the effects of the medicine, Your Majesty naturally forgot everything that might affect your relationship with your son. The Emperor sighed and nodded. That's right. Princess Xianxia suddenly understood. Then everything makes sense. The Emperor continued, that accident in the Imperial study reminded me of what I saw in the previous Emperor's chambers. I immediately concluded that she was another Ningyan, not the one who grew up with me. So that's how it was. She was wondering how a mere confession could affect the relationship between His Majesty and Ningyan. Princess Xianxia asked seriously, how does Your Majesty plan to deal with her? The Emperor said seriously, she's not Ningyan. I won't let her off. That's more like it. Princess Xianxia slowly got up. It's getting late. Xianxia will take her leave. Xianxia. The Emperor suddenly called out to her. Princess Xianxia looked at the Emperor in confusion. The Emperor hesitated for a moment, then said with difficulty, do you think Ningyan is still alive? Princess Xianxia didn't say anything. She bowed slightly and turned to leave. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/10850595. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Princess Xianxia left the palace and sat in her carriage. Eugene asked, Princess, do you want to go to Vermilion Bird Avenue? Princess Xianxia thought for a moment, then said, let's go to Jadewater Alley. When the carriage arrived at Jadewater Alley, Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng were plowing the ground in the front yard. The two of them held hoes and did a decent job. They really did look like a young farmer couple. Princess Xinyang walked over. "Mother." Xiaoheng saw her and greeted her. Gu Jiao called her princess. Princess Xinyang glanced at a certain person, not satisfied with this form of address. Xiaoheng smiled and grabbed Princess Xinyang's hand. "Mother, why are you here?" "I won't bully your wife." Princess Xinyang glared at him and slapped his hand away. She asked the two of them, "Has the Empress Dowager returned?" Xiaoheng looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, "She's back. She's talking with Huang Fuxian inside." Princess Xinyang asked, "Do you know about Ning An's matter?" Gu Jiao nodded. "I just heard from Great Aunt." Princess Xinyang's expression relaxed. "Then there's nothing else. I'll go back first." "I'll see you out," Xiaoheng said. Princess Xinyang turned and walked towards the door. She hadn't taken 2 steps when she caught sight of the red-tasseled spear basking in the sun on the bamboo. Her lips twitched. She said to Xiaoheng, "This courtyard is empty. Let's play with the spear for a bit." A trace of embarrassment flashed across Xiaoheng's face. He held her arm and walked out. "My own son, my own son." Princess Xinyang glared at him, both angry and amused. She then boarded the carriage. Gu Jiao held the hoe and looked at the tightly shut window in the west room. She asked, "Do you think Great Aunt will tell him everything?" Xiaoheng's gaze also landed on the tightly shut window. He said, "Probably." Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "Aren't you afraid that he'll be sad? He's still so young. Children seem to be very fragile." "You're only 3 years older than him." Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How old did this girl think she was? Xiaoheng said, "We should choose the lesser of 2 evils. If we don't tell him and let him live in the misunderstanding of being hated by his own mother for the rest of his life, that would be the saddest thing." Gu Jiao seemed to have sensed his emotions and understood a little. She turned to look at him. "Do you remember what happened to you?" "Yes." Xiaoheng did not deny it. The most painful thing he had experienced was not that he was not Princess Xinyang's child, nor was it that he was almost burned to death in the fire. It was that he had misunderstood Princess Xinyang's disgust and abandonment of him. It was a kind of self-detachment that dug out one's heart and liver. Gu Jiao said, "Huang Fuxian said that after he was injured, his mother seemed to have changed into a different person. Perhaps from then on, she was no longer the real Ningyan." "Do you think the emperor's son-in-law knows about Ningyan?" Xiaoheng shook his head. "I don't know. Some things will never have an answer." It was 2 hours later when Empress Dowager Zhuang came out of the west room. She looked very tired and her eyes were bloodshot. When she stepped over the threshold, she stumbled. Gu Jiao was sweeping the room. She quickly went forward to support her. "Great Aunt." Empress Dowager Zhuang waved her hand. "It's okay. I'm old. I'll go back to my room and lie down for a while." Then, she slowly walked to her room. Her hair was silver and white. Her entire person was shrouded in great vicissitudes. Her back seemed to be slightly bent. In just one day, she seemed to have aged 10 years. Her life had been too bitter. She had protected the country of Zhao, the throne of His Majesty, and the glory of the Zhuang family. But the people she had raised with her own hands were all gone. Ningyan, who she wanted to see, would never come back. Empress Dowager Zhuang slowly lay on her bed. There was no light in the room. Creak, the door was pushed open. With another creak, the door was closed. A small figure ran to the bed and lay on the edge of the bed. "Great Aunt." Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, "What?" Little Jing Kong asked cutely, "Do you want to sleep?" Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes. "No, I'm lying here to germinate." Little Jing Kong opened his eyes wide. "Oh, then I'll pour some water on you?" Empress Dowager Zhuang was speechless. Little Jing Kong said again, "Great Aunt, you still owe me a candied fruit." Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "The jar is on the table. Take it yourself." Little Jing Kong said, "Great Aunt, why don't you act shamelessly today?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said expressionlessly, "You're very noisy today." Little Jing Kong tilted his head. Was I not noisy before? Empress Dowager Zhuang was going crazy. She just wanted to be alone and be sad for a while. Why was this little monk always so noisy? It's time to eat, Gu Xiaoshuan's loud shout came from the yard. Little Jing Kong grabbed Empress Dowager Zhuang's sleeve. Great aunt, let's go eat. I don't want to eat. Great uncle made brown sugar glutinous rice cake. I don't want to, he also made honey bean rolls. No, and sugar eggs. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face darkened and she swallowed. Couldn't they let her be sad for a while? Huangfu Xian was sick. Gu Jiao didn't wake him up as soon as he fell asleep. She heated millet porridge for him in the pot. He could eat it when he woke up. Unexpectedly, Huangfu Xian still didn't wake up at night. Why isn't my little brother awake? Little Jing Kong asked in confusion. Let me see. Gu Jiao checked Huangfu Xian's pulse and touched his forehead. His pulse was normal and his body temperature was normal. He should just be asleep. Huangfu Xian was indeed asleep. He had a dream that he went back to the time when he was 5 years old. That year, the snow at the frontier fortress was very heavy. Many people froze or starved to death at home. Princess Ning'an took the servants and planned to go to the market in Yi City to give out porridge. The 5-year-old ran over and hugged Princess Ning'an's leg. He said crisply, Mother. Xian'er wants to go too. Princess Ning'an looked at the snow outside the house and gently stroked his head. She smiled and said, the snow is too heavy. Xian'er will freeze if he goes out. Xian'er will obediently stay at home and wait for Mother to come back, okay? The 5-year-old shook his head. But Mother will also freeze. Princess Ning'an said softly, Mother won't. Mother wears a lot of clothes. The 5-year-old puffed out his chest. Xian'er can also wear a lot of clothes. Princess Ning'an laughed softly and held him in her arms. She kissed his little face and forehead. Good boy. Mother will be back soon. Then, Princess Ning'an put him down, put on her cloak and went out. He chased to the door with his short legs. As expected, he was stopped by the servants. He had dreamed of this scene many times. The next scene was that he pretended to take a nap. When no one was looking, he sneaked into the shopping cart and hid under the stool. He then followed the cart out of the residence. But the young him didn't know that not all carriages would go to his mother's porridge stall. The carriage stopped at a strange place. It was already dark. The coachman went to do something, so he got off the carriage. On a strange street with strange people, he became flustered. He began to call out Nyangqin. He didn't know how long he called and how long he walked. The helplessness of not being able to find his mother always woke him up from his nightmares. But this time was different. He continued to run around on the street like a headless fly. The wind and snow became heavier and heavier. He lost his way. Unknowingly, he came to an empty official road. There was white snow on both sides as far as the eye could see. He didn't have any strength. He fell into the snow and couldn't get up again. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, a gentle and anxious voice sounded above his head. Then, he was picked up by a pair of gentle arms. Xian'er. It was his mother. He weakly opened his eyes and saw a face full of tears. Mother finally found you. Princess Ning'an hugged him tightly in her arms. He also wanted to hug his mother, but he was frozen. Princess Ning'an carried him on her back. Braving the biting cold wind and snow, she walked forward step by step. Princess Ning'an fell into the snow countless times, but she got up countless times. Mother, I'm so cold. Princess Ning'an took off her cotton-padded clothes and covered him. So sleepy. He murmured on his mother's back. Princess Ning'an gasped for breath and said, Xian'er, don't sleep. Mother will take you home. In the end, she couldn't go any further. She lay down in the cold snow. He lay on her back as the snow fell in a flurry. She dug a small hole in the snow below her with her bare hands. She dug until her 10 fingers were badly mangled and her white bones could be seen. She also took off her jacket and wrapped it around him with her cotton-padded clothes. She carefully put him inside. Then she used her weak and thin body to cover the snow hole, blocking the wind and snow for him. The bone-piercing cold wind cut into her body. She gradually became stiff. She used the last of her strength to say to him, Xianxia, you have to live, the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all here, https://www.zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/1084874003. HTML Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. Before dawn, Gu Jiao came out of the east room. These days, Huang Fuxian was resting in the west room. Xiaoheng and little Jing Kong were originally going to rest in the east room, but they were taken to the room next door by her granduncle. There was already the sound of a big and a small quarreling next door. It seemed that they had woken up. Gu Jiao went to the backyard to wash up. Just as she was wiping her face, she saw a shadow on the ground that was illuminated by the lantern under the corridor. She turned around and looked carefully. She saw Huang Fuxian pushing a wheelchair out of the study. There was no threshold in the study, so the wheelchair could enter and exit freely. But how did he come out of the west room? Have you been awake for a long time? Gu Jiao asked. Not too long. I asked your secret guard to help me. He was referring to the secret guard who helped him and the wheelchair out of the west room. This kid even asked the secret guard to help him. Gu Jiao said, wait a moment. I'll go and make breakfast after washing my face. Huang Fuxian stared at her. I heard from the little mushroom that you have a way to make me stand up. Little mushroom? Gu Jiao blinked her eyes in astonishment. It took her a while to realize that he was referring to little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao looked at him. You've thought it through? Huang Fuxian lowered his eyes and pinched his cold fingertips. I've thought it through. He wanted to live. He didn't want to live like a walking corpse, but like a real person. Even if he didn't have legs, he wanted to be indomitable. He wanted to visit the rivers and mountains of Zhao country and use his feet to measure the territory of Zhao country. He would carry his mother's hope and try his best to live on. It's very hard. I'm not afraid. It's also very painful. It's more painful than bone scraping. I'm not afraid of pain. Gu Jiao scratched her head. It's not a matter of whether you're afraid or not. It's just that I don't have the materials to make an receptor cavity. Forget it, I'll go harvest resin when spring comes. After washing her face, Gu Jiao returned to the east room. She took out the medicine box and was about to take out the medicine and gauze to change Huang Fuxian's dressing. However, she was surprised to find that the weight of the medicine box was not right. She opened it and saw that there was a new pair of receptacles on top of the emergency medicine. What happened to old concubine Jing and her daughter had taught the emperor a bloody lesson. He no longer mentioned hiding someone's crime. Of course, even if he wanted to, he couldn't. Princess Xianxia had already announced old concubine Jing's crime in front of all the officials in the throne room. There was no way to take it back. As for Ning An's identity, he had to announce it to the world. The crimes of the fake Ning An had to be made public as well. These matters were handed over to the Ministry of Justice. Minister Xing's case was overturned this morning and he was acquitted. Xiaoheng and Assistant Minister Li personally went to the Supreme Court to bring him back. Assistant Minister Li cupped his hands at Minister Xing and smiled apologetically. Lord Xing, I had no choice but to accuse you of putting on an act that day. I apologize for offending you. You brat. Minister Xing raised his hand to slap Assistant Minister Li. Assistant Minister Li shrunk back in fear. In the end, Minister Xing restrained himself and only kicked him lightly. Why didn't you give me a heads up? I've always said that I've always treated you well. Why are you pouring dirty water on my head in the blink of an eye? Assistant Minister Li smiled awkwardly and glanced at Xiaoheng. Isn't it because Lu Lang didn't want me to tell you? Lu Lang said that it was dangerous enough that I pretended to be bribed by her. I'm afraid I'll be exposed if more people know. Minister Xing was unconvinced. What? You can put on an act, but I can't. Assistant Minister Li smiled wryly. You just don't know how to put on an act. You're so upright. Minister Xing's anger was greatly reduced by this flattery. He looked at the two and said sternly, this is the only time. There won't be a next time. If you have any plans in the future, remember to inform me in advance. Don't keep me in the dark. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Assistant Minister Li replied with a smile. As they spoke, they left the Supreme Court and the carriage stopped at the side of the road. Assistant Minister Li personally helped Minister Xing into the carriage. Then he turned around and walked towards Xiaoheng with an embarrassed expression. He lowered his voice and said, Lu Lang, this time, thank you very much. Assistant Minister Li wasn't pretending to be bribed by the young master of Immortal Music House. He was really bribed. After the matter was exposed, it was Xiaoheng who came forward and said that Assistant Minister Li had taken his advice and put on an act with the other person. The purpose was to lure the fish into the bait. Xiaoheng said, Assistant Minister Li is too polite. Assistant Minister Li said embarrassedly, this time, I was possessed. I won't dare to do it again. I'm deeply grateful for your saving my life. If there's anything you need me for in the future, don't hesitate to tell me. I'll definitely be willing to sacrifice myself for you. Xiaoheng smiled faintly. You're too polite. It didn't matter if Assistant Minister Li was truly so grateful that he was willing to sacrifice himself for him. What was important was that Assistant Minister Li would be very loyal to him with this information in his hands. From this moment on, Xiaoheng began the first step of cultivating his power. Princess Xinyang had given Xiaoheng the account book of concubine Jing. Xiaoheng understood what the princess meant. If he wanted to, he could hand over the account book or keep it in his hands. With this information, the connections that concubine Jing had built up over the years would become his leaks. After returning to the Ministry of Justice, Minister Xing immediately had Xiaoheng bring over the case file. Xiaoheng had organized it very clearly. Minister Xing was very satisfied. He felt that after this incident, Xiao Lulang should be promoted. Minister Xing flipped through the file as he said, I'll let Assistant Minister Li handle Sun Ping's funeral. You just focus on organizing this case. Oh right, Ningyan. Halfway through his words, Secretary Xing Shang remembered that it was a fake Princess Ningyan. He changed his words and said, since this matter has been handed over to the Ministry of Justice, send someone to the Supreme Court in a moment and bring the young master of Xianlu House here. Xiaoheng said, the young master of Xianlu Ju was taken away by His Majesty's men. His Majesty said that he would personally deal with her. Is that so? Minister Xing nodded. All right. His Majesty was the boss. What could he say? Sir. Sir. As they spoke, a prison guard hurriedly walked in. He cupped his hands and reported, Sir Xing, a eunuch Su came from the palace. He said that he has an urgent matter to discuss with Minister Xiao. I remember that the Empress has a eunuch Su by her side. Minister Xing didn't know about Xiaoheng's background, but he knew that Xiaoheng was deeply favored by the two masters in the palace. But when did the Empress get involved? Minister Xing looked at Xiaoheng. All right, go. Don't make them wait too long. Xiaoheng bowed and excused himself. At the entrance of the Ministry of Justice's Yamen, he saw the anxious eunuch Su. Eunuch Su, he greeted. Ouch. Eunuch Su hurriedly ran over and grabbed his arm. He sobbed in a low voice. Young Duke, bad news. Something happened to the seventh prince. Xiaoheng went to the medical center and picked up Gu Jiao in the carriage. They rushed to the palace as quickly as possible. What's the situation? Gu Jiao asked. Xiaoheng said, he fainted. He said that after he was rescued that day, he was a little listless. The Empress had the imperial physician check his body. There was nothing strange, so she just thought that he was too frightened. But at noon, when he was eating, he suddenly fell from the chair. I don't know if he fainted and then fell down, but he fainted. Gu Jiao pondered. What did the imperial physician say? Xiaoheng shook his head. The imperial physician couldn't diagnose the problem. The two entered Kunming Palace. They could hear Empress Xiao crying from afar. The crown prince went to court. He still didn't know that something happened to his younger brother. Empress Xiao didn't send anyone to inform him. Master, Lord Xiao and Dr. Gu are here. Eunuch Su reported outside the door. Empress Xiao dismissed the palace servants, leaving only Eunuch Su. Aheng! Empress Xiao sobbed. As the empress of a country, Empress Xiao had always been dignified and self-restrained. She rarely lost her composure like this. Xiaoheng comforted her softly. Auntie, take care of yourself. Let Jiao Jiao take a look at little Qi first. Empress Xiao stepped aside. Jiao Jiao, you must cure little Qi. Gu Jiao nodded. I'll try my best. Gu Jiao put down the small basket, opened the small medicine box, and took out the stethoscope. There was no noise in his lungs. His heartbeat was a little fast. She checked Qin Chuyu's pulse. It was too strange. She had never seen such a pulse in her 2 lives. Gu Jiao asked Empress Xiao, can you describe the scene when the 7th prince fainted in detail? Empress Xiao recalled. At that time, little Qi was eating. He said that he didn't want to eat vegetables. I said something to him. Suddenly, he screamed, covered his heart, and fell down. Covered his heart? Angina? Gu Jiao murmured. Then she asked, is he usually like this? Empress Xiao sobbed and shook her head. No. He has always been fine. But after he was kidnapped by that woman, he became a little depressed. I thought he was frightened. The royal doctor also said so. But the child is still young. We can't give him any medicine. The royal doctor said he would be fine after a while. But who would have thought? Gu Jiao pulled the quilt, took off Qin Chuyu's clothes, and carefully checked his body for any hidden wounds. There was nothing. Xiaoheng suddenly said, Jiao Jiao, his right wrist. Gu Jiao looked at Qin Chuyu's right wrist. She didn't see anything. She changed her angle and stood beside Xiaoheng. This time, she saw it clearly. There was a gray mark on Qin Chuyu's wrist. It couldn't be seen if the light was too bright. Or too dark. Gu Jiao rubbed it with her fingertips. She couldn't wipe it off. Did he have this before? Empress Xiao thought for a while and shook her head. I don't think so. Although this mark is very shallow, if it has been there for many days, there will be a chance to find it. Gu Jiao said, so it's very likely that it appeared recently. Gu Jiao pondered for a while and said to Xiaoheng, where is the young master of Xianlu house? She should know what this is. Xiaoheng said, she was taken away by His Majesty's people. His Majesty said he would deal with her personally. Empress Xiao hurriedly ordered Eunuch Su, go to His Majesty and ask for her. Digression, please give me a wave of monthly votes. While the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find on the internet. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1084858999. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. There was a secret room in the side hall of Pure Flowers Palace used to interrogate palace personnel. It wasn't as eerie as the Ministry of Justice's prison, but it was still dark and strange. At this time, Princess Ningyan was lying on the cold floor. Because her legs were broken, she couldn't stand up and walk. There were doctors in the imperial prison who helped her set her bones, but how could they heal so quickly? The emperor sat 10 steps away from her. Eunuch Wei and 2 palace experts were guarding him. What should we call you? The emperor asked coldly. Qin. Qin Fengyan, she said weakly. You think you're worthy of the surname Qin? The emperor coldly glanced at the face that was almost identical to Princess Ning An's. When he thought of Ning'an, his heart felt like it was being stabbed. However, when he thought of this woman who replaced Ning'an, he couldn't calm down. How did Ning'an die? Was she killed by the two of you together? Qin Fengyan smiled bitterly. Will your majesty believe me if I say no? The emperor found it hard to believe. He had suffered enough at the hands of this mother and daughter pair, so he was a bit paranoid. The emperor said, then we'll change the question. Where is Ning'an's body buried? Qin Fengyan looked at the emperor with a smile that wasn't a smile. Perhaps she's still alive. Your majesty, if you let me go, I'll tell you her whereabouts. The emperor grasped the armrest of his chair tightly. It had to be said that he was moved in that instant. Eunuch Wei hurriedly warned, Your Majesty, be careful of trickery. The emperor composed himself and said seriously, You don't need to lie to us anymore. You've committed many evil deeds, so we won't forgive you. We called you here today to ask you where Ning'an's body is buried. If you don't want to suffer more, it's best if you tell us the truth. We might consider giving you a quick death. Quick, ha 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 ha. Qin Fengyan laughed until her entire body trembled. Imperial brother, oh imperial brother, don't you think your words are very hypocritical? Death is death, what's the point of dying a quick death? I don't understand. We're both your sisters, so why is Ning'an's life so good? But I was taken out of the palace from a young age, living a life that was neither human nor ghost. Brother, do you know how much I've been tortured since I was a child? Being exposed to the scorching sun on a hot summer day and freezing in the cold winter. Being disobedient would result in starvation or a severe beating. My happiest day of the month is being able to enter the palace and pretend to be Ning'an. That way, I can be a royal princess for a day. When the emperor heard her mention her past, he couldn't help but frown. Why didn't you tell me? Qin Fengyan sneered. Didn't I say that? Did I really not mention it? A distant memory suddenly surged into his mind. The young him and the young Ning'an squatted by the lake and used tree branches to write. Little Ning'an wrote the word yen in big letters. Brother, I'm not yen-er. I'm yen-er. The young man took the branch and flicked her forehead. Silly girl, why can't you even write your own name? Little Ning'an said angrily, I am yen-er. That's the name. With that, she ran off in a huff. Qin Fengyan said with tears in her eyes, Brother, do you remember now? Mother later found out about that matter. She warned me not to mention my past to anyone, or else she wouldn't let me enter the palace to see her. Brother, I was only a child the same age as little Qi. Did I have the guts to go against mother and so many evil people? I was also forced. What did I do wrong? Why do you always only care about Ning'an, and no one cares about me? Qin Fengyan cried sadly. A thick layer of self-blame suddenly rose from the bottom of the emperor's heart. A person's nature at birth was good. If she had been raised in the palace like Ning'an, raised by her father and mother, would she not have grown up to be like this? She should have been a carefree royal princess. She should have enjoyed all the glory and wealth in the world. She should have, clang clang, the door to the secret chamber was kicked open from the outside. The emperor's thoughts came to an abrupt end. He turned around abruptly and was about to reprimand when he saw a small, thin figure walk over fiercely and kick Qin Fengyan, who was crying and acting pitiful, over. Ah, Qin Fengyan let out a scream and crashed into the wall behind her. Little miracle doctor? The emperor was shocked. Gu Jiao walked forward and kicked away the medicine beside her hand. Her other foot stepped coldly on her chest. The emperor was stunned by this scene. The palace experts hurriedly protected him behind them. You, all of you retreat, he said. The palace experts retreated to the side. The emperor looked at the medicine bag that had been kicked over by Gu Jiao and froze in place in disbelief. This is, she, Eunuch Wei hurriedly walked over with small, quick steps. He wrapped his hand in a handkerchief and picked up the medicine bag. When he opened it, he saw that it was a bag of crushed brown medicinal powder. It emitted a strong medicinal and floral fragrance. The smell is a bit familiar. Have I seen it somewhere before? Eunuch Wei murmured. It's white medicine, Gu Jiao glanced at it and said lightly. Eunuch Wei sucked in a cold breath. His Majesty had been bewitched by this medicine for so many years and had finally lost its effect. If he were to be bewitched again, he would become a fool for the rest of his life. The emperor flew into a rage out of humiliation. How does the Supreme Court do things? They don't even search the prisoners. Male prisoners were usually searched, but she was not a normal prisoner. It was not that professional to find a nanny to search her, so it was not difficult for her to smuggle a pill. An extreme chill ran down the emperor's spine. He looked at Qin Fengyan on the ground with disgust. To think that I was sympathetic to you just now. So you were acting all along. Qin Fengyan wanted to struggle, but she could not move at all. Gu Jiao was stepping on her chest like a mountain, making it hard for her to breathe. Gu Jiao looked at Qin Fengyan with cold eyes. What did you do to Qin Chuyu? The emperor's expression changed. He looked at Gu Jiao and said, What happened to little Qi? Gu Jiao stepped down and broke one of Qin Fengyan's ribs. Qin Fengyan did not expect Gu Jiao to be so ruthless. Didn't people interrogate prisoners without saying anything before using torture? How could she break someone's bones as soon as she came up? The light outside the house shone in at an angle. Gu Jiao's back was against the light, and her face was hidden in the dark. Her pair of dark, deep, and cold eyes reminded people of the god of death. Qin Fengyan had a trump card, but for some reason, in front of this powerful god of death, she could not help but feel a sense of fear. She used all her courage and shouted, If I die, he will die too. The emperor walked over and looked at her angrily. What do you mean? What did you do to little Qi? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The entire secret room was filled with Qin Fengyan's crazy laughter. This woman was crazy. It was downright crazy. Even if she died, she would drag someone down with her. She said that she was the emperor's sister, but she turned around and murdered her own nephew. The emperor hated himself for being stupid. He even wanted to sympathize with her just now. Gu Jiao stepped on Qin Fengyan's right hand and was not surprised to see the same white mark on her right wrist. Ah, so you found out. Ha 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 ha. So what? Do you know what this is? Do you know how to cure it? You can't cure it. Qin Chuyu's life is mine. You don't dare to kill me. Do you want to take a gamble? See if I'm lying? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Don't you think you're very powerful? I might as well tell you that the antidote is in the hands of the Yan people. If you have the ability, go get it. The emperor was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Gu Jiao's expression did not change at all. She was still as calm as an ancient well. So there is an antidote. Qin Fengyan was stunned. Was that the point? Did she hear what she said? The Yan people, they were from the Yan people. Gu Jiao took out a dagger and cut Qin Fengyan's and the emperor's fingers. She took out the blood type test paper from the small medicine box. Very good, the blood type was the same. Gu Jiao put on gloves and took out an infusion tube and a disposable bleach. Her movements were calm and elegant, like a devout believer. But for some reason, Qin Fengyan's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively felt fear. What are you going to do? Gu Jiao raised her gloved hand and looked at her calmly. Qin Fengyan backed up with her hands in fear. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Don't come over. She retreated to a corner and had nowhere to go. Gu Jiao came in front of her, raised her gloved hand, and gently patted the top of her head. I hate it when people threaten me. The emperor was afraid of injections, so he had already fainted. The two imperial experts did not know what was going on and wanted to protect the emperor, but they were knocked down by Gu Jiao in one move. Eunuch Wei swallowed. He did not know whether to leave or not. Light the lamp, Gu Jiao said. All right. Eunuch Wei ran over eagerly. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/1084670084. HTML genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Xianxia's original intention was to leave a way out for herself. Once Xianxia's life was tied to hers, she didn't believe that they would be ruthless enough to kill her. This was a flawless plan, but she ran into Gu Jiao, who didn't play by the rules. If she sincerely repented and begged, Gu Jiao might consider letting her live for a few more days. But she actually used a child's life to threaten Gu Jiao. Coming out of the secret room, Gu Jiao was covered in blood. Not a single drop was hers. Eunuch Wei had been a eunuch for many years and punished countless people in the palace, but he had never seen someone treat someone like that. Gggggggg, Eunuch Wei stuttered. Without waiting for him to finish, Gu Jiao took off her gown and gloves and left expressionlessly. Coming out of the palace, Gu Jiao returned to Jade Water Alley. She planned to change her clothes before going out. Just as she entered the courtyard, she found that Xianxia's master's wife and Master Lu were also there. The 3 little boys at home had gone to school. Xianxia was sitting in the living room chatting with the 2 of them. Jiao Jiao, you're back? Xianxia immediately saw Gu Jiao enter. Gu Jiao greeted the 3. Jiao Jiao, what's wrong? Are you in a hurry to go out? Xianxia noticed that Gu Jiao's footsteps were hurried. Gu Jiao said, there's something I need to do. I need to go out for a bit. Madam, Xiaobao is hungry. Yu carried Gu Xiaobao over. Xianxia said to Xianxia's masters. Wife and Master Lu, excuse me. Xianxia smiled and nodded, go ahead. Xianxia carried Gu Xiaobao back to the room to feed him. Master Lu continued to sit in the living room and drink tea. Xianxia's master's wife hesitated for a moment before knocking on Gu Jiao's door. Jiao Jiao, it's me, she said. Madam Nanxiang, please come in. Gu Jiao had just changed into a set of light men's clothing when she picked up the red tasseled spear hanging on the wall and tied up the loose cloth. When Nanxiang saw Gu Jiao's posture, she knew that it was not simple for her to go out. Now that they were all on the same side, Nanxiang naturally would not turn a blind eye to it. You are like this in broad daylight, is there something important? Gu Jiao asked, the 7th prince has been poisoned by a very strange poison. I'll go get him the antidote. Poison? The Tang sect was best at using hidden weapons and poisons. Nanxiang asked, what are the symptoms? Can you tell me? Gu Jiao told her about Xianxia and Xianxia's symptoms. Xianxia's condition was more serious and he was already unconscious. This isn't our Tang sect's poison. Nanxiang frowned and muttered. What? Gu Jiao looked at her. Nanxiang smiled embarrassedly, nothing. I mean, I haven't seen this poison with my own eyes, but I've heard that it is a kind of voodoo. The 7th prince is still young this year, right? Gu Jiao said, he is 8 years old this year. Nanxiang nodded and said, that's right. This kind of poison is very toxic. Generally, it can't be used on children. It's very easy for them to die. This kind of poison is divided into 2 kinds. Once the person who is poisoned by the mother voodoo dies, the person who is poisoned by the child voodoo will also die. But if the person who is poisoned by the child voodoo dies, the person who is poisoned by the mother voodoo will be fine. The 7th prince should be poisoned by the child voodoo. This kind of voodoo can only be found in the Shang kingdom. Did the Shang kingdom attack the royal family of the Zhao kingdom? Gu Jiao said, it's a long story. Nanxiang was not interested in the battle of the royal family, so she did not ask any more. Instead, she said, the person who poisoned the 7th prince probably didn't know that an 8-year-old child could not withstand its toxicity. This kind of poison was generally used to control people. But if people died after being poisoned, then there was no point in controlling them. Nanxiang, do you know what the antidote looks like? Gu Jiao asked. I haven't seen that kind of antidote, so I can only take it back and try it first. Nanxiang asked, by the way, how long has the seventh prince been poisoned? Gu Jiao said, he was poisoned at noon. Nanxiang's expression became dignified, he can't hold on for more than half a day. It had been more than half a day. Even if Gu Jiao flew, it was impossible to get the antidote back in time. Nanxiang thought for a moment and said to Gu Jiao, find someone to take me into the palace. I have a way to temporarily stabilize his toxicity, but it won't last long. You must get the antidote back before dawn. Gu Jiao nodded, thank you, Nanxiang. Grandaunt, Xiao Heng, and people from Jingkong were not here. Granduncle was not here either. Now only Huang Fuxian could enter the palace. Gu Jiao came to the west room and woke up Huang Fuxian, who was sleeping. Master Lu pulled Nanxiang into the front yard, looked back, and whispered, do you really want to enter the palace? Don't you remember Empress Xiao? Nanxiang smiled, that's all in the past. The seventh prince is a friend of Jingkong. Have you forgotten? Master Lu said, of course I haven't forgotten. Jingkong always talks about him and Su Kanji. Nanxiang said, if something happens to the seventh prince, Jingkong will be very sad. Master Lu sighed, that's true, but I don't want you to go back to that place. Nanxiang touched her disfigured face through the veil, I'm like this. Who will recognize me? Even if they recognize me, no one will care, right? Master Lu, I'll go with you. Nanxiang, don't go. Wait for me here. Master Lu, but, Nanxiang, be good. Master Lu had no choice but to surrender. Gu Jiao pushed Huang Fuxian out. Jiao Jiao. Nanxiang turned around and saw Huang Fuxian sitting in a wheelchair at a glance. Huang Fuxian just woke up from his sleep and leaned against the wheelchair impatiently. He looked a little sick. The corners of his eyes were red and his eyes looked surly. Nanxiang's eyes suddenly popped out, good, beautiful child, she wanted to kidnap him to be Xiaoxuan's younger brother. Master Lu opened his mouth, I think I'd better follow you. Nanxiang pushed him away with her arm, go away. Master Lu, who was suddenly despised, Huang Fuxian took Nanxiang into the palace. Gu Jiao got on the horse, took Xiao Jiao, and went out of the city to the nest of the Yan people. Xiao Jiao's way of conveying information was like this, follow them first. If it lost them, it would cover its head with a pair of wings when it got home, looking very dejected. If it didn't lose them, it would come back with a dead branch near its destination and valiantly show off in front of everyone. It showed off several times that day. It probably knew that it had done something big. Gu Jiao took out the dead branch it brought back that day. Xiao Jiao excitedly flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Gu Jiao followed Xiao Jiao out of the west gate and went southwest. When night fell, Gu Jiao came to a village near a mountain and a river. Xiao Jiao circled in the sky for a while before landing back on Gu Jiao's shoulder. Is it here? Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Jiao flapped its wings, cluck cluck cluck. Gu Jiao, that's a hen. Xiao Jiao, coo. Gu Jiao, that's a pigeon. Xiao Jiao, gee. Gu Jiao, how many bird languages do you know? Gu Jiao secretly estimated that it took her no less than 3 hours to reach here from Jade Water Alley. This was because it was relatively easy to travel during the day. If it was night time, it might take more than 2 hours. For insurance, it would be best if she could get the antidote before 3 o'clock. Chirp. Xiao Jiao's bird feathers suddenly stood up. Gu Jiao felt a very powerful aura. She grabbed the red tasseled spear on her back. In the next second, a tall shadow flew over from the sky and stepped on the back of the horse. With a whoosh, she was carried away. Gu Jiao was carried to a nearby forest. There was a carriage parked there. Gu Jiao's face was black. Her cheeks were swollen due to the whistling cold wind. She looked like a sad frog that couldn't close its mouth. When Long Yi was flying, he was very rough, but when he put a person into the carriage, he was extremely gentle. Moreover, he especially considerately used his internal force to smooth out Gu Jiao's messy hair, especially that bunch of a hogue that refused to admit defeat. Princess Xinyang looked at Gu Jiao and casually said, "Who told you to follow me?" Gu Jiao seriously said, "I didn't follow you." Princess Xinyang coldly snorted, still stubborn. Gu Jiao. "Fine, I followed you." Princess Xianxia drank a mouthful of tea. Oh, how could you follow me? Gu Jiao. Princess Xianxia poured a cup of tea for Gu Jiao. You also came to kill? Don't waste your time, you can't kill me. What's wrong? Gu Jiao took the hot tea. Princess Xianxia said, I've been observing here for a day, 100 dragon shadow guards, give up on this idea. Even if Long Yu was powerful, he could still fight them individually. This was already comparable to a small army, so taking turns to fight them would exhaust their physical strength. Gu Jiao said, so many dragon shadow guards? Princess Xianxia said, Dragon Shadow Guards is the name of Zhao country, they are called death soldiers, but their strength is the same. Princess Xianxia brought people here today to deal with the forces of Yan country, so as to prevent them from having ideas about Shaoheng. Who would have thought that they would have so many people? Princess Xianxia said, don't act blindly without thinking, I will go back and have people come here to suppress them. Taking turns to fight them was always a good strategy. 100 dragon shadow guards had amazing fighting strength, but if they were to face an army of 10,000, they still had no chance of winning. Gu Jiao said, it's already dawn, the 7th prince can't wait that long. Princess Xianxia frowned, what do you mean? What happened to little Qi? Gu Jiao told her about Qin Chuyu being poisoned. Princess Xianxia angrily slammed the table, damn Qin Fengyan. And His Majesty too. I was only gone for a day. That's what he's trying to do. That pillow was really too light. Gu Jiao, I drew the poison from Qin Fengyan's body into His Majesty's body. Princess Xianxia, well done. Gu Jiao, well, he's your brother. Gu Jiao said, I will go in first to find the antidote, I won't confront them directly. Thinking of something, Princess Xianxia asked, why didn't you bring Gu family's boy? Isn't that boy specialized in this? With him, stealing things will be faster. Gu Jiao said indifferently, no need, I will do it myself, his martial arts are too weak. Gu Jiao only brought Gu Qingfeng for things she was confident in. If it was too dangerous, she would only do it herself. You. How could Princess Xianxia not understand? She said, you are not allowed to go alone, bring Long Yi. Gu Jiao refused, they have methods to deal with the dragon shadow guards, it's better not to bring Long Yi. What methods to deal with the dragon shadow guards? How could Princess Xianxia not understand Gu Jiao's thoughts? Gu Jiao was worried that if something happened inside, she would also be in danger, so she wanted to leave the most powerful person to her. Gu Jiao didn't care about other people could make decisions, but if Gu Jiao wanted to make a decision, no one could change it. Gu Jiao got off the horse and put on a mask. She ordered a secret guard from the princess's residence to quietly approach the manor. That secret guard followed behind Gu Jiao, and with a whoosh, he was taken away. The secret guard was forced to the ground by a tall figure, and his clothes were stripped off. In the next second, Long Yi also took off his own clothes with a swish. Then, the secret guard looked at Long Yi in horror, and hugged his chest with both hands. I would rather die. Long Yi knocked him out with a punch, and changed into his clothes. With a satisfied face, he pulled up his pants and swaggered out. The remaining 4 dragon shadow guards walked out from behind the big tree. Looking at their boss, and then looking at the secret guard lying on the ground, they suddenly understood something. They uniformly rushed over, and each of them caught a secret guard of the princess's mansion. Incomparably beastly, they pressed each other to the ground, and regardless of their tears and struggles, they took off their clothes. Then, the 4 of them changed, pulled up their pants, and valiantly followed their boss's footsteps. Gu Jiao sneaked into the manor's courtyard wall. She rushed behind the wall and blew a secret signal. It was safe, so she could come over. Then Gu Jiao saw, a secret guard came over. 2 secret guards came over. 3 secret guards came over. With Long Yi as the leader, the 5 dragon shadow guards neatly lined up in a row like a tonghulu. Gu Jiao, digression, Long Yi, ha ha ha, forming a group to rob monthly votes. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all here. https://www. ZHHBQG com/89642896428226/1084655584. HTML Genius remembered this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. In the afternoon, Huang Fuxian took Nanxiang into the palace. Along the way, Nanxiang kept being infatuated with this child, which made Huang Fuxian roll his eyes. "What are you holding in your arms? Can you show it to me?" After getting out of the carriage, Nanxiang pushed Huang Fuxian's wheelchair while looking at the small package in Huang Fuxian's arms. Huang Fuxian was holding it when he came out of the room. She didn't know what was inside, but he didn't let it go on the way. "I won't show it to you," Huang Fuxian said proudly. Gu Jiao had said that with this pair of things, his broken limbs could be reattached to his legs. Now that his injuries had not healed, he could not wear them. However, he had thought about it. He wanted to cultivate a relationship with them in advance. Nanxiang laughed instead of being angry. This child was cute, so cute. He was cute even when he was angry. The two arrived at Xianxia Palace. Huang Fuxian asked the servants to inform Empress Xiao that he brought a doctor to treat Xianxia. Empress Xiao hurriedly invited him in. Empress Xiao already knew that Huang Fuxian saved Xianxia that night, so she changed her opinion of Huang Fuxian. "How are you? Aren't you recuperating in clear water, Ellie? Why did you come to the palace?" Although she was exhausted, she still cared about Huang Fuxian. Huang Fuxian said, "I'm fine. I brought a doctor here. She is the foster mother of Dr. Gu's younger brother. Her surname is Nan. Dr. Gu asked her to come and check the 7th prince's injury." The foster mother of Jiao Jiao's younger brother, this relationship was a bit complicated. At this point, Empress Xiao didn't have the time to care about these relatives, but since it was introduced by Gu Jiao, it must be reliable. Xiao Heng was on duty at the Ministry of Justice. Only Empress Xiao, Eunuch Su, and the others were here. Empress Xiao looked at Nanxiang hopefully and said, "Dr. Nan, do you really have a way to cure my son?" Nanxiang shook her head, "I can't cure him. I can only temporarily suppress the poison in his body. Jiao Jiao has to bring back the antidote for him to fully recover." Empress Xiao was stunned. "Poison? Was little Qi poisoned?" Before Gu Jiao left, she only asked Eunuch Wei to tell her that she was going to get the medicine. Nanxiang thought to herself. Just now, the two of them parted in a hurry and didn't finish matching their statements. But since they had already said it, it was impossible to take it back. She could only tell the truth. "Yes, it's a very rare poison. Empress, don't worry too much. Jiao Jiao has already gone to get the antidote." Empress Xiao nervously asked, "Then, if we can't get it back?" Nanxiang took a deep breath and slowly said, "Bring it back before daybreak and His Highness can still be saved." "You mean little Qi can only hold on until dawn?" Empress Xiao felt the world spinning around her, and she almost collapsed. Eunuch Su caught her in time. Nanxiang walked to the bedside and took out a bottle of pills. She pulled out the cork and placed one pill under Xianxia's tongue. This was actually also a type of poison. Fighting poison with poison to suppress the poison in his body. However, he had to control the dosage. If it was too light, it would have no effect. If it was too heavy, it would poison Xianxia to death. Therefore, she had to stay and observe slowly. "Empress, don't fall down yourself. If you fall down, what will happen to His Highness?" Eunuch Su earnestly advised. Empress Xiao tried to force herself to calm down. She held back her tears, closed her eyes, and said to Eunuch Su, "Go and arrange a room for Xian'er to rest." "Yes." Eunuch Su pushed Huang Fuxian out. Empress Xiao stabilized her emotions and sat down beside the bed. Nanxiang sat on the stool opposite the bed. Empress Xiao sat slightly higher than her. Perhaps because she had calmed down, Empress Xiao carefully looked at Nanxiang. Nanxiang was wearing a veil, so she couldn't see her face clearly. But because of the angle, Empress Xiao still saw a little disfigurement through the gap of the veil. Empress Xiao didn't say anything and looked away. But for some reason, she shifted her gaze back to him. This time, she looked at Nanxiang's eyes. She felt that these eyes were familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before. On the bed, Qin Chuyu groaned in pain, which interrupted Empress Xiao's thoughts. Empress Xiao hurried to see how her son was doing. Nanxiang stood up, stepped forward, and hugged Qin Chuyu, making him sit up and lie down. In the next second, Qin Chuyu spat out a mouthful of black blood. Empress Xiao's beautiful face turned pale. Little Qi. Nanxiang patted Qin Chuyu's breath and slowly put him back. Then, she put another black pill under his tongue. Empress Xiao said worriedly, Dr. Nan, what's wrong with little Qi? The poison in his highness' body is acting up. Nanxiang looked at the night sky outside the window. I hope Jiao Jiao can find the antidote as soon as possible. Under the wall, Gu Jiao looked at the line of dragon shadow guards Tonghulu and was speechless for a moment. She didn't know how they followed her here. Was it too late to send them back now? Forget it, she needed to find the antidote quickly. Gu Jiao didn't think this matter was very big when she observed it from a distance. But after she came in, she found that there was another world inside. No wonder a small army of dragon shadow guards could live here. It was reasonable to say that such a big manor with so many people living here shouldn't be hidden so well. Gu Jiao wandered around before she finally understood why there were so few people here. This manor was actually built on top of a graveyard. Behind the manor was a large graveyard, but it looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. No one came to pay their respects, and the grass on the graveyard was 2 meters tall. The people of Yan Kingdom were very vigilant. Even if they lived in such a poor place, they were still ready to fight. There were guards of Yan Kingdom and dragon shadow guards patrolling back and forth in the manor 24 hours a day. Gu Jiao didn't confront them directly. She carefully avoided their sight. There were 3 big courtyards and 7 or 8 small courtyards in the manor. Most of the small courtyards were for dragon shadow guards and guards. The big courtyards were Gu Jiao's target. Gu Jiao, Long Yi, and others entered the east courtyard first. Gu Jiao was responsible for searching, and Long Yi and others were responsible for covering. It had to be said that they were able to freely shuttle back and forth among such a large number of dragon shadow guards of Yan Kingdom, thanks to Long Yi and others. They used their aura to perfectly conceal Gu Jiao's aura. And the reason why they weren't noticed was mostly because they and dragon shadow guards of Yan Kingdom were death warriors. Their aura was very similar. The patrolling people walked over and thought that the people inside the house were their own people. So naturally, they didn't go in to check. There was nothing in the east courtyard. Gu Jiao shook her head towards Long Yi, then walked towards the west courtyard. There were several Yan Kingdoms, strategists living in this courtyard. Gu Jiao didn't know the identity of the other party, so from their appearance and temperament, she temporarily called them that. Strange, so many people came here. There were literati and martial artists, just to deal with the son of a female slave? This time, we were careless. The voice of a man full of vigor inadvertently came from the study. He was speaking the language of Zhao country, but his accent was not right. This was a person from Yan Kingdom. Along with the gradual recovery of her strength, Gu Jiao's 5 senses also improved a lot. She was separated by a whole room, but even in a state of concentration, she could still hear the voice from that side. Gu Jiao held her breath with rapt attention. She heard that man continue to speak, but also blamed Qin Fengyan for being too impatient. If she was willing to listen to our orders, she wouldn't have exposed herself so early. After that, another person in the room said something. But unfortunately, his voice was too low, so Gu Jiao really didn't hear it clearly. But Gu Jiao guessed that the other party was saying something like "You overestimated her," because that person from Yan Kingdom replied, "Didn't we also want to surpass our master?" Who would have thought that compared to her mother, she was still a little lacking. After that, the 2 people switched between Yan Kingdom and Zhao country. When they spoke Zhao country, their voice was too low. When they spoke Yan Kingdom, Gu Jiao couldn't understand. This really made Gu Jiao regret not learning more foreign languages. There was one sentence that Gu Jiao understood: General Nangong, many thanks. The person from Yen Kingdom in the room was a general. After that sentence, the people in the room came out one by one. The two people were surrounded by a large group of dragon shadow guards, so it was very difficult to see their appearance. One of them came out of the manor, and the other went to the courtyard. The latter should be that General Nangong. He said something to his subordinates, but it was all in Yen Kingdom. Gu Jiao couldn't understand, but Long Yi seemed to understand. He picked up Gu Jiao and went to the rear of the courtyard. Unexpectedly, there was a small courtyard hidden behind the courtyard. There was no one guarding this small courtyard. Every corner of this manor was heavily guarded, except for this place. Either there was nothing inside and it was empty, or it was very dangerous and didn't need anyone to guard it. Gu Jiao leaned towards the latter. Long Yi stepped forward to scout the way. Just as he stepped into the courtyard, an arrow shot out. High up in the sky, Long Yi suddenly grabbed it and stepped back, protecting Gu Jiao behind him. Gu Jiao was fine. Gu Jiao looked at the cobblestone pattern on the ground of the courtyard again. This time, she understood. She faintly pulled up the corner of her mouth, 8 trigrams array. The first thing that her godfather taught her in her previous life was arrays. Gu Jiao took the lead. She was familiar with the path, as if she was entering a no-man's land. After she broke through the array, she planned to remind Long Yi and the others to follow her footsteps. Who would have thought that when she turned around, they were gone? She turned her head again, and the 5 people uniformly stood in front of her. Gu Jiao. I forgot that you are dragon shadow guards, light and powerful. Wait, if this array couldn't stop the powerful dragon shadow guards, then what was the meaning of its existence? Could it be that all the people who broke into this courtyard were ordinary people? Gu Jiao felt that something was wrong. At this moment, a few small black dots flew out from inside the house and flew onto their necks and the back of their hands. It was a bug. Gu Jiao swatted the bug on the back of her hand away. She was fine, but in the next second, the 4 dragon shadow guards who were stung by the bug uniformly fell forward on the ground. Gu Jiao suddenly remembered what happened in the imperial study. Qin Fengyan had waved her hand and knocked down His Majesty's dragon shadow guards. Could it be that she used these small poisonous bugs? They were the nemesis of the dragon shadow guards? Gu Jiao looked at Long Yi. Long Yi had the most small poisonous bugs. Long Yi looked at Gu Jiao and then looked at his brothers who had fallen on the ground. He was stunned for 3 seconds. Then, he fell face down in the same position. Gu Jiao facepalmed. Long Yi, you're fine. Long Yi reached out his hand and pulled out a handful of grass from the grave and inserted it into his head. It seemed to be saying, since he was already dead, I should burn some paper money for him. Gu Jiao, digression, the 3rd night watch is here. Is there a monthly ticket for me to sneak in? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel was also updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels were read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online here. https://www.zhbqg.com/8964289642826/1084602996. HTML Genius memorized the website address in a second. www.zhbqg. Bikuga mobile version website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all here. They're not dead. They were clearly still breathing. Gu Jiao didn't know what to say. Princess Xianxia had it hard. Meeting a dragon shadow guard like Long Yi, Princess Xianxia had probably collapsed a lot. The little poisonous insects on Long Yi's body couldn't do anything to Long Yi, and they were all crushed to death by Long Yi. On the other hand, the little poisonous insects on the other 4 dragon shadow guards were still alive and biting on their exposed skin. Gu Jiao squatted down and pinched the little poisonous insect on the neck of a dragon shadow guard. Who would have thought that when the black little poisonous insect came down, the poisonous stinger was broken in the flesh? It seemed that she had to let these little poisonous insects pull out the stinger themselves. Okay, she had the all-purpose essential balm. Gu Jiao took out a bottle of essential balm from her bosom and dripped it on the rest of the little poisonous bugs. As expected, these bugs instantly became dizzy from the smell and fell from the dragon's shadow guard's body with a clatter. The wound on the neck of the first dragon's shadow guard also had to be treated in time. There were no tweezers here, so Gu Jiao could only use the concealed silver needles she carried with her to open the wound and pick out the poisonous stinger. Finally, Gu Jiao applied a bit of wound medicine on him. During the whole process, Gu Jiao didn't take any defensive measures, but these insects didn't bite her. Combined with Qin Fengyan's experience of carrying poisonous insects on her body, they might only bite deaf soldiers. But Long Yi was also a deaf soldier, so why didn't they bite him? Knowing that his brothers were fine, Long Yi didn't continue to pretend to be dead. He didn't know if it was because he adhered to the principle of enjoying blessings and suffering together, but he sat cross-legged on the ground and grabbed a little poisonous insect and threw it on the back of his hand. He threw it again and again. He felt that the insects were all dizzy from his throwing. Gu Jiao took out an empty small porcelain bottle, caught a few poisonous insects, and put them in, bringing them home to study. The 4 dragon shadow guards sat against the wall. This kind of poisonous insect was too powerful for them, so they needed some time to recover. Gu Jiao went inside to look for the medicine, and let Long Yi stay here to guard. The courtyard was not big and there were only 4 rooms in total. Gu Jiao searched through them one by one and found a row of medicine shelves in the second last room. There were a lot of medicinal materials for external injuries on the shelf, such as Jinchuang ointment, hemostasis pills, and meridian deblocking pills. However, these were not the medicines that Gu Jiao was looking for. Finally, Gu Jiao saw more than 10 inconspicuous bottles and jars on a shelf at the bottom of the room. She couldn't recognize the contents of the jars. Which one is the antidote? Forget it, let's take it back first. Gu Jiao took out the gunny sack. Excluding the medicine for external injuries that she could identify, she put the rest into the gunny sack. Qin Chuyu was still waiting for the antidote, so Gu Jiao didn't search for anything else. Otherwise, with her temperament, she would have emptied the manor. To be on the safe side, Gu Jiao went to the last room and searched. After making sure that she didn't miss a single bottle of medicine, she returned to the corridor. The 4 dragon shadow guards hadn't been poisoned for a long time, so their lives weren't in danger. At this moment, the 4 of them were already able to stand up and use some of their skills. Let's go, Gu Jiao said to them. Long Yi grabbed Gu Jiao and used his qinggong to rush out of the courtyard. The other 4 people were still poisoned and could only use 30 to 40% of their qinggong, but it was enough for them to get out of this small courtyard. The next step was to leave this place and quickly return to the capital. The sky was dark and there were no stars and no moon. The cold wind of the second month's night wasn't as biting cold as the bitter winter, but it was still bone-cracking cold. The guards at night were clearly much stricter than at dusk. There were 10 people in a group, 1 imperial bodyguard and 9 dragon shadow guards patrolling back and forth in the main passages of the manor. The 100 dragon shadow guards mentioned by Princess Xianxia didn't mean that there were only 100 people in the manor. Counting the normal imperial bodyguards and a leader, she estimated that there were no less than 200 people. Gu Jiao and Long Yi carefully avoided the patrolling people of Yan country. Step by step, they approached the southern wall of the manor. Just a moment ago, they had entered from this place. This place was the closest to the official road, so it was the easiest to evacuate. Everything was going smoothly, but no one had expected that halfway, a wild cat would suddenly appear. This was an unexpected situation. No one had expected to encounter a wild cat. Xiaoheng was afraid of cats. Therefore, Long Yi instinctively hated cats. When he released his aura, that wild cat was so scared that it meowed and fell from the top of the wall, smashing into a withered branch. The withered branch issued a very slight crisp sound. For the dragon shadow guards with their amazing hearing, this was a very big movement. There's someone over there. An unfamiliar voice bellowed. Immediately afterwards, a whole row of ice-cold arrows mixed with hidden weapons covered the sky and covered the earth. Like a dense big net, with an awe-inspiring austere aura, it attacked them without leaving any leeway. This was the first time that Gu Jiao had experienced the attack of the people of Yan country. It had to be said that first of all, their attack and strategy were different from ordinary armies. Gu Jiao pulled out her red tasseled spear. Supporting the spearhead on the ground, she jumped up and jumped on top of the arrow net, avoiding this wave of attack. And as for Long Yi, he shook his arms and shot out internal force, shaking off the 4 people beside him. After that, he also jumped high up in the sky, and stepping on the arrows flying in the air, he directly flew towards that wave of archery patrol. With a caw sound, he twisted the neck of the leading imperial bodyguard. Gu Jiao understood and said to the 4 dragon shadow guards who were still poisoned, "Let's go." The 4 of them were unwilling to leave their boss behind. Gu Jiao threw them one by one. Because the 4 of them were poisoned, their condition was not good, so they really threw them to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao, the feeling of throwing the dragon shadow guards is too good. The movement here alarmed the imperial bodyguards in the manor, and more dragon shadow guards rushed over. After Gu Jiao threw the last dragon shadow guard of Princess Xianxia over, she quickly jumped up the wall. But the moment she jumped down, a thin rope suddenly stretched out behind her and wrapped around her waist. With a sough, she was pulled back to the manor and fell heavily on the ground. Gu Jiao wanted to protect the medicine on her body, so she was unable to properly protect herself. This fall was not light. Gu Jiao let out a muffled groan. The owner of the rope still did not let go. He suddenly increased his strength and pulled Gu Jiao back. Gu Jiao picked up the red tasseled spear on the ground. With her bare hands, she took off the white cloth wrapped around the spear. She turned over and knelt on one knee. Holding the red tasseled spear, she fiercely slashed. With a paw sound, the thin rope was mercilessly cut off by the red tasseled spear. The imperial bodyguard who was holding the rope suddenly lost his grip and fell back to the ground. The youth knelt on one knee, wearing a coquettish peacock mask. The pair of eyes that were exposed were as fierce as the god of deaths. Not far away, a man from the Yan kingdom who saw this scene was suddenly stunned. His gaze fell on the wolf-like youth. He was shocked by the youth's skills and murderous aura. His agility was secondary. Such talented youths could be found everywhere in the Yan kingdom. But his gaze and aura were different from those he had seen before. And his red tasseled spear. The red tasseled spear had a big red flower pasted on it by the little Jing Kong, and his hair was braided. To be honest, one could not tell anything from a glance. He wanted to take a second look, but the youth was taken away by the powerful death warrior. Or perhaps it should be said that he was taken away. "General." An imperial bodyguard cupped his hands and said, "I'm incompetent to let him break into the manor." The man from the Yan kingdom said, "Send someone to chase after him. Also, check if there's anything missing in the manor." "Yes." The imperial bodyguard ordered 2 groups of people to act separately. The man from the Yan kingdom looked in the direction of the youth's departure and did not come back to his senses for a long time. A counselor came over. "General, what are you looking at?" The man from the Yan kingdom used his eyes to indicate the direction of the courtyard wall. "Did you see that youth just now? Don't you think he's a little familiar?" "Familiar?" The counselor said, "No, he was wearing a mask. I didn't see his face clearly." The man from the Yan kingdom said thoughtfully, "It's not his appearance. It's that murderous aura." The youth did not make many moves and there was not a bloody scene. But someone with a natural aura was different from others when he made a move. The counselor smiled and said, "That youth is just SOSO. He's not very powerful. There are many people like him in the Yan kingdom." The man from the Yan kingdom frowned. "I thought he was familiar." "Is it his gaze? Or, is it related to his weapon?" The counselor asked. "General, are you referring to that long spear?" The man from the Yan kingdom murmured, "It's not an ordinary long spear. It's a red tasseled spear. It's a bit like Shan Yuanli's divine weapon." Shan Yuanli, the counselor smiled. Shan Yuanli's red tasseled spear is indeed in the Zhao kingdom. It's not strange if you saw it. "General, don't tell me you thought you saw Shan Yuanli's descendant just now?" The man from the Yan kingdom sighed. "I thought too much. The men of the Shan Yuan family have all been killed. Even the babies in swaddling clothes were not spared. It's impossible for there to be a descendant left in the world." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. https://www. zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/1084465881. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that you can't find online are all available here. Gu Jiao and Long Yi return to the forest. Princess Xianxia's carriage and her subordinates were still there. Princess Xianxia had already noticed that Long Yi and the others were missing, so she wasn't surprised to see them return with Gu Jiao. "Why did you take so long?" Princess Xianxia asked. Long Yi put Gu Jiao into the carriage. Gu Jiao's cheeks were once again numbed by the cold wind. It took her a long time to regain her senses. Gu Jiao didn't answer Princess Xianxia's question, but said in a muffled voice, "Can you tell Long Yi not to pinch me?" Long Yi's speed was too fast. Being pinched really felt like there was a big blower blowing wind in front of him. Princess Xianxia curled her lips. He only listened half a sentence. "I told him not to pinch you in the future, but I guarantee that he only heard pinch you." Gu Jiao, one day, she would definitely pinch Long Yi and stroll around everywhere. Gu Jiao continued, "Something happened and we alerted the enemy." "Are you injured?" Princess Xianxia asked. Gu Jiao said, "Long Yi and I are fine. The others were bitten by poisonous insects. They weren't ordinary poisonous insects, they were specially used to deal with dragon shadow guards. That day in the imperial study, Qin Fengyan should have used these poisonous insects." Princess Xianxia opened the curtain and looked at the 4 dragon shadow guards riding on horses. They were wearing masks, so she couldn't see whether their faces were pale or not. "Is it very serious?" she asked. Gu Jiao said, "They cleaned up the poisonous insects in time, but there is still a bit of poison left in their bodies." Princess Xianxia frowned. They weren't even afraid of poisonous snakes, but they were actually afraid of poisonous insects. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, "Everything has its vanquisher. Sometimes, the more powerful the existence, the more inconspicuous its natural enemy is." "That's true." Princess Xianxia put down the curtain. "You and Long Yi weren't bitten?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "Those bugs won't bite us." Princess Xianxia could understand why it didn't bite Gu Jiao. If it was specifically to deal with the dragon's shadow guard, then Gu Jiao wasn't within the scope of the poisonous bug's preference. But Long Yi. Princess Xianxia looked at Long Yi, who was obediently sitting on the outer seat of the carriage, and muttered, "Sure enough, he came in randomly." She pressed her forehead and asked, "Did you get the antidote?" Gu Jiao untied the bundle from her body. "All the medicine that I could find is here. I just don't know which bottle is the antidote. I have to take it back and let Madame Nan take a look." Princess Xianxia had heard of Xianxiang before. She was the wife of the carpenter master that Xiaoheng found for Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan through Elder Feng's connections. However, she had never seen him before. Princess Xianxia pondered for a moment and asked, "What if Qin Fengyan was lying to you? What if the antidote isn't in the hands of the people of Yan?" Gu Jiao confessed. After she said that, I used a hallucinogen to interrogate her again. The answers were the same. She didn't lie. Princess Xianxia asked doubtfully, "What is a hallucinogen?" Gu Jiao explained, "It's a kind of knockout drug used to interrogate people." Princess Xianxia glanced at her. "Is it very effective?" Gu Jiao continued, "It's effective for some people, but some people will be immersed in the hallucination and unable to communicate with the outside world. That way, it won't be effective." "Princess," Xianxia said indifferently, "give me some later." Gu Jiao, "Okay." Thinking of something, Gu Jiao hurriedly said, "Time is tight. I'll make it short. There are 2 more things." Princess Xianxia looked at her. "Speak." Gu Jiao said, "In the people of Yan, there is a general surnamed Nangong. Also, today, there was a person from Zhao who dealt with General Nangong." Before he left, he said to General Nangong, thank you. Princess Xianxia suspiciously frowned. General Nangong? General Nangong, thank you? Gu Jiao wanted to quickly send the antidote back to the imperial palace. Princess Xianxia let Long Yi accompany her. The two of them picked two of the strongest horses. Gu Jiao rode on the back of the horse and warned Princess Xianxia, the four of them have been poisoned. It's best if they don't ride horses in case something happens on the way. After we return to the capital, I'll detoxify them. Princess Xianxia said seriously, I know. Hurry up and go. You must save little Qi. Gu Jiao pulled the reins tightly and turned the horse around. Looking back at the carriage, she said, also, the people of Yen might chase after us. Be careful. Princess Xianxia said, don't worry about that. Let's go quickly. Gu Jiao and Long Yi quickly urged their horses and rushed into the night. It was just past midnight. It was reasonable to say that there was plenty of time. Unfortunately, the dragon shadow guards of Yen country caught up. There was only one official road. No matter how Gu Jiao and Long Yi shook them off, they were still getting closer and closer. Long Yi reined in his horse. Gu Jiao turned around and exchanged a tacit glance with him. Gu Jiao continued to urge the horse forward. Long Yi turned around and blocked the path of that group of people with his own strength. Gu Jiao raised the horse's speed to the limit. This was the official road that Qin Fengyan had escaped from. 10 li ahead, they would reach the Phoenix Pavilion. After passing the Phoenix Pavilion, they would reach the Phoenix Pavilion. Songbei Mountain was less than 20 li away from the western gate of the capital. But when they approached the Phoenix Pavilion, an arrow suddenly shot from the side of the mountain and hit Gu Jiao's horse. The horse cried out in pain and fell forward. Gu Jiao also rushed out. It was too late to pull out her spear. She protected the bundle in her bosom and rolled several times on the ground before she finally stabilized her body. However, before she could stand up, another arrow whizzed through the air. If she hadn't reacted quickly and moved half an inch to the side, that arrow would have nailed her entire arm to the ground. Gu Jiao's eyes were like torches as she looked in the direction of the hill. There, a black-robed expert stood with a bow. His wide sleeves were fluttering in the cold wind. Even though they were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, Gu Jiao could still feel the killing intent in his eyes. His aura was not weaker than serious. He came up from the side road, so he didn't meet Long Yi on the official road. It seemed that if she didn't kill him today, she wouldn't be able to leave. Now that she had recovered her strength, she wouldn't be too embarrassed if she met Sirius. If she fought well, she might be able to tie with him, but it was almost impossible for her to kill him. Gu Jiao coldly raised her hand and held the red-tasseled spear on her back. The cunning palace was brightly lit. Qin Chuyu was unconscious, and the palace servants didn't dare to breathe. Empress Xiao and Nan Xiang had been waiting in the room until now. Eunuch Su saw that Empress Xiao was so haggard that even her eyes were bloodshot, but he didn't dare to persuade her. Empress Xiao's eyes were swollen from crying, and her voice was hoarse. She held Qin Chuyu's hand and stroked his pale face. She choked with sobs, "Little Qi, you have to hold on. Nothing must happen to you. As long as you wake up. Mother will promise you anything. Mother won't force you to memorize books. I won't force you to practice calligraphy. If you don't want to go to the Imperial College, Mother won't send you there. How many snacks do you want to eat? Mother will give you. Nothing must happen to you." Qin Chuyu's little body began to convulse. Nan Xiang quickly stood up and pulled up Qin Chuyu's sleeve. She saw that the white mark on Qin Chuyu's wrist had already spread to his palm. Once it reached his fingertips, he would be powerless to save himself. "Dr. Nan. How is little Qi?" Empress Xiao cried and asked. Nan Xiang said, "His condition is worse than I expected. I can't suppress the poison anymore. I can't wait until dawn." She looked at the hourglass on the wall and said with a complicated expression, "At most. At most, he has 2 hours. If he can't bring the antidote back by 4 o'clock in the morning, if that was the case, then perhaps, even the great firmament deities wouldn't be able to save him." Empress Xiao threw herself onto Qin Chuyu's body and cried, "Xiaoqi. Little Qi." Outside the Phoenix Pavilion, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. Gu Jiao and the black-robed man had fought for hundreds of rounds. As time went by, Gu Jiao's strength was disappearing little by little. She underestimated Sky Wolf's realm. Last time on the snow mountain, she tricked Sky Wolf and didn't let him use his real strength. Now that she met the second Sky Wolf, she knew how terrible a master of this realm was. Gu Jiao's arm and waist were slightly injured. She was supported by the red tasseled spear. Otherwise, she would have been cut by the man's long saber. The black-robed man chopped down his long saber again. Gu Jiao's spear was like a dragon, twisting his long saber. The two weapons collided, and a series of sparks appeared in the dark night. Neither of them gave way. They were so close to each other that even the murderous intent in their eyes was fierce. Gu Jiao kicked him, and he blocked it with his shoe. They both stepped back, and Gu Jiao stepped back more. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. If they continued fighting like this, they wouldn't be able to kill him until dawn. Gu Jiao knelt on one knee, using her spear to support her exhausted body. She looked at him with her red eyes and panted. Suddenly, Gu Jiao stood up, showing a ferocious look in her eyes. She raised her left hand and grabbed the safety talisman around her neck with her fingertips. She tore off the safety talisman given to her by Princess Xianxia and put her fist down. She loosened her fist, and the safety talisman slowly fell to the ground. The black-robed man looked at the young man in front of him strangely, not understanding what he was doing. The young man stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked the blood on the corner of his mouth. The next second, the young man's aura suddenly soared. The god of killing has returned. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. You can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1084455585. HTML Genius memorized the website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels that can't be found online will be available here. The black-robed man almost instinctively felt a threat. It was reasonable to say that the youth's strength was far below his, so he shouldn't have this kind of feeling. The youth attacked him, and his moves weren't any different from before. He didn't know who taught this youth's spear skills, but they were abnormally simple. There were only a few moves, but each move was a killing move. The youth held the red tasseled spear with both hands, and the spearhead fiercely chopped down at him. He waved his saber to block. What surprised him was that the youth was clearly using the same moves as before, but the power seemed to have increased several times. His hand and arm both went numb. The youth didn't give him any time to recover, and the second spear was already stabbing at him. This time, he still chose to use his saber to defend. The heavy red tasseled spear pressed down on the long saber he raised high. The youth's strength was so great that his entire body sank several inches into the ground. What was this youth doing just now? How did his strength increase so much? When the youth's third spear came, he finally didn't choose to defend, and attacked. Who would have thought that the youth's red tasseled spear would push him back more than 10 steps? The youth didn't retreat at all. The black-robed man's eyes flashed with a trace of extreme shock. It was true that he hadn't used all of his strength when fighting with the youth because he couldn't use that much. It was like a Fergana horse that could run up to 400 li a day, but if it really ran that far, it would die. The black-robed man had only used 50% of his strength at the beginning, and he felt that it was more than enough. Now he had to use 60%. Since coming to Zhao country, this was the first person to force him to use 60% of his strength. The two exchanged several moves, and the youth's moves were more ruthless than the last. There were no feints, and they were all killing moves. The black-robed man's body was injured, both internal and external. He endured the pain from all over his body. On the other hand, although the youth was also injured, it seemed like he couldn't feel the pain at all. He didn't care about the tearing of his wounds and the blood, and attacked him without any regard for his life, losing one's sense of pain in a fight was a very dangerous thing. Wherever one felt pain, it meant that there was no place that could withstand any more force. Once one lost this sense of judgment, the consequences would be extremely terrifying. Gu Jiao slashed out with her spear again, bringing with it the power of mountains and rivers, boundless killing intent. The black-robed expert saw that the situation was not good. He did not plan to play conservatively with the youth. He directly increased his strength by 80%, enough to crush the youth's realm. Of course, this was also the limit of what he could do in a safe battle. If he went any further, he would have to sacrifice 800 of his men to kill 1,000 of his enemies, or perish together with his enemies. If he could kill this young man, it would be worth it even if he got injured. With that thought in mind, the black-robed master unleashed his most ferocious attack on the boy. He thought that he could finally finish off the young man in front of him, but who would have thought that the young man's aura would explode once again? How could this be? The black-robed expert was dumbfounded. He gritted his teeth. Forget it, then let's just perish together. The black-robed expert had raised his power to the extreme. His meridians could not withstand such a terrifying power and began to crack inch by inch. He also began to bleed from his 7 orifices. He poured all his internal energy into the treasured sword in his right hand and fiercely slashed at Gu Jiao. With a poochie sound, a red tasseled spear mercilessly pierced through his chest. He looked at the youth in front of him in disbelief, not understanding how he had done this. The youth indifferently walked towards him. He held the red tasseled spear in one hand and fiercely pushed it, completely piercing through his body. The black-robed expert fell to the ground. Even in death, he did not understand how he had died at the hands of such a young man. He looked at the obscure and boundless sky. Killing God. He saw the killing God. Everything was over. The road outside the Phoenix Pavilion was completely silent. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood. Gu Jiao held the red tasseled spear. Her eyes were pitch black as she looked in front of her. Her eyes were not focused. Her killing intent did not decrease because the black-robed expert had fallen. She still wanted to kill. If she couldn't kill others, then she would kill herself. Xiao. Little Nine flapped his wings and flew around Gu Jiao, circling above Gu Jiao's head. Xiao, Xiao. Little Nine shouted at Gu Jiao. Gu. Ji. Gajita. Gu Jiao pointed the red tasseled spear at Little Nine. Little Nine flapped his wings and his feathers exploded. Xiao. Little Nine was very afraid, but he did not run away. He bravely flew above Gu Jiao's head and used his beak to peck at Gu Jiao's hair. Xiao. 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 There was a trace of struggle in Gu Jiao's eyes. She threw the red tasseled spear to the ground and then she took out a string from her waist, tightly tying her hands together. She flipped onto the horse and used her will to suppress the large killing intent in her body. Little Nine flew behind the horse and used his beak to peck at the horse's butt. The horse was in pain and quickly galloped. Gu Jiao's eyes had blood flowing down and she could no longer see the road. Little Nine led the way in front and held onto the horse's reins. One person, one eagle and one horse, madly galloped in the night. Little Nine, go faster, I can't control it anymore. Little Nine seemed to have felt Gu Jiao's killing intent. He chirped and quickly led the horse to the city gate. The city had already received orders and was waiting for her to bring back the antidote. On the city gate tower, a guard suddenly pointed to the direction of Songbei Mountain and loudly said, Master. Look. Someone is coming. How many people? It seems to be the youth who came out of the city. Quick. Quickly open the city gate. The city gate opened and the city guards came forward to welcome them. Gu Jiao's mask had already drooped down at some point. Her entire body was covered in blood, and her face was also covered in blood. Her hands were still tied. If they had not seen her leave the city before, no one would have dared to recognize her. What was worse was that everyone could feel the murderous intent in her eyes. She wanted to kill. Retreat. The guard captain shouted. Everyone pulled out their swords and retreated. Gu Jiao untied the bundle on her back and threw it to the guard captain with her tied hands. Antidote. She looked at the guard captain with her blood-red eyes and said with the last trace of reason, close the city gate. Don't open it. The guard captain's heart thumped. Master. The subordinate beside him looked at him in a daze. The guard captain looked at the murderous Gu Jiao and raised his hand with a complicated expression. Everyone enter the city and close the gate. Master. Do as I say. Everyone gritted their teeth and entered the city. They pulled the winch and heavily closed the gate. Little Nine flapped his wings and shouted at Gu Jiao, chirp. 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 Gu Jiao grabbed him and threw him in through the gap in the city gate. Master. Just as the city gate was about to close, a tall and thin white figure rushed out from the gap in the gate. Everyone wanted to grab him, but before they could, they heard a rumbling sound. The city gate that needed 20 people to open at the same time was tightly closed. A roar came from the city tower. Are you crazy? Why aren't you stopping him? That is Master Xiao of the Hanlin Academy. The rope on Gu Jiao's wrist was specially made for her to deal with any sudden situations where she lost control. There were small needles on the rope. If she struggled until the needles broke, the neurotoxin inside would enter her body. The more she struggled, the more neurotoxin would enter her body. All of it added up was enough to kill her. She lay on the horse's back and let the neurotoxin numb her body. She knew that she could not use more, but her killing intent did not decrease. Jiao Jiao. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded in her ears. A pair of strong arms reached over and carried her down from the horse without any hesitation. The rope on her hand was untied. She was pulled into a strong and warm embrace. Surnamed Gu. What kind of monster is your daughter? Hurry up and take her away. Mother. Mother, I'll be good. Don't send me away. I cannot eat, I will not pee my pants, I will not cry. I don't care if you cry or not. Go away. I don't want you anymore. Mother. Go away. Mother, mother, mother. 3-year-old Gu Jiao's hands were covered in blood as she hugged a headless doll. She stood barefooted in the dark corridor, facing the biting cold wind. She knocked on the cold, tightly shut door. Mummy, Mummy, I'm not a monster. Gu Jiao said in a muddled state. Xiaoheng sat on the ground, tightly hugging her blood-stained body. His neck had been bitten by her, and blood had dyed his clothes red. His cold face was pressed against her burning forehead, and he said with heartache, Jiao Jiao, of course you're not. Jiao Jiao is the best Jiao Jiao in the world. You're Aheng's wife. Aheng is not afraid of Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao, who was in a daze, used 2 slender fingers to pinch a bit of his sleeve. She said in a daze, I'm just that good. Digression, third watch, please give me a vote. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1084393736. HTML Genius. Remembered this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. The wind was gentle and the sun was bright and sunny. Gu Jiao woke up to the chirping of birds. She opened her eyes and found herself lying in an unfamiliar room. With her temperament, she should have been alert at the first moment, but she wasn't. The pillow and quilt emitted a familiar smell and fragrance, inexplicably calming. Creak, the door was pushed open from the outside by a small gap, and a tall figure flashed in. It was Long Yi. He grabbed a big spatula and strolled around the room. Gu Jiao almost closed her eyes for a second. Long Yi bent down and stared at Gu Jiao for a long time, as if he was wondering why she didn't wake up even though he had clearly heard movement. Long Yi finally grabbed his spatula and went out. Gu Jiao secretly sighed in relief. She didn't want to be fed by Long Yi's spatula. The smell on the bed and Long Yi guarding the door made Gu Jiao feel that her current situation was very safe. Creak, the door was pushed open again, and Gu Jiao subconsciously closed her eyes. She was worried that Long Yi was causing trouble again. The result was that she didn't hear Long Yi's footsteps. Gu Jiao opened her eyes and turned her head to look in the direction of the door. Xiaoheng walked over to the bedside, and seeing her open eyes, he hurriedly asked, "Awake?" "N." Gu Jiao replied. Xiaoheng came to the bedside, bent down, and stretched out his slender hand to touch her forehead. "It's not hot anymore." "How long have I been asleep?" Gu Jiao asked. 3 days. Xiaoheng said. "So long." Gu Jiao muttered. "This is the house on Vermilion Bird Avenue. I told my family that my mother has angina, so you stay here and take care of her." Xiaoheng sat down on the stool beside the bed, looked at Gu Jiao carefully, and asked softly, "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "No, it's just that I've been sleeping for a long time, so I feel a little tired." "That's what happens when you sleep for too long. Let me help you up." Xiaoheng's words came too late, because Gu Jiao had already planned to sit up on her own. Then, Gu Jiao's small body stiffened in midair. Her eyes moved, and she lay down. "I feel a little weak." Xiaoheng helped the weak person up. She was wearing thin pajamas, and his fingertips and palms could almost feel the softness of her arms. Xiaoheng's eyelashes trembled slightly. He took a cushion and placed it behind her back, then took a thin jacket from the wardrobe and draped it over her. This was a set of clothes that Princess Xianxia had asked an embroiderer to make for Gu Jiao. The wardrobe was filled with clothes, but Princess Xianxia never mentioned it, nor did she take the initiative to give it to her. "Many thanks." Gu Jiao put on the thin jacket. It was spring, and the weather wasn't so cold. However, in order to help Gu Jiao recover, the room was still lit with smokeless silver charcoal. With a thin jacket on, Gu Jiao felt warm enough. She subconsciously touched her neck and found a protective talisman strung with a red string. She made a sound of surprise. Xiaoheng looked at the protective talisman around her neck and said, "It's not the original one. That one can't be found. My mother had someone make a new one. It was too chaotic at the time, and the protective talisman had long been mixed with the blood and mud. It was dark, and Gu Jiao had lost her mind, so there was no way to find it. Xiaoheng sent people to look for it, but the scene was too damaged, and the protective talisman had long been broken into pieces. Gu Jiao's memory of what happened after she took off the protective talisman was fragmented. She knew that she killed the master from Yan Kingdom, but what happened after that? What happened to her after that? She opened her mouth. "Medicine," Xiaoheng said, "it's here. You sent the medicine into the capital and handed it to the imperial guards. Little Chi's poison has been cured, and he's recuperating in cunning. Palace. When you have time, I'll bring him over to thank you." Gu Jiao thought seriously. "It can't be just a verbal thank you." Xiaoheng couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, let Cunning Palace reward you handsomely. What about Princess Xinyang's dragon shadow guards?" Gu Jiao remembered that they had been poisoned by insects. Xiaoheng couldn't help but feel proud of her. "The medicine you brought back also had the antidote for those poisonous insects. Master's wife has already helped them clear the remaining poison from their bodies." Gu Jiao said again, "Then my insects," Xiaoheng smiled. "They're at Master's wife's place. Master's wife said that those insects need to be raised, otherwise they'll die in 2 days. She'll raise them for you first, and when you recover, she'll give them to you." Gu Jiao nodded. "That was good." Gu Jiao said, "My red tasseled spear." Xiaoheng said, "I've found it." Then, Gu Jiao wanted to ask if she had hurt anyone, but when she turned her head, she saw the wound on Xiaoheng's neck. Looking carefully, it wasn't caused by a sharp blade, but 2 rows of extremely eye-catching teeth marks. Gu Jiao was speechless. Xiaoheng saw that she had seen it, so he didn't deliberately hide it. He said mischievously, "Do you remember now?" Gu Jiao lowered her head and looked at her fingers. "No." Xiaoheng smiled. "You're really strong." Gu Jiao refused to admit it. "I didn't." Xiaoheng suddenly stood up and leaned close to her. He whispered in her ear, "Next time, bite somewhere else." My colleagues will laugh at me. Gu Jiao pulled her little ear. Oh. Xiaoheng had teased her enough, so he stopped. After all, his cultivation wasn't high. If he continued teasing her, who knew who would be the one blushing? There's millet porridge in the kitchen. I'll go get it for you. N. Yes. N, I want more. Be good. If there's too much, I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. I can take it. I want more. Princess Xianxia had just arrived at Gu Jiao's door when she heard these words that made her imagination run wild. What did he mean by I want more? What did he mean by I'm afraid you can't take it if it's too much? The sky was clear and the sun was bright. Was he so unrestrained? And that girl was injured. Was it really good to be so indulgent? You don't even know how to close the door. Princess Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. She walked to the side and was about to quietly reach out to close the door. Mother? Xiaoheng came out. With a strange expression, he looked at Princess Xianxia, who was leaning against the door in a very strange position. What are you doing? Princess Xianxia stared dumbfoundedly at Xiaoheng, who was fully clothed. She blinked and leaned over to look at Gu Jiao, who was sitting on the bed without the slightest mess. She lightly coughed and calmly said, Nothing. I was just passing by and came to take a look. There was something on the door just now, but it's gone now. Is that so? Xiaoheng turned his head and looked at the bright and clean door. You. Princess Xianxia's gaze fell on the empty bowl in Xiaoheng's hand. Were you eating porridge just now? Xiaoheng said, It's the second bowl. Jiao Jiao is probably starving. So it turned out to be food. She had thought that these two people were finally enlightened. Princess Xianxia solemnly said, Even so, you can't eat any more. Xiaoheng smiled. Mother is right. Mother, do you want to go in and take a look at Jiao Jiao? Princess Xianxia looked at the empty bowl in his hand and unhappily said, You can eat so much. Is there a need to look? I came to look for you. Xiaoheng indifferently said, I wonder who came to look 3 or 4 times in one night. Shut up. Princess Xianxia coldly led a certain someone to the study at the end of the corridor with a certain someone. With Long Yi guarding the courtyard, Princess Xianxia didn't worry about anyone eavesdropping. Mother and son sat down in front of the study. Princess Xianxia handed him a secret letter. That person from the Zhao kingdom who came in and out of the manor has been found. He is an aide of the Zhuang family. His surname is Jiang, and his name is Jiang Ping. His household registration and background have been clearly introduced. Take a look. Xiaoheng opened the secret letter. After carefully reading it, he said to Princess Xianxia, Jiang Ping is Grand Tutor Zhuang's man? Princess Xianxia said, Yes, he is one of his trusted aides. It is said that many of the methods used to deal with Marquis Schwamping's mansion were suggested by this trusted aide. Xiaoheng analyzed, since he is such an important trusted aide, then the possibility of him being bribed by others is very low. Princess Xianxia nodded. Grand Tutor Zhuang is an ambitious person. After Prince Ning was placed under house arrest, he still didn't give up. Every few days, he would visit Prince Ning. On the surface, he was continuing the relationship between grandfather and grandson, but in reality, he was inciting Prince Ning to rebel. Fortunately, Prince Ning's heart was already dead, so he simply ignored him. Xiaoheng said indifferently, Prince Ning ignored him, and the Empress Dowager no longer protected him, but he still didn't give up. Princess Xianxia snorted coldly. After sitting in the clouds for so long, one doesn't want to fall. Grand Tutor Zhuang's ambition is too great. Unfortunately, the Zhuang family, which is riddled with holes, can no longer support his ambition. Xiaoheng thought of something and asked, What is the identity of that General Nangong? Princess Xianxia said, Among the 16 great families of the Yan kingdom, the Nangong family is ranked 11th. I don't know if this general is from the Nangong family. If he is, then our opponent's background is not small. Although the Nangong family isn't even in the top 10, the Yan kingdom is the most powerful country in the last 30 years. Any family in the Yan kingdom is an existence that cannot be underestimated. However, the Yan kingdom has its own laws. Even the Nangong family cannot rashly cause trouble in our country. They don't dare to come out in the open, so we have ways to deal with them. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1084235543. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. Xiaoheng listened carefully, not in a hurry to express his opinion. Princess Xianxia was teaching him how to settle down in the 6 kingdoms, like an experienced gerfalcon patiently teaching its young eagle. He would learn and accept with humility. Princess Xianxia said calmly, I originally planned to lead the army to suppress them, but after thinking about it, the price would be too high. The life of any soldier is precious. Xiaoheng said, you changed your mind after seeing Jiao Jiao, didn't you? Princess Xianxia looked at him with a dark expression. You can't go a day without tearing down my long thorns, Xiaoheng smiled and said, I also think that subduing the enemy without fighting is the best strategy. Princess Xianxia nodded. We must fight, but don't let our people fight. After all, those dragon shadow guards are not to be trifled with. Against 100 of them, at least 1,000 of us will die. This kind of price was magnified to the extreme after seeing Gu Jiao return bathed in blood. Not everyone was born with the responsibility of the world's people. She was a princess, but her awareness was not that high. It was indeed Gu Jiao who changed her mind. Gu Jiao also desperately defended the city on the frontier, didn't she? She was like this, and so were the soldiers of the Zhao kingdom. They couldn't afford to lose any more people. Leave the Yan kingdom to me. As for Grand Tutor Zhuang. Princess Xianxia paused and looked at him with a faint smile. Leave him to you? Xiaoheng smiled gently. Okay. Princess Xianxia paused and said, right, let me remind you of something. The Yan kingdom should have reached some kind of agreement with Grand Tutor Zhuang. Before Jiangping left, he said to General Nangong, thank you. In fact, Princess Xianxia knew far more than this, but she didn't tell Xiaoheng. She hoped that Xiaoheng could figure it out himself. She could not protect him forever. One day, he would have to soar alone and fly to a wider sky. She hoped that he would have enough ability to deal with everything. After Xiaoheng came out of the study, Eugene walked in. She had been guarding the door just now and had heard everything that she should have heard. She worriedly said, Princess, Grand Tutor Zhuang is a sly old fox. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for the young duke to deal with him? Princess Xianxia said earnestly, the Nangong family, Eugene, the person who wanted his life came from the Nangong family. Do you understand how powerful the Nangong family is? The Nangong aristocratic family had over 1,000 people and 200,000 soldiers. The Zhuang family was very powerful, but it was not worth mentioning when compared to the Nangong aristocratic family. If he couldn't even bring down Grand Tutor Zhuang, how could he compete with the Nangong family in the future? If he really doesn't have the ability, I'd rather he live in seclusion for the rest of his life. Gu Jiao had just gone through a battle, so Xiaoheng didn't want her to tire herself out. He had her stay with Princess Xianxia to recuperate while he returned to Clear Water Alley to deal with Grand Tutor Zhuang. On the carriage back, he tried to piece together the complete truth from the clues in his hands. Jiangping said, General Nangong, thank you very much. These words did sound like they had reached some kind of agreement. Xiaoheng remembered another matter. When Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng were following Qin Fengyan, they had heard Qin Fengyan's conversation with the people of Yan. Qin Fengyan said, it seems there's nothing to talk about between us. The man said, if you want your things back, it's best to do as we say. Qin Fengyan said, why go through so much trouble? Why don't I help you kill him? The man said, if you can really kill him, that's fine. Bring his head over and we'll give it to you. From their conversation, it seemed that Qin Fengyan's things had fallen into the hands of the people of Yan. When Princess Xinyang cleared out Qin Fengyan's lair, they found the money and account books that Grand Concubine Jing had left for Qin Fengyan. It was worth mentioning that Qin Fengyan hadn't seen the people of Yan again after that conversation. In other words, Qin Fengyan's things were still in the hands of the people of Yan. They had checked Qin Fengyan's luggage from the frontier fortress and found nothing valuable. Grand Concubine Jing had left that thing for Qin Fengyan. The things that Grand Concubine Jing had left behind weren't simple. Could this matter be related to that thing? Xiaoheng returned to Jadewater Alley and went next door first. Commandery Princeton had been living here for the past few days. His position in the cabinet had been cut off. In order to force him to lower his head, Grand Tutor Zhuang had cut off all his paths of retreat. His colleagues, superiors, and even his former classmates didn't dare to talk to him. Except for Xiao Lulang, who he had once seen as a thorn in his side. Of course, there was also Chancellor Hua. And then there was Empress Dowager Zhuang. Commandery Princeton had already recovered from the shock of Empress Dowager actually dressed up as an old lady and had here to play leaf cards, and Chancellor Hua actually poured tea and water for Empress Dowager Zhuang, cooked for her, and handed over his private savings. What was the point of worrying so much? His rent hadn't been settled yet. Gu Yan hired him to shovel chicken dung every day. 2 copper coins for each time he shoveled, 2 copper coins for each time he fed the chickens, 2 copper coins for each time he walked the chickens, and 4 copper coins for each time he praised Gu Yan. In total, he could earn 10 copper coins a day. But that was only 300 copper coins a month. It wasn't even half of the rent. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Commandery Princeton rubbed his sore shoulders and said, "Come in." Xiaoheng pushed the door open and entered. Commandery Princeton said, "Why did you come back in broad daylight? Don't you need to go to work?" His family didn't know about Gu Jiao's injury. Commandery Princeton naturally didn't know either. He really thought that Gu Jiao was taking care of him at Princess Xinyang's place. "I have something to talk to you about." "Sit." Xiaoheng sat down across from Commandery Princeton. Commandery Princeton saw that his expression wasn't right and couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter? Why do you look so serious? Don't tell me you want to raise the rent?" Xiaoheng said, "Do I look like someone who wants to raise your rent? I'll raise it next month." Commandery Princeton, "I shouldn't have said that," Xiaoheng said seriously, "I have something important to talk to you about." "You can choose not to answer." Commandery Princeton's expression changed. "Is it something to do with my grandfather?" He wasn't stupid. Since they were talking about it, Xiaoheng said bluntly, "Yes, I recently found out that your grandfather is colluding with the people of Yan." People of Yan? How is that possible? It wasn't that Commandery Princeton was belittling himself, but the Yan was a superior country. They didn't even have the chance to get in touch with the people of Yan? "What collusion?" Commandery Princeton said, "I know you don't like my grandfather, but you can't slander him." Xiaoheng said, "A group of people from Yan sneaked into Zhao. I can't tell you their purpose for now." "Does your grandfather have an aide called Jiangping?" Commandery Princeton frowned, "How do you know?" Xiaoheng said honestly, "He was the one who talked to the people of Yan that day." "Jiangping can't be loyal to anyone other than your grandfather, right?" Disappointment flashed through Commandery Princeton's eyes. "Jiangping is not only my grandfather's aide, but also my grandfather's adopted son. The only person who can order him around is my grandfather." Xiaoheng looked at him and said, "I'm not here to convince you of this matter. According to the situation I have now, the people of Yan should have given your grandfather something very important. It's very likely that it's the trump card that old concubine Jing left for Qin Fengyan. Unfortunately, it fell into the hands of the people of Yan. You should know that old concubine Jing is a remnant of the previous dynasty. Her purpose is to restore the previous dynasty, so the trump card she left for Qin Fengyan must be something that can overturn the imperial power of Zhao. If it really fell into your grandfather's hands, it shouldn't be hard for you to guess what he would do." Commandery Princeton fell silent. Xiaoheng continued, "I came here today to ask you, where does your grandfather usually hide important things? Of course, I also said that you can choose not to answer." No matter what happens in the future, you won't be implicated. After all, Grand Tutor Zhuang was Commandery Prince N's grandfather. Even if he had a falling out with Grand Tutor Zhuang, it didn't mean that Commandery Prince N could sell out Grand Tutor Zhuang with a clear conscience. Xiaoheng understood this, so he didn't force him. A hint of struggle flashed through Commandery Prince N's eyes. After a while, he clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "My grandfather is a very cautious person. If you plan on going to his study or his courtyard to find something, then you've made a mistake." "Then where would he put it?" Xiaoheng asked. Commandery Prince N said, "It depends on what it is and his mood. He said that if you can't feel the pattern, then others won't be able to see through you." He was speaking the truth. His grandfather's thoughts were deeper than the sea. Xiaoheng clicked his tongue, truly an old fox. Commandery Prince N said again, "Zhuang family is bigger than Marshall's mansion. You won't be able to find it if you search aimlessly." Xiaoheng stood up, "Even if we can't find it, we still have to find it." Tonight, he would let Long Yi find it. "Xiao Lulang." Commandery Prince N called out to him. Xiaoheng turned his head, "What's wrong?" Commandery Prince N's throat moved, and with a complicated expression, he said, "I'll go find it." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that you can't find online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/1084222408. HTML Genius will remember this website's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel was also updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels were read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online here. As night fell, the Zhuang family's residence gradually lit up with candles. The servants took down the lanterns one by one and lit them before hanging them up high. Grand Tutor Zhuang was sitting in his study, flipping through the booklets presented by Su Sifu and the others. Minister Xing and Empress Dowager Zhuang were rehabilitated, and each of them regained their status and power. However, Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't do anything when Empress Dowager Zhuang was framed. Some ministers thought that he was ungrateful and didn't care about the sibling relationship. Some ministers suggested that he knew about it and was just playing along with Empress Dowager Zhuang and others. Everyone had different opinions. This was what civil officials were good at talking about. If they were really free, they would find other things to do. What Grand Tutor Zhuang truly cared about wasn't the quarrel in the imperial court, but his gaze fell on a landscape painting on the opposite wall. "Master." The steward of the Zhuang family reported happily at the door. "The royal prince is back." Outside the solemn gate of the manor, Commandery Prince N knelt at the bottom of the steps. During the time he had left the Zhuang family, Grand Tutor Zhuang hadn't heard from him. However, this meant that he was still alive. If he had died, the capital would have been turned upside down. Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't deliberately seek him out and cut off all his paths of retreat. He knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for too long and that there would be a day when he would take the initiative to return home and beg for his help. As expected, wasn't it? Grand Tutor Zhuang arrived at the entrance of the Zhuang manor, draped in a brown-gray cloak. The servants were all dismissed by the steward. No matter how Grand Tutor Zhuang punished Royal Prince N was his grandson. He could watch Royal Prince N fall, but the servants could not. "I'll go to the storeroom to take a look." After the grandfather and grandson met, the steward also found an excuse to leave. However, Grand Tutor Zhuang said, "No need. Just stay here." The steward was embarrassed. Ah, yes. This was too difficult for him. Today, he had seen the little master make a fool of himself. In the future, when the little master became the head of the household, wouldn't he make things difficult for him? Grand Tutor Zhuang ignored the steward. He slowly walked up the steps and looked down at the lonely figure kneeling on the ground. After so many days, he should know that life outside was not easy. Raise your head. Royal Prince slowly raised his head and looked at his grandfather with a melancholic expression. Grand Tutor Zhuang originally wanted to tell her to take a look at herself and see how thin she had become. Who would have thought that the words would get stuck in his throat when he took a closer look? Was it an illusion? Why did it feel like this brat had put on weight? Royal Prince used to be a handsome and elegant man, but his cheeks were slightly sunken and he looked slightly thin. Now, the dent in his cheek was gone. With a round face, one would be blessed with good fortune. Of course, it wasn't fat. It was just that he had grown up. He was more like the sunshine and handsome that his age should be. But wasn't that strange? He was so skinny at home. How could he have fattened himself up after going out? The main reason was that Royal Prince was forced by Gu Yan to work every day. He did more physical work and his appetite increased greatly. Gradually, he grew stronger. He used to be full with just one bowl back in the manor. Now, he was a super glutton who could fill 2 bowls and wouldn't feel full even if he ate 3 bowls. Grand Tutor Zhuang suddenly felt a little irritated. Grandfather. Royal Prince took the initiative to speak. Grandson is back. This sentence finally broke the short silence and pulled Grand Tutor Zhuang back from the situation where he didn't know how to react. Grand Tutor Zhuang said coldly, "You still know how to come back. I already warned you. If you dared to walk out of that door, don't think about coming back easily." Royal Prince lowered his head. Grandson knows his mistake. Grandfather, please forgive me. Grand Tutor Zhuang snorted coldly, "Forgive? You make it sound so easy. In the future, everyone will be like you. If they are happy, they will stay at home, and if they are unhappy, they will run away. Then what will my Zhuang family be?" Royal Prince didn't quibble anymore. He lowered his head and looked extremely remorseful. The steward hurriedly advised, "Master." Royal Prince was possessed for a moment. "Since he knows his mistake, please forgive him this time on account of his filial piety to you in the past. Royal Prince won't dare to do it again in the future. Isn't that right, Royal Prince?" As he spoke, he looked at Royal Prince who was kneeling there with his head lowered in repentance. Royal Prince nodded gloomily. The steward is right. Grandson has suffered a lot outside. In the future, I won't dare to disobey grandfather. These words were a bit unconvincing. After all, he grew up so well even after suffering. If he didn't suffer, wouldn't he go to heaven? However, Grand Tutor Zhuang couldn't think of any reason why Royal Prince didn't suffer. After all, he had already informed all the connections that Royal Prince could rely on in advance. No one dared to take him in. Large inns and restaurants also wouldn't let him stay. During this period of time, at most, he relied on the money he had to stay in some low-class inns. "Come in and kneel." Grand Tutor Zhuang said coldly. "Yes." Royal Prince responded. The steward hurriedly walked down the steps to help Royal Prince up. His Royal Prince's weak body. Before this thought flashed through his mind, Royal Prince stood up on his own. He was as nimble as he could be. The steward, Royal Prince followed Grand Tutor Zhuang to his courtyard. Grand Tutor Zhuang had Royal Prince kneel at the door of the study. Royal Prince said in a low voice, "Let me go inside and kneel." "It's embarrassing." Grand Tutor Zhuang chuckled, "You know how to embarrass yourself?" Royal Prince said considerately, "It's fine if I embarrass myself, but it's not good if I cause grandfather to lose face." "Humph." Grand Tutor Zhuang flicked his sleeves coldly. In the end, he didn't chase him out. Royal Prince knelt in the middle of his study. Since Grand Tutor Zhuang wanted to give him a show of strength, he naturally wouldn't show too much concern for him. For example, he would ask how he was doing, where he was, if he ate enough, if he was wearing warm clothes, and so on. If he had asked, he might have been able to detect some small flaws and clues. Royal Prince looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang from time to time. Grand Tutor Zhuang knew, but he didn't think much of it. He just thought that this child was looking at his face. He said coldly, "Don't expect me to forgive you so quickly." "Then how long do I have to kneel?" Royal Prince asked pitifully. As soon as he said this, Grand Tutor Zhuang was angered. Was he here to admit his mistake? He hadn't even knelt for long and he wanted to get up. Grand Tutor Zhuang said angrily, "Kneel until you learn your lesson." He originally planned to let Royal Prince return to his courtyard, but Grand Tutor Zhuang changed his mind. He should let him kneel through the floor. Master. The steward came again. This time, his expression was somewhat hidden. Grand Tutor Zhuang understood and looked coldly at Royal Prince on the ground. Kneel obediently. Yes. Royal Prince agreed, feeling wronged. Grand Tutor Zhuang left the study. Royal Prince hurriedly stood up and put his ear to the gap in the door. The steward said softly, Master, Jiang Ping is back. He said he has something to report to you. Should I bring him here? Grand Tutor Zhuang looked back at the study with the door ajar and said indifferently, Forget it. Let him wait in my tea room. The steward said, Yes. When Grand Tutor Zhuang returned to the study, Royal Prince had already knelt down respectfully. Grand Tutor Zhuang glanced at the landscape painting on the wall. He hesitated and said to Royal Prince, You go back first. Thank you, grandfather. Royal Prince cupped his hands and bowed. He supported himself on the table and stood up. After he left the courtyard, Grand Tutor Zhuang went to the tea room on the other side of the corridor. Royal Prince, on the other hand, returned after taking a stroll outside. I left my jade pendant inside. He said to the manservant guarding the courtyard. Royal Prince was a very special existence in the Zhuang family. He could freely enter and leave Grand Tutor Zhuang's courtyard. In addition, he was personally brought back by Grand Tutor Zhuang. This meant that the conflict between grandfather and grandson had been resolved. The manservant didn't dare to stop him and let him in. Royal Prince hurried to Grand Tutor Zhuang's study. He didn't look anywhere and went straight to the landscape painting hanging on the wall opposite the desk. He noticed that his grandfather looked at this painting a total of 3 times when he was reviewing the memorials. He looked at it once when he went out to talk to the steward and looked at it again when he returned to the courtyard. Based on his understanding of his grandfather, there must be a mystery behind this painting. He took down the painting, but to his disappointment, there was only a normal wall behind the painting. There were no hidden compartments or cracks. Royal Prince didn't understand. What's going on? Am I thinking too much? Does grandfather simply like this painting? Is this painting priceless? It did seem to be an antique painting. It was quite valuable. Royal Prince frowned. No, there must be a problem. Grandfather has such high standards. Why would he be so nervous about an antique painting? Thud, Royal Prince's hand slipped and the painting fell to the ground. The top of the painting was actually loose. He quickly squatted down and picked up the painting. Then, he pulled out the top of the painting that seemed to be whole but was actually pieced together. The painting was hollow, there was something inside. Royal Prince tilted the scroll down, and a rolled-up yellow imperial edict fell out. Royal Prince opened it and found that it was a blank imperial edict from the late emperor. It was stamped with the imperial jade seal and the late emperor's seal. If something was written on it, it would become the late emperor's will. It wouldn't be difficult to remove the emperor's throne and appoint King Ming or any of the princes or princes. Was this what Jiang Ping brought back from the people of Yan? Was this the trump card that Grand Concubine Jing left for Qin Fengyan? If Grand Concubine Jing had such a powerful thing, why didn't she take it out earlier to save her life? There was no time to deal with these doubts. Royal Prince only knew that such a terrifying thing couldn't fall into his grandfather's hands. He put away the imperial edict and hung the painting back in perfect condition. He came to the door. After some thought, he gritted his teeth and went back. It was a dark and windy night. Royal Prince held the imperial edict in his arms and walked out in a hurry. Royal Prince. Along the way, many servants and maids greeted him. He ignored all of them and walked straight to the Zhuang family's door. Royal Prince, it's so late. Are you going out? The servant guarding the door asked. Royal Prince's eyes flashed and he said in a normal tone, I have something to do. Should I send someone to follow you? The servant asked. No need. Royal Prince refused. The servant couldn't say anything else and moved aside to make way for him. Royal Prince stepped over the tall threshold. Before his foot touched the ground, Grand Tutor Zhuang's cold and dignified voice sounded behind him. Stop. The latest chapter of the book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/896428964286/1084165006. HTML Genius memorized the website's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. End of chapter 589. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.